Meng Fan was reborn in the realm of immortality, becoming the most inconspicuous sword keeper at the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Little did anyone know, he possessed the extraordinary physique of sword path transcendence. Upon touching the 7-star sword, he acquired the 7 stars sword technique. Caressing the demon-suppressing sword, he comprehended the intent to vanquish demons. Grasping the Fuxi Sword, he forged the divine body of Fuxi. For 80 years, he sat in quietude at the Sword Pavilion, neither competing nor coveting, yet subtly enlightening countless beings. A young beggar, guided by his words, ultimately became the revered Dragon-Subduer, shaking the 9 continents with his fists. A haughty princess, after 3 days of admonishment from him, ascended the throne as Empress, wielding dominion over the land. A demon disciple, having attempted to steal a sword, found himself suppressed and vowed to avenge this humiliation. A forsaken disciple of the Buddhist sect attained sudden enlightenment beneath his sword, embodying both demon and Buddha, standing unparalleled throughout history. Over these 80 years, the winds and clouds of the world were subtly stirred by the sword in his hand, until the day when demons breached the tower and Shu Mountain was on the brink of collapse, with myriad immortals rendered powerless. The aged sword keeper finally stepped out of the Sword Pavilion to eye in the stillness of the world. All swords resonated in unison that he softly proclaimed, "I wield a sword capable of subduing demons, vanquishing evils, punishing immortals, slaying deities, extinguishing Buddhas, and traversing the heavens and earth." On that day, the world finally understood. The nameless guest of the Sword Pavilion was, in truth, a terrestrial immortal. Chapter 1. The Gift of Sword Path Transcendence. In the grand world of Tianyuan, in the northern domain, lies the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Meng Fan, you have ranked last in the recent assessment for the menial disciples. As per custom, the last will be eliminated, and you shall be expelled from the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Meng Fan gazed at the Shu Mountain Sword sect's steward before him, astonishment flickering across his face. He had barely been in this world for 2 days, and already faced expulsion. This was not the script he had anticipated. After merging with the host's memories, he hesitantly inquired, "Steward Wang, I recall being second to last in this assessment." While being second to last was also embarrassing, only the last would typically face elimination. Steward Wang, with an expression of indifference, replied, "The last-ranked Yang Qian violated sect rules and has already been expelled, which means you are now the last." Upon hearing this, Meng Fan was left utterly bewildered. Could it truly be so? Just as he had crossed into this world, ready to soar with the Shu Mountain Sword sect, he now faced the prospect of being cast out, becoming a pariah with no hope of joining another sect. Moreover, this world was fraught with peril. Leaving the Shu Mountain Sword sect could mean death. Without understanding how it happened, Meng Fan implored, "Steward Wang, might you reconsider?" While Yang Qian breached the rules, he remains the one who ranked last in the assessment. Thus, the elimination should rightfully fall upon him, should it not? As he spoke, he retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his robe and offered it to Steward Wang. The spirit stone had already lost 30% of its spiritual energy and was not particularly valuable. Yet, it represented all that Meng Fan possessed. As a menial disciple, especially one at the bottom tier, earning money was exceedingly difficult. Meng Fan, I am not suggesting you are unaware of your own abilities. Even if you were to remain this time, the next elimination would undoubtedly be yours. Why struggle so desperately? Steward Wang accepted Meng Fan's spirit stone without a hint of emotion. Even the smallest morsel is still a morsel. A low-grade spirit stone, even diminished, is still a spirit stone. Why refuse it? Besides Steward Wang, another menial disciple spoke up. "Junior brother Meng, you should know well that with your inferior spirit root, you cannot survive in the Shu Mountain Sword sect. It would be better to leave and seek a livelihood elsewhere." This disciple, named Yang Fei, consistently ranked among the top 3 in assessments, making him incomparable to Meng Fan. Recently, he had been taken in as a named disciple by Steward Wang, promising a bright future. Hearing the term inferior spirit root, Meng Fan felt a pang of resignation. Inferior spirit roots were the most abysmal type, far worse than low-grade spirit roots. Inferior spirit roots, low-grade spirit roots, medium-grade spirit roots, high-grade spirit roots, supreme spirit roots, heavenly spirit roots, divine spirit roots, such a hierarchy made it clear how lowly inferior spirit roots truly were. While inferior spirit roots allowed for cultivation, they were undoubtedly the fodder of the immortal realm. Meng Fan's predecessor was a quintessential waste-type beginning. Yet, the reborn Meng Fan was far from a waste. Though this body still bore an inferior spirit root, his rebirth granted him a remarkable boon: the talent of sword path transcendence. How formidable was this talent? A natural sword heart, a natural sword soul, a natural sword deity, Any sword technique learned would be mastered instantly. Any sword intent comprehended would be understood thoroughly. Any sword momentum perceived would be grasped effortlessly. Any path of the sword could be seamlessly integrated. Given time, Meng Fan was destined to become a legendary sword immortal. Alas, having only just arrived in this world, he now faced the threat of expulsion. While it was true that with Meng Fan's sword path transcendence, even if expelled from the Shushan sword sect, he would still have hope for resurgence. Why would he want to experience a hellish beginning when he could soar from such a high starting point? Steward Wang, may I be granted another chance? I assure you I will strive to cultivate diligently, and in the next assessment, I promise I will not rank last. Meng Fan earnestly addressed Steward Wang. Every disciple facing elimination has made such appeals to me, yet they were eliminated again in the next assessment. Steward Wang sighed. However, your argument does hold some merit. The last place in this assessment indeed belongs to Yang Qian. It is somewhat inappropriate for me to expel you now. Meng Fan immediately exhaled with relief, understanding that his spirit stone had influenced the decision. Otherwise, if Steward Wang had come all this way, he would surely have sought to expel him. Thank you, Steward Wang. Meng Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. Steward Wang nodded and turned to leave. Just as he took a step, he glanced back at Meng Fan. Steward Wang, do you have further instructions? Meng Fan, noticing the steward's return, promptly inquired. Steward Wang regarded Meng Fan with a slight smile, then spoke. Even if I let you off this time, you will still face elimination in the next assessment. Would you like me to point you towards a brighter path? A brighter path? Meng Fan felt skeptical. Had his offering of the Spirit Stone truly yielded such remarkable results? Steward Wang did not seem to be one easily swayed. Please, Steward Wang, what path do you suggest? Consider becoming a sword keeper at the Sword Pavilion. The Sword Pavilion. A sword keeper? Indeed, sword keepers at the pavilion enjoy treatment equivalent to outer disciples, and you will no longer need to participate in assessments for menial disciples, nor worry about elimination. Disciples like Meng Fan had no qualification to enter the Sword Pavilion. Only the most exceptional outer disciples and those of higher ranks, such as inner disciples, could retrieve swords from the pavilion. Thus, Meng Fan had no knowledge of the Sword Pavilion, yet in order to remain within the Shushan sword sect, he agreed to Steward Wang's proposition. Moments later, Meng Fan accepted the token of a sword keeper from Steward Wang, preparing to report to the Sword Pavilion. Though he had his doubts, believing that Steward Wang could not be so benevolent as to grant him such an advantage, he thought, one must seize opportunities, even if troubles arise, I shall face them head-on. Furthermore, as an about-to-be-eliminated menial disciple, he possessed nothing of value to entice Steward Wang. The only spirit stone he had was willingly given. Yang Fei, observing Meng Fan's departing figure, furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, Master, did not senior brother Qian instruct you to expel Meng Fan? Why have you not only retained him, but also allowed him into the Sword Pavilion? Isn't that offending Brother Qian? Brother Qian is the son of Elder Qian. There's no need for you to provoke him. Deacon Wang sneered. What do you know? That brat is destined to meet his demise. Chapter 2. Sword Pavilion Brother Luo. Yang Fei inquired. By the way, Master, why does that despicable fellow, Meng Fan, garner any attention from Brother Qian? He lacks even the qualifications to offend him. Elder Wang chuckled. It is because of the enchanting Li Shuero. Li Shuero? A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Fei's face. This young lady consistently ranked first in every assessment, swiftly ascending from a mere servant disciple to an outer disciple, and even advancing to an inner disciple. Rumors abound that she may soon rise to become a core disciple. How could such an extraordinary talent possibly be linked to Meng Fan? Elder Wang continued. Brother Qian has harbored feelings for Li Shuero for quite some time, yet she has paid him no heed. Do you know why? Why is that? Yang Fei furrowed his brow, questioning with skepticism. Could it be related to Meng Fan? Indeed, Elder Wang confirmed. Li Shuero and Meng Fan have been childhood companions. Brother Qian learned that the one Li Shuero has affections for is Meng Fan, which is why he seeks to eliminate him. Yang Fei expressed disbelief. Impossible. How could Li Shuero possibly have feelings for a worthless person like Meng Fan? Elder Wang shook his head. The village where Li Shuero and Meng Fan grew up was slaughtered by the Heavenly Eagle Demon sect, leaving only the two of them alive. They relied on each other for survival until they joined the Shushan sword sect, naturally forging a profound bond. For Brother Qian to win Li Shuero's heart, he must first remove Meng Fan, the obstacle in his path. Meanwhile, Meng Fan had arrived at the Sword Pavilion with the token of a sword guard disciple. Upon entering, he noticed an elderly man in tattered clothing seated on a small stool at the entrance. Meng Fan felt an immediate surge of respect. Typically, such figures and tales are revered masters. The old man glanced at Meng Fan, his expression devoid of warmth. Young man, You have come to the wrong place. This is not for the likes of you. Meng Fan promptly presented his token with utmost reverence. Senior, I am the newly appointed sword guard disciple. The elder took the token, examined it briefly, then tossed it back to Meng Fan with a cold chuckle. Who have you offended to be assigned as a sword guard disciple? Meng Fan felt somewhat helpless, suspecting that Elder Wang had ulterior motives for assigning him this role. What do you mean by that, senior? He hastily followed up. The elder shook his head and sighed. The meaning is of little consequence. You have accepted the token, and thus, you are now a sword guard disciple. Even if you wish to retract your acceptance, it is too late. Doing so would label you a traitor to the sect, leading to dire consequences. Since you are here, make peace with your role and guard the sword well. By the way, do not address me as senior. It is quite vexatious. From now on, simply call me Brother Luo. Brother? Meng Fan, slightly bewildered by the elder's white hair and aged visage, nodded obediently. Understood, Brother Luo. Brother Luo flashed a chilling smile at Meng Fan and rose from his stool. Come with me. He beckoned Meng Fan and led him through the hall's entrance. Beyond the threshold lay a vast and spacious grand hall. Within the grand hall, an array of swords adorned the space, with no fewer than several thousand long swords visible at a glance. At that moment, a long sword imbued with a menacing aura in one corner suddenly unleashed a surge of black sword light, hurtling towards Meng Fan. This beam of sword light moved with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, reaching Meng Fan in the blink of an eye. However, mere inches from him, the sword light abruptly dissipated. Brother Luo, what was that just now? Meng Fan inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. That was a provocation from the Qiyue. Brother Luo explained. Qiyue is the most sinister sword within this first level of the sword pavilion. Anyone who enters the pavilion will inevitably be challenged by it. The sword light you just witnessed was merely a gesture of intimidation, not an actual attack. Had it truly set its sights on you, you would already be lifeless. Meng Fan's heartbeat quickened slightly, feeling a surge of anxiety. How could the swords within this pavilion be more terrifying than people? From Brother Luo's description, it felt as though the swords possessed a life of their own. Such is the realm of immortality, where the extraordinary abounds. From this day forth, the territory of the first level of the sword pavilion is under your jurisdiction. Exercise caution in your endeavors. After all, the swords here are far more formidable than those outside. Surviving in the sword pavilion won't be an easy feat, Brother Luo advised. Meng Fan nodded in agreement, recognizing the sinister nature of many of the swords in the pavilion. What about the other levels? Meng Fan asked Brother Luo. There are 5 levels in total within the sword pavilion, Brother Luo responded, having only mentioned the first level previously. You need not concern yourself with the others. If you value your life, refrain from curiosity, he said with a stern expression. It seemed the other levels posed significant dangers. Meng Fan resolved firmly not to venture into the second level of the sword pavilion, let alone the third. To be honest, he was beginning to regret his decision. Through his brief interaction with Brother Luo, he sensed that the role of the sword guardian was fraught with peril. That Elder Wang had indeed led him into a predicament. Are you afraid? Brother Luo chuckled. Fear is of no consequence. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Moreover, the treatment for the sword guardians is equivalent to that of the outer disciples of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. I see your cultivation is nearly non-existent. You must be a servant disciple, correct? Work diligently, for although the position of a sword guardian is perilous, fortune favors the bold. If you can fulfill a year of service as a sword guardian, you shall ascend to the rank of an inner disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. The benefits of being a sword guardian were unexpectedly high. However, greater opportunities often come with greater risks. Meng Fan instinctively asked, Brother Luo, how long have you been here? 2 years. Brother Luo revealed, a duration that astonished Meng Fan. He had assumed that Brother Luo had been employed in the sword pavilion for at least a decade. 3 years ago, when I entered the sword pavilion, I was merely an ordinary outer disciple, only 25 at the time, Brother Luo mused, twirling a strand of his graying hair. 3 years ago at 25 means he is now merely 28, yet still not 30. Why does it appear so aged? Meng Fan hesitantly inquired. He did not finish his question, as it would equate to unearthing someone's wounds. However, Brother Luo evidently grasped Meng Fan's curiosity. He shook his head with a wry smile and responded, Why have I ended up in such a state? Is it not due to my vigil at the sword pavilion? The swords stored within the pavilion have endured countless battles, soaking in copious amounts of blood. After their owners perished, they were returned to the pavilion. Yet how could they find peace in silence? Once their malevolence erupts, misfortune befalls us, the sword-guarding disciples. This is why I previously inquired whether you had offended someone, leading to your assignment here. Brother Luo sighed, looking utterly helpless. Being a sword-guarding disciple is indeed a torment. He patted Meng Fan on the shoulder, offering a gesture of consolation as they shared a common plight. Thank you, Brother Luo, for sharing this with me. Meng Fan expressed his gratitude. It was quite unfortunate. Had another person learned of this, they might have fled. Yet, in Meng Fan's current predicament, entangled by Elder Wang, leaving was not an option. Nonetheless, one must ponder, why would Elder Wang set him up? This required clarification at the earliest opportunity. In the ensuing time, Brother Luo acquainted Meng Fan with the Sword Pavilion, elucidating the duties and regulations expected of a sword-guarding disciple. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon. Brother Luo closed the pavilion's grand doors and informed Meng Fan. At this hour, the Sword Pavilion closes its doors, and no one is admitted. This is the rule of the pavilion. Even if the sect leader were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. Of course, he mused, should the leader truly come, who would dare to obstruct him? After securing the pavilion's entrance, Brother Luo led Meng Fan to a room designated for his accommodation. Meng Fan surveyed the space. Though modest, it was immaculate and orderly. Thank you, Brother Luo. No need for formalities. I reside next door. Should you have any issues, feel free to seek me out. With that, Brother Luo returned to his own quarters, leaving Meng Fan to his own devices. As night descended, translating to approximately 7 o'clock in the evening on Earth, Meng Fan found himself far from weary. He stepped out of his room and entered the main hall of the Sword Pavilion. Rows of wooden racks displayed an array of swords, emanating an intimidating chill. From this moment onward, he would be engaging with these weapons. Having traversed into this world only 2 days prior, Meng Fan had scarcely encountered the realm of cultivation. To speak of it, within the Shu Mountain Sword sect, he did not even possess a sword of his own. Casually, he picked up an inconspicuous longsword, intending to experience its essence. He refrained from touching the more formidable-looking blades, fearing he might not withstand their energy, thus opting for a less notable one. At the instant his fingers brushed the sword, a peculiar sensation enveloped him, as though a fragment of information had suddenly materialized in his mind. Sword name, Qingyu. Weight, 3 pounds and 2 ounces, blade length, 3 feet and 1 inch. Crafted from mysterious iron, forged with the guidance of earthly fire. As he touched the sword, he was able to glean certain information regarding it. This must be a minor boon granted by his innate talent, sword path transcendence. However, this information bore little practical significance. The capabilities of the sword path transcendence talent extend far beyond this. With a resonant clang, Meng Fan drew the Qingyu sword. The moment he unsheathed it, a surge of energy flowed into his body. Meng Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He seemed to sense something, yet could not quite grasp it. It was a peculiar sensation. What had entered his body? He returned the Qingyu sword to its wooden rack and selected another sword. Instantly, upon touching this sword, a new message materialized in his mind. Sword name, Feiyu. Weight, 1 jin and 7 liang. Blade length, 2 feet and 6 inches. Crafted from Feiyu wood. Engraved using the Qianxi ink carving technique, and steeped in the blood of the blood jade beast for 7 days and nights. This was a wooden sword, untempered by fire or forge, created solely through carving. Yet, astonishingly, this wooden sword possessed greater power than the recently forged steel Qingyu sword. Unexpectedly, a surge of malevolent energy erupted from the Feiyu sword in Meng Fan's grasp. The previous Qingyu sword, being newly forged, bore no bloodshed, and thus, no malice. However, this Feiyu sword had been collected in the Sword Pavilion after its previous owner perished in battle. This blade had tasted countless bloodshed, and particularly after its master's demise. The malevolent energy it harbored became even more potent. The instant Meng Fan made contact with this sword, the malevolence surged forth, beginning to backfire against him. A cultivator of significant prowess would easily subdue this malevolent force, but Meng Fan's cultivation was nearly non-existent. He had no means to contend with this ominous energy. Should this sword's malevolence invade his body, he would face death or lose half his life. He felt utterly powerless, just as despair gripped Meng Fan's heart. The sword path transcendence talent sprang into action. The malevolence that invaded his body dissipated into nothingness. With its vanishing, a vision of a woman in flowing white garments suddenly appeared in Meng Fan's mind. She wielded the Feiyu sword, executing a mesmerizing dance of blades. Her swordplay was ethereal, and her steps were akin to a startled swan. Sword technique, Feiyu sword art. Step technique, Jinghong step. After the malevolence dissipated, Meng Fan glimpsed the remnants of memories within the sword and learned 2 martial arts techniques. Under the influence of sword path transcendence, Meng Fan mastered the Feiyu sword art with greater finesse than the woman in white had displayed. However, he only grasped the basics of the Jinghong step, as the talent primarily enhanced sword techniques. Thus, while he gleaned 2 martial arts from the sword's malevolent memories, Only the sword technique was effortlessly learned and mastered. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. Chapter 4. A lady should maintain her dignity. Meng Fan unsheathed the Feiyu sword. Much like when he drew the Qingyu sword, a barely perceptible stream of light flowed along the blade and entered Meng Fan's body. At this moment, Meng Fan lacked the ability of introspection. Thus he remained oblivious to the fact that the stream of light had traversed his meridians before delving into his dantian. His brow furrowed slightly, as his instincts suggested that this breath of energy entering his body was likely not a harbinger of misfortune. It seemed to be an additional boon bestowed upon him by his talent, Sword Path Divine Insight. As for the nature of this boon, he would surely comprehend it once his cultivation advanced and his horizons broadened. Meng Fan meticulously polished the Feiyu sword before returning it to its wooden stand. Brother Luo had previously assigned him a task, to clean every sword on the first floor of the sword pavilion within a year. This thought invigorated Meng Fan. If he were to become acquainted with all the swords within, how many sword techniques could he learn? By amalgamating various sword styles, he might carve out his own unique path in swordsmanship. With renewed enthusiasm, Meng Fan prepared to select the third long sword. Brother Luo had calculated that to complete the task within a year, he needed to polish approximately 20 swords each day. Aware of his own limitations, he opted for the less conspicuous, weaker long swords. Yet, at times, he would still misjudge. For instance, the Feiyu sword, which seemed unremarkable, harbored a formidable malevolence within. However, with the talent of Sword Path Divine Insight, he felt unperturbed by such minor surprises. Yet, as he was about to choose the third long sword, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A long sword, which Meng Fan had not selected, suddenly soared into the air and landed before him. This was a spiritual sword. Only a spiritual sword possessed the ability to move on its own. Meng Fan's expression shifted immediately, realizing he was in trouble. From his previous conversations with Brother Luo, he had gleaned that the sword pavilion harbored dangers. Now, that danger had manifested before him. Just as Meng Fan prepared to call for Brother Luo, the environment around him transformed. He was no longer in the sword pavilion, but instead found himself in a dimly lit space that seemed boundless. An illusion? Meng Fan furrowed his brow. In the next moment, a woman clad in red appeared before him. Her features were exquisite, her long hair flowing, and her fiery red lips strikingly beautiful. The woman in red stood before Meng Fan, offering a subtle smile brimming with allure. Despite being ensnared in this illusion, Meng Fan remained relatively composed, understanding from his prior discussions with Brother Luo that it was unlikely he would meet his demise on the very first day in this place. The dangers of the sword pavilion were gradual and insidious, not immediate death upon entry. Thus, though a sense of tension coursed through him, he managed to maintain a semblance of calm, eager to discern the intentions of the woman in red. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Before Meng Fan appeared a bed, upon which the woman in red reclined, her garments partially undone, revealing her delicate shoulder. She beckoned to Meng Fan with a flirtatious gesture, exuding an irresistible charm. His heart raced, and he felt a stir in his throat. Was she attempting to seduce him? To be fair, as a young adolescent brimming with vitality, who could withstand such an allure? Yet, Meng Fan steeled himself. It is certain that another person would not withstand this situation. However, Meng Fan, in his past life on Earth, had encountered countless scenarios. To be frank, this trivial scene can be succinctly evaluated in merely 2 words. Is that all? Moreover, Meng Fan was acutely aware that this moment was not a romantic encounter, but rather a perilous crisis. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the woman in red and said, "My lady, please retract your tactics. Though you possess beauty, you cannot tempt me." "Oh, and why is that?" The woman in red rose, stepping barefoot down from the bed to stand before Meng Fan. With delicate fingers, she caressed his chin, her expression teasing. "Is it that my appearance fails to captivate you?" Meng Fan shook his head, responding, "That is not the case. You are indeed enchanting. However, your desire to absorb my vitality is something I cannot allow." The woman in red looked at him with surprise. She had not anticipated that this fellow, despite lacking any cultivation, could maintain such composure in this moment. Meng Fan quickly added, "I truly possess no significant cultivation, so even if you were to drain me, you would garner little vitality. I am not a mere seductress. Rather, I seek to absorb your life force," the woman in red said with a light laugh. Her fingers danced across his cheek and neck, igniting a stirring within Meng Fan. "However, fret not, for should you choose not to cooperate, I would be unable to extract your life force." In Meng Fan's perspective, vitality and life force were synonymous. Legends spoke of men who, drained too much by female spirits, did not survive long. "My lady, if that is the case, kindly allow me to return," he implored the woman in red. She chuckled, You, my dear, are far superior to the previous fellow. He lasted less than 3 months here and perished. It appears you might survive a few days longer. A chill ran down Meng Fan's spine. He recalled his senior brother Luo mentioning that the former disciple had endured 3 months before his demise. Initially, Meng Fan had assumed the man left the sword pavilion for another endeavor. The truth behind Luo's words, departed, now resonated with the finality of death. Are you frightened? The woman in red teased, her smile blooming like a flower. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Meng Fan replied, My lady. Now that you are aware of my strong will and inability to be swayed, might you refrain from such provocations? The woman in red sat elegantly upon the bed, stating, What is this, sir? Do you fancy this manner of flirtation? Meng Fan cleared his throat gently, choosing not to respond to her question. Throughout their exchange, the woman had not relented in her playful banter. My lady, please conduct yourself with propriety, Meng Fan exclaimed, his visage stern and serious. In truth, it was an act. He needed to portray an image of indifference to beauty, hoping that would enable his escape. Any hint of desire on his part would undoubtedly prompt her to seize the opportunity to drain his vitality. He must endure. Who would have thought that within the ranks of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, there exists such a serious young man? How amusing, she remarked. Remember, do not refer to me as my lady any longer. Call me Hong Qi. Meng Fan nodded, responding, Very well, Miss Hong Qi. Hong Qi cast a fleeting glance at Meng Fan. Then with a graceful wave of her delicate hand, the red sleeves swept past him, restoring his vision to normalcy. The illusion dissolved, and he found himself back in the first level of the sword pavilion, standing before a wooden rack. Before him lay a long sword, emanating a faint crimson glow. In his chamber, Brother Luo, who had been meditating with eyes closed, opened them at this moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This lad, not bad. Meanwhile, Meng Fan, basking in Brother Luo's praise, gazed intently at the long sword radiating a gentle red light. Unable to resist, he placed his hand upon it. As soon as his hand touched the sword, a wealth of information surged into his mind. Name of the sword, Hong Qi, weighing 6 pounds and 7 ounces, with a blade length of 1 foot and 9 inches. Forged from Xianyin iron, tempered with extreme yang fire for 10 days and nights. Hammered 1,000 times using the chaotic wind technique, and consecrated with the soul of a maiden, the sword was completed. Consecrated with the soul of a maiden? Upon reading the description of the Hong Qi sword, Meng Fan's brow furrowed. The act of sacrificing a living being for a sword was utterly abhorrent. He had a nagging suspicion that the girl whose soul was used for the sword might be the red-clad woman he had just seen, Hong Qi. No wonder she bore that name. The sword shared it as well. What a pitiable woman. Sighing, Meng Fan drew the Hong Qi sword. As before, a surge of energy flowed into his body, coursing through his meridians before finally converging in his dantian. Each time he drew the sword, this unique energy filled his dantian, occurring 3 times in total. What was this energy? Moments ago, the Feiyu wooden sword had released a malevolent aura. Yet this ominous-looking Hong Qi sword had not unleashed any such energy towards him. This left Meng Fan somewhat astonished. Could it be that after becoming acquainted with Hong Qi, she chose not to trouble him? Previously, the malevolence from the Baiyu sword had activated the sword path to the divine, transforming the malevolent energy into a special memory that enabled him to master the Feiyu sword technique and the Jinghong step. Now, with the Hong Qi sword remaining devoid of malevolence, he was unable to trigger sword path to the divine, resulting in a missed opportunity for personal growth. However, this was not entirely a misfortune, for the Hong Qi sword was a spiritual weapon, inherently fearsome. Whether sword path to the divine could withstand the malevolence of the Hong Qi sword remained an uncertainty. Though the talent was formidable, Meng Fan felt his own inadequacies weigh heavily upon him. He returned the Hong Qi sword to the wooden rack and began to polish the other long swords. He intended to cleanse 20 swords before taking a rest. This was his predetermined task. Continuing, he polished 17 more swords, none of which exhibited any malevolent energy. Most of the swords on the first level of the sword pavilion were newly forged. Those that had been stained with blood and harbored malevolence were, after all, in the minority. Moreover, Meng Fan was particularly cautious, deliberately avoiding the evidently perilous weapons. Despite his lack of encounters with malevolence, each of the 20 times he polished a long sword, he felt an energy flow into him with each draw, the nature of which remained a mystery. However, it seemed more a blessing than a curse. After completing his tasks, Meng Fan returned to his chamber to rest. The following morning, he picked up the Feiyu sword from the wooden rack on the first floor of the sword pavilion and began practicing. The Feiyu sword technique was the only swordsmanship that Meng Fan had mastered, and he had only learned it the day before. It must be said that Meng Fan's original self was truly inept. Despite spending considerable time at the Shu Mountain Sword sect, he had failed to master even a single sword technique. With his mediocre spiritual roots, he was indeed a genuine failure. The Fei sword technique, aptly named after the Fei sword, was particularly suited for execution with this very weapon. Yesterday, in the memories of the Fei sword, Meng Fan had witnessed a woman skillfully wielding the sword. It was evident that after acquiring the Fei sword, she had created her own sword technique, naming it the Fei sword technique. This technique could hardly be regarded as profound. However, given Meng Fan's low cultivation level, it was perfectly suitable for him to practice with such a basic technique, serving as an entry point into the sword arts. Brother Luo opened the door and stepped out, noticing Meng Fan diligently practicing his swordplay. You, despite your humble cultivation, wield that technique with a commendable semblance of proficiency. It seems you've put in considerable effort. Practicing for quite some time, haven't you? Brother Luo casually complimented Meng Fan. The latter smiled shyly, neither affirming nor denying the remark. He certainly would not divulge that he had only learned this technique the day before. The supreme talent known as Sword Dao enlightenment had allowed him to reach a level of mastery upon merely touching this technique, even optimizing it in the process. I need to step out today to procure some items. The first floor of the Sword Pavilion is in your charge. I have already clarified the rules and regulations with you yesterday, Brother Luo informed Meng Fan. Understood, Brother Luo, Meng Fan replied. Once Brother Luo departed, the entire first floor of the Sword Pavilion was left in solitude with only Meng Fan remaining. To be honest, it felt somewhat eerie and cold. He glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion and shook his head with a wry smile. Though Brother Luo had not expressly forbidden him from ascending to the second floor, reason dictated that it would be wiser to refrain from doing so. The Sword Pavilion was fraught with peril. Even the first floor was laden with danger, let alone the second. One misstep onto the second floor could very well lead to his demise. Meng Fan continued to polish the long swords, aiming to finish cleaning the 20 swords designated for the day. Upon reaching the 8th sword, a surge of malevolent energy rushed toward him. Sword name, White Knight. Weight, 9 Jin and 3 Yang. Length, 2 feet, 3 inches, and 3 fun. Forged from dark iron, tempered with ordinary fire for 10 days and nights, and struck with a hammer 900 times to complete the sword. Though it is an ordinary sword, it has claimed the lives of 3,615 individuals, possessing the potential to become a demonic sword. This was an ordinary weapon, yet it had slaughtered over 3,000 people. This attested that while the sword itself was mundane, its previous owner was undoubtedly no ordinary person. Having drunk the blood of so many, the malevolent energy contained within this sword was truly astonishing. Meng Fan's expression shifted, bearing the weight of grave concern. The sword's malevolence surged into his body, draining the color from his face. Had it been another novice disciple in his place, they would likely have perished under the onslaught of the sword's evil aura. For a mere servant disciple, such a journey to the Sword Pavilion was nothing short of a death sentence. Even outer disciples serving as guardians of the sword in the pavilion faced a perilous existence. Sword Dao enlightenment, activate. In an instant, the malevolent energy surging into Meng Fan was refined and dissipated. Meanwhile, a vivid image appeared in Meng Fan's mind. A ragged young beggar, leaning on a sword, gazed coldly at a group of beggars ahead. If you wish to beg on this territory, you must bend the knee before me, declared the leader of the beggars. I grant you a chance. Crawl between my legs, and I shall permit you to beg here. The young beggar raised his head, his expression icy. What? You refuse to submit? The leader fumed. Do not think that merely because you have scavenged a piece of scrap metal, you can act defiantly before me. I could end your life in an instant. Do you believe me? This is not scrap metal, it is a sword. The boy's voice was as frigid as his demeanor. A sword? Huh. Can it kill? The beggar leader approached the youth and mockingly patted his face, an act of humiliation. With a resounding clang, the sword sang as it was drawn. In the blink of an eye, the leader of the beggars clutched his throat, disbelief etched on his face, as he collapsed to the ground. He was dead. A single strike had sealed his fate. Indeed, a sword can kill. The boy sheathed the blood-stained blade without casting a glance at the lifeless body of the beggar leader. His cold gaze shifted back to the group of beggars, who instantly fled in terror, scattering like frightened birds. The scene flickered. Meng Fan then witnessed the boy standing in a county hall, expressionless as he drew his sword, and a line of blood appeared across the neck of the magistrate. The image shifted again. The boy, amidst a sea of soldiers, drew his sword and silenced a general with a single strike. All the scenes merely repeated the action of drawing the sword. After a moment, Meng Fan opened his eyes. Through this memory, he had mastered a sword technique, the extreme path sword drawing art. Instinctively, he drew the White Knight's sword. A beam of sword light blossomed on the first floor of the sword pavilion. Though it was his first execution of this technique, he performed it with exceptional finesse. What a terrifying strike, Meng Fan murmured. As he sheathed the sword, he remained immersed in the prowess of the recently executed technique. This strike was an entirely original creation by a young boy in obscurity. It appeared unremarkable, yet harbored profound mysteries. This boy was undoubtedly a prodigy of his generation. Meng Fan recalled that the beggar leader had called out the boy's name in his memory, an iPhone. He felt a faint familiarity with this name. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly thought of someone. The lord of the Dragon Guard Manor from the great Dragon Dynasty, Eternal Knight, the godly Marquis. This illustrious figure, standing above all others, seemed to share the same name, an iPhone. The godly Marquis was also known for wielding a sword. Legends spoke of him as a terrifying presence, having slain countless foes. His hands stained with blood, the souls that perished beneath his blade numbered in the tens of thousands. He was a living embodiment of a reaper. Could it be that this unremarkable white knight sword once belonged to the godly Marquis? Though such a notion seemed far-fetched, Meng Fan felt an unsettling conviction that it could indeed be true. Nevertheless, even so, the God Marquis remains the God Marquis, and the White Knight's sword remains the White Knight's sword. Even if the God Marquis has wielded the White Knight's sword, it is still an ordinary blade, no stronger than any other sword. After all, it is the God Marquis who possesses strength, not the White Knight's sword. Meng Fan murmured to himself, returning the White Knight's sword to its wooden stand. Had the God Marquis consistently employed the White Knight's sword, it might not have merely harbored the potential to become a demon sword, but could indeed have undergone a true transformation into a formidable demonic blade. Regrettably, it was evident that the White Knight's sword had been forsaken by the God Marquis. Otherwise, it would not have found its way to the sword pavilion. Once he set the sword down, Meng Fan ceased to polish the long sword any further, for he was weary. Although the sword path to divinity had refined the sword's malevolence, Meng Fan was undeniably affected as well. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if his very essence had been severely depleted. The previous white feather sword, while it too possessed a sinister aura, had barely impacted Meng Fan. In stark contrast, the White Knight's sword was palpably far more fearsome. It appeared that his previous caution was indeed warranted. Even the talent of sword path to divinity was not invincible. If he were to touch a blade too potent, he could hardly withstand the emanating malevolence. A faint smile graced Meng Fan's face as he sat upon the stool. Though utterly exhausted and his spirit markedly diminished, it was worth it. The supreme sword drawing technique was exceedingly powerful. Should he participate again in the menial disciple assessment, armed with the supreme sword drawing technique, he was confident he could ascend from the very bottom to the very top. For others, the sword pavilion might represent a perilous abyss. Yet, for Meng Fan, in a certain sense, it was a land of fortune. Meng Fan rested upon the stool, and it was not until 2 full hours had elapsed that he regained a modicum of vitality. Moments later, someone entered through the great doors of the sword pavilion. This individual was quite familiar to Meng Fan, Yang Fei. Like Meng Fan previously, he was a menial disciple, yet he had been taken as a pupil by Elder Wang. Just yesterday, Yang Fei, alongside Elder Wang, had deceived Meng Fan into becoming a guardian disciple of the sword pavilion. At that time, Meng Fan was oblivious to the ulterior motives of these two fellows. However, after conversing with Brother Luo and reflecting upon the events of the past day and night, Meng Fan had come to a complete understanding. These two sought to place him in peril. Chapter 6. Supreme Sword Drawing Technique. Meng Fan could not fathom what offense he had committed to incur the wrath of these two. They seemed intent on his demise. To speak candidly, this was no mere grudge or slight. Naturally, he would not repay malice with kindness towards those who wished him dead. In fact, should the opportunity arise, he would relish the chance to eliminate Yang Fei and Elder Wang. With his potential, it was only a matter of time before he could extinguish these two foes. However, what intrigued him most was their motivation for wanting to harm him. After all, he had no enmity with them whatsoever. What brings you here? Meng Fan inquired. Regarding Yang Fei sneered. What kind of attitude is that? My master has introduced you to such a splendid opportunity, and you ought to be grateful to us. Whether it is a good opportunity or not, you are well aware. I find it curious. We have no grievances between us. Why do you wish me harm? Meng Fan cast a fleeting glance at Yang Fei, his eyes unmistakably brimming with anger. While it could be said that his arrival at the sword pavilion was, in some respects, a blessing in disguise, he harbored no fondness for either Yang Fei or Elder Wang, only disdain. Why? Because the likes of Yang Fei, akin to a toad yearning for swan meat, dared to covet a goddess such as Sister Li Shuero. Yang Fei's gaze towards Meng Fan was rife with derision. A toad yearning for swan meat? Li Shuero? Meng Fan's brow furrowed. Yang Fei, a mere servant disciple, despite clinging to Elder Wang's coattails, lacked the audacity to pursue Li Shuero. Is it Qianlechi who has incited you to harm me? Meng Fan inquired, his brow knitted in suspicion. Do you think you are worthy of Brother Qian's direct involvement? Yang Fei retorted, disdain plastered across his face. At this juncture, Meng Fan began to grasp the situation at hand. Both he and Li Shuero hailed from the orphan community of Xingmu village. Having relied on one another through thick and thin, their bond unwavering. Qianlechi had misconstrued the nature of his relationship with Li Shuero, leading him to plot against Meng Fan. In truth, Meng Fan regarded Li Shuero as a sister, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Regrettably, this was a sentiment he could neither convey to Qianlechi nor expect him to believe. Ordinarily, Meng Fan would not concern himself with whom Sister Shuero chose to associate. However, it was now evident that Qianlechi's intentions were nefarious and unworthy of her. Furthermore, Meng Fan was not one to forget a slight. He would not let those who sought to harm him go unpunished. Although he currently lacked the strength to confront Qianlechi, the tides would soon turn. Having unraveled the mystery, Meng Fan had little desire to continue conversing with Yang Fei. With a cold demeanor, he addressed him. The Sword Pavilion is no place for a mere servant disciple like you. Depart at once. Yang Fei, upon hearing this, was instantly filled with contempt. You worthless fool, how dare you become so arrogant? If I were in your position, I would hastily seek refuge in a favorable location and prepare for my demise. Meng Fan, disinterested in further banter, uttered a single word, leave. Faced with Meng Fan's audacity, Yang Fei's fury ignited. You are courting death, he exclaimed, brandishing a broken sword at Meng Fan. However, Meng Fan had long anticipated Yang Fei's actions. The latter had likely come to the Sword Pavilion to exchange weapons. Yet, as a servant disciple, he lacked the privilege to do so, suggesting he was merely running errands for someone else, a mere lackey. As Yang Fei lunged at him, Meng Fan remained composed, retrieving a long sword from a nearby rack. With a resonant clang, the sword was unsheathed, a brilliant light radiating through the hall of the Sword Pavilion. The ultimate sword drawing technique. Meng Fan executed it with newfound skill. In the next moment, Yang Fei's broken sword slipped from his grasp, a crimson line appearing on his neck. Clutching his throat, terror etched on his face, he stared at Meng Fan in disbelief. In that fleeting instant, he had felt the chilling brush of death. Meng Fan regarded Yang Fei with an icy gaze, his tone calm, yet foreboding. You should consider yourself fortunate that this is the Shushan sword sect, the Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Yang Fei instinctively grasped his throat, only to discover a mere abrasion on the skin. In that fleeting moment, he was engulfed in a cold sweat, gripped by a profound sense of dread. Had Meng Fan exerted even a modicum of force, he would have been fatally struck. His life extinguished. How terrifying. When did Meng Fan become so formidable? The precision with which he had controlled the sword's tip to graze the skin of Yang Fei's neck, while sparing his vital areas, was a feat more challenging than delivering a fatal blow. At that instant, Yang Fei found himself utterly bewildered. Wasn't Meng Fan, the last among the outer disciples in the assessment, supposed to be at the very bottom? How had he suddenly transformed into such a fearsome presence? Without a second thought, Yang Fei scrambled out of the Sword Pavilion, not even pausing to retrieve the broken sword he had dropped. Meng Fan regarded Yang Fei's retreating figure with disdain. He then meticulously cleaned the sword in his hand before returning it to its wooden rack. Subsequently, he picked up the broken sword that Yang Fei had left behind. The moment he touched it, he noted, sword name, Black Flame. Weight, 7 Jin and 8 Liang. Blade length, 2 feet and 3 inches. Meng Fan furrowed his brow. This sword not only lacked the malevolent energy that had assailed him before, but also did not possess the unique aura that had permeated his being with the previous swords. Perhaps due to its broken state, it had lost its potency. He placed the Black Flame sword in the retrieval room and then took out the sword registration form. Soon, he found the entry detailing this sword. On the 3rd day of June, the outer disciple ranked 41st, Yang Shi, came to the Sword Pavilion to select the sword, choosing the Black Flame sword. With over 1,000 outer disciples in the Shushan sword sect, only those ranked within the top 50 were permitted to procure a sword from the Sword Pavilion, a reward for the sect's exemplary disciples. Inner disciples could claim swords freely. It appeared that Yang Fei was merely substituting swords for Yang Shi. With both sharing the surname Yang, they were likely related. Meng Fan shook his head, dismissing the thought. However, Yang Fei's actions had inadvertently placed Yang Shi in a precarious position. Should a sword be damaged, one could exchange it for 3 spirit stones at the Sword Pavilion. Conversely, if a sword was lost, 10 spirit stones were required to obtain a replacement. The disparity of 7 spirit stones was a considerable burden for an outer disciple. Harboring no fondness for Yang Shi, Meng Fan had no intention of returning the broken black flame sword to him. If Yang Shi sought to confront him, he welcomed the challenge. After a brief respite, Meng Fan resumed polishing the long swords, swiftly completing the task for 20 blades. The subsequent swords lacked any malevolent aura, yet each still imparted a faint essence into Meng Fan's being, a consistency that remained unchanged. As the sun dipped below the horizon, senior brother Luo finally returned, somewhat late. He claimed to have been out procuring supplies, but returned empty-handed, reeking of alcohol. It was evident that senior brother Luo had spent his time indulging in drink. Meng Fan had initially assumed that the Sword Pavilion's management was strict, akin to imprisonment with no freedom. At the very least, one must remain within the confines of the Sword Pavilion each day, refraining from venturing outside. Yet, it appears that this is not the case. Since Brother Luo can conduct himself with such nonchalance, it suggests that the disciples tasked with guarding the swords here are not subjected to excessive hardship. Meng Fan now contemplates that being a guardian disciple at the Sword Pavilion may not be as dismal as he once thought. Brother Luo, you have returned. Meng Fan greeted him with polite inquiry. Brother Luo chuckled heartily, reeking of alcohol, and let out a loud belch. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed a gourd of wine to Meng Fan. Don't say I indulge myself without considering you. This is your share. With that, he made his way back to his quarters, intending to rest. One cannot help but admit, life here is rather pleasant. It is about time to close the door. After returning to his room, Brother Luo did not forget to remind Meng Fan, before shutting the door behind him. Meng Fan gazed at the gourd in his hand, a wry smile creeping onto his face. He then closed the main door of the pavilion and retreated to his own room. Having finished polishing the 20 swords he was tasked with today, he was finally free to rest. Carrying the gourd, Meng Fan returned to his chamber, uncorked it, and took a sip. It was rather lackluster. After tasting it, he promptly recapped the gourd and placed it on the table. In his previous life, Meng Fan was not a connoisseur of spirits, and the taste of the beverages in this world paled in comparison to those on earth, making him even less inclined to drink. It is time to focus earnestly on my cultivation. Meng Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, muttering to himself. Presently, he had mastered 2 sword techniques. With the supreme talent of sword path enlightenment, enhancing his abilities, he had fully mastered these techniques. In terms of practical combat, he was not lacking. He possessed the capability to defeat individuals like Yang Fei, who ranked among the elite of the servant disciples, in an instant. However, Meng Fan's most significant shortcoming lay in his cultivation level. His cultivation was nearly non-existent. To be precise, it was a complete zero. Only upon cultivating the first strand of true energy could one be deemed to have genuine cultivation. As a lowly servant disciple, Meng Fan had yet to cultivate even a trace of true energy. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Meng Fan began practicing the Qi induction technique. This technique serves as the foundational method for disciples of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, allowing one to cultivate the first strand of true energy within the body. It is only after achieving this first strand that one may transition to genuine immortal cultivation methods. Thus, at this moment, Meng Fan was rather humbled, lacking even a proper cultivation technique. To break free from this awkward predicament, he must diligently practice the Qi induction technique until he cultivates his first strand of true energy. The Qi induction technique was familiar to Meng Fan, as his previous incarnation had attempted it countless times, yet he had never succeeded in producing true energy. His inferior spiritual root truly seemed despondent. However, this time, after attempting the Qi induction technique, an unusual occurrence transpired. He felt a subtle warmth emanating from his lower abdomen. Previously, during each sword polishing session, those peculiar sensations seemed to converge upon this very spot. Lower abdomen, deep within. Meng Fan frowned slightly. Although he could not introspect, he possessed enough knowledge to infer. This location must be the Dantian, correct? Although Meng Fan was unaware of the mysterious energy that surged within him each time he drew his sword, he sensed that its recent disturbance was likely beneficial to his cultivation. After all, his innate talent would not hinder him. It would only serve to assist him. As this warm current manifested in his lower abdomen, the technique of Qi induction he practiced suddenly began to operate with fervor. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Previously, every time Meng Fan practiced Qi induction, the speed of his cultivation resembled that of a child's toy car. However, at this moment, it transformed instantaneously into a roaring Ferrari. The difference was staggering. The speed was astonishing. Meng Fan opened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After much deliberation, he could not decipher the nature of this phenomenon. Yet, there was no need for such clarity. It was undoubtedly a good omen. Without further hesitation, Meng Fan resumed his practice of Qi induction. A sleepless night passed. On the following morning, before dawn, Meng Fan, seated cross-legged on his bed, rose. Despite the night without sleep, he felt invigorated. Most importantly, the first strand of true qi had appeared within him. From this moment on, he was no longer a waste without cultivation. He pushed open the door, stretching lazily, feeling quite pleased. Today marked his official embarkation on the path of cultivation. However, it seemed he was still lacking somewhat. He had yet to acquire a proper cultivation method. The qi induction technique merely facilitated the condensation of the first strand of true qi. It held no further significance thereafter. Meng Fan needed to seek a formal cultivation method. Once a servant-disciple successfully cultivated their first strand of true qi, they could ascend to the rank of an outer disciple and gain access to more advanced cultivation techniques. However, at that moment, Meng Fan was merely a sword-guarding disciple of the Sword Pavilion, neither a servant-disciple nor an outer disciple. Therefore, he could only turn to senior brother Luo for assistance. After 3 whole hours, as the sun rose high in the sky, senior brother Luo sleepily opened his door. By that time, Meng Fan had already polished 20 long swords. Deliberately avoiding the formidable swords, the 20 he polished bore no sword aura. "Hey, you lad. Have you cultivated true qi?" Senior brother Luo exclaimed, astonished, upon seeing Meng Fan for the first time. Meng Fan smiled shyly and replied, "Having entered the Sword Pavilion, if I wish to live a few more days, I must naturally double my efforts in cultivation." Senior brother Luo nodded, scratching the corner of his eye. "You have quite the awareness. Indeed, to survive in the Sword Pavilion, one must strive to grow stronger." Having waited for senior brother Luo the entire morning, Meng Fan directly inquired, "Senior brother Luo, as a sword-guarding disciple of the Sword Pavilion, how does one obtain a cultivation method after achieving true qi?" "No need to obtain it. I have one right here, just waiting." With that, senior brother Luo returned to his room and shortly re-emerged, tossing a small booklet to Meng Fan. You could also retrieve a copy of Shu Mountain Qi refinement technique from the Scripture Pavilion, but that is merely the most basic cultivation method. It pales in comparison to my spirit wind mystical art. With a mediocre spiritual root, lacking any attribute, you can cultivate any technique. Rather than practice the common Shu Mountain Qi refinement technique, you would be better off with mine. Upon hearing senior brother Luo's words, Meng Fan's face displayed a hint of surprise. The spirit wind profound art sounded far more sophisticated than the Shu Mountain Qi refinement technique. However, a sense of caution lingered within him. It appeared that within the Shu Mountain Sword sect, the private transmission of martial arts was not permitted. If the sect were to discover this, there might be repercussions. Meng Fan cautiously inquired. A slight smile played at the corners of senior brother Luo's mouth. "Rest assured, this spirit wind profound art was given to me by Elder Lin, not passed down from the sect." "Elder Lin?" Meng Fan asked, a touch of curiosity in his voice. Senior brother Luo chuckled. "Elder Lin is upstairs, in due time. You will have the opportunity to meet him. Feel free to cultivate the spirit wind profound art without any concerns." "Very well, thank you, senior brother Luo. There is no need for thanks. Even if I hadn't passed it on to you, Elder Lin would eventually teach you, considering you are also a disciple of the Sword Pavilion." In the afternoon, someone from the Sword Pavilion arrived. "What brings you to the Sword Pavilion?" Meng Fan asked the newcomer. "You are Meng Fan?" The visitor cast a disdainful glance at Meng Fan. Meng Fan raised an eyebrow. "You know my name?" The tone suggested that this individual had come specifically to find him. He surmised that this must be Yang Shi, the true owner of the broken sword that had fallen yesterday. With an expressionless face, Meng Fan replied, "I am Meng Fan. What do you want from me?" "My sword?" "What sword?" "Yesterday, I sent Yang Fei to help me exchange swords. Not only did you beat him, but you also took my sword. What is the meaning of this?" As expected, this man was Yang Shi. Meng Fan smiled faintly, revealing a hint of indifference. "Yang Fei initiated the conflict with me. I merely taught him a lesson. He abandoned the sword at the Sword Pavilion and fled in a panic. That is his issue. The sword is lost because of him. If you wish to retrieve it, you should seek him out. If you intend to collect a sword from the Sword Pavilion, you must submit 10 spirit stones. That is the rule." Yang Shi glared at Meng Fan in fury, his voice cold. "My sword is clearly in your possession. The exchange only requires 3 spirit stones." "Indeed, the exchange requires only 3 spirit stones. But where is your sword?" Meng Fan responded coolly. "You are fully aware that my sword is with you." Meng Fan stared expressionlessly at Yang Shi. "Then you have no sword. Without a sword, you cannot exchange. You can only retrieve it, which requires 10 spirit stones." Yang Shi's face was contorted with anger as he fixed his gaze on Meng Fan, his voice icy. "Are you mocking me?" Meng Fan replied. "I am simply informing you of the rules of the Sword Pavilion." Yang Shi retorted. "You, a mere servant disciple, dare to disrespect me? Do you wish to die?" Meng Fan shook his head, coldly regarding Yang Shi. I am now a guarding disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Still a waste. At that moment, Senior Brother Luo emerged from the room, displeased, and called out, What is all this noise? This is the Sword Pavilion, not a dining hall. He approached Meng Fan and asked, What is the situation? Meng Fan recounted the entire sequence of events, including Yang Fei's initial aggression towards him, his subsequent punishment, and the loss of the sword. After hearing the account, Senior Brother Luo coldly regarded Yang Shi and said, One should be responsible for their own sword. How can one casually entrust it to another, and then have the audacity to blame others when it is lost? Yang Shi reluctantly remarked. But the sword was clearly left in the Sword Pavilion. Brother Luo coldly retorted, No matter where it was lost, it is your responsibility to retrieve it. To reclaim the sword, you must offer 10 spirit stones. If you lack the stones, be gone. After delivering this stern ultimatum, Brother Luo turned to Meng Fan and said, You too have your faults. You are too lenient. That fellow dared to lay hands on you yesterday. In the Sword Pavilion, you could have slain him without consequence. Although this admonition was directed at Meng Fan, Yang Shi, upon hearing it, was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He felt threatened by the elder's words, and indeed, he was. Without further ado, he turned to leave. Had it been just Meng Fan, he would have sought a discussion. But the elder exuded an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with, better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Once Yang Shi departed, Meng Fan inquired of Brother Luo, If I had slain that Yang Fei yesterday, would I truly have faced no punishment? Brother Luo chuckled softly, glancing at Yang Shi's retreating figure before responding, You, my friend, are new to the Sword Pavilion and unaware of its formidable nature. Those who dare to cause havoc here are as good as dead. I can assure you, should anyone dare to disturb the peace of the Sword Pavilion again, you are free to kill without fear of repercussions. Even the enforcement hall of the Shu Mountain Sword sect must tread carefully within the confines of the Sword Pavilion. Of course, this is contingent upon your possessing the necessary strength. Otherwise, falling victim to another will leave you with no recourse for justice. Brother Luo's words stirred a wave of excitement within Meng Fan. Unexpectedly, he had been drawn to the Sword Pavilion and had seemingly secured a powerful ally. However, the ally in question was not Brother Luo himself, but rather the esteemed Elder Lin mentioned by Brother Luo, who resided above. Soon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the Sword Pavilion once again closed its doors. Meng Fan returned to his chamber, commencing his practice of the Spirit Wind Profound Art. This marked his first formal engagement with the art of cultivation, and a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. The wind-attributed technique, while not particularly potent in offensive capabilities, boasted remarkable speed, which satisfied Meng Fan immensely. In contrast, the Shu Shanxi refinement technique offered neither strength nor swiftness, presenting no advantages whatsoever. During his cultivation, a warm current surged within Meng Fan's lower abdomen. This phenomenon evidently enhanced his cultivation speed. Under normal circumstances, with his mediocre spiritual root, Meng Fan's progress would be painfully slow. Cultivating for an entire night would yield negligible results. Yet, in this moment, buoyed by the warm current, he distinctly felt the subtle energy within him gradually expanding. However, this growth was fleeting, lasting only until the latter half of the night, when the warm current was entirely depleted. Meng Fan opened his eyes, a palpable sense of yearning flickering in his gaze. After experiencing accelerated cultivation in the first half of the night, the near standstill of progress that followed left him despondent. It was clear that the warm current stemmed from the aura that surged into him each time he drew his sword. He had not anticipated that these energies would possess such an effect on his cultivation. Meng Fan was suddenly filled with vigor. He resolved to polish 40 long swords each day from that moment onward. The greatest fear of a person is the absence of hope. Once hope is glimpsed, they become imbued with boundless motivation. Early in the morning, Meng Fan began his task of polishing the swords. Upon reaching the 13th sword, the long-forgotten aura of sword intent re-emerged. While polishing, Meng Fan deliberately avoided certain visibly powerful swords, intending to return to them after he had grown stronger. Yet, unforeseen occurrences were inevitable. Occasionally, even unremarkable swords concealed a sinister intent. After all, even the most mundane sword, steeped in bloodshed and violence, would inevitably be imbued with malice. It was akin to the White Knight sword he had polished previously, which was suspected to be the earliest sword of the Eternal Knight God Marquis in his youth. This time, the long sword Meng Fan was polishing, like the White Knight's sword, appeared unremarkable, yet it had endured countless bouts of bloodlust and carnage. Sword name, Black Wind. Chapter 9. Supreme Heartless Sword. A surge of sword intent shot forth from the Black Wind sword towards Meng Fan. The moment the sword intent penetrated his body, Meng Fan shuddered. An unfamiliar pain radiated within him, accompanied by a sensation of suffocation. This time, the sword intent from the Black Wind sword was far stronger and more terrifying than that of the previous swords. Sword Path to Divinity was activated, beginning the arduous process of refining the sword intent. However, this time, it proved exceedingly difficult. Meng Fan felt as though he was being gnawed upon by countless ants, a torment that compelled his body to tremble and convulse. Simultaneously, a vision materialized in his mind. On a cliff, a man clad in a green robe pointed his sword at a woman in white. The woman gazed at him with a sorrowful expression, tears streaming down her face. "Li Qingyun, could you truly be so ruthless? I am your wife, and I carry your child." The man's expression was complex, a flicker of reluctance evident. But he soon reverted to indifference. Coldly, he replied, "Chio'er, I am sorry. I hope you do not encounter me in your next life." The woman named Chio'er caressed her belly. "Li Qingyun, go ahead and strike. I refuse to believe you could be so heartless as to kill your own wife and child. I must do this. I must master the supreme heartless sword. I have sacrificed too much for this sword technique." Chio'er retorted fiercely, "What have you sacrificed? Is a mere sword technique truly that important? Chio'er, there is something I have deceived you about. The one who annihilated my Li family was not the infamous blood demon of the martial world." At this, Li Qingyun sighed, his expression profoundly conflicted. Hearing his words, an unbelievable thought surged in Chio'er's mind. She looked at him in terror, as if beholding a demon risen from the depths of hell. "It seems you have already guessed. I was the one who destroyed the Li family. I annihilated my own kin to cultivate the supreme heartless sword, so that I could possess the power to become the leader of the Wujia sword sect. Regrettably, to this day, I have yet to master this sword technique. Because I am not yet heartless enough. Because you are still alive." Li Qingyun's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within Chio'er. In that moment, she felt as though her soul had been wrenched from her being, leaving her a mere shell of existence. The man she loved, revealed to be such a horrifying fiend, rendered her affection a cruel jest. Could a person who could bring about the ruin of his entire family still be considered human? The most terrifying of demons in this world could not surpass this. She slowly closed her eyes, feeling that death was her only liberation and solace. Even if she were to survive, what meaning would her life hold? It was only her unborn child that she pitied. Whether the child came into this world or not, it would be a tragedy of the highest order. A flash of sword light blossomed upon the precipice. This blade was the Taishang Heartless Sword, which Li Qingyun had long coveted. At this moment, a frenzied, unrestrained smile graced his face. He had mastered the Taishang Heartless Sword. As he unleashed this strike, it signified his triumph. The blade mercilessly plunged into Chio'er's heart. A crimson bloom blossomed upon her pristine gown. It was tragic. It was breathtaking. Like the legendary red spider lily, the flower of the other shore. "I have succeeded." Li Qingyun reveled in a twisted sense of satisfaction. He gently pushed Chio'er's lifeless body, sending it tumbling from the cliff. He had triumphed. Chio'er was dead. The last vestige of humanity within Li Qingyun was thoroughly buried. In the first level of the Sword Pavilion, Meng Fan trembled violently. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his entire being quaking. A cacophony of pain, rage, indifference, madness, and heartlessness collided within his mind, inducing a splitting headache and overwhelming despair. Brother Luo, who had just risen and stepped out of his room, spotted Meng Fan sitting on the ground with a sword in hand. He shook his head with a bitter smile, entirely unsurprised. The disciples tasked with guarding the swords often encountered such episodes while cleaning their blades. He himself had endured a similar ordeal in the past. In fact, Meng Fan's reaction was far more composed than his own initial experience. When he first entered the Sword Pavilion, he had been tormented to the brink of death. Meng Fan's state was but a minor episode, hardly worthy of concern. After a considerable time, Meng Fan regained some semblance of composure. He staggered to his feet, unsheathed the Black Wind sword for a thorough cleaning, and then returned it to its rack. As he drew the sword, an unexpected surge of energy flowed into his body. This essence was akin to the warm currents he encountered during his cultivation, proving immensely beneficial to his practice. Thus, Meng Fan diligently polished the sword, increasing his daily count from 20 to 40. Brother Luo barely cast a glance in Meng Fan's direction before resolutely proceeding to his morning ablutions. Meng Fan chose not to continue polishing the sword. Instead, he fetched a stool and sat down to rest. The impact of the Black Wind sword's malevolence had been too profound, surpassing even that of the White Knight's sword from before. In truth, had an ordinary servant disciple taken on the role of sword guard, the earlier sword's malevolence would have merely caused injuries. However, the Black Wind sword's aura, if it had infiltrated an ordinary servant disciple's body, would have been lethal. If Meng Fan had not possessed the sword path to divinity, he would have surely succumbed to death by now. Even with the sword path to divinity, he is severely weakened and bears some internal injuries. It must be said, this is truly terrifying. The Supreme Heartless Sword is not frightful because of the Black Wind Sword, but because of the terrifying nature of this sword technique itself. It severs emotions and obliterates kin, compelling one to slay their own wife and children. How can such a malevolent sword technique exist in this world? In truth, the most insidious aspect lies not within the sword technique itself, but within the human heart. The sword technique is not inherently fearsome. It is those who are ruthless enough to cultivate such a technique that are truly formidable. Meng Fan sat upon a stool, gasping for breath, still not fully composed. Li Qingyun, Wuji Sword Sect. In the recent memories, Autumn had uttered these two names. Both of these names resonate throughout the world. The Wuji Sword Sect, like the Shushan Sword Sect, is a renowned sect of righteousness in the realm of swordsmanship. Li Qingyun is the sect leader of the Wuji Sword Sect. With such a deranged individual at its helm, can the Wuji Sword Sect truly be worthy of the title of righteousness? A faint curve formed at the corner of Meng Fan's mouth, a subconscious cold smile, a sardonic expression. This must be the embodiment of hypocrisy. To be honest, just moments ago, in the memory of the sword slaughter, Meng Fan felt an overwhelming surge of rage. He was seized by an impulse to slay Li Qingyun with a single stroke. This is not mere interference. He has genuinely experienced that scene. The emotions were profound. The empathy was palpable. Unfortunately, he lacks the strength. Li Qingyun, as the leader of the Wuji Sword Sect, possesses power on par with the head of the Shushan Sword Sect. Before Li Qingyun, Meng Fan is but an ant. Yet, this is only true for the present. Given a century, Meng Fan is confident he could surpass Li Qingyun. Sitting on the stool, Meng Fan gazed at the Black Wind Sword, and truthfully, he felt a twinge of awe. The Sword Pavilion of the Shushan Sword Sect indeed lives up to its reputation as a collection of the world's finest swords. Even the first floor of the humble Sword Pavilion holds relics once wielded by great figures. Though these may have been their childhood swords, long since replaced with superior weaponry, the mere collection of such artifacts attests to the terror of the Shushan Sword Pavilion. Supreme Heartless Sword, Meng Fan murmured to himself. After refining the sword slaughter of the Black Wind, he had watched that memory and naturally gained insights. He acquired a fragment of the Supreme Heartless Sword intent. Though it is merely a fragment, not the complete sword intent, it represents the crucial seed. The Supreme Heartless Sword is not merely a technique, it embodies sword intent. It is formless and without technique. The most profound sword arts lack specific moves, they are purely manifestations of sword intent. Those who can cultivate sword intent are the absolute prodigies on the path of swordsmanship. If Meng Fan were to practice the Supreme Heartless Sword, he could undoubtedly cultivate the Supreme Heartless Sword intent. As an orphan, devoid of kin, he has no opportunity for true detachment. For him, there exists only one path to genuinely cultivate the Supreme Heartless Sword intent: to fall in love with someone, only to then slay that beloved with one's own hands. Such an act would indeed manifest the essence of the sword. Yet, would Meng Fan ever contemplate such a deed? Certainly not. Even television dramas shy away from depicting such melodramatic tragedies, and it is inconceivable for Meng Fan to engage in such self-torment. What joy could there be in suffering oneself? With the presence of the sword path to divinity, Meng Fan will undoubtedly possess an abundance of sword intent in the future, rendering such self-inflicted anguish entirely unnecessary. Nonetheless, enduring such immense suffering is not without its rewards. A smile graced Meng Fan's lips, his gaze reflecting a hint of exhilaration. For although he had no intention of cultivating the Supreme Heartless Sword intent or allowing its seed to blossom, he could harness this seed to unleash a singular strike of the Supreme Heartless Sword intent for an offensive maneuver. Should he choose this route, the sword intent seed would transform into a weapon for a one-time attack. While it may seem a loss for Meng Fan, who does not intend to cultivate the Supreme Heartless Sword, this approach is indeed the most fitting. I possess a sword that can render me invincible among the outer disciples. Meng Fan mused with pride. In fact, should he unleash this sword intent, even the inner disciples of the Shushan Sword Sect might find themselves at a disadvantage against him. The Sword Pavilion is truly my haven. Although Meng Fan had only been at the Sword Pavilion for 3 days, those brief moments had profoundly transformed him. After resting for over an hour, a disciple entered through the grand doors of the Sword Pavilion. Meng Fan, having regained some strength, stood and inquired of the newcomer. "What brings you to the Sword Pavilion?" The disciple promptly bowed and replied, "Outer disciple Lu Wei, ranked 50 among the newly initiated outer disciples, here to claim my sword." Ordinary disciples exhibit utmost reverence for the Sword Pavilion, Hence they approach all with courtesy, and even Meng Fan, as a sword-guarding disciple, commands their respect. Furrowing his brow, Meng Fan questioned, the assessment for outer disciples has yet to commence. How could the rankings have changed? Lu Wei responded, a senior brother has fallen, allowing me to ascend from 51st to 50. Meng Fan's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such circumstances. Yet, it was reasonable and justifiable. Very well. You may freely select a sword from the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. However, be warned that some swords possess formidable might. If you covet a sword beyond your capability, you may suffer a backlash. This caution is a mandatory part of the process. Every disciple claiming a sword must be reminded of it. I understand, Lu Wei nodded, proceeding into the Sword Pavilion to select his weapon. A moment later, Lu Wei emerged with a sword in hand, practicing his moves within the hall to ascertain its suitability. Returning wind-caressing willow sword. Meng Fan had heard of this sword technique. Yet as he had previously been a menial disciple, he had never been exposed to it. However, upon observing Lu Wei's practice, he instinctively deduced that this was indeed the returning wind-caressing willow sword. Remarkably, he discerned the flaws and deficiencies within Lu Wei's technique, a striking anomaly. Despite having no formal training in this sword art, he could perceive its shortcomings with clarity. Even unconsciously, he wielded his fingers like a sword, casually making a few strokes that remarkably rectified the flaws in Lu Wei's swordsmanship. For this reason alone, who would dare to claim that Meng Fan possessed inferior spiritual roots? Within the grand hall of the Sword Pavilion, Lu Wei furrowed his brows. He felt an inexplicable lack of fluidity while wielding the sword. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of the issue. Outer disciples ranked within the top 50 were granted a single opportunity to select a sword free of charge. Should they wish to exchange their swords, 3 spirit stones must be surrendered. Thus, during his initial selection, Lu Wei approached the task with considerable caution. Are you dissatisfied? Meng Fan inquired, glancing at Lu Wei. Lu Wei nodded thoughtfully. I have just attempted to choose several swords, and I believe this one suits me best. However, I felt some discomfort while using it, and cannot discern the problem. Meng Fan regarded Lu Wei with a smile. In truth, your arms are not of equal length. Your right arm is half an inch shorter than your left. Therefore, you should wield a slightly longer sword. Moreover, your grip differs from that of an average person. Your pinky tends to stray from the hilt, resting at its end. Thus, a sword with a shorter hilt would be more fitting for you. This sword is indeed more suitable. Meng Fan retrieved a sword from the wooden rack, unsheathing it to catch a glimpse of its aura. The act of drawing the sword was to absorb the warm flow of energy within, essential for his cultivation. He had not cleaned the blade, as he believed in making the most of it. Once the energy surged into his body, Meng Fan tossed the sword to Lu Wei. Lu Wei caught it and tentatively swung it, his face lighting up with delight. Meng Fan's choice was indeed correct. This sword was perfect for him. After practicing his sword techniques once more with the blade, Lu Wei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He earnestly bowed to Meng Fan, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. In truth, he was uncertain whether Meng Fan was his senior or junior, but the term senior brother was a mark of respect, expressing his genuine admiration. There's no need for such formality. We cannot linger in the Sword Pavilion. Since you have chosen your weapon, please proceed to register and take your leave. Meng Fan replied calmly. Lu Wei hurriedly began the registration process, departing joyfully with his treasured sword in hand. Brother Luo appeared before Meng Fan, carrying a wine gourd. Gazing at him in surprise, you, my friend, possess remarkable insight and discernment. Meng Fan offered a shy smile. You flatter me, senior brother. Luo shook his head. This is no flattery, it is sincere praise. A person of your caliber is a rare gem in the Sword Pavilion and should achieve great things. Meng Fan quickly responded. I genuinely feel that the Sword Pavilion suits me well. Indeed, if you can endure and thrive here, your accomplishments will surpass those outside. Brother Luo clapped Meng Fan on the shoulder, adding, focus on your training. Once you reach the 5th level of Qi refinement, I will introduce you to Elder Lin. I will strive diligently. Meng Fan nodded earnestly. He then cast a few uncertain glances at the wine gourd in Luo's hand, hesitantly asking, Brother, is that not the wine gourd from my room? Brother Luo rolled his eyes at Meng Fan, expressing his dissatisfaction. How can you even ask? I reluctantly parted with a gourd of wine, and you didn't even drink it. The aroma is nearly dissipating. What a waste. Well, my tolerance for alcohol is rather poor. I only took a sip, Meng Fan replied. Hearing that he had taken a sip, Brother Luo showed no disdain and continued to drink directly from the gourd. Such divine brew, yet you fail to appreciate it. How dull. After casting a contemptuous glance at Meng Fan, Brother Luo exited the Sword Pavilion, presumably to indulge in some leisure. To be honest, Meng Fan felt a twinge of envy for Brother Luo. Since arriving at the Sword Pavilion, he had yet to venture outside, even once. When Brother Luo returned, he resolved to inquire whether he could also step out. Throughout the afternoon, Meng Fan continued polishing swords. It was only after tending to 40 blades that he paused. Following the Black Wind sword, the subsequent swords bore no malevolent aura, much to his relief. The sinister energy of the Black Wind sword had drained some of his vitality, and he had not yet fully recuperated. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Brother Luo returned at the usual hour, reeking of alcohol and sporting a gourd at his waist. It seemed this Brother Luo was indeed a connoisseur of fine spirits. This boded well. In the future, if he needed Brother Luo's assistance, procuring some good wine would surely facilitate his requests. That night, Meng Fan resumed his cultivation of the Lingfeng Xingong. After absorbing so many essences throughout the day, a warm current surged within his lower abdomen once again. With the aid of this warmth, he was confident that he would soon reach the second layer of qi refinement. This time, he persevered until dawn, the warmth only dissipating at the break of day. As was customary, Meng Fan rose early, while Brother Luo, as always, did not emerge from his room until the sun was high in the sky, bleary-eyed. You don't need to be so diligent, Brother Luo yawned. Even if you sleep until the afternoon, no one will mind. Feeling somewhat awkward, Meng Fan replied. What if a disciple comes to collect a sword in the morning? Brother Luo shrugged nonchalantly, then let them wait. We open the doors when we please. The rules of the Sword Pavilion dictated that it closed promptly at sunset, while the opening time was entirely at their discretion. Upon hearing Brother Luo's words, Meng Fan gained a new understanding of the Sword Pavilion. All right, Brother Luo, I have a question that I'm not sure if I should ask. Ask away. Brother Luo replied with an air of indifference, as he always did. Brother Luo, if I have something to attend to, may I leave the Sword Pavilion for a while? Meng Fan inquired, somewhat uncertain, considering he had only recently arrived. It felt akin to a new employee wishing to shirk duties. Brother Luo, however, appeared entirely unconcerned as he replied, Of course. Just return before the pavilion closes. If I'm here, you can leave directly. If I'm not, remember to close the door behind you. Meng Fan was taken aback by Brother Luo's casualness. Such leniency was entirely beyond his expectations. Meng Fan continued to inquire. Brother Luo, disciples of the outer sect of the Shushan Sword Sect are permitted to cultivate in the training hall for an hour each day. As a guardian disciple of the Sword Pavilion, my status is equivalent to that of an outer sect disciple. Am I also allowed to practice in the training hall for an hour? Of course, Brother Luo replied. Now that you have just entered the qi refining stage, it is indeed beneficial for you to spend more time in the training hall. Brother Luo, a figure of considerable prowess, found little use for the training hall. Had Meng Fan not mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten its existence. The training hall was equipped with a small gathering formation. Yet it primarily benefited disciples at the qi refining stage, and its effectiveness diminished significantly after reaching the 6th level of qi refining. Then, Brother Luo, may I step out for a while to check the training hall? Meng Fan asked, mustering his courage. Brother Luo chuckled, Go ahead. I plan to remain in the Sword Pavilion today. As Meng Fan exited the grand doors of the Sword Pavilion, he felt a refreshing surge of vitality. After being cooped up inside for several days, the air outside felt invigorating. Before long, he arrived at the training hall of the Shushan Sword Sect. The hall was vast, capable of accommodating thousands of disciples. However, a small gathering formation meant to be shared among such a large number of disciples was rather trivial. No wonder Brother Luo had long forgotten about this place. Yet for a novice like Meng Fan, who had just entered the 1st level of qi refining, the training hall still held some value. He retrieved his token as a guardian disciple, registered, and entered the hall. Finding a suitable spot, he sat cross-legged on the ground and commenced his cultivation. However, after a brief period, he furrowed his brow. The warmth in his lower abdomen from the previous night had already dissipated. Now, he was merely practicing without any real effect, and he could hardly feel the flow of spiritual energy, rendering his progress nearly stagnant, similar to when he practiced in his room without warmth. Given the choice, he would have preferred to polish a few swords to accumulate more warmth. Disinterest in the training hall began to envelop him, undoubtedly. He had no intention of returning the following day. For other outer sect disciples, even a slight enhancement in cultivation speed was better than nothing, but for Meng Fan, it felt like a mere waste of time. Rising to leave the training hall, he was unexpectedly met by a familiar face. Not too familiar, as they had only crossed paths once. It was Yang Shi, ranked 41st among the outer sect disciples. The fact that he was still here practicing indicated that he had not yet reached the 6th level of qi refining. Typically, those who achieved that level would cease to visit the training hall. Having gained a clearer understanding of the outer sect disciples, Meng Fan noted that even among the top 50, some had not attained the 6th level of qi refining, which was somewhat disheartening. Previously, Meng Fan viewed the outer disciples as exalted figures, distinct from the menial disciples like himself. Yet now, it appeared that they were not as formidable as he had once believed. Chapter 11. Your swordsmanship is lamentable. When Meng Fan laid eyes on Yang Shi, the latter had already noticed him as well. Truly, it is said that foes are destined to cross paths. Yang Shi regarded Meng Fan with a cold stare, a cruel smirk adorning his face. Previously, within the Sword Pavilion, he dared not act against Meng Fan with Brother Luo present. However, now, in the training hall, the dynamics had shifted. This was his opportunity to teach Meng Fan a lesson. Meng Fan, I never anticipated you would have the audacity to emerge from the Sword Pavilion. While I could do nothing to you there, here it is an entirely different matter. Yang Shi approached Meng Fan, his demeanor reeking of arrogance. Meng Fan chuckled softly, casting a glance at Yang Shi, and casually inquired, what do you intend to do? What I intend to do? That hinges upon your performance. You can either return the black flame sword to me, or you shall not leave the training hall unscathed today. I doubt you dare to make a move against me within the training hall. Meng Fan retorted nonchalantly. The training hall was not a venue for unruly behavior. Yang Shi sneered. I shall await you outside, unless you choose to hide in the training hall forever. Blocking the exit? Such a tactic resembled a child in kindergarten making empty threats. Don't leave after school. I will wait for you at the gate. Meng Fan cast a dismissive glance at Yang Shi, unperturbed. Although Yang Shi ranked among the top 50 disciples of the outer sect, Meng Fan remained unconcerned about such an opponent. Yang Shi was likely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. In theory, the 5th level is significantly stronger than the 1st. But this strength pertains solely to the aspect of true energy. It does not necessarily translate into superior swordsmanship or combat capability. In essence, strong true energy equates to enhanced endurance and striking power. However, Meng Fan was confident that his swordsmanship could easily surpass Yang Shi's. Should he succeed in overpowering his adversary with a single strike, the opponent's endurance would become irrelevant. As for striking power, if one could identify the opponent's weaknesses, there would be no chance for retaliation. Of course, this is contingent upon the opponent not being overwhelmingly powerful. Should one reach the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement, their true energy could become exceedingly formidable, rendering even the most inept sword techniques capable of overwhelming one with brute force. In such a scenario, no matter how skillfully one maneuvers, they would be left vulnerable to punishment. However, Yang Shi clearly had not attained such formidable prowess, which emboldened Meng Fan to display his skills. Yang Shi exited the training hall, waiting for Meng Fan outside. Meng Fan followed suit, having intended to leave all along. Thus, he was not swayed by Yang Shi's presence. Upon emerging, Yang Shi was taken aback to see Meng Fan trailing behind him. In his mind, he had expected Meng Fan to cower within the training hall, too timid to emerge. You brat, you possess quite the nerve, Yang Shi remarked coldly. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Return the black flame sword to me, and I will let bygones be bygones, sparing you any further trouble. Meng Fan shook his head, replying, the black flame sword has already been reclaimed by the Sword Pavilion. Should you wish to reobtain it, be prepared to offer 10 spirit stones. Outside the training hall lay a vast martial arts arena. Yang Shi retrieved a wooden sword from the weapon rack in the training arena and pointed it at Meng Fan, proclaiming, since this is the case, do not accuse me of bullying you. Today, you shall pay the price. Meng Fan also picked up a wooden sword from the rack. These were the most ordinary wooden swords, even dull and unopened, lacking any lethal capability. The swords of the Shu Mountain Sword sect were primarily housed in the Sword Pavilion. Even the newly forged weapons from the refinement hall would be sent to the Sword Pavilion. Disciples wishing to acquire a sword had to visit the pavilion to obtain one. Yang Shi was indeed in a dire situation. After losing the black flame sword, he had no personal weapon at his disposal. Thus, in his desire to teach Meng Fan a lesson, he was left with no choice but to use the wooden sword readily available in the training arena. In truth, though he could muster 10 spirit stones with some effort, surrendering them felt like an unbearable loss. The more he dwelled on this thought, the more he loathed Meng Fan. The training arena frequently witnessed disciples sparring, so the confrontation between Meng Fan and Yang Shi went unnoticed by others. With a swift motion, Yang Shi drew his sword. Though it was merely a wooden sword, a hint of menace lingered in his grasp. As he gazed at the wooden sword, his frustration grew. He could have wielded a legitimate weapon. All of this was Meng Fan's fault. He lunged forward, performing an elaborate flourish with his sword, showcasing a display devoid of practical combat significance, purely for spectacle. Meng Fan scoffed at the display, recognizing the blatant openings in Yang Shi's approach. With a swift draw, Meng Fan's blade struck Yang Shi's wrist, dislodging the wooden sword from his grip. In a fluid motion, He sidestepped Yang Shi's body and delivered a powerful kick to his side. The sound of cracking ribs resonated in the air. At least 3 of Yang Shi's ribs had shattered. It was a decisive and effortless victory. Meng Fan had not even tapped into his internal energy. Although his reserves were limited, utilizing them would have doubled, if not tripled, his striking power, albeit only for a single blow. Yang Shi lay sprawled on the ground, shock etched across his face as he stared at Meng Fan in disbelief. How could this mere servant-disciple possess such strength? Yang Fei had previously warned him of Meng Fan's prowess, but he had dismissed it entirely. What was a servant-disciple worth? Yet, the magnitude of Meng Fan's strength far exceeded his expectations. In their brief encounter, Meng Fan had seen through him and completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. This level of insight and experience filled Yang Shi with despair. A servant-disciple? This was more terrifying than an inner sect disciple. He sensed that Meng Fan's cultivation was inferior to his own, significantly so, yet, in terms of combat prowess, Meng Fan had left him far behind. Absurd. Are you convinced? Meng Fan stepped forward, placing his foot upon Yang Shi's face. This was a blatant act of humiliation. Yang Shi was instantly engulfed by fury, his inner energy surging forth as he forcefully repelled Meng Fan's foot. In fact, Meng Fan found himself unable to resist and staggered back 2 steps. You seek death, Yang Shi roared, his sword slipping from his grasp. In a fit of anger, he lunged at Meng Fan with his bare fists. Meng Fan, albeit not entirely adept at the flying swallow step, skillfully evaded Yang Shi's punch. With a swift motion, he flicked his left hand, drawing forth his wooden sword once more, its tip poised against Yang Shi's throat. Though it was an unsharpened wooden sword, should Meng Fan apply more force, he could easily shatter Yang Shi's windpipe. Your swordsmanship and awareness are lacking. You possess strength, but no skill. Under normal circumstances, Meng Fan's words would have drawn Yang Shi's disdain. Yet at this moment, with the sword at his throat, he could not afford to ignore them. His throat quivered, and he cautiously replied, I concede. This was the truth. He genuinely acknowledged his defeat. Chapter 12. I wonder how long you can maintain your bravado. Meng Fan's 2 strikes had made Yang Shi acutely aware that he was no match for Meng Fan, not even close. In fact, at this moment, he did not perceive Meng Fan as terrifying, but rather found the Sword Pavilion formidable. A mere servant disciple, having entered the Sword Pavilion for only a few days, had undergone such a dramatic transformation. If it were not for the Sword Pavilion's influence, he would find it hard to believe. Concede and leave. Meng Fan coldly regarded Yang Shi before lowering his wooden sword from the latter's throat. Yang Shi turned away, choosing not to further engage Meng Fan. Unbeknownst to Meng Fan, at that moment, atop the training hall's loft, a pair of elderly men were observing him as they played chess. To dominate a 5th-level Qi cultivator while being only a 1st-level Qi cultivator, our Shu Mountain Sword sect has not seen such an exceptional talent in a long time. Beneath the 6th level of Qi cultivation, the disparity is not as pronounced. With skillful swordsmanship, overcoming a higher level is indeed feasible. However, it cannot be denied that the gap between a 1st-level and a 5th-level cultivator is considerable. While he is indeed quite remarkable, it is unfortunate that he possesses inferior spiritual roots, thus limiting his potential. Yet, what does it matter if he has inferior spiritual roots? This young man has, with just 2 strikes, accurately identified the flaws in his opponent's attacks. Particularly against the first sword, he completely deciphered the opponent's technique. This indicates his astounding comprehension, which may very well compensate for the deficiencies of his inferior roots. While this possibility cannot be dismissed, it remains challenging. In contrast, I find myself more inclined to favor that girl, Li Shuero, who possesses exceptional spiritual roots and excels in all aspects. To compare an exceptional spiritual root with an inferior one is indeed a bold claim. Meng Fan did not rush back to the Sword Pavilion, having ventured out. He intended to explore further. After a while, he arrived at the Wu Jian Hall of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. The Wu Jian Hall, also known as the Trial Sword Hall, is essentially a space dedicated to sword practice. The training hall, housing a small gathering spirit array, serves as a precious site for cultivating skills and enhancing cultivation levels. In contrast, the Wu Jian Hall is where disciples of the Shu Mountain Sword sect engage in sword practice and trials. Trial swordsmanship entails the exchange of techniques. However, unlike the martial arts arena, the exchanges in the Wu Jian Hall are meant to be instructive, with participants learning from one another's sword techniques. Over time, this place has even evolved into a venue for lower-level disciples to learn from their higher-level counterparts. Certainly, at times, one must offer some form of recompense. Upon arriving at the Sword Enlightenment Hall, Meng Fan was pleasantly surprised. He found himself far more enamored with the Sword Enlightenment Hall than the training hall. The disciples here were engaged in sword practice and competitions, and as he stepped into this realm, he felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. The concept of Sword Dao enlightenment resonated with him profoundly, akin to a fish thriving in water. Once inside the Sword Enlightenment Hall, Meng Fan was greeted by an array of sword techniques. To an ordinary person, such a plethora would be overwhelming, rendering any meaningful learning nearly impossible unless one devoted themselves to mastering a single technique. However, Meng Fan was different. His supreme talent for Sword Dao enlightenment endowed him with astonishing aptitude in the art of the sword. Each technique practiced by the disciples appeared to him as an exquisite beauty, laid bare for his observation. He fervently absorbed this wealth of sword knowledge. Quietly seated in a corner, Meng Fan observed the disciples as they trained. Techniques unfolded in his mind, each one rehearsed and analyzed. He discerned the flaws and shortcomings within their swordsmanship and sought to refine and mend them within his own thoughts. This was indeed extraordinary. Even those with remarkable expertise in swordsmanship could master only a handful of techniques, with a mere few proficient in a dozen. Yet Meng Fan possessed a rare gift. Able to grasp any technique at first glance and attain mastery with mere contemplation, such a talent was truly unparalleled. For a full 2 hours, Meng Fan remained seated in that corner. Within the Sword Enlightenment Hall, it was not lost on others that this peculiar individual was engrossed in his observations. Most came to practice and test their skills, while some would observe and learn from others. However, to sit motionless for 2 whole hours, particularly in the presence of a female disciple practicing diligently in front of him, was rather unusual. She, feeling a bit perturbed, mistakenly believed that Meng Fan was fixated upon her, which caused her considerable embarrassment. She even thought him to be a lecherous man, taking the opportunity to steal glances at her. After all, one might tolerate a brief gaze, but 2 hours of scrutiny was quite intolerable for any young woman. Unable to contain herself any longer, she approached Meng Fan and coldly commanded, "You, stand up." "Me?" Meng Fan, surprised, pointed to himself as he rose. Why had someone suddenly called out to him? He was utterly bewildered. Am I that striking? The woman glared at him frostily. This question left Meng Fan momentarily flabbergasted. What was happening? Am I beautiful? He ventured. However, since she had posed the question, he politely responded, not wishing to cause trouble on his first visit to the Sword Enlightenment Hall. Even if I am handsome, there is no need for you to stare at me for 2 hours from behind. That is quite rude. The woman's expression remained icy as she regarded him. Meng Fan widened his eyes. Could this misunderstanding truly arise? Was she a naive girl? He awkwardly explained, "Miss, you have misunderstood. I was not watching you. I was observing everyone practicing their swords." The woman scoffed. Observing everyone practice their swords? Observing others practice their swordsmanship. You insist on sitting right behind me for 2 full hours? How can this be explained? It seems that no matter how one tries to elucidate, clarity eludes us. Seated in a corner, while the pot descends from the heavens, dear lady, you have truly misunderstood. My gaze was not on you, but rather on the collective training. My denials, however, appear to lack persuasive power. Explanation often veils the truth, since you claim to be watching the practice. After such a lengthy observation, it would be only fitting for you to engage and practice yourself, perhaps even spar with me. She is determined to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Meng Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, addressed the young woman. My lady, there is truly no need for this. The woman retorted with a cold laugh. Feeling guilty, are we? You assert that you did not spy on me, but were observing the practice of others. Surely, you must have seen my swordsmanship as well. If you can replicate the technique I just executed, I shall believe you. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Meng Fan's face. In truth, this task was not insurmountable. Very well, he acquiesced, refusing to decline. Since the resolution seemed straightforward, there was little reason to endure misunderstanding. If I am able to demonstrate the technique you just practiced, you must apologize and acknowledge that it was a misunderstanding on your part, Meng Fan stated with a resigned expression. No problem. I shall see how long you can maintain your bravado, she replied with a mocking glare. In her eyes, this lecherous man, this rogue, could never hope to execute her intricate sword technique. The art she practiced was exceedingly difficult to master, without dedicated effort. One would struggle to grasp its essence in less than 10 days and nights. Even if he had indeed been watching her, it would be impossible for him to learn it. Her stipulation was purely intended to make Meng Fan uncomfortable. Chapter 13. Guidance for Intersect Disciples. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Meng Fan. From this moment onward, she would come to realize that true talent exists in this world. What is the name of the technique you just practiced? Meng Fan inquired. The Sword of the Tides of the Azure Sea, the young woman replied. Meng Fan nodded, committing the name of the technique to memory. He had observed the swordplay of many in the Enlightenment Pavilion and gained considerable insight. Yet he had not known the names of those techniques. Your swordplay may appear gentle and lacking in force, yet it is unceasing, intertwining seamlessly, possessing the ability to leverage the weak against the strong. By guiding your opponent into the rhythm of your technique, you can gradually gain control over them, leading them to defeat. However, you exhibited a significant flaw in your execution. Your speed was far too sluggish. This style demands a seamless barrage of strikes, each one following the last with relentless swiftness, allowing for an element of surprise that can leave opponents vulnerable. Meng Fan took up a wooden sword from the weapon rack in the corner, drawing it from its sheath and setting the scabbard aside. My lady, your swordplay is simply too slow. With that, he began to practice. The young woman looked at him with palpable disdain. Although he spoke with apparent authority, she believed it was mere bluster, a novice at the first level of qi cultivation. If he could perceive the essence of his own by Hai Chao Shung's sword and subsequently guide himself, what need would he have for further sword practice? Clarity dawned upon him as Meng Fan commenced his display of swordsmanship. A wooden sword in his grasp glided through the air like a startled swan, swift and fluid. The 8 techniques of the Bai Hai Chao Shung sword flowed seamlessly from his hands, almost indistinguishable from those previously executed by the woman. In fact, there were subtle enhancements in the details. Most importantly, Meng Fan's swordplay was remarkably rapid, each strike following another in a relentless barrage that left onlookers momentarily dazzled. The woman beside him stood utterly stupefied, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if an egg could fit within. After a brief interlude, Meng Fan sheathed his sword and regarded the woman with quiet contemplation. My lady, are you satisfied with this sword technique? It took her a moment to regain her composure. Staring at Meng Fan in disbelief. Have you already mastered the Bai Hai Chao Shing sword? Before he could respond, she continued, No, that cannot be. You must not have had any exposure to the Bai Hai Chao Shing sword. Her brow furrowed deeply, scrutinizing Meng Fan with a gaze that bore the weight of skepticism. It seemed utterly implausible that someone could achieve such proficiency merely by observing her practice a few times. Who exactly are you? She inquired coldly. At that moment, her curiosity about Meng Fan's prior intentions had faded, replaced by an eagerness to uncover the mystery of his swordsmanship. Meng Fan replied, I am Meng Fan, a disciple of the sword guard at the Sword Pavilion. May I ask your name, fair lady? Sword Pavilion? The mention of those words caused the woman to regard him with renewed surprise. I am Lu Yinping, an inner disciple. Since she had revealed her identity, she felt no need to conceal her own. Meng Fan nodded slightly, displaying little reaction. He had never heard of her name, let alone made an acquaintance. Have you studied the Bai Hai Chao Shing sword? Lu Yinping inquired, her brow still knitted in curiosity. Not at all, he replied. Then how is it that you wield this technique? I merely imitated what I observed in your practice. Utter nonsense. Lu Yinping shot him a glare, her chest heaving with indignation. To think that he could master the Bai Hai Chao Shung sword merely by watching her practice a few times was beyond belief. However, given the circumstances, she chose not to press him further. Although she was a woman, she possessed the grace to accept defeat. Since Meng Fan had fulfilled her request with remarkable perfection, she felt it inappropriate to continue her insistence. Most importantly, his earlier critiques, combined with his recent demonstration, had granted her newfound clarity and direction regarding the Bai Hai Chao Shing sword. Lu Yinping offered a wry smile, realizing that perhaps she owed Meng Fan a measure of gratitude. To pursue him further would indeed be excessive. My lady, if there are no further matters, I shall continue to observe the sword techniques, Meng Fan stated to Lu Yinping. He shifted to a distant corner, crouching far from the girl, and resumed observing the disciples of the Wu Jian Hall as they practiced their swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Lu Yinping began to quietly fixate on Meng Fan, undoubtedly intrigued by him. This was entirely understandable, for Meng Fan's earlier performance had indeed been peculiar, bordering on extraordinary. She found it hard to believe that he had never encountered the Bai Hai Chao Shing sword before. Yet, even if he had prior experience, how could an outer disciple at the Qi refining first layer possibly master the Bai Hai Chao Shing sword to such an extent? Moreover, Meng Fan had just claimed to be a guardian disciple of the Sword Pavilion, which piqued her curiosity even further. The term Sword Pavilion was imbued with an air of mystery within the Shushan sword sect, especially the upper levels, which were almost considered forbidden realms. Driven by curiosity, Lu Yinping began to observe Meng Fan more closely. She soon realized he was genuinely engrossed in watching others practice their swords, which struck her as quite bewildering. What was the purpose of watching others wield their swords? If it were a seasoned swordsman, observing these disciples could yield some insights. However, what could an outer disciple at the Qi refining first layer, even if affiliated with the Sword Pavilion, possibly discern? He had no secret techniques or cultivation methods. He was merely watching. If one could learn a sword technique in such a manner, then what necessity would there be for sword manuals and scriptures? Lu Yinping shook her head, finding this individual rather eccentric, confirming that Meng Fan was solely observing and not engaging in any other actions. She lost interest and decided to look away, as there was nothing to glean from his behavior. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Meng Fan reluctantly rose and departed from the Wujian Hall. The Sword Pavilion was about to close, and he needed to return swiftly. Upon his arrival, senior brother Luo instructed Meng Fan to close the gate of the Sword Pavilion, then paid him no further attention. Throughout, he did not inquire about Meng Fan's whereabouts, for he was unconcerned. However, asking such questions was also a way of granting Meng Fan the freedom he needed. It seems you haven't polished a single sword today. Don't forget your daily tasks. Yet, senior brother Luo did not neglect to remind him of his duties. Meng Fan nodded, acknowledging that he indeed had not polished a sword that day, and promptly set about polishing the long sword. He hadn't felt any significant effects during his practice in the training hall, so he needed to diligently polish the long sword to absorb the warm currents. Meng Fan was unaware of what the warm stream flowing into his lower abdomen from the sword's body truly was, and he silently dubbed its sword essence. Chapter 14. Sword Intent Mountain split. Each time he drew a long sword, Meng Fan could absorb a wisp of sword essence. During cultivation, expending this sword essence would enhance his training speed. Thus, serving as a guardian disciple at the Sword Pavilion and polishing long swords was an ideal task for him. At this moment, Meng Fan meticulously polished the long sword, aiming to finish polishing 40 swords before returning to his chamber to cultivate. He had calculated that the amount of sword essence from 40 long swords would adequately sustain him through a night of cultivation. Of course, this referred to the ordinary long swords. If it were a spiritual sword, it might surpass 10 ordinary long swords, or even 100. However, Meng Fan, at this moment, dared not to approach the spiritual sword. The previous one, the red chi, had left a profound impression on him. Last time, he was fortunate that red chi had no intention of harming him. Yet, luck is an unpredictable companion. Strength is the true path. Once his power ascends, he would contemplate engaging with the spiritual sword. As Meng Fan polished the 26th long sword, the long-forgotten sword aura manifested. The probability of an ordinary long sword harboring malevolent energy is relatively low. Yet, for someone like Meng Fan, who polished 40 long swords in succession, the likelihood of encountering one imbued with such energy increased significantly. The sword is named Copper Mountain. The instant Meng Fan made contact with this blade, a fierce sword aura surged into his body. Without surprise, sword path communication activated once more, commencing the refinement of this sword aura. Images began to materialize in Meng Fan's mind. Although these long swords, filled with malevolent energy, were not spiritual swords, they possessed a semblance of spirit. Each sword held its own memories. In this particular memory, Meng Fan beheld a young boy. The boy wielded the Copper Mountain sword, practicing a singular sword move, a simple vertical cleave. In this memory, the boy continuously repeated this action. Time flowed like a gentle stream, though the recollection seemed to stretch. Only a second passed in reality. In the vision, the boy had lost count of how many times he had executed this maneuver. He had transitioned from youth to young adulthood, yet he remained steadfast in practicing this vertical cleave, never once relinquishing his resolve. Meng Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. After all, this was merely a simple cleave, lacking any extraordinary quality, and could easily be performed by a 3-year-old child wielding a wooden sword. Nevertheless, an instinct within Meng Fan signaled that this action was anything but trivial. The memory encapsulated within the sword aura must be profoundly precious and significant. This vertical cleave was bound to undergo transformative changes. Soon, the boy in the memory aged into middle age. Ultimately, on a certain day, as was his custom, the middle-aged man executed his cleave. Yet this time, it was different from all the others. As the sword descended, ripples resonated through the void. This seemingly unremarkable strike transcended into a cataclysmic transformation. Was it sword intent? No, it was sword momentum. The middle-aged man's strike invoked the powers of heaven and earth, subtly embodying the mysteries of the universe. The sword united with the cosmos, seizing the forces of creation, coalescing into sword momentum. After decades of unwavering dedication to this cleave, he finally reaped the fruits of his labor. Sword momentum cleaving mountains. Before the memory faded, Meng Fan faintly heard a weathered voice utter, "Cleaving mountains." Meng Fan opened his eyes, astonished. He had discerned the essence of sword momentum from an utterly ordinary long sword. Although he had previously encountered seemingly ordinary long swords that turned out to be the weapons of exceptional masters, he was still utterly astounded in this moment. One could only say that the Sword Pavilion of the Shu Mountain Sword sect was truly extraordinary. Just how many renowned, remarkable, and enigmatic swords were contained within this modest pavilion? And this was merely the first floor. What horrors awaited on the second, third, and fourth levels? In reality, Meng Fan had merely stumbled upon a treasure. Whether it was the White Knight, the sword of the eternal Night Marquis, the Black Wind, once wielded by the head of the boundless sword sect, Li Qingyun, or the Copper Mountain, now in his grasp, each bore a legacy. While Meng Fan did not know the identity of the owner of the Copper Mountain, it was clear that anyone capable of manifesting sword intent was anything but inconspicuous. These three swords, if placed in the hands of another, would indeed be regarded as mere mundane weapons, hardly worthy of mention. Yet, it was only through Meng Fan's unique talent for sword path enlightenment that he could refine the sword's malevolence and extract astonishing memories from them. Thus, the appearance of these three swords on the first floor of the sword pavilion was hardly surprising. In a sense, it was not these three swords that were formidable, but rather Meng Fan's innate gift for comprehending the sword path. Sword intent, Meng Fan murmured to himself. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his mind, and he clutched his head, retreating to his room to rest, ceasing his efforts to polish the long swords. Although he had only polished 26 swords, falling short of 40, the excruciating pain in his mind rendered him incapable of continuing. Rest was imperative. The sword malevolence unleashed by the Copper Mountain sword was more astounding than that of any previous sword, resulting in the most severe damage he had sustained thus far. Upon returning to his room, Meng Fan began to regulate his breathing. The warm flow within him, which he had come to name the essence of sword energy, began to deplete once more. A sleepless night passed, and gradually, his headache began to subside. At this moment, dawn broke, and the night had elapsed. The sword malevolence of the Copper Mountain sword was indeed overwhelming. Meng Fan rose from his bed, rubbing his temples. Greater danger signified greater opportunity. The trials he faced were not without merit. Last night, he had glimpsed the sword intent known as Mountain Splitter. Sword intent was a concept of profound complexity. Even with Meng Fan's sword path enlightenment, it was implausible to expect him to condense the sword intent upon merely witnessing it once. Perhaps, if his cultivation were sufficiently advanced, such a feat might be within reach. Yet, at this moment, Meng Fan was but a novice at the first level of chi refinement. Sword intent was still a distant concept for him. Nevertheless, he had not left empty-handed. Although he could not condense the Mountain Splitter sword intent, he had mastered the technique of the Mountain Splitter strike itself. He had synthesized this sword intent into a unique sword move of his own creation, an insight granted by sword path enlightenment. Emerging from his room, Meng Fan approached the wooden rack outside and casually took a long sword, drawing it from its sheath. With a gentle motion, he executed a downward strike, mirroring the actions of the figure from his memories of the previous night. The figure etched in my memory wielded each sword with an unremarkable finesse, save for that final stroke. Yet, in this moment, the sword that Meng Fan struck down, though seemingly identical to the rest, emanated an extraordinary power. It appeared feathery light, yet concealed within it a force of immense magnitude. He sheathed the sword, placing it back upon the wooden rack, a subtle smile gracing his face. Chapter 15. The return of 1,000 swords to their origin. Although Meng Fan could not yet condense his sword intent, he had discerned a technique uniquely his own through the mountain splitting sword technique. He named this maneuver Mountain Split. When executing the Mountain Split, he could achieve an effect of lifting weight with ease. The same force, when channeled through this technique, could amplify his strength 3 to 4-fold, an astonishing feat. Most importantly, as Meng Fan's cultivation and realm advanced, this technique would inevitably evolve into the sword intent of Mountain Split. A satisfied smile illuminated Meng Fan's face. The technique he had grasped, Mountain Split, held significant importance for him, marking a substantial enhancement in his raw power. Once unleashed, his offensive capabilities could rival those of a warrior at the third level of chi refinement. Although Meng Fan could easily engage in battles beyond his rank due to his innate talent and mastery of swordsmanship, it still bore the semblance of a clever shortcut rather than genuine strength. The Mountain Split technique filled the gap in Meng Fan's raw capabilities. After testing the sword, Meng Fan began to polish the long sword with a sense of fulfillment. The previous night, he had hurriedly returned the Copper Mountain sword to its rack without the time to clean it. More importantly, he had yet to absorb the sword essence, a precious elixir to hasten his cultivation. None of it could be squandered. As he unsheathed the Copper Mountain sword, a stream of sword essence flowed into his body. He then proceeded to polish it, continuing on to the other long swords. With Brother Luo still asleep and nothing else to occupy his time, Meng Fan felt reluctant to depart from the sword pavilion, so he found no alternative but to clean the long swords. An hour later, he had polished all 40 long swords. Whether by good fortune or ill, none of these swords contained the malevolent sword aura. In truth, Meng Fan had encountered a high probability of such a phenomenon, had it been anyone else. The repeated assaults of sword aura might have left them on the brink of death. Yet Meng Fan remained as vibrant as ever. Out of boredom, Meng Fan began to mentally rehearse the diverse sword techniques he had observed in the Sword Enlightenment Hall the previous day. A chaotic array of techniques, numbering in the dozens, most of which he was unaware of by name. However, this did not hinder his ability to learn them. His talent, Sword Dao Divine Insight, regarded as the supreme gift, was exceedingly formidable. In the realm of swordsmanship, Meng Fan was a born sword genius, destined to become the supreme master of swords. Thus, even merely watching others perform a set of techniques allowed him to grasp them thoroughly. Truly an extraordinary phenomenon. However, these sword techniques are rather chaotic and disorganized. After observing so many styles, Meng Fan muttered to himself that there was no need to truly cultivate them. He had perused dozens of sword techniques in a single day, and could even manage to grasp the essence of these methods. Yet, be it swordplay or any other discipline, there exists a fundamental truth: one cannot savor too much at once. While Meng Fan possessed the capacity to indulge, he found little significance in these sword techniques. To put it bluntly, he held them in disdain. The reason he absorbed so many techniques was driven by his own ambition. He aspired to amalgamate the strengths of various schools and create a sword technique uniquely his own. Such aspirations, if entertained by others, would be deemed fanciful and utterly absurd. For only a grandmaster of swordsmanship would be entitled to entertain such thoughts. Though Meng Fan was not a master, he possessed the Sword Dao transcendence, granting him the requisite qualification. With each technique he studied, he could master it and comprehend its quintessence. Once I have accumulated enough knowledge, I shall undoubtedly forge a sword technique that belongs to me, he murmured to himself. Although he had yet to make any tangible progress, he had already conceived a name for his intended technique: the convergence of 10,000 swords. This title might carry the risk of plagiarism. Yet Meng Fan was confident that once he created his technique, it would not bring disrepute to those for characters. With this delightful notion in mind, he continued to mentally rehearse and deduce the techniques he had observed the previous day. He refrained from practicing them in reality, fearing that if he attempted to execute so many techniques, his senior brother Luo might discover him, leading to an explanation that would be difficult to justify. Moreover, even if he could evade Luo's scrutiny, there were formidable individuals within the Sword Pavilion whom he did not know, and his performance would surely attract attention. Despite Meng Fan's commendable performance since joining the Sword Pavilion, it had yet to reach an extraordinary level. Thus he deemed it prudent to conceal his talents when necessary. Half an hour later, senior brother Luo emerged from his room. Upon seeing Meng Fan seated cross-legged on the ground, a hint of surprise crossed his face as he remarked, "What are you doing out here instead of meditating in your room?" Meng Fan rose and replied, "I got up this morning to polish my sword. After finishing, I had nothing else to do, so I thought I might as well continue meditating." Luo chuckled. "You, who were so thoroughly exhausted last night, have managed to rise and shine today. It seems I did not misjudge you. Perhaps you truly can adapt to being a sword-guarding disciple of the Sword Pavilion." Last night, the overwhelming malevolent aura emitted by the Copper Mountain Sword had not escaped Luo's notice. He had initially thought that Meng Fan would be thoroughly drained by that malevolence and would be unable to rise today, yet here he was, brimming with vitality. For a novice at the first level of Qi cultivation to exhibit such remarkable perseverance and resilience was indeed commendable. However, while you possess the talent to be a sword-guarding disciple, your physical condition must also keep pace, especially your cultivation, which must not lag behind but rather be elevated. Luo cast a glance at Meng Fan before returning to his room, from which he emerged with 3 spirit stones, extending them toward Meng Fan. Meng Fan gazed in astonishment at senior brother Luo, somewhat bewildered. Senior brother Luo said, "As a disciple guarding the sword, you receive a stipend of 3 spirit stones each month. Although the disbursement day has not yet arrived, your resources for cultivation are inadequate. Consider these 3 spirit stones as a loan from me. You can return them once the stipend is issued." Without hesitation, Meng Fan accepted the spirit stones and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother Luo." "No need for thanks," Luo replied, shaking his head. "Assisting you is akin to aiding myself. After all, if you were to meet an untimely end, I would still have to clean these swords myself." Meng Fan looked at the 3 spirit stones in his hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Previously, he had never possessed even a single complete spirit stone. Yet now he suddenly had 3. The happiness was quite unexpected. "You should purchase some gathering Qi pills from the Alchemy Pavilion to enhance your cultivation. Although your constitution is decent, and you have withstood the encroachment of sword energy thus far. Your cultivation level is alarmingly low. You must elevate it promptly, otherwise, trouble will surely arise in the Sword Pavilion. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Luo. I understand, Meng Fan responded. As the gates of the Sword Pavilion opened, Meng Fan bid farewell to Senior Brother Luo and departed, intending to visit the Alchemy Pavilion first. Luo was indeed correct. He needed to hasten his cultivation, for it was far too weak. Though the sword path to divinity was formidable, it was not infallible. Should he encounter a seemingly unremarkable yet terrifying sword while polishing, Meng Fan could very well find himself in peril. Upon arriving at the Alchemy Pavilion, a place where the Shu Mountain Sword sect sold elixirs and stood adjacent to the Alchemy Hall, Meng Fan realized that the only suitable elixir for a novice like himself in the first layer of Qi cultivation was the Gathering Qi Pill. At 1 Spirit Stone for 10 Gathering Qi Pills, he purchased 20. With the remaining Spirit Stone, he acquired 10 Body Refining Pills, which, as the name suggests, were used to refine the body. While Meng Fan's comprehension was enhanced by his mastery of the sword path to divinity, his physical constitution was not particularly strong, compounded by the lack of any body refinement techniques. Thus, procuring some body refining pills for physical enhancement was indeed necessary. In truth, Meng Fan would have preferred to obtain a body refinement technique directly, but opportunities were scarce. Slow and steady, he murmured to himself as he pocketed the elixirs and exited the Alchemy Pavilion. After leaving, Meng Fan made his way back to the Sword Comprehension Hall. Observing sword techniques, there was the most vital avenue for perfecting his self-created sword style. All swords returned to origin. Upon reaching the hall, Meng Fan, as he had the previous day, found a corner and settled down. He refrained from engaging in duels or sparring, instead quietly observing others practice their swordsmanship. While there were indeed some like Meng Fan who watched without practicing, they typically focused on observing experts who practiced the same sword technique as themselves, hoping to learn from their shortcomings. However, Meng Fan was unique in that he watched all styles of swordplay, indiscriminately. What a coincidence! I see you again, came a voice. As Meng Fan earnestly observed the disciples of the Shushan sword sect practicing their swordsmanship, a somewhat familiar voice drifted into his ears. He slightly turned his head and beheld a face he could barely recognize, Lu Yinping, the ordinary girl from yesterday who had unjustly accused him of peeping at her. Chapter 16. You know nothing of the wealth of the rich woman. Meng Fan glanced at Lu Yinping and offered a wry smile, saying, Miss, I assure you, I am not lurking behind you today. He felt somewhat wronged, having experienced the fear of being unjustly accused. After all, in such situations, explaining oneself is often futile. She claimed he was spying on her, a point that was virtually indefensible, for he had indeed been watching her, though his focus was on the swordplay. Yet, how could one delineate whether one was observing the sword or the person? It was an explanation that could not be articulated. Even though he had demonstrated the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword technique to Lu Yinping the previous day, she had only accepted it superficially, harboring lingering doubts about his intentions. She still believed he was peering at her, albeit without pressing the issue further. One must admit, young men must take care of themselves in public. For often when a girl accuses them, no one is inclined to listen to their side of the story. They are inherently at a disadvantage. Lu Yinping looked at Meng Fan and said with resignation, Rest assured, I am not here to trouble you. Despite her reassurances, Meng Fan found her to be a source of potential trouble. That is good, Meng Fan replied with a smile, having no desire to continue the conversation. However, Lu Yinping was persistent and proactively stated, After hearing your insights on the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword yesterday, I had some new realizations upon returning home. Congratulations. Meng Fan replied dismissively. Though I am unsure why you are interested in the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword, it appears you have made some progress in this technique. Would you care to spar with me? Meng Fan was taken aback by this unexpected proposal. He had not anticipated that this girl would seek him out for a sword duel. Was this what they called no fight, no acquaintance? How had he caught her attention like this? As a young lady, was it not a bit undignified for her to behave in such a manner? Meng Fan felt helpless. He truly wished to avoid being singled out. However, if one is excessively talented, it is challenging to conceal that brilliance, and it will inevitably be discovered. Nevertheless, it seemed Lu Yinping possessed a certain obsession with swordplay, which explained her disregard for decorum. Having unjustly accused him of peeping one day, she now sought to engage him in a duel without a hint of embarrassment. In truth, I have little interest in the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword and do not intend to practice it. Meng Fan began to refuse, but was interrupted by Lu Yinping's commanding voice. Accompany me for an hour of swordplay, and I shall reward you with 1 spirit stone. Upon hearing Lu Yinping's offer, Meng Fan found himself unable to resist. He had initially been resolute in his refusal, yet the girl's offer was simply too generous. His monthly allowance amounted to merely 3 spirit stones, and that was the esteemed treatment he received as a disciple guarding the Sword Pavilion. When he was merely a servant disciple, he had never received even a complete spirit stone. It's a deal, Meng Fan said without hesitation. A faint smile graced Lu Yinping's lips. Do you think you can refuse me? As the most cherished granddaughter of Elder Lu from the Alchemy Hall of the Shushan Sword Sect, she may not be the strongest among the inner disciples. Yet she undeniably holds the title of the wealthiest. Rich beyond measure, Lu Yinping is a renowned little heiress in the circle of inner disciples. In fact, had Meng Fan remained obstinate, she would have readily produced 10 spirit stones to persuade him. If he still refused, she would escalate to 20, continuing until he acquiesced. If Meng Fan had been privy to Lu Yinping's intentions, he would have surely regretted his indecision. Alas, he was not resolute. 1 spirit stone was sufficient for him to concede. Since you have agreed, let us commence, Lu Yinping remarked, her brows slightly furrowed as she inquired, where is your sword? Sword? Meng Fan replied with a wry smile, where would I acquire one? Only those ranked within the top 50 among outer disciples are permitted to retrieve a sword from the Sword Pavilion. Presently, I am neither a servant disciple nor an outer disciple, I am merely a sword guardian. It then dawned upon Meng Fan that, as a sword guardian, his status was akin to that of an outer disciple, albeit without a ranking. In such circumstances, did he possess the right to procure a sword from the Sword Pavilion? He resolved to inquire with senior brother Luo upon his return, for they were all comrades within the Sword Pavilion. Surely, it was not unreasonable to borrow a sword for practice? He approached a nearby wooden rack and selected a wooden sword. Lu Yinping shook her head, displaying a look of exasperation, and similarly exchanged her weapon for a wooden sword. Since this was merely a sparring session, not a battle, let alone a fight to the death, there was no need to gain an unfair advantage through weaponry. Were it a genuine confrontation, she would not exhibit such pretense, overpowering her opponent through the superiority of their weapon, relishing in their demise was a source of great satisfaction for her. Yet, in this instance, they were merely refining their sword techniques, and Meng Fan was not her adversary, making the nature of their engagement entirely different. I truly cannot fathom how a mere novice at the first level of qi cultivation, lacking even his own sword, could master the Bihai Chaoxing sword technique to such an extent, Lu Yinping murmured in confusion. Meng Fan's demonstrated proficiency with the technique seemed far beyond that of a fledgling at the first level of qi. As half a stick of incense passed, considered a unit of time, Meng Fan spoke earnestly to Lu Yinping. Upon hearing his words, she could not help but laugh. This fellow was utterly oblivious to the wealth of the heiress. My dear junior, do not think that I can only guarantee you an hour. I could afford to sponsor you for a day, a month, or even a year, Lu Yinping declared, her tone dripping with disdain and her eyes betraying her concealed pride. Meng Fan frowned, an ominous feeling creeping upon him. Since this girl had begun to trouble him yesterday, her gaze had been decidedly unsettling. Could it be that she harbored intentions of supporting him? The possibility seemed quite plausible. Since his transmigration, this body he inhabited was exceedingly handsome. In terms of appearance, he bore a striking resemblance to Ding Peng's portrayal of Yanghua from the dramas, perhaps even surpassing it. Though Meng Fan's cultivation might be inconsequential within the ranks of the Shushan Sword Sect, it was, without a doubt, at the very bottom. However, in terms of appearance, it is akin to the innate talent of swordsmanship transcendence. Looking across the entire Shushan Sword Sect, there is not a single capable individual. Thus, when Lu Yinping made her remarks regarding being taken care of, it was reasonable for Meng Fan to suspect that this girl had developed a romantic interest in him. Miss, please maintain your dignity, Meng Fan said with a serious expression. Lu Yinping was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the meaning behind Meng Fan's words, feeling somewhat bewildered. A few seconds later, her delicate face suddenly flushed red as she realized the misunderstanding. Furious, she exclaimed, maintain my dignity? Take this. With that, she brandished her wooden sword and struck at Meng Fan. Meng Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Why was she so indignant? He raised his sword to block, deflecting Lu Yinping's wooden sword. Neither Meng Fan nor Lu Yinping employed true energy during their exchange, particularly in Lu Yinping's eyes. Meng Fan was merely at the first level of qi cultivation, a vast difference from her own abilities. If she were to use true energy, it would be utterly unfair. So their sparring was purely a practice of sword techniques. Naturally, Meng Fan was unperturbed by such a straightforward exchange. Chapter 17. Caught in the crossfire. Though Meng Fan had only seen Lu Yinping practice the emerging tides of the Azure Sea sword technique a few times the day before, he had now thoroughly absorbed its essence, especially after returning to the Sword Pavilion yesterday. He had repeatedly refined various sword techniques in pursuit of his own 10,000 swords returning to one, which included the emerging tides of the Azure Sea Sword. Lu Yinping unleashed 3 strikes. The first was deflected by Meng Fan, the second he evaded, and the third struck his sword body. This incited Lu Yinping's fury, igniting her competitive spirit. The fourth, fifth, and sixth strikes followed, each more fierce than the last. These were sword techniques she had optimized based on Meng Fan's suggestions after returning home. Yet, despite her efforts, Meng Fan easily countered each of her 3 moves. Unwilling to concede, she continued with the 7th and 8th strikes. The emerging tides of the Azure Sea Sword comprised 8 moves. For the 7th, her sword tip was precisely met by Meng Fan's. Before the 8th could fully descend, Meng Fan's sword struck her wrist with a resounding thud. The wooden sword slipped from Lu Yinping's grasp, clattering to the ground. Defeated, she stared at Meng Fan in disbelief, feeling utterly crushed and questioning her own existence. After returning home, she had optimized the sword technique, convinced that her skills had significantly improved. Yet, in this contest of swordsmanship, she was utterly dominated by Meng Fan. As an inner sect disciple, how could she be so thoroughly bested by a newly appointed outer sect disciple? Although she did not know Meng Fan, she could discern that his cultivation was merely at the first level of qi. Miss. What miss? Call me Senior Sister Lu. Lu Yinping said in exasperation. Having been overwhelmed in swordplay, she instinctively sought to reclaim her dignity through other means. As an inner sect disciple, Meng Fan, being an outer sect disciple, should indeed address her as Senior Sister. Senior Sister Lu, Meng Fan replied helplessly. There was no choice, in terms of status. She indeed held the title of his Senior Sister. Call me whatever you wish. Addressing me as Senior Sister incurs no loss, as I shall profit from spirit stones regardless. Lu Senior Sister, although your swordsmanship has improved since yesterday, rectifying certain flaws, it remains insufficiently refined. For instance, in this particular stance, your steps should be more deliberate while your sword should exhibit greater swiftness. Moreover, in the second stance, the opponent is to provide spirit stones, and I believe it is my responsibility to ensure they receive value for their expenditure. Hence, I meticulously pointed out the deficiencies in Lu Yinping's recent swordplay and subsequently offered suggestions for enhancement. Initially, Lu Yinping was resistant to his critique. However, as she listened further, she found his observations to be quite insightful. Gradually, she became increasingly attentive, even instinctively voicing her queries regarding aspects she found perplexing. Witnessing this exchange, several individuals within the Sword Enlightenment Hall were taken aback. They did not recognize Meng Fan, a mere novice at the first level of qi refinement. Yet they were all too familiar with Lu Yinping, the illustrious granddaughter of Elder Lu from the Alchemy Hall, renowned among the inner disciples. Most notably, Lu Yinping had attained the 9th level of qi refinement, poised to enter the true martial realm. It was astonishing to see a practitioner of such caliber earnestly receiving guidance from a novice at the first level of qi refinement. Were they witnessing an illusion? Lu Senior Sister, what has come over you? Have you been beguiled by this lad? At that moment, a young disciple approached, adorned in the garb of an inner disciple, clearly one of their ranks. Meng Fan rolled his eyes but refrained from retorting. It was prudent to avoid antagonizing inner disciples when possible. Should they be within the Sword Pavilion, he would not fear their presence. However, in the external world, discretion was paramount. After all, he was not yet a match for an inner disciple unless he were to unleash the seed of the supreme heartless sword intent, which could only be employed once. And Meng Fan was reluctant to squander it recklessly. Yifeng? Do you take me for a fool? Easily deceived by a novice. Lu Yinping shot a glance at Yifeng with a cold smirk. The inner disciple, Yifeng, suddenly found himself in an awkward position. He had merely intended to offer a kind warning, yet Lu Yinping's demeanor towards him was decidedly hostile. Senior Sister Lu, I was only concerned for your well-being. Why direct such animosity towards me? Yifeng replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Lu Yinping coolly regarded him. Why would I harbor ill will towards you? Are you not aware of your own heart? I have always considered you my closest friend, sharing drinks and sword practice, only for you to confess your feelings. You are well aware of my affection for Brother Nya. What if your confession leads him to misunderstand? I have made my feelings abundantly clear. I do not harbor romantic interest in you, and I hope you will maintain your distance henceforth. Hearing Lu Yinping's words, Meng Fan could only stare at the unfolding drama in astonishment. The scene was reminiscent of a melodrama, with the dynamics of a green tea bitch and a backup male friend playing out before him. If we cannot become soulmates, must we forfeit our friendship as well? Yifeng lamented, his expression one of utter resignation. Becoming friends with you makes me fear that Senior Nya might misinterpret our relationship. Lu Yinping's words are particularly cold and ruthless. Meng Fan couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Yifeng. Initially, Yifeng had introduced himself as a deceiver, giving the impression of seeking trouble, which naturally led Meng Fan to harbor a dislike for him. However, in an instant, that disdain transformed into pity. Yifeng gazed mournfully at Lu Yanping, struggling to articulate. But Senior Nia does not even like you. Why must you forsake me for him? Lu Yanping responded with an air of indifference. Yifeng, you still do not comprehend that even in the absence of Senior Nia, I would not harbor feelings for you. Meng Fan nodded in agreement, realizing that such a straightforward rejection had caused him to misjudge her character. To label Lu Yanping as a green tea bitch seemed rather unfair. A true green tea bitch would neither agree nor clearly refuse, merely keeping others in suspense. With a resigned sigh, Yifeng said, "All right then, I shall take my leave." Just as he turned to depart, he heard Lu Yanping call out, "Wait." He spun around, excitement flickering in his eyes, wondering if she had changed her mind. "Apologize." Lu Yanping directed her gaze at Yifeng. "Huh." Yifeng was taken aback. Lu Yanping pointed at Meng Fan, insisting, "You must apologize to him." Meng Fan, somewhat astonished, thought to himself that such a demand was unnecessary. It felt as if he were a bystander caught in the chaos. Was it not a bit cruel to compel Yifeng to apologize at this moment? Even Meng Fan, the one unjustly accused, felt a pang of sympathy for Yifeng. No, it's all right," Meng Fan quickly reassured Yifeng. Yifeng, who had briefly entertained hope that Lu Yanping might have a change of heart, now felt despondent. Apologize? At this juncture, he had no desire to do so. What had he done wrong? What exactly had he done to deserve this? "I was merely concerned for you." Fearing you might be deceived, Yifeng uttered, finding it hard to breathe in Lu Yanping's presence. "You have wronged others. An apology is warranted," Lu Yanping retorted, unyielding. Meng Fan, sensing that Lu Yanping was being excessively harsh, quickly interjected, "Lu Shiji, I am fine. Please do not make this more difficult for him." As he spoke, Meng Fan couldn't shake the feeling of being caught in an absurd situation. He smiled wryly, attempting to dispel these tangled thoughts. Yifeng glanced between Lu Yanping and Meng Fan. The tenderness and sorrow in Lu Yanping's eyes contrasted starkly with the hostility and anger reflected in Meng Fan's gaze. Meng Fan thought to himself, "Am I being unjustly targeted here?" Chapter 18. Wealthy woman, shall we be friends? I shall apologize if you can first prove that he is not a fraud. Yifeng was genuinely angry. How can that be proven? Lu Yanping shot him a glare. Quite simply, if he can instruct you in swordsmanship, then he can certainly guide me as well, for my skills are inferior to yours. Yifeng cast a disdainful glance at Meng Fan, who felt a flicker of displeasure. Why target me when it is Lu Yanping who has angered you? While a forsaken stray dog may evoke pity, it should not bite indiscriminately. In such circumstances, even the most pitiable would meet their demise. Lu Yanping gazed at Yifeng and remarked, "Very well. But the use of true energy is prohibited. It is strictly a contest of swordsmanship." She held immense confidence in Meng Fan's sword technique, believing that he could easily surpass her, especially against Yifeng, provided that Yifeng refrained from employing true energy, as that would be utterly unfair. Rest assured, engaging in swordplay with an outer sect disciple at the first level of chi refinement. If I were to resort to true energy, I would have no face left to show at the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, a subtle smile graced Lu Yanping's face. She was certain that in a mere exchange of sword techniques, Meng Fan could teach Yifeng a lesson using only the Bai Hai Chaoxing sword. Moreover, she suspected that Meng Fan possessed additional hidden sword skills. Hey. Could you two refrain from dragging me into your quarrel? It has nothing to do with me." Meng Fan expressed his exasperation towards Lu Yanping and Yifeng. Lu Yanping rolled her eyes and retorted, "How can you say it has nothing to do with you? He has wronged you. Don't you wish to prove yourself?" "Not particularly. I merely agreed to spar with you, not with him." Upon hearing Meng Fan's lack of ambition, Lu Yanping's displeasure was palpable. She had boasted in front of Yifeng, and if Meng Fan were to shy away from the fight, it would undoubtedly cause her to lose face. "Time is of the essence. We need not spar now, just engage with him." Lu Yanping insisted to Meng Fan. "That is not how it works. One must adhere to the rules," Meng Fan replied earnestly. "What do you truly want?" Lu Yanping asked, her frustration mounting as she glared at him. Meng Fan glanced at Yifeng and then back at Lu Yanping before slowly uttering 3 words. "It requires compensation." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yanping was both amused and infuriated. "Is that all? Are you implying that I, the first little heiress of the inner sect, am to be dismissed so easily? If a matter can be resolved with money, it is not a problem." With a grand gesture, she proclaimed, "Defeat him, and I shall grant you 10 spirit stones." Meng Fan's eyes lit up, his heart racing. "Is that true? 10 spirit stones? That is quite a fortune." He felt a tinge of skepticism about such an easy offer. Observing Meng Fan's doubtful expression, Lu Yinping was incensed. She promptly produced 10 spirit stones, tossing them to the ground, and declared, "These are yours should you win. How dare you doubt me, you ungrateful wretch." Meng Fan swallowed hard, his gaze igniting with fervor. It dawned on him that this girl was indeed a true heiress. The sudden appearance of the 10 spirit stones led him to suspect that she possessed a treasure for storing items. How wealthy could she be? He resolved to befriend her. "Come now, draw your sword," Meng Fan urged Yifeng. Yifeng, having been pent up with frustration, was eager to find an outlet for his emotions. He unsheathed his sword, ready to strike at Meng Fan. "Wait a moment, use this." Lu Yinping tossed the wooden sword in her hand to Yifeng. Despite wielding a treasured sword, Yifeng, confident in its sharpness, could effortlessly sever Meng Fan's wooden sword. He did not decline Lu Yinping's request. Instead, he accepted the wooden sword and thrust it towards Meng Fan. This strike was a lethal maneuver from the Mingyue sword technique known as Mingyue Zaidajiang. The attack was swift, precise, and fierce, aimed directly at Meng Fan's chest. In truth, the most appropriate target would have been his throat. However, even with a wooden sword, a strike to the throat could be fatal, so Yifeng chose to show restraint and redirected his attack towards Meng Fan's chest. Meng Fan shook his head, recognizing the flaw in Yifeng's strike immediately. The notion of holding back while competing in swordsmanship was akin to playing chess against an AI while deliberately conceding pieces. Was he eager to hasten his own demise? Meng Fan was unaware of the name of Yifeng's sword technique, yet he had quietly observed and learned it during their previous practices. Unperturbed by Yifeng's attack, Meng Fan countered with his own sword thrust, executing Mingyue Zaidajiang. His strike mirrored Yifeng's, yet it bore subtle variations. The most significant difference was that his attack arrived first. Yifeng stood astounded, watching as Meng Fan executed the same technique. He had not anticipated that Meng Fan would also master the Mingyue sword technique, and to his astonishment, the execution appeared even more fluid than his own. Most crucially, Meng Fan's blade was aimed at Yifeng's throat, while Yifeng's was directed at Meng Fan's chest. This single detail signified his defeat. He realized he must retract his sword. Otherwise, even if his sword struck Meng Fan's chest, Meng Fan's blade would find its mark at his throat. In such a scenario, Meng Fan might sustain some injury, but Yifeng could very well face death. "I concede," Yifeng said, halting his advance and sheathing his sword, a sense of dejection in his voice. Simultaneously, Meng Fan ceased his assault and put away his wooden sword. To be honest, Lu Yinping, standing nearby, was equally astonished by Meng Fan's display. Accustomed to sparring with Yifeng, she was well versed in the Mingyue sword technique. She recognized that Yifeng had employed Mingyue Zaidajiang, and to her disbelief, Meng Fan had executed the same technique, countering Yifeng's move flawlessly. This was utterly absurd. "How is it that you also know the Mingyue sword technique?" Lu Yinping and Yifeng inquired almost in unison, their eyes meeting without concern for their simultaneous curiosity. Yifeng took the revelation in stride, while Lu Yinping was genuinely taken aback. This individual not only mastered the Bihai Chaos Hen sword, but also the Mingyue sword technique. What other sword techniques could he possibly know? How could an outer disciple at the first level of Qi cultivation possess the ability to master so many sword techniques? The most astonishing part was that he had mastered them to such an advanced degree. Yifeng's own proficiency in the Mingyue sword technique was formidable, yet Meng Fan had managed to defeat him with it, a testament to his mastery. I observed him practicing earlier, so I picked up a bit," Meng Fan admitted, a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Yifeng remained silent while Lu Yinping erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. "Nonsense." Chapter 19. A layer of swordsmanship. Choose freely. Lu Yinping trusted him not at all. Just yesterday, Meng Fan had expressed the same sentiment towards her. If one could master a sword technique merely by observing another practice it twice, what then was the purpose of a sword manual? This Meng Fan was utterly contemptible, treating them as fools for his amusement. Meng Fan felt quite helpless. Often, when one speaks the truth, others are reluctant to believe it. In response to Meng Fan's words, Yifeng did not react with anger as Lu Yinping had. This young man was fierce yet reserved, swiftly drawing his sword once more and aiming it at Meng Fan's throat. Previously, he had shown leniency, leaving a conspicuous opening, and thus felt unsatisfied. This time, he struck with all his might, without an ounce of mercy. Meng Fan's gaze sharpened. Upon witnessing Yifeng's attack, he too thrust his sword forward. Both utilized the Mingyue sword technique. Mingyue illuminates the great river. The outcome was identical to before. Meng Fan, once again, was faster. When his sword rested against Yifeng's throat, Yifeng's blade was still a full 2 inches away from Meng Fan's throat. In such a scenario, Even an inch creates an insurmountable chasm, let alone two. This was a complete domination. I concede. I am truly convinced, Yifeng declared, discarding his wooden sword and closing his eyes. Truth be told, it was quite humiliating. As an inner sect disciple of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he had lost to an outer sect disciple of the 1st layer. Though it was merely a contest of swordplay and did not directly reflect true strength, he still found it profoundly embarrassing. This sword move requires you to first advance with your right foot when you strike. Furthermore, your arm was raised too high. It should be lowered by half an inch. If you can correct these two issues, you should be able to place your sword at the opponent's throat simultaneously. Meng Fan explained while bending down to collect the 10 spirit stones scattered on the ground. With so many spirit stones, he felt uneasy taking them without offering some guidance. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Yifeng, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, a glimmer of understanding in his gaze. He practiced the sword movements a couple of times, and a hint of delight emerged on his face. Following Meng Fan's advice, he found the technique flowed much more smoothly. Thank you. I was mistaken earlier, and I sincerely apologize. This time, he was genuinely convinced. Although Meng Fan was merely an outer sect disciple of the 1st layer, he had indeed impressed him with his swordsmanship, at least in the Mingyue sword technique. There is no need for gratitude. You should thank senior sister Lu instead. As it was her spirit stones after all, Meng Fan replied to Yifeng. Consequently, Yifeng shot a fierce glare at Lu Yanping before departing the sword comprehension hall. Meng Fan observed this scene with mild astonishment. What was happening? Had love turned to hatred? He shook his head, choosing to disregard it. After all, it was of no concern to him. Thank you, senior sister Lu, for the spirit stones. Meng Fan turned to express his gratitude to Lu Yanping. This was a genuine expression of thanks. 10 spirit stones. What a significant amount. According to the subsidies provided by the Shushan sword sect, I could support myself for 3 months. Just how proficient are you in sword techniques? Lu Yanping gazed at Meng Fan with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. The sword of the rising tide could easily overwhelm her, while the moonlight sword technique could surpass Yifeng. If it weren't for his slightly lower cultivation, this fellow might very well aspire to become a core disciple. Senior Lu, to be honest, I merely observed you practice a few sword techniques. I wouldn't say I'm proficient. Just somewhat knowledgeable, Meng Fan replied, feeling a bit bashful and exceedingly modest. Somewhat knowledgeable? Does that imply I have become a waste? Lu Yanping shot him a fierce glare and prepared to leave the sword enlightenment hall. Meng Fan quickly intercepted her, asking, Senior Lu, are you leaving? Am I supposed to stay here and be provoked by you? Lu Yanping retorted with irritation. Meng Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, continued, Well, Senior Lu, we had agreed that I would accompany you in sword practice for the reward of a spirit stone, so. Lu Yanping was immediately infuriated. This money-obsessed individual. She tossed a spirit stone at Meng Fan and turned away. Meng Fan accepted the spirit stone and cautiously glanced around. After a moment's hesitation, he also departed from the sword enlightenment hall. With such a substantial sum in hand, he dared not squander it recklessly. Alas, having never encountered the world, he felt exceedingly humble. He then returned to the alchemy pavilion, spending 5 spirit stones to purchase 50 Qi gathering pills, and 3 spirit stones for 30 body refinement pills. With 3 spirit stones remaining, he intended to return them to Brother Luo. With 70 Qi gathering pills and 40 body refinement pills in hand, Meng Fan cheerfully made his way back to the sword pavilion. Upon returning the 3 spirit stones to Brother Luo, he was met with a look of astonishment. You lad, didn't you say you would borrow them? Are you too shy to use them? Meng Fan recounted the incident of Lu Yanping giving him spirit stones, embellishing the details slightly. He refrained from mentioning how he overwhelmed Lu Yanping and Yifeng with his sword techniques, only stating that he practiced with them. Brother Luo did not press further, as he was familiar with Lu Yanping's character. Being young is a blessing. If I had your looks, I wouldn't be in such dire straits. Brother Luo assumed that Lu Yanping was drawn to Meng Fan's charm when seeking his sword practice. Indeed, one must admit that Meng Fan was remarkably handsome. He had yet to encounter anyone more striking within the Shushan sword sect. Thinking along those lines, it seemed rather beneath him to serve as a disciple guarding the sword, considering he could easily thrive on his looks. Well, since you've managed to gain the favor of Lu Yanping, I suppose you no longer need my meager spirit stones, Brother Luo said with a wry smile. Reclaiming the 3 spirit stones. Does Brother Luo know Lu Yanping? Meng Fan inquired with curiosity. Lu Yanping is the beloved granddaughter of Elder Lu from the Alchemy Hall, renowned as the little wealthy heiress of the Shushan sword sect. Upon hearing this, Meng Fan was taken aback. So Senior Lu has such a powerful background? Brother Luo chuckled. Indeed, her background is quite formidable. If you can serve her well, you will certainly never lack spirit stones in the future. Meng Fan immediately declared with righteous indignation. Brother Luo, you misunderstand. I am not that kind of person. After dinner, Meng Fan gazed at the myriad of swords on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion and pondered a question. Brother Luo, the top 50 outer disciples are permitted to select a sword from the Sword Pavilion. However, I am neither a servant disciple nor an outer disciple. I am a guardian disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Am I also allowed to choose a sword? Brother Luo chuckled and replied, Of course. You are certainly no lesser than those outer disciples ranked in the top 50. Moreover, it would be quite unreasonable if our own guardian disciples were unable to select a sword. Feel free to choose any sword from the first floor. If you damage it, there's no need to compensate. Simply exchange it without having to submit any spirit stones. Once you reach the true martial realm, you will even be free to select swords from the second floor. Hearing Brother Luo's words, a look of delight spread across Meng Fan's face. He then began to wander the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, preparing to choose a sword that would belong to him. Chapter 20. Meng Fan's Sword. Noticing Meng Fan's intention to select a sword, Brother Luo returned to his own room, choosing not to disturb him. He refrained from feigning mystery or advising Meng Fan on which sword to choose. As Meng Fan had been in the Sword Pavilion for several days and had proven to be far more exceptional than Brother Luo had initially anticipated. Thus, he had confidence that Meng Fan would select the sword most suited to him, without worry. In truth, this was indeed the case. Meng Fan had a knack for choosing the most appropriate sword for others, so selecting one for himself would be even easier. Meng Fan was meticulous in his selection, for the sword would be for his own use. In fact, 3 swords were most befitting for him. 1. Bai, the former sword of the Eternal Night Marquis, from which Meng Fan learned the supreme sword draw technique. 2. Heifeng, the former sword of Li Qingyun, the master of the Wuji sword sect, from which Meng Fan acquired the seed of the supreme heartless sword intent. 3. Tongshan, the owner of which remains unknown, through whose memories Meng Fan glimpsed the sword's momentum, leading him to develop his own technique, the mountain splitter. If he were to choose the Bai sword, Meng Fan would wield the supreme sword draw technique with greater ease. Opting for the Heifeng seemed less significant, as Meng Fan did not intend to cultivate the supreme heartless sword. As for the Tongshan sword, it was more suited for him to execute the mountain splitter technique. Upon reflection, he decided to forego the Heifeng sword. Should he choose between Bai Yi and Tongshan? After careful consideration, Meng Fan ultimately selected Tongshan, as the mountain splitter technique held the greatest utility for him at this moment. Indeed, the Tongshan sword was the most suitable for him. With the Tongshan sword in hand, Meng Fan returned to his room to commence his cultivation. With the aid of the spirit-gathering pill and the synergy of his internal sword essence, his cultivation speed soared as if propelled by a rocket. At this rate, he would likely break through to the second layer of chi refinement within 4 or 5 days. On the following morning, before dawn had broken, Meng Fan halted his cultivation due to the depletion of his internal sword essence. Although the spirit-gathering pill could enhance his cultivation speed, it was only when combined with his sword essence that he could truly experience the exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement. As Meng Fan concluded his meditation and rose from his bed, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. Last night, the Copper Mountain sword that he had placed on the table had inexplicably transformed into a broken blade, cleaved into 2 fragments. This revelation left Meng Fan astounded. Who would venture into his room in the dead of night to lay hands upon his Copper Mountain sword, while an assault on him could be somewhat comprehensible? The notion of someone stealthily entering his chamber to harm a sword was utterly absurd. Throughout the previous night, Meng Fan had remained awake. Though he had closed his eyes during meditation, he was certain he would have sensed any disturbance in the room. This suggested that the perpetrator responsible for the sword's destruction was exceedingly formidable, as Meng Fan had remained completely oblivious to their presence. As Meng Fan inadvertently turned his head, he was startled to discover another sword resting upon his bed, the Hongqi sword. He was well acquainted with this blade, as it had nearly drained his vitality before. A most perplexing hypothesis began to form in his mind, one that he believed was highly plausible. The entity responsible for the ruin of his Copper Mountain sword was indeed the Hongqi sword. This was absurd. The Copper Mountain sword had remained unscathed within the Sword Pavilion, and now, after he had chosen it as his weapon, it had fallen victim to the treachery of the Hongqi sword. It was evident that the Hongqi sword was intent on opposing him. With a resigned demeanor, Meng Fan addressed the Hongqi sword. If you have grievances, why not confront me directly instead of taking it out on an innocent blade? He was not mad. He understood that the Hongqi sword was a sentient weapon, capable of comprehending his words. The Hongqi sword then floated into the air and settled in Meng Fan's grasp. Furrowing his brow in disbelief, he inquired, "You wish to accompany me? To be my sword?" Could it be that the Hongqi sword had destroyed the Copper Mountain sword out of jealousy? What merit did he possess to earn the favor of a spirit sword? As Meng Fan grappled with the implausibility of his thoughts, the Hongqi sword suddenly radiated a brilliant red light. This crimson glow gradually coalesced into an ethereal figure, an apparition of a girl clad in red. It was the spirit of Hongqi. She regarded Meng Fan with a smile and proclaimed, "The Copper Mountain sword is merely a piece of worthless metal. It is unworthy of you. From this day forth, I shall accompany you." To have a spirit sword as a companion? Such fortune had descended upon him too abruptly. Meng Fan struggled to believe it. With a sense of bewilderment, he queried, "You wish to follow me? I am but a mere disciple of swordsmanship at the first level of qi cultivation, inferior even to many outer disciples. Why would you choose to accompany me?" To be so esteemed by the Hongqi sword left Meng Fan feeling astonished. A subtle smile graced the corners of Hongqi's lips, her expression enigmatic, as if she could see through Meng Fan's very essence. With a cheerful demeanor, she remarked, "You harbor a secret. You may have concealed it from Xiao Luzi, but not from me. What secret do I possess?" Meng Fan asked, a twinge of unease creeping into his voice. The mysterious Hongqi sword seemed to have been observing him closely, perhaps having unearthed his hidden truths. This thought filled him with trepidation. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that she was merely a sword. Why should he feel anxious? Moreover, the fact that the other party values oneself and wishes to follow is indeed a positive development, not a threat to one's well-being. Ever since you managed to escape from my grasp and scathe, I have been observing you. You appear to be quite honest, yet you possess a cunning nature. Each time you polish your sword, you discreetly absorb a trace of its essence, or rather, its very origin. This phenomenon is imperceptible to humans. Only I, as a sword spirit, can detect your subtle maneuvers. Meng Fan raised an eyebrow. The secret discovered by Hongqi refers to his absorption of the sword essence from the blade? This indeed constitutes a significant secret for him. With a calm demeanor, Meng Fan responded, "What of it? This is merely a part of my regular cultivation. The sword's origin does not belong to anyone specifically. How can you accuse me of thievery? This is acquiring, not stealing. If I stand here and take a breath, you cannot claim I am stealing air, can you? That is inconsequential. In any case, I have no intention of exposing you or causing you trouble," Hongqi remarked casually. "Then what do you intend to do?" Meng Fan inquired. "Did I not just mention? I plan to accompany you. Why? Because you have a promising future. You are a potential asset." Upon hearing Hongqi's words, Meng Fan could not help but smile wryly. "Do you trust me so readily?" "Of course. Although you may appear unremarkable, your comprehension of the sword path is nothing short of extraordinary. Do not think I am unaware. You nearly master any sword technique upon a single viewing. There is no disciple in the entire Shushan sword sect as exceptional as you." Meng Fan shook his head, "But I am ultimately just a disciple with mediocre spiritual roots." Chapter 21. The innate sword body, capable of slaying celestial beings. Hongqi's lips curled into a smile. "You absorb the sword's essence daily. And while it is expended for your cultivation, each absorption refines your physique. Over time, this continuous process will lead to a transformation of your constitution, eventually resulting in the innate sword body. At that point, your mediocre spiritual roots will hardly matter." Innate sword body? The term astonished Meng Fan. He had never encountered such a concept, yet it sounded immensely powerful. What exactly is the innate sword body? He asked out of curiosity. A person's aptitude is not solely defined by their spiritual roots. It also encompasses their constitution. Spiritual roots represent your cultivation talent. Possessing exceptional roots allows for a cultivation speed 100-fold greater than that of mediocre roots, or even more. The constitution reflects the strength of your abilities. For instance, an individual with a divine constitution at the first level of true martial can potentially defeat a 9th-level true martial warrior who lacks any constitution. If you can attain the innate sword body, then in a certain sense, you can compensate for the deficiencies of your spiritual roots. Although your cultivation speed may not match that of superior or exceptional roots, you will be capable of surpassing them. Meng Fan's face displayed a hint of astonishment upon hearing Hongqi's words. This information was entirely new to him. For him, this was indeed wonderful news. However, all of this, to put it plainly, stemmed from the path of swordsmanship. What you speak of is merely a possibility. I may not necessarily achieve the innate sword body. Meng Fan addressed Hongqi. Hongqi calmly stated, "Even if it is merely a possibility, it suffices for me to follow you, for others lack even that." Meng Fan nodded, acknowledging the validity of her reasoning. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Your willingness to accompany me must surely have ulterior motives. What is it that you seek?" Certain matters must be clarified, for without such understanding, Meng Fan could not find peace of mind. After all, Hong Qi was exceptionally formidable, and this sword posed a threat to his very existence. You need not regard me with such trepidation, Hong Qi replied with a bitter smile. My desire to follow you signifies my allegiance. I shall only assist you, not harm you. Meng Fan shook his head. I find it difficult to believe in your benevolence, especially since our first encounter nearly left me drained of life. Therefore, if we are to establish mutual trust, let us speak candidly. With a sigh, Hong Qi replied earnestly. I follow you in hopes that one day you will avenge me. Avenge? Meng Fan's brow furrowed. He recalled their initial encounter with the Hong Qi sword and the information associated with it, a sword forged with the blood of a maiden's heart. A living sacrifice to create a sword, utterly inhumane. The Hong Qi before him, the spirit of this sword, was likely the very maiden who had been sacrificed. She should have been a blossoming young girl, innocent and carefree, savoring life. Instead, she had been ensnared by the sacrificial sword, trapped within it, enduring a fate worse than death. Considering this, Meng Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Hong Qi. How long has this Hong Qi sword existed? Is your enemy still alive? He asked. The Hong Qi sword was forged 36 years ago, and as for my enemy. Suddenly, Hong Qi's expression changed dramatically. Her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at Meng Fan, rendered speechless. After a moment, she regained her composure and managed to control her shock. Why do you ask such questions? What do you know? Meng Fan sighed. This Hong Qi sword was crafted using dark arts, forged from the life of a living being to create a spiritual sword. If I am not mistaken, you are the maiden who was sacrificed, and your enemy is the swordsmith who forged the Hong Qi sword. How do you know this? Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Hong Qi's brow furrowed deeply. I merely discerned the method of the sword's creation. The rest was conjecture based on the circumstances, Meng Fan replied casually. Are you knowledgeable about sword forging? Hong Qi asked. Astonished, Meng Fan shook his head. I do not forge swords. I possess only a theoretical understanding and can discern certain techniques. You are full of secrets that are truly astounding. I thought I knew you well after observing you for some time, yet you harbor so many mysteries. Meng Fan smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Since you have been forthright, I shall reciprocate. As long as you sincerely follow me, I will assist you in avenging your wrongs. Hong Qi frowned. Do you not wish to inquire about who my enemy is or their cultivation level? With a resonant clang, Meng Fan drew the Hong Qi sword, a flash of cold light erupting within his chamber. Even without harnessing his true energy, the blade emanated a chilling aura, a foreboding presence that filled the air. The malevolent aura emanating from this sword is truly astonishing, setting aside the bloodlust accumulated from its past slaughters. The red qi itself already harbors an inexhaustible reservoir of sinister energy and resentment. As Meng Fan gazed at the blade, a subtle confidence crept onto his face. Regardless of who your adversary may be, or what their level of cultivation entails, even if confronted by a celestial being, they are destined to perish beneath the edge of this red qi sword. Red Qi was taken aback by Meng Fan's unexpected self-assurance. Earlier, he had lamented about being a mere inferior spiritual root, exuding an aura of despair. Was it all merely an act? Meng Fan smiled at Red Qi and said, In truth, I am grateful for your trust and confidence in me. However, I possess even greater confidence. With the supreme talent of Sword Dao Transcendence at my disposal, given sufficient time, I could even slay the deities before your very eyes. I look forward to that day. Red Qi's tone became somewhat complex as she replied. You will indeed witness that day. Upon finishing her words, her ethereal form transformed into a crimson light and re-entered the Red Qi sword. Meng Fan cast one last glance at the Red Qi sword before sheathing it. Holding both the Red Qi sword and the Copper Mountain sword, he exited his room. With the Copper Mountain sword destroyed, he pondered whether compensation was necessary. Yesterday, senior brother Luo had mentioned that if one's sword were to break, there was no need to surrender spirit stones. One could simply exchange it. He hoped this was not merely a fabrication of senior brother Luo's imagination. Though he had earned a sum of spirit stones from Lu Yanping, he had already expended them all on medicinal pills and was now left without a single coin to his name. After freshening up, he proceeded to the dining hall for a meal, and upon returning, he began to polish his long swords. After tending to 40 long swords, only one bore the taint of malevolence. Through the process of refining the malevolent energy using the Sword Dao Transcendence, Meng Fan had acquired a rather ordinary technique known as the leaf-cutting sword art, which he deemed insignificant. This sword art paled in comparison to the tidal waves of the Azure Sea sword he had learned from Lu Yanping, and thus he paid it no mind. Senior brother Luo adhered to his usual routine, rising only after the sun had climbed high in the sky, leisurely stepping out of his room. Meng Fan had been waiting for quite some time, and promptly presented the Copper Mountain sword to him. Senior brother Luo gazed at the sword, now severed in two, with a look of astonishment. What on earth happened? You just chose this sword last night, and now it's broken? Chapter 22. The Red Chi Sword acknowledges its master. Combat power soars. If one were to say that Meng Fan had gone out to engage in combat and shattered the sword, that would be understandable. However, the fact that he had just acquired the sword the previous night without even stepping outside, and yet it lay broken, was utterly absurd. Meng Fan awkwardly explained, actually, it wasn't me who broke the Copper Mountain Sword. It was the Red Chi Sword that did it. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Senior brother Luo finally noticed the Red Chi Sword in Meng Fan's possession. The Red Chi Sword. Senior brother Luo's face was a picture of shock as he stared incredulously at Meng Fan and the Red Chi Sword. Meng Fan continued his explanation. Yesterday, I selected the Copper Mountain Sword, but upon waking this morning, I discovered it had been broken by the Red Chi Sword, which wishes to accompany me as my personal sword. Senior brother Luo's eyes widened further, as Meng Fan's account grew increasingly far-fetched. Despite the implausibility of his words, Senior brother Luo could discern that Meng Fan was not lying. He remained silent for quite some time, allowing his tumultuous thoughts to settle. The Hongqi Sword, a weapon steeped in formidable aura, undeniably ranks among the finest within the Sword Pavilion's first level. In fact, many swords from the second level may pale in comparison to the Hongqi Sword. What astonishes him most is that this remarkable sword, which he himself deemed unworthy, has chosen the likes of Meng Fan. Although Senior brother Luo has always held Meng Fan in high regard, he was nonetheless taken aback by this revelation. Yet, in an effort to maintain his composure before Meng Fan, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, "The Hongqi Sword is indeed extraordinary. Its selection of you attests to your own merits. Keep it up." The last encouragement sounded somewhat out of place, and he awkwardly patted Meng Fan's shoulder. Meng Fan, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "So, Senior brother Luo, do I need to compensate for the damage to the Tongshan sword?" This was the crux of his concern, and the reason he had awaited Senior brother Luo's return all morning. With a roll of his eyes, Senior brother Luo replied, "Did I not inform you yesterday? You may use the swords from the Sword Pavilion at your leisure, and should you damage one, there is no need for concern or compensation. Just return the Tongshan sword to the recycling room." Relief washed over Meng Fan, and a smile broke across his face. Had he been an outer disciple, he would have been required to surrender 10 spirit stones under such circumstances. At present, he possessed not a single stone. He certainly could not resort to exploiting Lu Yinping's kindness again, nor could he be certain she would acquiesce. Senior brother Luo cast a glance at the Hongqi sword in Meng Fan's possession, a hint of envy glimmering in his eyes, though he concealed it well enough that Meng Fan remained oblivious. Despite his appearance of profound wisdom, with his white brows and hair lending him an air of superiority, he was merely a seasoned sword-guarding disciple of the Sword Pavilion, his status akin to that of an inner disciple. 3 years prior, he had merely been an ordinary outer disciple. Thus, he could not help but covet the Hongqi sword, as it eluded his own mastery. The fact that the Hongqi sword chose to follow Meng Fan was, indeed, a blow to his pride. However, it also validated his earlier judgment. Meng Fan was indeed more suited to be a sword-guarding disciple than he. "Do not venture out today. I shall be going out for drinks. You can roam free tomorrow." Senior brother Luo casually instructed Meng Fan before departing the Sword Pavilion. Meng Fan watched his retreating figure, puzzled by his hasty exit. It seemed that Luo had been affected by the revelation. After Luo's departure, the Hongqi sword emanated a radiant crimson light, and a spectral image of the sword materialized before Meng Fan. Affected? Meng Fan exclaimed in surprise. Previously, the sword had sought to become his companion, but he had declined, deeming it unworthy. With the sword's words, he began to comprehend the situation. The Hongqi sword's reluctance to follow Senior brother Luo, yet willingness to accompany him, must have indeed struck a nerve. "Senior brother Luo is quite a good person," Meng Fan remarked casually. "But what good is that? What I need is someone who can assist me in avenging my grievances, and he clearly does not possess that capability." Meng Fan smiled wryly, realizing the mercenary nature of the woman before him, a true blade-wielding enchantress. Hongqi then remarked, "Each time we converse, I must emerge from the sword, which is quite exhausting. You need only pierce your finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the blade." Following her instructions, Meng Fan drew the Hongqi sword and allowed a droplet of blood to fall onto its edge. In the blink of an eye, the blood seamlessly merged into the sword's body. This age-old ritual of blood acknowledgement was indeed a reality. Meng Fan's curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "If a stranger were to drop their blood upon the blade, would you also accept them as your master?" The ethereal image of Hongqi had already retreated into the sword, yet a moment later, her crystalline voice resonated within Meng Fan's mind. "Hee hee. Should someone I disdain dare to shed their blood upon the blade, I could drain them dry and eliminate them entirely, let alone recognizing them as my master. Was this the wondrous phenomenon that followed the blood acknowledgement? The voice of Hong Qi echoing directly in his consciousness was indeed remarkable. The spirit sword truly lived up to its name, exhibiting extraordinary capabilities. By the way, as a spirit sword, do you possess any unique abilities? What enhancements or assistance can you offer me? Meng Fan addressed the Hong Qi sword. I certainly have my unique skills, but do not wield them lightly. Hong Qi's voice echoed in Meng Fan's mind. Very well, do enlighten me, Meng Fan responded. The Hong Qi sword possesses an effect known as charm. Provided you channel your true energy into me, I can cast charm upon our adversaries, rendering them as if bereft of reason, allowing you to dispatch them with ease. Since you advise against its frequent use, it must entail significant limitations, Meng Fan surmised. Indeed, the charm not only drains your true energy, but also consumes my accumulated power. After employing this enchantment, I require at least 3 days to recuperate and regain my strength. Thus, the charm was a formidable move, with a cooldown of 3 days. What is the upper limit of this charm? To what level of martial artist can it be effective? Meng Fan continued, feeling somewhat helpless. Although I am powerful, you are quite weak. With your current level of true energy, even at full strength, your influence over a true martial realm warrior would be minimal. However, I could effortlessly charm those at the pinnacle of the Qi training realm. Meng Fan nodded, grasping the implications. Despite Hong Qi's disdainful tone, this was indeed impressive. It meant that as a mere first-level Qi training warrior, he could easily slay a 9th-level pinnacle Qi training warrior. Quite extraordinary. Of course, this technique could only be utilized once within 3 days, serving as a true trump card. It should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, you are stronger than I initially imagined, Meng Fan remarked with satisfaction. The spirit sword surpassed ordinary blades by leaps and bounds. Chapter 23. The Top 10 Inner Sect Disciples. Seeking the spirit sword, Brother Luo ventured out to procure some wine, leaving Meng Fan to guard the sword pavilion for the day. However, foot traffic at the pavilion was minimal. It would be a stroke of luck for a disciple to arrive and exchange swords even once throughout the day. In the afternoon, seated upon a chair, Meng Fan rehearsed the sword techniques he had observed previously in the martial arts hall within the confines of his mind. Meng Fan calculated briefly that he had learned over 40 sword techniques in the martial arts hall. However, this eclectic and chaotic approach to learning was somewhat one-sided. Techniques such as the extreme sword draw and mountain split were far more powerful when wielded by him. In truth, Meng Fan lacked the energy to specialize in so many sword forms. He merely endeavored to synthesize and integrate these techniques, striving to create his own ultimate sword style. The return of 10,000 swords to one. One day, once this technique was perfected, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the entire Shu Mountain Sword sect. No, it would astonish the whole world. Alas, this was not a task that could be accomplished overnight. The road ahead was long and arduous. As dusk gradually descended, the day was nearing its end. Brother Luo had yet to return, and Meng Fan was in no hurry to close the door, deciding to wait for his return. However, instead of Brother Luo, he was greeted by a disciple. I have come to exchange swords, announced a young man dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple. Striding directly into the sword pavilion, Meng Fan nodded and produced a register. Please record your name. Are you here to take a sword or to exchange one? To exchange, the young man replied, taking the register and inscribing his name, Dugu Ming, a rather uncommon double surname. However, Meng Fan did not dwell on it, as he had never heard of this name before. In truth, there was a considerable gap between him and the inner disciples. He had scarcely interacted with any of them. Save for one, Li Shuero. This young girl had entered the Shu Mountain Sword sect on the same day as him as a servant disciple. Yet she had become an inner disciple while he remained a mere servant. How disheartening it was to compare oneself to others. Although Meng Fan felt a twinge of envy towards Li Shuero, he had never harbored any jealousy, for in his heart, she was as dear as a sister. This sword of yours is in perfect condition. Are you certain you wish to exchange it? The exchange requires 10 spiritual stones. Meng Fan glanced at the sword Dugu Ming held, offering a word of caution. Dugu Ming looked at Meng Fan in surprise. You can tell it's undamaged without even drawing it. The sword-guarding disciples indeed possess some skill. Meng Fan smiled, but said nothing. If one lacked even this level of discernment, what right did they have to be a sword-guarding disciple? Dugu Ming produced 10 spiritual stones and placed them alongside his sword on the table. He then stepped into the first floor of the sword pavilion to select a new sword. Meng Fan picked up Dugu Ming's sword, named Chongbing. At that moment, a surge of malevolent energy coursed through Meng Fan's body. The sword path's divine circulation processed and refined the energy. The malevolent force was not particularly intense, making it easy to assimilate. Subsequently, Meng Fan glimpsed memories associated with the long-handled sword, Ming's training experiences. Moments later, Meng Fan opened his eyes, returning to his normal state. He had acquired a new sword technique, albeit one consisting of a single move. Yet this solitary strike could adapt to myriad situations, aptly named Windward Sword Slash. It bore a resemblance to the mountain split technique, but was somewhat less potent in terms of power. Meng Fan sensed that once this technique was cultivated to its zenith, it would be capable of manifesting sword intent. For Meng Fan, this sword technique was of little significance, merely an afterthought. He unsheathed the long ice sword, feeling a surge of sword essence flow into his body. Nonetheless, the sword remained intact. One could not help but wonder why Ming sought to replace it. The sole explanation in this context was his belief that the long ice sword lacked sufficient strength, prompting him to seek a more powerful blade. Did he aspire to acquire a spiritual sword? As Meng Fan observed Ming's retreating figure, he fell into contemplation. Spiritual swords are not easily obtained. Unless a spiritual sword willingly chooses to follow you, attempting to subdue one forcefully could lead to peril, perhaps even life-threatening danger. Meng Fan's intuition was correct. Ming indeed desired to exchange for a spiritual sword. As a top 10 disciple of the inner sect of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, he believed himself worthy of such a weapon. Under Meng Fan's watchful gaze, Ming wandered among the wooden racks on the first floor of the sword pavilion. Ultimately, he selected a long sword with a pitch-black sheath, Crimson Moon. This sword was familiar to Meng Fan during his initial visit to the sword pavilion. It had unleashed a burst of sword radiance, startling him. At that time, he had been taken aback. Later, Senior Brother Luo informed him that every individual who entered the sword pavilion would face provocation from the Crimson Moon sword. This sword could be deemed the most malevolent on the first floor of the pavilion. To subdue such a sword was undoubtedly the most arduous task, for sword spirits, in a sense, are akin to humans, each possessing distinct personalities. For instance, Hongqi was evidently astute, discerning, and rational. In stark contrast, Crimson Moon resembled a madman, exhibiting sheer madness. Dealing with it was evidently more challenging than engaging with Hongqi. It was unfortunate that Ming chose to select Crimson Moon. This was undoubtedly a self-imposed trial. As his hand rested upon the blade, the Crimson Moon sword suddenly erupted with boundless malevolence. Being a conscious spiritual sword, it was well aware of Ming's intentions. This human sought to subjugate it, to claim it as his own. To Crimson Moon, this was a provocation and affront. Not everyone is deemed worthy to be its master. Thus, it harbored a deep-seated malice toward Ming. The moment he touched it, the sword unleashed a terrifying display of power. An overwhelming miasma coalesced, enveloping Ming instantaneously. Within the black fog, Ming's complexion paled as he summoned his internal energy, striving to resist the malevolent force. It was evident that he struggled immensely. Not everyone possesses the capability, like Meng Fan, to refine such malevolence. For an ordinary person, confronting this terrifying aura could lead to near-fatal consequences. While Ming was fully engaged in combating the sword's malevolence, the Crimson Moon sword erupted once more, radiating an intimidating brilliance. A jet-black sword energy surged forth, slicing toward Ming. Meng Fan's expression shifted. Instinctively, he sensed that should this sword energy strike, Ming would likely meet his demise. Regrettably, even if Ming were indeed slain, Meng Fan lacked the means to intervene. A disciple of the true martial realm, how could he possibly be saved by him? In such circumstances, his presence would only serve to offer another head for the taking. Are all of you from the Spirit Sword sect so fearsome? Meng Fan furrowed his brow and murmured softly, aware that Hongqi could hear him. Indeed, Hongqi's voice resonated within Meng Fan's mind. What do you think? The Spirit Sword is not something everyone can master. The Crimson Moon is inherently a malevolent sword, and it is even trending towards becoming a devil sword. Only martial artists of the innate realm possess the capability to subdue it. Ming's choice of the Crimson Moon sword is purely an act of overestimating his abilities. Had he not been in the sword pavilion, he would have certainly met his end today. Chapter 24. How about I serve you in your chambers? Meng Fan was unaware of what a devil sword truly was. However, merely hearing the term allowed him to grasp its terrifying implications. Undoubtedly, it was far more formidable than an ordinary spirit sword. You mentioned that had he not been in the sword pavilion, he would be doomed. Does that mean he is safe there? Meng Fan queried, somewhat perplexed. From his perspective, Ming's situation was already a matter of certain death. This fellow was undoubtedly destined to be mercilessly slain by the Crimson Moon sword. In the next moment, Hong Chi's voice echoed in Meng Fan's mind. Within the Sword Pavilion, you are not the only one present. Your inability to save him does not preclude others from doing so. Upon hearing Hong Chi's words, Meng Fan recalled that there were indeed others on the upper floors of the pavilion. However, he had never encountered those eminent figures, as senior brother Luo had never taken him upstairs, and he was too timid to venture there himself. Just as Meng Fan witnessed Du Gu Ming on the brink of being cleaved in two by the Crimson Moon Sword, he felt an immense pressure descending from above. He faintly sensed a presence emerging from the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, suppressing the Crimson Moon Sword. Yet, he remained entirely ignorant of the nature of this presence. Regardless of what it was evident that an influential figure from the second floor had intervened. Du Gu Ming was indeed fortunate. Had this occurred outside, he would already be a lifeless corpse. With the emergence of this presence, the Crimson Moon Sword immediately became docile. It gradually retreated to the corner, motionless, its malevolent aura dissipating entirely. Du Gu Ming collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Moments ago, he had been but a step away from death, acutely experiencing the terror that accompanies it. I have overestimated my own capabilities. After a considerable time, he staggered to his feet, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. He chose not to continue selecting a sword. Instead, he retrieved his previous sword and spirit stones from the table and departed the Sword Pavilion. This fellow, while undeniably reckless, knows when to be overly perceptive. Though he could not manage the Crimson Moon Sword, it was not difficult to select one superior to the Long Ice Sword. Meng Fan shook his head, choosing to disregard Du Gu Ming any further. You must be cautious of this individual. Hong Chi's voice suddenly materialized in Meng Fan's mind. Huh? Meng Fan responded with surprise. What do you mean by that? Though he did not engage with you directly, he cast a subtle, ominous glance your way before departing, his eyes brimming with a chilling intensity, even hinting at a trace of murderous intent. Upon hearing Hong Chi's words, Meng Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had been preoccupied with organizing the roster and had not noticed that Du Gu Ming had looked at him before leaving. Do you suffer from paranoia? I have no enmity with him. How could he possibly harbor any murderous intent towards me? Meng Fan thought Hong Chi was overreacting. Out of jealousy, I brazenly display my connection to you, practically announcing that this is your sword. Yet, Du Gu Ming's gaze upon me was intensely fervent. He, a mere inner sect disciple, has not acquired a spiritual sword, while you, a novice at the first layer of Qi refinement, possess one. Can he not feel envy? However, he maintained a facade of composure, not revealing his emotions before you, although I perceived them. Upon hearing Hong Chi's remarks, Meng Fan's expression grew grave. He understood that Hong Chi would not deceive him regarding such matters. Her insights must be genuine. This fellow, appearing so silent and honest, is unexpectedly sinister and terrifying. Meng Fan mused, furrowing his brow. If Du Gu Ming had openly provoked him, questioning his worthiness of a spiritual sword, Meng Fan might not have taken it to heart. However, the fact that the other party feigned indifference, saying nothing yet secretly exuding killing intent, indicated that such a person was treacherous, capable of striking when least expected. During this time, it would be prudent for you to limit your outings, particularly to desolate places. Otherwise, if he sets his sights on you, he might resort to murder to seize your sword. Hong Chi's voice echoed in Meng Fan's mind. In her view, Meng Fan was still too weak, even with her support. It would be challenging for him to contend with a true martial realm practitioner. Rest assured, I would never venture into isolated areas, Meng Fan replied. He did not contradict Hong Chi. Although he was not afraid of Du Gu Ming, there was no need to be obstinate at this moment. Indeed, Du Gu Ming was an inner sect disciple at the true martial realm. Yet, with the Taishang Jueqing sword intent seed as his trump card, the outcome of a genuine confrontation was uncertain. In fact, it was likely that Du Gu Ming would meet his demise. The Taishang Jueqing sword intent seed, while a consumable item, unleashed power equivalent to that of a complete sword intent. Using it to slay a true martial realm practitioner would be somewhat overkill. However, you must conceal your aura. If another appears, do not reveal the presence of the spiritual sword, Meng Fan advised Hong Chi. Spiritual swords possess sentience, and if they intentionally mask their aura, most individuals would not discern them as such. Naturally, those formidable beings capable of condensing sword spirits and primordial spirits are beyond the scope of ordinary individuals. Very well. I shall be cautious henceforth, Hong Chi responded with utmost cooperation. Moments later, senior brother Luo returned. Meng Fan refrained from mentioning Du Gu Ming. He could not share his concerns and suspicions with senior brother Luo. Even if he did, it would not aid him, and it would only portray him as timid and fearful. At night, Meng Fan diligently practiced. With the enhancement of the Qi gathering pills and body refinement pills, Along with the assistance of the sword's essence, his cultivation speed soared as if propelled by a rocket. Through Hongqi's words, Meng Fan learned the true name of the sword essence, which should not merely be referred to as Sword Yuan, but rather as the essence of the sword. In the latter half of the night, a sudden surge of energy enveloped Meng Fan. He had finally broken through to the second layer of qi refinement after days of arduous training. Congratulations, you've reached the second layer of qi refinement, exclaimed the ethereal figure of Hongqi, emerging from the Hongqi sword to offer her congratulations. Meng Fan smiled modestly, replying, "It's just the second layer of qi refinement. Nothing to boast about." Hongqi, however, looked at him with awe and said, "Though it is merely the second layer, your daily absorption of the sword's essence from the sword has accelerated your cultivation speed to a level that rivals that of extraordinary spiritual roots. You truly are a prodigy. Consider this. If you ever achieve the innate sword body and continuously absorb the sword's essence, wouldn't that place you on par with the supreme spiritual roots? The supreme spiritual roots represent the pinnacle of this world. As for the divine spiritual roots, they are legendary entities which exist only in theory. No one has ever possessed a true divine spiritual root, nor is there any clear record of such individuals in historical texts. I knew I was right about you. Seeking revenge alongside you fills me with hope," Hongqi said, her face brimming with excitement. Meng Fan's breakthrough brought her even more joy than it did him. With a blush, she floated closer to him and playfully suggested, "Master, to celebrate your breakthrough, how about I serve you in your bedchamber?" Chapter 25, The Sect Competition. An opportunity to observe swords. Meng Fan rolled his eyes in response. "Serve in bed? What can you, a spirit, possibly do? Are you trying to siphon my vital energy? Hurry back into your sword," he retorted, slightly annoyed. "Am I not beautiful?" Hongqi had already floated before him, her delicate face barely an inch from his. Almost cheek to cheek. It was undoubtedly a teasing gesture. Meng Fan chose to close his eyes and continued his cultivation, opting to ignore her. "What a dull fellow," Hongqi muttered, then transformed into a streak of red light, diving back into the Hongqi sword. Soon, dawn broke. Meng Fan emerged from his room, freshened up, and began polishing his long swords. After polishing 40 swords, he found only one imbued with malevolent energy. After refining the malevolent energy, he learned a sword technique from the memory of the sword's malice, the cloud-piercing sword technique. It was an unremarkable sword technique. In fact, Meng Fan had previously seen this technique while observing swords at the Sword Comprehension Hall. Although he did not regard it highly, it nonetheless contributed to the perfection of his ultimate sword technique, the return of all swords to one. "Little Meng, I won't be going out today. Feel free to head to the Sword Comprehension Hall," said senior brother Luo, who, as usual, rose late in the day after indulging in a night of drinking. Meng Fan, hearing this, did not hesitate to bid him farewell and left the sword pavilion. As he had already completed polishing his swords for the day, there was little reason to remain. Brother Luo gazed at Meng Fan's retreating figure, astonishment gracing his features. This young man is indeed remarkable. It appears that the sword pavilion has unwittingly stumbled upon a treasure. When Meng Fan first arrived at the sword pavilion, he was merely a servant disciple, lacking even the slightest trace of true qi within him, and had yet to attain the qi refining stage. Yet, how much time has passed? He has directly broken through to the second level of qi refining. Quite frankly, this is somewhat absurd. Such a talent seems to be underappreciated at the sword pavilion. Brother Luo could not help but entertain this thought. No, a talent of this caliber at the sword pavilion holds boundless potential. For an ordinary person, serving as a sword guard disciple at the sword pavilion is a path to certain demise. However, for truly exceptional geniuses, the sword pavilion provides a springboard for soaring to great heights. Danger often accompanies astonishing opportunities. Yet, common folk lack the means to navigate peril and seize opportunities. "It seems prudent to seek an opportunity to introduce him to Elder Lin upstairs," Brother Luo murmured to himself. However, although Meng Fan has yet to meet Elder Lin, it does not imply that Elder Lin has not already taken notice of him. Perhaps Elder Lin has been observing this young man for some time. In the past, I lacked the qualifications to be Elder Lin's direct disciple. Perhaps this fellow Meng Fan has a chance. After departing the sword pavilion, Meng Fan made his way directly to the Sword Comprehension Hall. To his surprise, there were no disciples practicing swordplay today. What could be the reason for this? Meng Fan furrowed his brow. Typically, the Sword Comprehension Hall is bustling with activity, yet today it stands eerily empty. Moments later, a light bulb went off in his head. He suddenly recalled that today marks the day of the Grand Disciples Competition at the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. Whether servant disciples, outer disciples, or inner disciples, all must participate in the ranking matches to update their standings. Previously, Meng Fan always found himself at the bottom of the servant-disciple rankings during such competitions, casting a long shadow over him. However, now that he has become a sword guard disciple at the Sword Pavilion, he is no longer required to partake in such contests. The grand competition actually offers an opportunity to witness a wider array of sword techniques, far surpassing the benefits of the Sword Comprehension Hall, Meng Fan mused as he exited. Since he need not participate in the grand competition, he now has the perfect opportunity to observe the duels of others. At the Shu Mountain Sword sect, nearly all disciples wield swords and learn sword techniques. It is rare to find anyone training with other weapons. Thus, for Meng Fan, the grand competition indeed presents an excellent opportunity to observe swordplay. Before long, Meng Fan arrived at the Tianjin Square of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. This vast square nearly occupies half of Shushan, representing the grandeur of the sword sect. Tianjin Square can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators at once. Even if all members of the Shu Mountain Sword sect gathered here, there would still be ample space. Meng Fan had arrived rather late. Many disciples had already commenced their matches. At this moment, Tianjin Square was divided into 3 areas: the servant disciple area, the outer disciple area, and the inner disciple area. Although the status of servant disciples is the lowest, the area they occupy is the largest. There is no denying that the number of miscellaneous disciples surpasses that of both inner and outer disciples combined. Given that it is a viewing event, Meng Fan naturally opted to observe the strongest. He discreetly made his way to the area designated for the inner disciples. Although he was merely a practitioner at the second level of Qi refinement, he felt somewhat out of place among the inner disciples. However, today was a momentous occasion, and no one dared to mock Meng Fan for being unworthy of their company. Everyone was quite respectful. "Meng Fan, what brings you here?" Shortly after entering the inner disciples area, he heard a familiar voice. It was the affluent Lu Yinping. Meng Fan certainly remembered this wealthy benefactor who had generously gifted him 11 spirit stones. "Senior Sister Lu." Meng Fan greeted her promptly. Lu Yinping approached him with a hint of curiosity, remarking, "Aren't you supposed to be with the outer disciples?" "Oh, I recall now. You are from the Sword Pavilion and are not required to participate in the sect competition, correct?" Meng Fan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, Senior Sister Lu. And what are you doing here? Watching everyone duel?" Lu Yinping knew of Meng Fan's penchant for observing others practice their swordsmanship from the shadows. Given the sect competition, it was only natural for someone like Meng Fan, with his voyeuristic tendencies, to seize the opportunity. Meng Fan chuckled wryly. "Senior Sister Lu, you've posed a question and answered it yourself, leaving me nothing to say." Lu Yinping burst into laughter, her demeanor carefree. Noticing Meng Fan observing a pair of inner disciples sparring, she shook her head and said, "Do not waste your time watching them. There's nothing worth seeing. Come, let me show you something else." She then led him in another direction, where a man and a woman were engaged in a duel. "What makes these two special?" Meng Fan inquired with curiosity, puzzled as to why Lu Yinping had brought him over to watch this particular match. "The woman is named Yang Xiaohua. She is ranked just above me in the inner disciple standings for the last 2 competitions. I've been quite displeased with her and wish to surpass her," Lu Yinping replied, her tone filled with indignation. Meng Fan, slightly perplexed, asked, "And what do you expect me to do by bringing me here?" Lu Yinping explained, "I see you possess considerable knowledge of various sword techniques. Have you ever studied the Cloud Mist 13 sword she practices?" Cloud Mist 13 swords. To be honest, Meng Fan was unsure if he had learned it. He had seen many sword techniques at the Enlightenment Sword Hall, but had not memorized their names. As Meng Fan began to observe Yang Xiaohua's swordplay, a few seconds later, he grasped the essence of it. He had indeed seen this technique performed by others at the Enlightenment Sword Hall. "Is this the Cloud Mist 13 swords?" "I do possess a modicum of understanding," he informed Lu Yinping. "A modicum of understanding?" Upon hearing this phrase, Lu Yinping exhaled in relief. Previously, Meng Fan had mentioned having a slight familiarity with the emerging tide of the Azure Sea sword, yet he was, in fact, exceedingly proficient in it. Thus, she understood that his claim of a mere modicum of understanding equated to profound mastery. Lu Yinping hurriedly addressed Meng Fan, saying, "Junior brother Meng, if you could reveal the flaws in Yang Xiaohua's swordsmanship that would allow me to triumph over her, I shall reward you with 10 spirit stones." Aware of Meng Fan's interest in spirit stones, she proactively proposed this compensation. "That is not acceptable." Meng Fan shook his head resolutely. Lu Yinping quickly reassured him, "Rest assured. This does not contravene the rules of the sect competition. All you need to do is offer me a few pointers. This is a matter of skill, not cheating. So you need not worry about violating any regulations." Believing that Meng Fan harbored reservations, she sought to alleviate his concerns. In truth, it was indeed reasonable for Meng Fan to guide her in swordsmanship, it bore no relation to any form of transgression. A core disciple, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, was merely a step away from entering the true martial realm. Yet she considered it entirely appropriate for a second-level qi refinement disciple to provide her with guidance. Lu Yinping certainly displayed a remarkable lack of modesty. Meng Fan shook his head, his expression earnest, and remarked, "This is not merely a question of right or wrong." Lu Yinping pressed, "Then what is the issue?" Meng Fan replied, "It requires a higher payment." Hearing his words, Lu Yinping could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Was a matter that could be resolved with money truly a problem? This rascal clearly underestimated her status as the foremost affluent maiden among the inner disciples. Lu Yinping retorted, "As long as you enable me to defeat Yang Xiaohua, I shall double the offer to 20 spirit stones." Meng Fan shook his head, insisting, 30 stones. "Are you robbing me?" Lu Yinping protested. "Yang Xiaohua is far superior to Yi Feng. She is worth this price. Moreover, if she discovers that I assisted you, she might harbor resentment towards me. I am assuming a risk here. 30 spirit stones is hardly excessive." Meng Fan raised his demand with confidence, maintaining a serious demeanor. Lu Yinping pondered for a moment, feeling that Meng Fan's reasoning was quite sound. Primarily, she genuinely had little concept of the value of 30 spirit stones. To her, 3 stones and 30 stones did not seem vastly different. If it were 300 stones, perhaps she would feel a pang of regret. Thus, she nodded in agreement. "Very well. If you can help me defeat Yang Xiaohua, I shall bestow upon you 30 spirit stones." Upon hearing Lu Yinping's words, Meng Fan instantly perked up and focused intently on Yang Xiaohua's swordplay. He had seen the cloud mist 13 swords practiced by others at the sword comprehension hall. Yet that individual's technique was evidently inferior to Yang Xiaohua's. Furthermore, every practitioner possesses their own habits and modifications in swordplay. So Meng Fan needed to study Yang Xiaohua's style closely. Moments later, the male disciple opposing Yang Xiaohua faltered and ultimately succumbed. Yang Xiaohua sheathed her sword and descended from the stage. "So how did it go? Is my next opponent Yang Xiaohua? Have you identified her weaknesses?" Lu Yinping inquired anxiously. "How long until the next match begins?" Meng Fan asked. "Probably less than half a stick of incense," Lu Yinping replied. "That should be enough time. Follow me." Meng Fan instructed, leading Lu Yinping to an open area. "Pay close attention, listen carefully, as I shall only explain this once. If you remember my words, you should be able to defeat Yang Xiaohua." With that, Meng Fan drew the red qi sword. Lu Yinping gazed at Meng Fan in astonishment. The last time she saw him, he was without a sword, yet now he possessed a blade of his own. The Hongqi sword obeyed Meng Fan's command, diligently concealing the aura of the spirit sword amidst the crowd, rendering it indistinguishable from an ordinary weapon to most observers. As Meng Fan thrust the sword forward, he elucidated to Lu Yinping. The 6th sword of the cloud and mist 13 swords exhibits a pronounced flaw, which is significantly magnified due to Yang Xiaohua's petite stature. When she employs the 6th sword, you need only execute the 2nd stance of the Beihai Tide sword, swiftly dart to the right, and then raise your sword to strike upward. There exists a 90% probability that your blade will find its mark at her throat. This is the most suitable strategy one have devised for you to secure victory, with a success rate soaring to 90%. As long as you do not falter, triumph is assured. Your rank is merely one place below hers, thus the disparity in strength should not be considerable. Enduring until she unleashes the 6th sword of the cloud and mist 13 swords should pose no challenge, correct? Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yinping replied proudly, "Not merely a challenge, it is utterly effortless. With my capabilities, enduring through to the 13 swords is a mere formality. Although she previously managed to defeat me, it was by the narrowest of margins. Do not boast. Mere words without practice can lead to downfall. Now, I shall assume the role of Yang Xiaohua executing the 6th sword of the cloud and mist 13 swords, and you may test your mettle against me." In pursuit of securing those 30 spirit stones, Meng Fan was indeed making considerable sacrifices. When practicing with Lu Yinping, he deliberately adopted a crouched stance, aligning himself with her for the duel. His height posed a challenge, as Yang Xiaohua was notably shorter. To provide Lu Yinping with the most optimal experience, he had to endure some discomfort. After a brief period, a satisfied expression emerged on Meng Fan's face. Conversely, Lu Yinping was even more pleased, her smile betraying her delight as she radiated confidence. She felt certain of her impending victory against Yang Xiaohua. "You, despite your lower cultivation level, have shown remarkable insight into swordsmanship." Lu Yinping could not help but commend Meng Fan. Upon mentioning cultivation levels, she realized that Meng Fan had already reached the 2nd layer of qi training. "Remarkable. Just days ago, you were at the 1st layer, and now you have ascended to the 2nd. Lu Yinping expressed her astonishment. Meng Fan smiled and replied, I must extend my gratitude to you, Senior Sister Lu. Without your previous assistance with spirit stones, my breakthrough would have been exceedingly difficult. Lu Yinping patted Meng Fan's shoulder, speaking with a teasing pride. You speak the truth. By associating with me, you shall partake in bountiful rewards, ensuring your timely advancement to the true martial realm. Thank you, Senior Sister, Meng Fan replied with a smile, holding a deep respect for this source of support. With that, Lu Yinping hurriedly made her way to the arena. As her imminent match with Yang Xiaohua was about to commence, Meng Fan did not divert his attention to other matches. His focus was steadfastly on the duel between Lu Yinping and Yang Xiaohua. He fervently hoped for her victory, akin to a gambler who has placed his bets. Should Lu Yinping emerge victorious, he would claim 30 spirit stones. Ultimately, Lu Yinping did not disappoint Meng Fan. Through the guidance of Meng Fan, she triumphed over Yang Xiaohua in a manner that was nothing short of overwhelming. In the moment when Yang Xiaohua unleashed the sixth sword of the cloud and missed 13 swords, she was swiftly vanquished by Lu Yinping. Lu Yinping erupted into laughter, her face brimming with exhilaration and pride. A smile also graced Meng Fan's face, for he had secured 30 spirit stones. He understood Lu Yinping's character well enough to know that she would never default on her debts. After descending from the arena, Meng Fan cheerfully congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations, Senior Sister Lu. Your wishes have finally been fulfilled." His smile was rather mercenary, revealing his true intentions. Lu Yinping rolled her eyes and produced 30 spirit stones, handing them over to Meng Fan. He was utterly oblivious to where she had retrieved the stones, further solidifying his belief that this senior sister possessed a storage artifact, a truly precious item. Even the smallest ones, with a capacity of merely 1 cubic meter, start at prices in the thousands of spirit stones. Meng Fan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. However, some things, particularly the good fortune of one's birth, cannot simply be envied. He cautiously stowed away the 30 spirit stones, feeling a sense of vigilance around others with such a substantial sum in his possession. Ambitious, Lu Yinping remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Meng Fan. He could only chuckle in response. With a glint in her eye, Lu Yinping continued. My next opponent is Li Changqing, a practitioner of the true martial realm, significantly stronger than I. Please examine his swordsmanship for any weaknesses. Meng Fan sighed. A foe of the true martial realm? Senior sister, perhaps you should temper your ambitions, as you have yet to step into that realm yourself. Lu Yinping retorted. What of the true martial realm? I am already half a foot in, and Li Changqing is merely at the first level of true martial. If I can outmaneuver him in swordplay, I might still have a chance. Meng Fan shook his head, recognizing the vast gap in their abilities. Were he in her position, he might entertain the prospect of victory, but for Lu Yinping to rely solely on a few last-minute tips from him against Li Changqing would be exceedingly challenging. Don't be so discouraged. First, observe Li Changqing's swordsmanship, and then give it a try. What if you emerge victorious? If you are willing to assist, I shall offer you 10 spirit stones even in defeat. How does that sound? With such an offer on the table, Meng Fan could hardly refuse. He had no intention of shunning spirit stones. Very well, he replied casually. Subsequently, Lu Yinping took him to observe Li Changqing's contest. Li Changqing had 2 more matches before it was Lu Yinping's turn, granting Meng Fan ample time to scrutinize his sword techniques. To his intrigue, the swordplay exhibited by Li Changqing was entirely novel, something he had not witnessed anyone practicing at the Sword Comprehension Hall. What is the name of the sword technique Li Changqing employs? Meng Fan inquired of Lu Yinping. It is the Stormy Wave sword technique, a creation of Li Changqing himself. It has not circulated widely within the Shushan sword sect, and very few disciples train in this art, Lu Yinping replied. It appeared that Meng Fan had not practiced this technique, which left her feeling somewhat helpless. However, this is quite reasonable. If Meng Fan had mastered the storm sword technique, it would indeed be quite exaggerated. Chapter 27. The Sword God Steel in the Sword God Hall. Meng Fan was utterly engrossed in observing this sword technique. Undoubtedly, it was formidable, having been crafted by an elder. Yet, it was evident that Li Changqing had not refined this sword technique to perfection, at the very least. Through the first match, Meng Fan had already discerned 3 flaws in Li Changqing's swordplay. As the second match commenced, Meng Fan identified 2 more vulnerabilities. He took Lu Yinping to a secluded and open area, urging her to make a last-minute effort. Didn't you claim to have never studied the storm sword technique? Lu Yinping asked, puzzled, as Meng Fan led her to this spot once more. Meng Fan replied directly, though I have not practiced the storm sword technique, it does not hinder my ability to identify the flaws within his swordplay. I have discovered 5 exploitable weaknesses. Listen closely. The first flaw. Meng Fan spoke eloquently, leaving Lu Yinping astonished. At that moment, she suddenly realized the extent of Meng Fan's extraordinary talent. Previously, when he had mentioned not studying the Ocean Tide Sword technique or the Bright Moon Sword technique, she had dismissed his words as nonsense. How could someone who had not learned these techniques be so well-versed in them? Yet now, she found herself reluctantly inclined to believe. The junior disciple standing before her may indeed have never studied those two sword techniques. His remarkable insight allowed him to discern their intricacies merely by observing them a few times, uncovering their inherent flaws. Was this not astonishing? Does such a genius truly exist in the world? Regardless of Lu Yinping's belief, this prodigy stood right in front of her, vividly real. Stop dawdling. Pay attention. Meng Fan gently chided Lu Yinping, bringing her back to her senses. Lu Yinping regarded Meng Fan and sighed inwardly. After their initial encounter, she had conducted an investigation into him. She learned that he was merely a servant disciple assigned to guard the sword pavilion. Most strikingly, he possessed a mixed spiritual root, a genius endowed with exceptional insight, yet burdened with an inferior spiritual root. It could only be said that while the heavens had opened a window for him, they had simultaneously welded the door shut. It was truly difficult to ascertain whether this was fair or unfair. Moments later, the match between Lu Yinping and Li Changqing commenced. Meng Fan watched the contest with a calm demeanor, no longer expecting Lu Yinping to emerge victorious. After all, even in defeat, she would still receive 10 spirit stones. Contentment was enough. Ultimately, Lu Yinping lost the match. Although there were several moments during the contest when she nearly subdued Li Changqing, she fell short each time. The disparity was evident. Despite Meng Fan's revelation of Li Changqing's flaws, she struggled to exploit them perfectly. Nevertheless, Lu Yinping was quite pleased, for under normal circumstances, she would have been swiftly defeated by Li Changqing. As a result, she persevered for quite some time, even momentarily gaining the upper hand, making it a match of equals. Although she ultimately lost due to a single misstep, she felt a sense of fulfillment. 10 spirit stones were not insignificant to you. Upon descending from the arena, Lu Yinping promptly presented Meng Fan with 10 spirit stones, fully aware that this was precisely what he had been anticipating. It is somewhat regrettable. Had there been a bit more time for preparation to delve into the vulnerabilities in his swordplay, perhaps victory could have been within reach. Meng Fan remarked with a hint of resignation. One must not be overly greedy. In this grand competition of the sect, I have already garnered considerable attention. Lu Yinping replied with a smile. Meng Fan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that Lu Yinping's ability to triumph over Yang Xiaohua and to hold her own against Li Changqing for such an extended period was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to participate in the contest himself. With his current level of cultivation, he had surpassed the status of a mere outer disciple and should have been competing among the outer disciples. Given his mastery of the sword, even facing disciples at the 6th or 7th level of chi refinement would pose a worthy challenge for him. Perhaps he could even aspire to a glorious ranking among the top 50 outer disciples. Shaking his head, Meng Fan dispelled these futile thoughts from his mind. It was prudent to remain humble and diligently cultivate within the sword pavilion. This was a commendable path. One day, he would surely astonish everyone. Meng Fan reminded himself to endure the solitude. After Lu Yinping's defeat by Li Changqing, her participation in today's competition had come to a satisfactory conclusion. Meanwhile, Meng Fan continued to observe the matches of others, relishing the opportunity to witness many sword techniques he had never seen before. After all, once the disciples of Mount Shu reached the true martial realm, they seldom returned to the sword comprehension hall, rendering many techniques inaccessible to Meng Fan there. This grand competition of the sect was truly a feast for his eyes. Moreover, Meng Fan also watched Li Shuero's match. This girl had emerged from the same village as Meng Fan. When the village was ravaged by the Blood Eagle Demon sect, only Meng Fan and Li Shuero survived and subsequently joined the Mount Shu Sword sect. During this time, Meng Fan remained a mere outer disciple, while Li Shuero ascended step by step from an outer disciple to an inner disciple. Compared to Meng Fan, Li Shuero's talent was astonishing. In this grand competition, she ultimately secured the 7th position among the inner disciples, placing within the top 10 of the inner sect. This girl is truly exceptional, Meng Fan thought with a smile. While Meng Fan focused on Li Shuero, she remained oblivious to his presence in the crowd. After all, she was a prodigy, shining brilliantly on stage, while Meng Fan was merely an inconspicuous figure among the masses. Aside from Li Shuero, Meng Fan also noticed another individual, one who had previously sought to bring about his demise, Qin Leqi, the son of Elder Qian. It was this very Qin Leqi who had instigated Elder Wang to deal with him, leading to Meng Fan's placement as a guardian disciple in the Sword Pavilion. Little did this fellow realize that Meng Fan had thrived in his new environment. In the ranking of the inner disciples, Qin Leqi placed 38th. While not particularly high, he still made it to the top 50, thus earning a degree of recognition. Meng Fan observed Qian Lechi with keen interest, especially his sword techniques, for it was prudent to be prepared against any potential hostility. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the grand competition of the sect came to a close. Meng Fan brushed off his sleeves, ready to return to the Sword Pavilion. It must be said that his gains today far surpassed those at the Sword Comprehension Hall. As he was about to leave the Tianjian Plaza, Meng Fan encountered Lu Yinping once more. In truth, Lu Yinping had come specifically to seek him out. "Senior Sister Lu, is there anything else you require?" Meng Fan inquired politely, having earned 40 spirit stones from Lu Yinping earlier. Naturally, he treated her with utmost respect, as she was his benefactor. "I am not here to request assistance this time. Rather, I come to offer help," Lu Yinping replied. "Help me?" Meng Fan queried, somewhat perplexed, thinking that her gift of spirit stones was already the greatest aid. "Have you heard of the Sword God Temple?" Lu Yinping asked. "The Sword God Temple?" Meng Fan shook his head in confusion, admitting that he had never heard of it. "It is understandable that you do not know. It is typically accessible only to inner disciples," Lu Yinping explained. Intrigued, Meng Fan encouraged her, "Since you mentioned the Sword God Temple, please enlighten me." Lu Yinping, having come specifically to share this information, was happy to divulge. The Sword God Temple houses a monument known as the Sword God Stele. The origin of this stele is unknown, and none of the people I have encountered possess any knowledge of its background. It is said that within this stele lies a divine sword, yet no one has ever managed to shatter it, leaving the truth of the legend shrouded in mystery. Upon hearing Lu Yinping's words, Meng Fan felt bewildered, struggling to grasp the significance of her message. The fact that no one could break the Sword God Stele indicated that it was composed of exceptionally hard material. If disciples of the Shushan sword sect could not shatter it, what chance did he have? "What do you mean by bringing this up, Senior Sister Lu? Calm down and let me finish." Lu Yinping rolled her eyes before continuing. "Although no one has managed to break the stele and obtain the divine sword within, those who have come into contact with it can sense a profound sword intent. Many disciples who have experienced this sword intent have significantly improved their sword techniques. Some esteemed members of the Shushan sword sect have even created their own unique styles after feeling this sword intent. Each individual's aptitude and comprehension vary, leading to differing insights from the Sword God Stele. You are the most extraordinarily perceptive person I have ever encountered regarding the sword path. So I believe you should visit the Sword God Temple and contemplate the Sword God Stele. I am confident it will greatly benefit you. Rest assured, the insights gained from the Sword God Stele are solely dependent on one's comprehension and have no relation to spiritual roots." Lu Yinping, aware of Meng Fan's mixed spiritual root, took the initiative to advise him. The Sword God Temple? The Sword God Stele? After listening, Meng Fan indeed felt intrigued. Curiously, he inquired, "Is the Sword God Monument accessible for anyone to comprehend? Such a phenomenon surely must come with prerequisites. If anyone could gain insight, where lies the merit?" Lu Yinping replied, "Indeed, anyone can perceive the Sword God Monument. Even the most junior disciples may seek understanding. However, each attempt requires the submission of 100 spirit stones, and one may only comprehend for a single hour at a time. 1 hour for 100 spirit stones. That is outright extortion. When he was a junior disciple, he never possessed even a single complete spirit stone. 100 spirit stones is an astronomical sum. Although Meng Fan currently held the considerable wealth of 40 spirit stones, he still deemed 100 an unattainable dream. His enthusiasm waned instantly. "This is far too costly. Perhaps I shall revisit this when I possess more spirit stones." Chapter 28. The Demon Locking Tower. A day to slay demons and exorcise evil. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yinping promptly stated, "Money is not an issue. I can sponsor you." Meng Fan's initial reaction was not one of excitement, but of caution. One does not receive free gifts from the heavens. Lu Yinping's willingness to assist surely harbored ulterior motives. Thus, with a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Why do you wish to help me?" Lu Yinping smiled and replied, "My assistance, naturally, comes with conditions, for 100 spirit stones is no trifling matter." Meng Fan asked, "What do you desire?" Lu Yinping candidly stated, "I wish for you to share the insights you gained from the Sword God Monument with me." This left Meng Fan somewhat bemused. It reminded him of his elementary school days, when he would pay to copy others' homework. "Aren't you afraid that I might gain nothing, or, if I do, deceive you and withhold the truth?" Meng Fan lamented. "Not at all." Lu Yinping replied with unwavering confidence. "Why?" Meng Fan questioned, as he himself could not muster such confidence. He was baffled by Lu Yinping's unwavering belief in him. "Because you lack spirit stones. If you wish to earn them from me, you cannot deceive me," Lu Yinping asserted. Such is the confidence of a generous benefactor. Meng Fan found her reasoning sound. Indeed, if he sought to acquire spirit stones from her, He could not afford to deceive her. Even if he were to mislead her, he must ensure she gleaned some benefit, so she felt her investment was worthwhile. Upon reflection, it became evident that she was not at a loss. The logic was simple. Meng Fan began to regard Lu Yinping with newfound respect, having previously thought her merely a naive spender. It seemed that every coin she distributed was a calculated investment. Very well, I accept your terms, Meng Fan stated directly to Lu Yinping. This arrangement was mutually beneficial, and he saw no reason to refuse. Then I shall await you at the Sword Comprehension Hall tomorrow. Once you arrive, I will escort you to the Sword God Temple, Lu Yinping said. All right, Meng Fan agreed. Subsequently, Meng Fan returned to the Sword Pavilion, just in time to close the doors as it neared closing time. Brother Luo, have you heard of the Sword God Temple and the Sword God Monument? After finishing his tasks, Meng Fan asked Brother Luo. The Sword God Monument? Huh, where did you hear that, you rascal? This endeavor is far beyond your reach. It requires 100 spirit stones for a single comprehension, so do not even think about it, Brother Luo remarked casually. Brother Luo, have you ever comprehended the Sword God Steel? Meng Fan continued to inquire. No, if I had 100 spirit stones, I would certainly use them for something more worthwhile than that, Brother Luo replied. You, young man, should not entertain such foolish thoughts. There are indeed individuals who have gained profound insights from the Sword God Steel, even mastering formidable sword techniques. However, those are but rare exceptions. The majority of disciples from the Shushan sword sect, after their attempt at comprehending the Sword God Steel, find no significant benefit, merely squandering 100 spirit stones. Even if you truly possessed 100 spirit stones, I would not advise you to pursue that endeavor. Upon hearing Brother Luo's words, Meng Fan began to understand. It appeared that the Sword God Steel was not as easily comprehensible as one might imagine. Lu Yinping was rather naive in her assumptions. Ultimately, 100 spirit stones were trivial to Lu Yinping, as she could afford to waste them. However, for someone like Brother Luo, such a luxury was simply unattainable. Meng Fan addressed Brother Luo. I plan to comprehend the Sword God Steel tomorrow. I will not require spirit stones. What? Brother Luo exclaimed, bewildered. Meng Fan clarified. It is Sister Lu who wishes to sponsor my comprehension of the Sword God Steel, so I need not spend my own spirit stones. He did not wish to conceal this undertaking from Brother Luo, for he was destined to rise within the Sword Pavilion, and concealment would be futile. It was better to prepare him in advance rather than leave him in shock and disbelief later on. After all, he and Brother Luo shared their days together, inevitably revealing certain extraordinary qualities. Should he exhibit any remarkable talents in the future, he could attribute them to insights gained from the Sword God Steel. Upon hearing this, Brother Luo gazed at Meng Fan with envy. Being handsome has its advantages. If I had your looks, I too would cling to a wealthy patron like Lu Yinping. Brother Luo assumed that Lu Yinping's sponsorship of Meng Fan stemmed from her admiration of his appearance, captivated by his striking visage. In truth, Lu Yinping valued Meng Fan's innate understanding. However, Meng Fan preferred not to clarify this, or perhaps intentionally left it ambiguous, allowing Brother Luo to harbor such misconceptions. This way, should any outrageous events unfold in the future, he would not need to concoct excuses. Brother Luo would likely fill in the gaps himself. This approach would certainly ease his own burdens. That evening, Meng Fan returned to his chamber and commenced his cultivation. Now he indulged himself, holding a spirit stone in his palm to absorb its essence, while simultaneously consuming an energy-gathering pill, complemented by the sword's essence surging from his lower abdomen. This pace of cultivation surpassed even that faced by those with exceptional spiritual roots. Hongqi, have you heard of the Sword God Steel? Meng Fan inquired during his practice. No, Hongqi's voice resonated in Meng Fan's mind. The previous master of the Hongqi sword was not a disciple of the Shushan sword sect. After his demise, by a twist of fate, the Hongqi sword was incorporated into the Sword Pavilion of the Shushan sword sect. Since arriving at Shushan, the Hongqi sword has never departed from the Sword Pavilion. In fact, you are the first master of the Hongqi sword within the Shushan sword sect. Meng Fan nodded, acknowledging his understanding. It appears that Hongqi possesses scant knowledge of Mount Shu, and her aspiration to find a living fossil has come to naught. The following day, after polishing his long sword, Meng Fan arrived at the Sword Enlightenment Hall, where he was to meet Lu Yinping as scheduled. Do you intend to observe others practicing their swordplay here for a while, or shall we proceed directly to the Sword God Temple? Lu Yinping inquired, well aware of Meng Fan's penchant for watching others practice swordsmanship. Initially, she found it perplexing why Meng Fan relished watching others train. However, after witnessing his astonishing comprehension, she understood completely. A prodigy like Meng Fan could glean the essence of various sword techniques merely by observing others, which was truly remarkable. Let us head straight to the Sword God Temple and not squander any time, Meng Fan replied to Lu Yanping. To be honest, he was also intrigued by the Sword God Temple and the Sword God Steel, as they were legendary treasures of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Lu Yanping led Meng Fan away from the Sword Enlightenment Hall, heading towards the Sword God Temple. Along the way, Meng Fan suddenly halted, captivated by a towering structure exuding a dreadful aura. The tower was encircled by iron chains, adorned with countless talisman papers. This scene was extraordinarily magnificent and horrifying. It was Meng Fan's first visit to this location, and he had never seen such a tower before. During his time as a servant disciple, he had lacked the qualifications to enter this area. Even after becoming a guardian disciple of the Sword Pavilion, he had never ventured near here. What is the matter? Lu Yanping asked. Noticing Meng Fan's sudden stop, her curiosity piqued. Upon seeing Meng Fan's gaze fixated on the tower to his right, a smile crept onto her face. Is this your first encounter with the demon locking tower? Meng Fan turned to Lu Yanping, astonishment etched across his features. Is this truly the legendary demon locking tower? He had certainly heard of its infamous reputation. It was said that this tower suppressed the passage between the demon realm and the human realm, imprisoning many malevolent demon beings within, each one more fearsome than the last. Lu Yanping reassured Meng Fan. The interior of the demon locking tower is indeed terrifying. Yet the exterior is secure, so there is no need for concern. She assumed that Meng Fan was frightened, hence her comforting words. Meng Fan marveled. It is rumored that beneath the demon locking tower lies a passageway connecting the demon realm to the human realm. Even though the passage is sealed, occasional stragglers appear at the base of the tower. The mighty practitioners of the Shu Mountain Sword sect frequently enter the tower to eliminate these interlopers and vanquish demons. Lu Yanping regarded Meng Fan with a knowing look. That is not merely a rumor, it is the truth. However, only elders of the sect possess the qualifications to enter the demon locking tower and eradicate demons. Should a disciple venture inside, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Meng Fan pondered wistfully. I wonder when I might have such an opportunity. Slaying demons and flying with a sword. These were the ultimate dreams of every sword cultivator. Lu Yanping rolled her eyes, stifling her urge to tease Meng Fan, and replied, once you gain sufficient insights from the Sword God Steel, perhaps the opportunity will present itself in the future. To enter the demon locking tower for demon slaying, one must attain the level of an elder, reaching at least the nascent soul realm, or even condensing a sword soul to possess such capability. Meng Fan, a mere cultivator at the second level of chi refining, was still far from remarkable. However, with Meng Fan's astonishing perception, the future held boundless possibilities. Lu Yanping, for her part, held a significant regard for him. After casting one last glance at the demon locking tower and suppressing his aspirations, Meng Fan addressed Lu Yanping. Sister Lu, let us proceed to the Sword God Hall. A moment later, under Lu Yanping's guidance, Meng Fan arrived at the Sword God Hall. Although the name suggested grandeur, the hall itself was rather unadorned. In its center stood a colossal stone tablet, towering at least 7 or 8 meters high, nearly reaching the ceiling of the hall. The tablet's surfaces were exceptionally smooth, devoid of any inscriptions or patterns, appearing quite ordinary. Yet, often the most unremarkable objects conceal profound mysteries within. Such was the case with the Sword God Tablet. The Sword God Tablet can accommodate up to 10 individuals simultaneously, but at this moment, only 2 are present, allowing you to engage in comprehension, Lu Yanping informed Meng Fan. Despite the tablet's extraordinary nature, the exorbitant fee meant that it was unlikely for a full complement of 10 to partake at any given time. Indeed, there were occasions when not a single person was present. Am I to go alone? Meng Fan inquired of Lu Yanping. Of course, if I were to join you. That would amount to 200 spirit stones. Although I have a modest reserve of spirit stones, I cannot afford to squander 100 so frivolously, Lu Yanping reasoned, deeming it a waste to spend such an amount on the Sword God Tablet, having already gleaned a meager understanding from it herself. The paltry insights she had gained were hardly worth the price of 100 spirit stones. Chapter 29. The Path of the Sword, Primordial Beginning Originally. She believed she would never return to the Sword God Hall, a place fraught with sorrow. Yet, unexpectedly, she stumbled upon a gem in Meng Fan. The comprehension of the Sword God Tablet hinged on perception, independent of one's spiritual root. Although Meng Fan possessed an inferior spiritual root, his perceptual acuity was the highest Lu Yanping had ever witnessed. With such insight, he was bound to glean something from the Sword God Tablet. If Meng Fan were to share his revelations with her, then her investment of 100 spirit stones would certainly not be in vain. It was worth it. Should it prove otherwise, she would cease to support Meng Fan in the future. Before departing, Lu Yanping reiterated her admonition. Give it your all. You must strive to comprehend fully. If your gains do not meet my expectations, you can forget about receiving another spirit stone from me." Her words bore an edge of severity. Meng Fan, his expression grave, assured her, "Rest assured, Sister Lu, I shall exert every effort. I cannot let anyone down, especially not my benefactor." After Lu Yinping facilitated the transaction of 100 spirit stones, Meng Fan approached the Sword God tablet. The tablet loomed large, resembling a small wall. The method of engaging with the Sword God tablet was quite simple. One merely needed to place a hand upon it. With 100 spirit stones affording him an hour, Meng Fan was determined not to waste time. Upon nearing the Sword God tablet, he settled cross-legged and placed his hand upon its surface. In the next moment, Meng Fan closed his eyes. To his astonishment, the instant his hand made contact with the Sword God steel, he was immediately enveloped by an unparalleled sword intent. This essence of swordsmanship was immensely grand and boundless. Meng Fan sensed myriad profound mysteries, vanquishing demons, exterminating evil, slaying immortals, cutting down gods, annihilating Buddhism, reaching the heavens, and traversing the earth. This singular sword intent contained an unfathomable aura. Meng Fan's heart raced with wonder. What kind of sword intent and sword path could be so magnificent and expansive? This was no mere sword intent. This was the very essence of the sword path. Simultaneously, Meng Fan's innate talent for the sword path began to activate. Instantly, waves of intricate truths surged into his consciousness. The sword path, primordial, resided within this steel, embodying a path of swordsmanship named primordial, the primordial path. Meng Fan was astounded, feeling as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Countless individuals from the Shu Mountain Sword sect had contemplated this stone tablet. Many gleaned sword techniques from it, while others grasped sword intent. Even those with exceptional talent derived sword momentum from the steel. However, throughout history, only Meng Fan had comprehended the sword path itself. The primordial sword path encompasses all. Through his innate talent, Meng Fan voraciously absorbed the information pertaining to the primordial sword path. Sword energy, sword intent, sword momentum, sword soul, sword spirit. And the sword path, he now possessed a profoundly comprehensive understanding of this journey. All myriad paths ultimately converge in the primordial. The primordial is merely one aspect of the sword path, yet it seems to encompass all sword paths, regardless of the sword techniques, sword intents, or even sword souls and spirits. Anyone willing may integrate them into the primordial path. Although primordial is but one manifestation of the sword path, it can be regarded as a supreme sword path. In fact, one could incorporate other sword paths into the primordial. Meng Fan's spirit was shaken at this moment. His gains were akin to soaring to the heavens. As a mere practitioner at the Qi refinement stage, he should have only been able to touch upon sword energy, with sword intent remaining a distant dream. Yet now, he had faintly approached the pinnacle of the sword's journey. Though it was merely a touch, it had catalyzed a profound transformation within him. While Meng Fan was immersed in this epiphany, he felt a hand gently pat his shoulder. He opened his eyes to see an elderly man clad in gray. "An hour has passed," the gray-clad elder stated expressionlessly. "Time is up?" Meng Fan was utterly bewildered. It felt as though only a few seconds had elapsed, yet an entire hour had slipped by. The gray-clad elder certainly would not deceive him. Especially with Lu Yinping observing nearby, he could not allow others to consume his time. Reluctantly, Meng Fan withdrew his hand from the steel, feeling a lingering desire for more. A mere hour had brought about a monumental shift in his understanding of the sword. If he were to immerse himself in this experience for 10 days and nights, he would indeed undergo a profound transformation. At that time, it would not be mere boasting. Meng Fan would possess the confidence to vanquish a cultivator of the second level of Zhenwu with his own cultivation at the second level of Qi training. For others, spending money to comprehend the sword god steel might seem a waste. However, for Meng Fan, it is a rare opportunity for transcendence. Particularly, the primordial sword path resonates with his prior conception of the myriad swords returning to their origin, both embodying the essence of countless sword techniques merged into a singular entity. Yet, the primordial sword path is far more extravagant. Meng Fan's envisioned myriad swords returning to their origin had its limitations. The very term implies that integrating myriad swords is already an extreme. In truth, Meng Fan had never genuinely contemplated merging countless sword techniques. He envisioned synthesizing a few hundred to forge a unique sword art of his own. The notion of myriad swords returning to their origin is merely a rhetorical flourish. Where could one truly seek out 10,000 sword techniques? Yet, the primordial sword path has expanded Meng Fan's imagination, be it 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 sword techniques. As long as such techniques exist in the world, they can all be assimilated into the primordial sword path. What insights have you gained? Was it worth 100 spirit stones? After leaving the sword god Steel, Lu Yinping hurriedly approached him with her query. Meng Fan pondered for a moment before responding to Lu Yinping, suggesting they speak in a more secluded area. The two departed from the sword god hall and found an open space outside. How was it? Lu Yinping asked, a hint of impatience evident in her demeanor. Undoubtedly. For Meng Fan, this experience was worthwhile. Although the sword god Steel appeared not to impart any specific sword techniques or intentions, it significantly enhanced the very essence of Meng Fan himself. Teaching someone to fish is far superior to merely handing them a fish. Even in terms of tangible combat prowess, Meng Fan's capabilities have seen considerable improvement since his arrival at the Sword God Hall. This is not merely an elevation of his vital energy, but rather an enhancement of his consciousness. To put it somewhat simplistically, it can also be regarded as an advancement in sword technique. Moreover, at this moment, Meng Fan is adept at persuading Lu Yinping to continue investing in him. He can make her believe that her expenditure of spirit stones is indeed worthwhile. With utmost seriousness, Meng Fan addressed Lu Yinping. I have certainly gleaned a great deal from the sword god Steel. However, certain insights elude articulation. It is not a matter of withholding knowledge, but rather that some realizations are ineffable and challenging to convey. Nonetheless, there are aspects I can share with you. And I assure you that these revelations will undoubtedly justify your investment of 100 spirit stones. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yinping's face lit up with excitement. She was well aware that some insights could only be grasped intuitively and could not be verbally expressed. Her motivation for supporting Meng Fan stemmed from the hope of gaining some advantage from his experience. As long as the value of what she gleaned exceeded 100 spirit stones, she would come out ahead. Furthermore, this arrangement would also create a sense of indebtedness in Meng Fan, whom she held in high regard, believing he would certainly achieve great things in the future. Such a person owing her a favor is undeniably a profitable investment, a venture from a fifth-tier perspective. It now appears that her investment was indeed wise, yielding guaranteed returns. Thus, do share with me what you can. I am eager to discern whether it is truly worth 100 spirit stones. Lu Yinping exclaimed impatiently. Meng Fan smiled and replied, do not rush. Allow me a moment to contemplate how to guide you. Had a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi cultivation overheard a mere 2nd-level practitioner boldly asserting the intent to instruct them, they would undoubtedly be filled with indignation. However, Lu Yinping was already accustomed to this dynamic. She harbored no resistance towards the notion of guidance. In truth, despite Meng Fan's 2nd-level status, she genuinely felt inferior to him. Were Meng Fan to elevate his cultivation even slightly, to the 4th or 5th level, it was likely he could easily best her in combat. A moment later, Meng Fan had devised a method to advise Lu Yinping. He gazed at her earnestly and said, Sister Lu, you have lingered at the 9th level of Qi cultivation for some time. It is high time you strive to break through to the true martial realm. Lu Yinping rolled her eyes and replied, isn't that obvious? I too have long desired to ascend to the true martial realm. But is it as simple as wanting to break through? Meng Fan chuckled. If I wish for you to break through, then you shall. Although his tone was brimming with audacity, Lu Yinping's face betrayed a glimmer of excitement and eagerness. Meng Fan, at this precise moment, broached the subject of ascending to the true martial realm. Could he truly possess a solution? What do you propose? Speak quickly. Lu Yinping, ever the impatient one, urged. Meng Fan replied. The transition from the 9th level of Qi cultivation to the true martial realm hinges on but a single breath. What breath? What are you hinting at? Lu Yinping pressed, unable to contain her curiosity. Previously, Meng Fan had been oblivious to what separated the 9th level from the true martial realm. However, after his enlightenment through the primordial sword path, he had garnered profound insights that could traverse from the realm of swordsmanship into the broader path of cultivation. That breath, my dear, is the sword energy, Meng Fan stated earnestly. Sword energy? Lu Yinping was somewhat bewildered. She infused her true energy into the blade and executed a strike. A surge of sword energy burst forth from the sword's body. This is something I have long been capable of. Once one reaches the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, with sufficient true energy infused into the longsword, one can unleash sword energy. How does this relate to breaking through to the true martial realm? Lu Yinping gazed at Meng Fan, perplexed. Chapter 30. The pinnacle of swordsmanship is sword energy. Meng Fan smiled. This sword energy is distinctly different. He then drew the red Qi sword and began to demonstrate the blue Sea Tidal Surge sword technique. Having previously sparred with Lu Yinping, he had diligently studied this technique to provide her with guidance and was now exceedingly familiar with it. Sister Lu, your primary sword technique is indeed the blue Sea Tidal Surge sword, is it not? Meng Fan inquired. Indeed. Lu Yinping affirmed. Then prepare to witness, he declared. And with that, Meng Fan resumed practicing the Blue Sea Tidal Surge sword technique. Every move and stance was executed with an effortless grace that left Lu Yinping, who had diligently practiced the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword technique for many years, feeling a sense of inadequacy. As she observed Meng Fan practicing his swordplay, an unexpected epiphany struck her. She realized that her own Bai Hai Chao Sheng could ascend to a higher level. Moments later, she completed the final form of the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword technique. At that instant, Meng Fan suddenly shouted, "Sister Lu, receive my sword." Lu Yinping turned in astonishment to face him, only to see that Meng Fan had finished executing the last move of the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword technique. Without pausing, he swung his sword toward her once more. It was a seemingly unremarkable strike, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, just a simple, casual flick. Whoosh! A wave of sword energy surged forth from the blade of the Hongqi sword, slicing toward Lu Yinping. Her expression shifted dramatically as she summoned her true energy and retaliated with her own strike. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lu Yinping's sword shattered the energy unleashed by Meng Fan. However, the immense force behind it compelled her to take a step back, her face a mask of shock. In disbelief, she stared at Meng Fan and exclaimed, "Junior brother Meng, you are merely at the second level of qi refinement. How can you manifest sword energy?" It was common knowledge that only upon reaching the third level of qi refinement, when one's true energy was fully unleashed, could one produce sword energy. "Did you carefully consider whether I utilized my true energy just now?" Meng Fan inquired, gazing at Lu Yinping. "Just now?" Lu Yinping furrowed her brow, reflecting on the moment. While practicing the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword technique, Meng Fan had not summoned any true energy. He had merely been casually wielding his sword. Following the conclusion of his swordplay, he had seamlessly executed his next strike without drawing upon his internal true energy. As this realization dawned on her, Lu Yinping was left astounded, her expression one of sheer disbelief. How could you possibly produce sword energy without calling upon your true energy? At that moment, she was genuinely flabbergasted. If Meng Fan had indeed manifested sword energy at the second level of qi refinement, it would have been astonishing yet not entirely incomprehensible. Perhaps his cultivation method was unique, allowing his true energy to be denser than that of an ordinary practitioner. Yet, to effortlessly release sword energy without the use of true energy transcended all logic, leaving Lu Yinping bewildered, as if witnessing a miracle. "How on earth did you achieve this?" she asked, her brow knitted in confusion, beginning to doubt her own understanding of cultivation. Meng Fan sheathed the Hongqi sword with a smile and said, "This is precisely the breadth that you lack in your quest to break through to the true martial realm." "What do you mean?" Lu Yinping was perplexed. Breaking through to the true martial realm requires not only a certain intensity of true energy, but also a transformation of one's spirit. Once one reaches the 9th level of qi refinement, their true energy attains the requisite strength for such a breakthrough. It is the synergy of spirit, energy, and essence. What you are missing is the spirit. As for how others achieve a spiritual breakthrough, I am unaware. However, during my contemplation of the sword deity steel, I discovered a method to cultivate a sword technique to its utmost perfection. When a sword technique is mastered to its pinnacle, a profound understanding emerges, and the very act of wielding the sword becomes imbued with spirit. The sword energy I just unleashed was not born from true energy. It is a sword energy born from the pinnacle of the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword technique. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yinping appeared bewildered, utterly incredulous. She murmured, "To cultivate a sword technique to its zenith, wielding the sword as if guided by a divine presence, one can indeed summon sword energy through the sword technique?" "Indeed," Meng Fan affirmed with a nod. "So, if an ordinary person masters a sword technique to its utmost, even in the absence of true energy, they can still conjure sword energy using this technique?" "Precisely." Lu Yinping's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had just personally experienced the might of Meng Fan's sword energy, which was comparable to the strike of a warrior at the 6th or 7th level of qi cultivation. Does this imply that an ordinary person, devoid of true energy, could contend with a warrior at the 5th or 6th level of qi cultivation, once they perfect a sword technique? Yet, she pondered, if one could master a sword technique to such an extent, how could they possibly be an ordinary person without true energy? It was a paradox. After a considerable pause, Lu Yinping regained her composure. With a contemplative look, she inquired of Meng Fan, "Are you suggesting that if I can cultivate the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword technique to your level, I would be able to enter the true martial realm?" Meng Fan nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, and breaking through to the true martial realm this way would render one stronger than the typical true martial practitioners, with the added advantage of greater potential." "What leads you to this assertion?" Lu Yinping asked, somewhat perplexed. The Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword energy is, in essence, the seed of the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword intent. Once you cultivate this sword energy, manifesting the sword intent later will not be a daunting task. Meng Fan continued to expound. If you can further condense the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword intent while at the 9th level of the true martial realm, you will seamlessly transition into the Tian Yuan realm. The Tian Yuan realm? Lu Yinping, who had yet to enter the true martial realm, could hardly believe that Meng Fan was already painting visions of the Tian Yuan realm for her. This elicited a rueful smile from her. However, sword intent? It dawned on her that the foundation for condensing a sword intent lies in mastering a sword technique to its utmost. She had not anticipated that a single epiphany at the sword god steel could expand her understanding to such lofty heights. Lu Yinping expressed her envy. Having also contemplated the sword god steel, yet her experience was far less enlightening. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Meng Fan chuckled, honestly surprised that a single encounter with the sword god steel could yield such profound insights into the path of cultivation. This time, he felt he had truly gained immensely. Suddenly, Lu Yinping seemed to recall something, her face alight with astonishment as she regarded Meng Fan. Now that you have perfected the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword technique and can summon sword energy from it, does this not mean that once you reach the 9th level of Qi cultivation, you can seamlessly ascend to the true martial realm? Theoretically, that is indeed the case. Meng Fan replied with a nod. Lu Yinping was genuinely envious, feeling that fate had been rather unfair. How could one person be endowed with such exceptional talent? How could others possibly live in the shadow of such brilliance? Could the heavens not distribute a fraction of this excellence among others? With a deep sigh, Lu Yinping expressed her admiration. People like you are truly extraordinary. If one day you were to suddenly attain sword intent, I would not be surprised in the least. Meng Fan smiled, but remained silent. The pursuit of sword intent is certainly not a formidable task. Take, for instance, the Azure Sea Tide sword technique. If Meng Fan dedicates time to its study, he could potentially master the Azure Sea Tide sword intent within a month or two. However, Meng Fan holds this technique in low regard, for even if one were to attain sword intent through it, the resultant power would be far from exceptional. A person of Meng Fan's caliber would undoubtedly seek to cultivate a formidable sword intent. Merely sharing this information is clearly not worth 100 spirit stones. I pride myself on my integrity. For the next few days, I shall personally instruct you in the Azure Sea Tide sword technique. Meng Fan's dedication to service can be described as unparalleled and exceedingly thoughtful. After all, he greatly values Lu Yinping, this generous maiden. He yearns to gain further insights from the sword god steel, and thus must seize opportunities from Lu Yinping, this little affluent lady. Within 7 days, I shall ensure your breakthrough to the true martial realm, Meng Fan declared with grand ambition. In the following 7 days, Meng Fan diligently trained Lu Yinping in the Azure Sea Tide sword technique. Most of their time was spent at the Comprehending Sword Hall. Whenever senior brother Luo went out for wine, Lu Yinping would come to the sword pavilion. Not a moment was wasted. After 7 days, Lu Yinping finally perfected the Azure Sea Tide sword technique. Like Meng Fan, she could now wield sword energy even without the use of true qi. Most importantly, she successfully broke through to the true martial realm, which filled her with immense joy, prompting her to reward Meng Fan with 10 spirit stones. While not a fortune, Meng Fan accepted it with gratitude, feeling quite content. Time flowed like water, and soon half a month had passed. During this period, Meng Fan continued his daily visits to the Comprehending Sword Hall. Following his previous enlightenment at the sword god steel, his understanding deepened during his observations of the swords. His cultivation had reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and his envisioned concept of the 10,000 swords returning to one was beginning to take shape. Alas, the accumulation was insufficient. If only he could study 1,000 sword techniques, how splendid that would be. The sword techniques practiced by the disciples at the Comprehending Sword Hall were limited to around 100 varieties, and Meng Fan found little novelty in them. Consequently, he frequented the hall less often. He sometimes entertained the thought of sweeping through the scripture pavilion. What a delight that would be. However, he remained merely a guardian disciple of the sword pavilion, not of the scripture pavilion. One morning, as usual, Meng Fan began to polish his longsword. Recently, he had occasionally encountered swords imbued with malevolent energy while polishing. Yet, the memories contained within these swords no longer captivated his attention. They mostly comprised ordinary sword techniques, akin to those practiced by the disciples at the Comprehending Sword Hall. Just as Meng Fan was polishing the 29th longsword of the day, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Wait, the voice of Hong Qi echoed. What is it? Meng Fan inquired softly. This sword may appear unremarkable, but in truth, it is a spiritual sword, Hong Qi alerted Meng Fan. Chapter 31. The Sword Demon is a woman. Hong Qi and Meng Fan, having spent countless days together, were acutely aware of Meng Fan's deliberate choice to polish ordinary swords, deliberately avoiding the spiritual blades. Thus, when Meng Fan nearly made contact with a spiritual sword, she instinctively interjected with a warning. While Meng Fan might occasionally struggle to distinguish a spiritual sword, Hong Qi, as the embodiment of one, was certainly well informed. Upon hearing her alert, a flicker of surprise crossed Meng Fan's face. Yet, it was merely a fleeting surprise. He had previously contemplated the possibility that some spiritual swords might appear unremarkable, only to be inadvertently selected by him. Therefore, he had been exceedingly cautious, intentionally steering clear of such blades. To his astonishment, he had truly encountered one this time. Nevertheless, upon hearing Hong Qi's warning, Meng Fan chose not to withdraw his hand, but instead reached out towards the spiritual sword with determination. The swords he had encountered recently had been disappointingly lackluster, and even those imbued with sword essence had yielded little reward. Given the serendipitous opportunity to confront a spiritual sword, Meng Fan resolved to embrace the challenge and test both the sword and himself. Having reached the 3rd level of qi refinement and consumed body tempering pills daily, his physique had significantly improved. Most importantly, following his enlightenment from the sword god steel, he had experienced considerable growth in his awareness. It was indeed time to put a spiritual sword to the test, he mused. Do not act rashly. Hong Qi's anxious and urgent voice echoed within Meng Fan's mind. She vividly recalled how the inner sect disciple, Duga Ming, a being of true martial realm, had nearly lost his life to a spiritual sword. Meng Fan's early engagement with such a blade was undoubtedly reckless. Regrettably, her warning came too late, for Meng Fan's hand had already grasped the spiritual sword. The sword's name, Mo Yun. The moment Meng Fan's hand made contact with the Mo Yun sword, a tremendous surge of malevolent energy erupted from the blade, enveloping him entirely. In a flash, Hong Qi's sword form emitted a radiant red light, striving to repel the malevolence and protect her master. Yet Meng Fan hastily called out, Hong Qi, stand down, allow me to handle this. The red light of Hong Qi's sword flickered uncertainly, clearly hesitant. Ultimately, she complied with Meng Fan's request, refraining from intervening. Though she was deeply concerned, she believed in Meng Fan, her chosen master. If he could not withstand this minor peril, how could he hope to grow stronger or seek vengeance for her? The overwhelming malevolent energy coiled around Meng Fan, appearing dreadfully ominous. Moments later, the entirety of this energy surged into his body. Hong Qi's ethereal form floated out from the Hong Qi sword, her face etched with worry as she gazed at Meng Fan. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of confusion, noticing that the malevolent energy seemed to be willingly absorbed into Meng Fan's being. She shook her head, banishing the absurd thought from her mind. Are you concerned for him? Hong Qi heard a voice, prompting her to turn abruptly. She beheld senior brother Luo, who was also watching Meng Fan with a face full of concern. Given Meng Fan's 3rd level of qi refinement, forcibly engaging with a spiritual sword was indeed perilously hazardous. Fortunately, Meng Fan differs from Du Gu Ming. While Du Gu Ming seeks to subdue the spirit sword, Meng Fan merely wishes to polish it. Thus, it is unlikely that this spirit sword will wield its power too harshly against him. Furthermore, Mo Yun is not as ruthless as Qi Yu, so Meng Fan should be relatively safe. However, brother Luo remains uncertain. After all, a spirit sword is not human and cannot be judged by human reasoning. Yet, since Meng Fan has demonstrated an array of prodigious talents upon entering the Sword Pavilion, it stands to reason that he should be able to withstand the Mo Yun sword. Brother Luo gazes curiously at Hong Qi and inquires, to be honest, I am quite intrigued. Why do you care so much for this young man? Even if his aptitude is remarkable, it seems excessive to be so invested. Could it be that you are taken by his handsome appearance? Do sword spirits have a penchant for dashing figures? Upon hearing brother Luo's words, Hong Qi is momentarily taken aback, for she herself had not contemplated this question. Did she acknowledge Meng Fan as her master due to his striking visage or his astonishing talent? It appears to be a blend of both. Brother Luo is unaware that the spirit of the Hong Qi sword was once a living girl. Unlike Meng Fan, who can discern the origins and crafting methods of the Hong Qi sword, he remains oblivious to the fact that the sword was forged with the blood of a maiden's heart and that the spirit, Hong Qi, is the very girl who was sacrificed. Had he known, he would not have dared to jest about the Hong Qi sword. None of your business. Hong Qi retorts coldly before transforming into a flash of red light and re-entering the Hong Qi sword. Brother Luo touches his nose, bewildered by the unexpected reprimand. Indeed, sword spirits are often incomprehensible, making humor futile. If this young man can successfully endure the sword's murderous intent of Mo Yun, Perhaps it is time to introduce him to Elder Lin, Brother Luo muses. It is conceivable that this young man may indeed have the potential to become Elder Lin's direct disciple. If that were the case, it would be a meteoric rise. The thought fills Brother Luo with a sense of envy, albeit a mild one, as he bears no jealousy. After all, he once had the opportunity to become Elder Lin's disciple, but alas, he could not rise to the occasion and ultimately settled for the status of a named disciple. Meanwhile, as the sword's malevolent energy permeates Meng Fan's being, it is fervently refined by the Sword Dao. The memories contained within this malevolence gradually unfold in Meng Fan's mind. On a distant mountaintop, shrouded in mist, a man and a woman stand in opposition. The man, clad in white, faces a woman draped in black. The very colors of their attire signify their conflict. Junior sister Yuro, at this juncture, do you still remain obstinately unaware? The man laments. The Hunyuan sword sect has been obliterated by the ghost shadow demon cult. Master and mistress, as well as our brothers and sisters, have all turned to mere bones. Do you still refuse to repent? The white-clad man gazes sorrowfully at the woman in black, his voice imbued with bitterness and resignation. An overwhelming aura of sorrow emanates from him. Just by witnessing the beginning of this memory, Meng Fan comprehends that he is witnessing a tragic tale unfold. Indeed, the woman in the black robe spoke. From the moment I joined the Ghost Shadow Demon sect, I ceased to be a member of the Hunyuan Sword sect. Whether the Hunyuan Sword sect exists or perishes is of no concern to me. The man in white, with a complex tone, replied, Junior sister, before his passing. Our master expressed his deepest concern for you, and urged me to persuade you to return to the righteous path. The black-robed woman let out a cold laugh, her lips curling into a mocking smile. He is concerned for me? Is he attempting to drag me down to accompany him in death? Meng Fan closely observed these memories, revealing a tragic tale between a man and a woman. The woman had once been a disciple of the Hunyuan Sword sect, but after being wronged by it, she, in a fit of anger, betrayed the sect and joined the opposing demon faction. Ultimately, with her assistance, the Ghost Shadow Demon sect successfully annihilated the Hunyuan Sword sect. Only the man in white survived, seeking out the black-robed woman in hopes of persuading her to renounce her wicked ways. Regrettably, not every tragic tale concludes with a happy ending. Although the man clarified the misunderstandings of the past, the woman named Yuro did not respond as Meng Fan had envisioned. There were no tears of regret or heartfelt repentance. The memory culminated in Yuro plunging a sword into the heart of the man in white. He perished. Moreover, the Mo-Yun sword was Yuro's weapon. After slaying the man, Yuro comprehended a unique sword technique, the 7 absolute demon sword. Unfeeling, unrighteous, unloving, unhating, unsad, unjoyful, unangry. These 7 absolutes led Yuro to irrevocably descend into the demonic path, transforming into a sword demon. Meng Fan had heard tales of the formidable and terrifying sword demon of the Ghost Shadow Demon sect, an entity so powerful that even the sect's leader dared not provoke her lightly. The 7 absolute demon sword was her unparalleled skill that enabled her to dominate the world. Notably, this sword demon still lives today. Upon absorbing these memories, Meng Fan opened his eyes, astonished to discover that the legendary sword demon was indeed a woman. He gazed at the Mo-Yun sword in his hand, surprised to learn that this seemingly unremarkable sword had once belonged to the sword demon. Shu Mountain Sword Pavilion truly encompasses the finest swords in the world. Even a single layer often yields remarkable treasures. However, while some of these weapons possess extraordinary origins, their inherent strength remains paramount. The fact that a weapon once belonged to a significant figure does not inherently make it superior to others of the same grade. Such a notion is unfounded. Their power is fundamentally equivalent. Nevertheless, the Shu Mountain Sword sect boasts the greatest number of renowned swords. To speak of renowned artifacts, one cannot overlook the Fuxi Sword, one of the 3 divine artifacts housed within the Shu Mountain Sword sect, nor the legendary Jinyao Sword, which resides in the demon-suppressing tower of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. If one day Meng Fan were to encounter such a divine sword, it could indeed propel him to great heights. How do you feel? Are you all right? Brother Luo inquired with concern, standing behind Meng Fan. Rest assured, senior brother, I am perfectly fine. Meng Fan turned around, casting a glance at Brother Luo, a slight smile gracing his face. Although a faint ache throbbed in his head, it was a mere trifling after-effect that he could easily endure. His earlier speculations proved correct. The enlightenment he gained from the Sword God Monument had significantly enhanced both his consciousness and spiritual prowess. Such advancement would undoubtedly prove beneficial for his future cultivation. It seemed necessary for him to devise a plan to procure more spirit stones from Lu Yinping, with the aim of experiencing the Sword God Monument once more. While for others, engaging with the monument might be seen as a waste of spirit stones, for Meng Fan, the assistance it offered was invaluable. Drawing forth the Moyun sword, he carefully polished it before returning it to its designated place. This time, the essence of the sword that surged into Meng Fan's body was substantially greater than that from an ordinary long sword. As he had surmised, the spirit sword indeed emanated a far richer source of sword essence. Take some time to rest. After the sword pavilion closes today, accompany me to the second floor. Brother Luo instructed. The second floor? Upon hearing Brother Luo's words, Meng Fan turned back, surprise evident on his face. He had long yearned for the second floor of the sword pavilion, but had never summoned the courage to ascend. Moreover, he felt unworthy as a newcomer. He had been awaiting Brother Luo to invite him, and now that moment had finally arrived. What will we do on the second floor? Meng Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Brother Luo had never mentioned taking him there before. What could be the reason for this visit? It is time for you to meet Elder Lin. Given your ability to withstand the sword aura of the spirit sword, I believe Elder Lin will find you quite intriguing, Brother Luo replied. A flicker of anticipation crossed Meng Fan's face at Brother Luo's words. He had heard much about the enigmatic Elder Lin and was genuinely curious about the individual behind the name. Cautiously, Meng Fan remarked, Elder Lin hasn't expressed any desire to meet me. Won't my direct approach be seen as intrusive? Noticing Meng Fan's anxious demeanor, Brother Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, Elder Lin is known for his amiable disposition and kindness. Meng Fan nodded, choosing to set aside his concerns. In about an hour, the sword pavilion will close. After that, I'll take you to meet Elder Lin. You have just experienced the shock of the Moyun sword's aura, so take some time to rest. Brother Luo said with thoughtful consideration. Acknowledging the advice, Meng Fan returned to his room to meditate and recuperate. Meanwhile, he mentally rehearsed the newly acquired technique. The 7 Absolute Demon Sword. This technique surpassed his expectations by leaps and bounds. All the sword forms he had encountered previously paled in comparison to the 7 Absolute Demon Sword. Even the formidable Taishang Juqing sword and the mountain cleaving sword were no match for it. He sensed that the 7 Absolute Demon Sword had begun to touch the very essence of the sword spirit. The sword soul and sword spirit pertain to the advanced swordsmanship at the level of the primordial spirit. However, the 7 Absolute Demon Sword has deviated somewhat, having succumbed to the demonic path. The 7 Absolute Demon Sword, indeed a weapon of the demonic arts, does not deter Meng Fan. He perceives the demonic path as a path nonetheless, one worthy of his exploration. Moreover, the primordial Dao encompasses myriad forms, and it does not exclude the demonic way. Yet, as Meng Fan practiced the 7 Absolute Demon Sword within the confines of his mind, he sensed an anomaly. This sword technique was indeed terrifying, its power exceedingly formidable. However, employing the 7 Absolute Demon Sword would plunge one into a state of demonic possession, unleashing an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent, potentially harming the innocent. Even when merely rehearsing the technique in his mind, without manifesting it in reality, Meng Fan felt an overwhelming tide of lethal intent flooding his consciousness. A desire to obliterate everything around him. Truly, it was a demon's sword. He ceased his mental practice, opening his eyes, which glinted with a hint of crimson, still resonating with an echo of murderous intent. It is no wonder that the sword demon of the Ghost Shadow Demon sect is rumored to be immensely terrifying, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. Those who cultivate this sword technique to its pinnacle may well succumb to madness, truly transforming into a demon. Nevertheless, the power of this sword technique is indeed formidable. Shaking his head, Meng Fan decided to set aside such thoughts. After an hour of meditation, he felt markedly better, the sharp pain in his mind subsiding. As the sword pavilion was about to close, Senior Brother Luo approached Meng Fan's chamber, saying, Junior Brother Meng, it's time. I shall take you to meet Elder Lin. Meng Fan hurriedly exited his room, feeling a flutter of excitement. He followed Senior Brother Luo up the staircase to the second floor of the sword pavilion. This staircase, which he observed daily, was a threshold he had yet to cross. Soon, Meng Fan reached the second floor. The space here was slightly smaller than the first floor, yet not by much. Like the first floor, the second floor was lined with rows of wooden racks, each adorned with swords. However, all the swords on the second floor were spiritual swords. While the first floor contained a few spiritual swords, they were rare. The second floor boasted none but spiritual swords. Meng Fan gazed in awe at the dazzling array of spiritual swords. If he could absorb the malevolent essence of these swords, how much foundational power could he accumulate? Should he also absorb the very essence of the swords, what realm could he possibly attain? Most importantly, the sword pavilion had a third, fourth, and even a fifth floor. The thought ignited a fervor in Meng Fan's heart. Undoubtedly, This sword pavilion was a veritable treasure trove for him. In the southern corner of the second floor, an elder sat upon a mat, seemingly meditating. This was a genuine elder, unlike the facade of senior brother Luo. Elder Lin. This is the new disciple of the sword pavilion, who has performed exceptionally well since his arrival. I have brought him to meet you. Senior brother Luo said as he approached Elder Lin, bowing respectfully. Meng Fan quickly followed suit, quietly observing the elder. The exalted status of the sword pavilion was largely attributed to the presence of this venerable figure. It is evident that this elder possesses an extraordinary presence. As Elder Lin slowly opened his eyes, in that very moment, Meng Fan seemed to perceive a glimmer of a sword, or rather, it was as though Elder Lin had transformed into a blade. The human form conveyed to Meng Fan the essence of a sharp sword. The thought of unity of man and sword surfaced in his mind. Had this been the Meng Fan who had yet to comprehend the Sword God tablet, he would have been utterly oblivious to such nuances, even with the divine talent of swordsmanship. For, while that talent is indeed remarkable, it does not enhance one's experience. However, the enlightenment gained from the Sword God tablet has bestowed upon Meng Fan a wealth of knowledge in the path of swordsmanship. The unity of man and sword is not merely a realm to attain, it represents a state of being. Many dedicate their lives to sword practice, even reaching profound levels of mastery, yet fail to enter this state. Undoubtedly, Elder Lin is formidable. Meng Fan was instantly filled with reverence for this unfamiliar elder. Humanity possesses an inherent respect for the powerful. Elder Lin cast a glance at Meng Fan, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. You are quite impressive, he remarked kindly, his gaze reflecting satisfaction. It was evident that, although Meng Fan had not encountered him during this period, Elder Lin had been observing him closely. Hearing Elder Lin's first words as praise directed towards Meng Fan, senior brother Luo felt a twinge of jealousy. After years in the sword pavilion, he had yet to receive a single compliment from Elder Lin. Not only was he devoid of praise, but he had also often perceived a flicker of disappointment in Elder Lin's eyes. As a named disciple, he had evidently failed to meet Elder Lin's expectations. Meng Fan introduced himself once more, stating, I am Meng Fan, a newly appointed sword-guarding disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Elder Lin nodded, indicating that he had committed this name to memory. He then scrutinized Meng Fan for a moment before inquiring, what is your wish? Meng Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such an enigmatic question as Elder Lin's first utterance. It reminded him of a variety show he had watched in his previous life on Earth, where mentors would often ask their students, what is your dream? Wishes and dreams seemed to bear little distinction, did they not? A sense of familiarity washed over him, akin to being presented with lofty ideals. After a brief moment, Meng Fan awkwardly gazed at Elder Lin, struggling to formulate a response. Elder Lin, I have yet to discern what my wish might be. Elder Lin chuckled softly, rising to his feet and placing a hand on Meng Fan's shoulder. There is no rush. Take your time to ponder. There is ample opportunity. Meng Fan felt somewhat bewildered. He found Elder Lin's demeanor rather perplexing. Engaging in conversation with him felt somewhat awkward. Truth be told, were their roles reversed, Meng Fan would have likely slapped Elder Lin and exclaimed, speak plainly. Alas, such thoughts were mere fantasy. In reality, Meng Fan dutifully addressed Elder Lin, saying, disciple is dull-witted and has not grasped your meaning. Elder Lin first glanced at senior brother Luo before turning his attention back to Meng Fan. I have long desired to accept a direct disciple. I once considered Xiao Luo, but alas, he proved to be lacking, falling far short of expectations. Elder Lin turned to Meng Fan and said, in truth, I have been observing you since your very first day in the Sword Pavilion. Initially, I was quite disappointed, believing you to be inferior even to Xiao Luo. However, during this period, you have surprised me greatly. A flicker of excitement stirred within Meng Fan. Could it be that Elder Lin intended to take him as a direct disciple? That would be an extraordinary leap for him. The hierarchy of disciples in the Shushan sword sect consists of various ranks: miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and the direct disciples of the sect leader. Although Meng Fan was unaware of Elder Lin's identity, it was evident that his authority in the Sword Pavilion was nearly equal to that of the sect leader. Should he become Elder Lin's direct disciple, his status would undoubtedly surpass that of an inner disciple. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Meng Fan, a modern-day transmigrator with a naturally thick skin, thoughtlessly knelt before Elder Lin the moment he detected a hint of willingness from him. You are quite clever, yet I have not finished speaking, Elder Lin chuckled. Master, please instruct me. Meng Fan replied earnestly. Beside them, senior brother Luo stared at Meng Fan, utterly astonished. After spending so much time with him, he had never realized that Meng Fan possessed such audacity. Previously, he had thought this lad to be quite sincere, an honest person. Now, It seemed he had misjudged him. Indeed, it appeared that regardless of gender, those who are pleasing to the eye often harbor a touch of cunning. Meanwhile, senior brother Luo couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Meng Fan. Had he possessed such shamelessness from the outset, perhaps he too could have become Elder Lin's direct disciple. Alas, he was merely the honest man. Elder Lin regarded Meng Fan with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Yet his expression remained stern as he stated, "If you wish to become my disciple, you must first undergo an assessment." Chapter 33. 2 years later. Defeating a certain individual in assessment? There was nothing Meng Fan feared more than an assessment. With his comprehension, what kind of evaluation could possibly challenge him? As long as it did not pertain to cultivation levels, for Meng Fan's greatest shortcoming at present lay in his cultivation being merely at the 3rd level of Qi training, which was indeed rather low. However, since Elder Lin had previously taken note of him, he would undoubtedly be aware of Meng Fan's inferior spiritual root. His willingness to accept Meng Fan as a disciple would naturally mean he would not impose difficulties regarding cultivation. "Master, please conduct the assessment. I shall strive to excel," Meng Fan declared with unwavering determination. Hearing Meng Fan address him as master so readily made it seem as if he were already a disciple of Elder Lin. Senior brother Luo was genuinely impressed. In terms of audacity, he could not compare to Meng Fan. It was one thing to possess a handsome visage, but to have such a thick skin as well. How could anyone else compete? Elder Lin's smile remained unyielding, clearly indicating that he did not disdain Meng Fan's brazen attitude. A younger generation displaying a hint of boldness before their elders would not only fail to provoke disdain, but might even evoke a sense of delight. "The reason I inquired about your wishes earlier was that should you become my direct disciple, I would fulfill one of your desires." "Certainly. It lies within my capacity to comprehend, and truth be told, my abilities may surpass your expectations. However, to become my direct disciple, you must, within 2 years, vanquish an individual." Elder Lin gazed at Meng Fan with utmost seriousness and gravity. Defeating an individual? Meng Fan sensed that the matter was far more intricate than he had initially presumed, for this person must surely be stronger than Brother Luo. Moreover, it was evident that 2 years hence, Brother Luo would still not be able to rival this individual. Otherwise, the coveted position of direct disciple would have long been secured by Brother Luo, leaving no opportunity for him. Thus, in Elder Lin's eyes, did he believe that Meng Fan, 2 years from now, would certainly surpass a future Brother Luo? Frankly, Meng Fan was quite taken aback by Elder Lin's unwavering confidence in him. After all, up until now, he remained oblivious to Brother Luo's cultivation realm. Yet, given Brother Luo's demeanor and stature, one could only assume he must be at the celestial origin realm. "Elder Lin, may I inquire about the current realm of that individual?" Meng Fan asked with a hint of curiosity. 1 year ago, he had just entered the celestial origin realm. Elder Lin replied, his tone tinged with complexity. Upon hearing this, Meng Fan was momentarily stunned. Had he truly entered the celestial origin realm a year ago? Would he be capable of attaining such a level in 2 years? It seemed rather implausible. Even if he could reach the celestial origin realm, that individual would likely be at least at the 2nd or 3rd level. Why did Elder Lin hold such faith in him? Meng Fan genuinely felt a mix of surprise and disbelief. "Elder Lin, your belief in me is quite flattering," he remarked with a wry smile. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that if Meng Fan were to truly attain the celestial origin realm, even at the 1st level, he could likely contend with those at the 3rd or even 4th levels. Who am I to experience such a boon? Yet, while he could entertain such confidence, why would Elder Lin, a stranger, place such unwavering trust in him? Hearing Meng Fan's words, Elder Lin could not help but let out a bitter chuckle, laced with a hint of resignation. "Aside from young Luo, you are the only one left in the Sword Pavilion. I have long since given up on young Luo, and now I can only place my hopes in you." Meng Fan, intrigued, turned to Brother Luo and inquired, "Brother Luo, what is your current realm? Is there a significant disparity between you and the individual Elder Lin mentioned?" Brother Luo, somewhat embarrassed, responded, "I am at the 8th level of the true martial realm." The 8th level of the true martial realm? A look of astonishment crossed Meng Fan's face. He had always assumed that Brother Luo was also at the celestial origin realm, for he certainly exuded the aura of a master. It turned out to be mere illusion. Brother Luo remained at the 8th level of the true martial realm, while the individual mentioned by Elder Lin had already attained the celestial origin realm a year ago. It was clear that Elder Lin had trained Brother Luo prior, thus understanding that he could not possibly be a match for that individual. Yet, the gap between Meng Fan and that person was even more pronounced. At present, he was merely at the 3rd level of Qi training, a stark contrast to the cultivators of the celestial origin realm, like heaven and earth, a divide of dragons and snakes. "Elder Lin, who is that person you speak of?" Why must I defeat him? Meng Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Old Master Lin sighed, his expression a tapestry of complexity. After a moment of silence, he spoke with deep nostalgia. That individual is a disciple of an old rival of mine. 8 years ago, we made a wager, each to cultivate a disciple, and after a decade, our protégés would compete. The one whose disciple loses must fulfill a request from the victor. This tale, albeit somewhat cliched, is entirely plausible, as Meng Fan understood. However, he was perplexed as to why, with 2 years remaining in their decade-long agreement, Old Master Lin had yet to find a suitable disciple. Surely, within the ranks of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, there must be at least one disciple worthy of Lin's esteem. It has been 8 years, Master Lin. Your search for a disciple seems rather prolonged, does it not? Meng Fan inquired cautiously. Old Master Lin shook his head, falling into contemplation. Beside him, Brother Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Fan, though the latter, from his angle, was oblivious to Luo's expression. After a brief pause, Old Master Lin spoke again, his tone laced with sorrow. In truth, I did take on a disciple 8 years ago, one of remarkable talent. 2 years prior, he achieved the Tianyuan realm. In terms of both innate ability and strength, he was not inferior to my rival's disciple. Meng Fan detected the melancholy in Lin's voice and hesitated to press for further details, sensing that the next part of the story was likely grim. Yet, Old Master Lin continued, seemingly compelled to share. Regrettably, 2 years ago, he perished. After reaching the Tianyuan realm, filled with ambition, he set out to vanquish demons, only to fall victim to their claws. Upon finishing his tale, Old Master Lin sank back onto the mat, as if his very essence had been drained, leaving him devoid of strength. It was evident that the loss of this disciple had dealt him a profound blow, one from which he had yet to fully recover. Observing Old Master Lin's dejection, Meng Fan found himself at a loss for words, opting instead for silence, as any attempt at consolation would feel hollow in such a moment. After what felt like an eternity, Lin regained a semblance of spirit. Since then, I have been devoid of ambition, and for the past 2 years, I have not left the Sword Pavilion. I once contemplated grooming little Luo to partake in the impending wager, but alas, his aptitude and comprehension are rather mediocre, leaving no possibility of victory. I had resigned myself to defeat. Old Master Lin lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. Until your arrival, your presence has rekindled my hope. In truth, when you first entered the Sword Pavilion, I did not regard you highly, as your spiritual root was but a mixed variety of inferior quality. I even doubted you would survive a month here. Yet, you have astonished me. Though your spiritual root level is indeed low, the depth of your understanding, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship, is unparalleled in my lifetime. It is no exaggeration to assert that throughout the entire Shu Mountain Sword sect, there exists no other individual whose swordsmanship talent can be compared to yours. While lacking in innate talent can be remedied, a deficiency in comprehension and aptitude for the sword path is truly irredeemable. Elder Lin spoke at length, his words imbued with admiration for Meng Fan. This naturally evoked a profound envy in Brother Luo, who had always been subject to Elder Lin's critiques and had never received a compliment. Meng Fan hesitated and asked Elder Lin, even if my comprehension is commendable, achieving the celestial origin realm within 2 years seems almost an insurmountable task for me, does it not? Furthermore, even with exceptional innate roots, it is exceedingly difficult to ascend from the 3rd layer of chi refinement to the celestial origin realm in such a short span. Not to mention, I possess merely a mediocre root. This was not a display of humility, even with the ability to absorb the essence of the sword to accelerate his cultivation. Meng Fan found it nearly impossible to reach the celestial origin realm within 2 years. After all, there were 17 realms to traverse. Surely, one could not expect to break through one realm each month. In the early stages of chi refinement, there might be hope for a minor breakthrough monthly. But as one progresses, the challenges multiply, especially upon reaching the true martial realm. Advancing a realm each month is akin to chasing shadows. Yet, these were merely Meng Fan's perceptions. Elder Lin, with a calm demeanor, replied, while this may indeed seem impossible for you, it is not necessarily so for me. Realization dawned on Meng Fan. His vision was indeed too limited. At Elder Lin's level, there were surely myriad methods to expedite one's cultivation. Elevating one's cultivation is not inherently difficult. However, mere elevation does not equate to enhanced strength. Take young Luo for instance. I could easily elevate him to the celestial origin realm. Yet, without substantial foundational knowledge of the sword path, attaining such a realm would be futile, akin to hastening growth by pulling on seedlings. Elder Lin gazed at Meng Fan, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and proclaimed, but you are different. Your exceptional comprehension makes it far easier for you to accumulate the foundational knowledge of the sword path than to simply enhance your cultivation. Therefore, I am confident that in 2 years, you will surpass Yi Qinxin. Yi Qinxin must be the disciple of Elder Lin's old rival. However, hearing that name, it seemed to belong to a woman. Competing against a woman? That certainly sounded thrilling. Meng Fan pondered for a moment and said to Elder Lin, Elder Lin, I am indeed confident in my ability to defeat Yi Qinxin 2 years hence, but I require your assistance in one matter. What matter? Elder Lin chuckled, amused at this young man's audacity to negotiate. With utmost seriousness, Meng Fan replied, this request would essentially fulfill your wish for me ahead of time. I wish to spend 10 days and nights in the Scripture Pavilion, studying the texts, and another 10 days and nights at the Sword God Monument, comprehending its essence. Only in this manner can I be assured of defeating Yi Qinxin in 2 years. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Elder Lin initially furrowed his brow, but after a moment, he relaxed with a smile. Have you thought this through? If I grant you this favor, even if you defeat Yi Qinxin, I shall not fulfill another wish for you in the future. I previously stated that any wish within my capacity could be granted. Your request, in truth, falls far short of my capabilities. It is, in fact, rather simplistic. Meng Fan remarked with a grave expression. Perhaps this request seems trivial to you, Elder Lin. Yet it holds immense significance for me. Very well, I shall grant your wish, Elder Lin replied with a smile. This young man appears astute. Yet there is a certain innocence about him. Having already committed to mentoring him, he would undoubtedly devise a means to enhance his cultivation and strength. The scriptures in the scripture repository and the insights from the sword god steel are, after all, pathways to elevating one's prowess. Even if Meng Fan were to remain silent, Elder Lin would find ways to provide him with such opportunities. However, 10 days and nights is somewhat excessive. Under normal circumstances, for instance, when it comes to comprehending the sword god steel, even if he were to create opportunities for Meng Fan, it would typically be calculated by the hour. Even he would have to expend spirit stones to allow Meng Fan to engage with the sword god steel, albeit with a possible discount. 10 days and nights equate to 120 hours, amounting to over 10,000 spirit stones. Even with a discount, it would still require several thousand spirit stones. As for the scripture repository, that is relatively easier, given his amicable rapport with Old Wang there. Elder Lin regarded Meng Fan with curiosity and asked, You are certain you wish to comprehend the sword god steel for 10 days and nights? Such an extensive duration, do you not fear it may be a waste? To be candid, while he believed Meng Fan possessed formidable swordsmanship talent and exceptional comprehension, 10 days and nights of engagement with the sword god steel seemed rather exaggerated. Most importantly, although he could indeed produce several thousand spirit stones, it would still be a painful sacrifice. Therefore, should Meng Fan squander this opportunity, he would certainly not acquiesce. Yet, Meng Fan, with unwavering determination, declared, Elder Lin, should you grant me the chance to engage with the scripture repository and the sword god steel for 10 days and nights, I assure you that I shall triumph over Yi Qinxin in 2 years. If I fail, I shall present my head before you. This was not a mere boast. The scripture repository aside, it was simply a means for him to refine his 10,000 swords returned to one. However, the sword god steel truly held the potential to transform Meng Fan entirely. Previously, after merely an hour of contemplation at the sword god steel, he had already experienced a profound transformation. If he could indeed immerse himself for 10 days and nights, Meng Fan was confident he could fully assimilate the primordial Dao within the sword god steel. Elder Lin contemplated for a moment and said, I can certainly assist you in securing 10 days and nights at the scripture repository. However, the cost associated with 10 days and nights at the sword god steel is considerable. I can agree to it, but you must first prove your worth. How shall I prove myself? Meng Fan inquired eagerly. 1 year from now, if you can defeat Xiao Luo, I shall grant you the opportunity to comprehend the sword god steel for 10 days and nights, Elder Lin stated with a serious demeanor. After all, such a substantial expenditure of spirit stones was not something Elder Lin would simply bestow upon Meng Fan without due cause. Only by demonstrating his capability and merit would he be considered for assistance. If, a year hence, Meng Fan could not defeat Xiao Luo, then it would be even less likely for him to overcome Yi Qinxin 2 years from now. This was Elder Lin's trial for Meng Fan. Brother Luo, upon hearing this, chuckled and said to Meng Fan, Rest assured, junior brother, this year I shall make every effort to suppress my cultivation, striving not to elevate my realm. Even if Brother Luo does not achieve a breakthrough within a year, he will still possess the realm of true martial level 8. Should he unexpectedly experience a surge in power and directly ascend to the celestial origin realm, how would one contend with that? Meng Fan's expression became somewhat troubled, for this indeed posed a considerable challenge. His confidence in defeating Yi Qinshin was rooted in his reliance on the sword god steel. Although the steel could not elevate his true qi realm, it could significantly enhance his swordsmanship, propelling it to extraordinary heights. If granted 10 days and nights to comprehend the sword god steel, even at the mere third level of qi cultivation, he felt assured he could confront an opponent at the third level of true martial. At that point, his mastery of the sword would far surpass that of others. Take Elder Lin, for instance. If he were to utilize only the true qi of the third level of qi cultivation, he could effortlessly defeat a master at the celestial origin realm, perhaps without even employing his true qi. This exemplifies the superiority derived from swordsmanship. What? Do you lack confidence? Elder Lin observed the difficulty etched on Meng Fan's face, his brows furrowing in concern. Meng Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, Elder Lin, I have previously comprehended the sword god steel, and it was immensely beneficial to me. My confidence in defeating Yi Qinshin is indeed bolstered by the enlightenment I gained from the steel. Without the opportunity to grasp its essence, it would be exceedingly challenging for me to achieve significant improvement within a short span. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Elder Lin pondered for a moment. After a brief pause, he addressed Meng Fan, saying, In that case, if your performance satisfies me in 6 months, I shall reward you with a day and night to comprehend the sword god steel. Then, should you manage to defeat Brother Luo a year from now, I will further reward you with 10 days and nights of enlightenment from the steel. Do you have confidence in this? To be candid, Elder Lin had already made concessions for Meng Fan, reflecting the regard he held for him and his aspirations to nurture his potential. Meng Fan, no longer hesitant, responded earnestly, Elder Lin, rest assured, I shall certainly defeat Brother Luo in a year. Beside him, Brother Luo, visibly displeased, interjected, Hey, I'm right here. Could you refrain from being so arrogant in my presence? Meng Fan offered an awkward smile to Brother Luo, having inadvertently spoken the truth, which was indeed somewhat disheartening. Elder Lin waved his hand, instructing Meng Fan, You may return for now. Starting tomorrow, come here every day at the hour of Chun for an hour, and I shall personally instruct you. This evening, he would need to reflect carefully on how best to guide Meng Fan. Meng Fan and Brother Luo bowed respectfully to Elder Lin before returning to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. At the doorway, Brother Luo, with a serious demeanor, said to Meng Fan, Junior Brother Meng, work hard and give it your all. I have already disappointed Elder Lin once. Please do not let him down again. It was clear that Brother Luo was still troubled by his previous letdown of Elder Lin. However, there was little that could be done. A person's talent and comprehension are determined at birth and cannot easily be altered by mere effort. Such is fate. Rest assured, Brother Luo, I will not disappoint you or Elder Lin, Meng Fan replied with a solemn expression. Good. I look forward to you defeating me in a year. I believe you can do it. Brother Luo patted Meng Fan on the shoulder. Chapter 35. Master Lin passes down the sword, thunderous sword technique. Brother Luo genuinely believed that Meng Fan could defeat him. During their time at the Sword Pavilion, Meng Fan had repeatedly surpassed his expectations. To be honest, he was beginning to be quite impressed by Meng Fan. Haha, just make sure you don't lose too miserably, or you might end up crying. Meng Fan said with a smile. A sleepless night passed as Meng Fan immersed himself in his training. I truly did not misjudge you. Gold will inevitably shine. And I did not expect you to catch the attention of the prominent figures of the Shu Mountain Sword sect so soon. The voice of Hong Qi echoed in Meng Fan's mind. Meng Fan chuckled. If we think about it, you recognized my potential even before Master Lin, which proves your foresight surpasses his. Master Lin is incredibly strong. I feel a shiver in his presence, as if I am naturally subdued by him. Hong Qi remarked with a somewhat complex tone. Meng Fan smiled gently. That's because Master Lin has reached the realm of unity between man and sword. He is the sword, and the sword is him. In a sense, he is a sword, just as you are, akin to kindred spirits. However, his sword is far superior to yours, so it is only natural for you to feel constrained by him. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Hong Qi was taken aback. With curiosity, she asked, Unity between man and sword? What realm is that? I have never come across such information. How do you know so much? Logically, Meng Fan was merely a servant disciple before arriving at the Sword Pavilion, and no one had guided him on such matters. Although Master Lin had recognized Meng Fan as potential, he had not yet formally instructed him. How, then, could Meng Fan possess such profound knowledge? Meng Fan sighed, somewhat helplessly. Do you think I am so eager to comprehend the sword god steel for no reason? All this knowledge is what I have gleaned from my previous insights on the sword god steel. Hong Qi fell silent. This illustrated the disparity between people. Though she was no longer entirely human, she still felt somewhat overwhelmed by Meng Fan's prowess. This fellow was truly extraordinary. In the entire Shushan sword sect, it seemed only Meng Fan could extract such insights from the sword god steel. To be fair, the sword god steel was indeed crafted from Meng Fan. Hongqi couldn't help but wonder if the rumors were true and there truly existed a divine sword within the sword god steel. Would this sword ultimately recognize Meng Fan as its master, becoming his companion? What would happen to her then? If Meng Fan wielded such a formidable divine sword, he would surely abandon her, right? With that thought, Hongqi began to feel a sense of insecurity. The next day, at the hour of Chun, after washing up and having breakfast, Meng Fan ascended to the second floor of the sword pavilion without even wiping his longsword. With Master Lin's instructions from the previous day, he didn't require Brother Luo's guidance and made his way directly to the second floor. "You're here," Master Lin said, casting a glance at Meng Fan. "Master Lin." Meng Fan bowed respectfully. Master Lin nodded in acknowledgement and then rose to his feet. "Use your most adept sword technique and strike at me," Master Lin stated straightforwardly to Meng Fan. He wished to teach Meng Fan, but first needed to thoroughly understand him. Only by personally experiencing Meng Fan's attacks can one truly appreciate the depth of his swordsmanship. The question of what constitutes his most adept technique lingered in Meng Fan's mind. It seemed a challenging choice, as every sword style he encountered could be mastered to an exceptional degree. Indeed, any technique in Meng Fan's hands could be deemed proficient. However, the swordplay he had practiced the most was the Bihai Chaoxing sword technique, as he had invested considerable effort in teaching Lu Yinping previously. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Fan drew the Hongqi sword and demonstrated the Bihai Chaoxing sword technique before Elder Lin. He refrained from utilizing the true energy within him. Yet a surge of sword energy erupted from the Hongqi sword. Before Elder Lin, he did not hold back. Displaying such a remarkable level of skill would, in fact, garner Elder Lin's admiration and encourage him to nurture Meng Fan further. Elder Lin remained stationary, and the sword energy from Meng Fan dissipated into nothingness when it was still a yard away from him. Meng Fan's expression remained unchanged, fully aware that his sword energy could not harm Elder Lin. However, Elder Lin's countenance shifted, revealing his astonishment. "I am aware of your remarkable comprehension and unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. Yet I did not anticipate that you could refine a sword technique to this extent at your current level, grasping its essence," he remarked. The essence of a sword technique is the foundation for cultivating sword intent. Once a practitioner attains the essence of a technique, it is conceivable that, given time, they may develop sword intent. Many sword cultivators at the true martial realm struggle to achieve the essence of their techniques, just as many at the celestial origin realm fail to comprehend sword intent. This illustrates the disparity in comprehension. However, while the Bihai Chaoxing sword is formidable, it is still unworthy of my disciple. What a pity. Had you encountered me sooner, you would not have had to practice such an inferior sword technique. Elder Lin lamented. If Lu Yinping had overheard such remarks, she would undoubtedly have been indignant. The Bihai Chaoxing sword is already a powerful technique, yet Elder Lin dismissed it as worthless. Yet, Meng Fan found himself in complete agreement with Elder Lin's assessment. In his view, the Bihai Chaoxing sword indeed paled in comparison to the more formidable techniques he had encountered, such as the ultimate sword drawing technique, the supreme emotionless sword, or the splitting sword, all of which surpassed it significantly. As for the 7 absolute demonic sword, it was in an entirely different league. How long did you practice the Bihai Chaoxing sword to reach your current level? Elder Lin inquired with curiosity. This question was indeed pertinent, as it would provide a more tangible understanding of Meng Fan's comprehension and aptitude for swordsmanship. Though he was already aware of Meng Fan's exceptional insights and astonishing capabilities, he lacked a clear conception of it. "Well, approximately a month or so," Meng Fan replied after some thought, striving to stretch the duration. In truth, it had not even been a month. Roughly a month. Elder Lin, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily dazed. In an effort to maintain his composure, he struggled to keep his facial expressions unchanged, yet his eyes betrayed his astonishment. In just over a month, to cultivate a sword technique to the realm of sword rhythm? What kind of prodigy could this be? Does such an extraordinary individual truly exist in the world? Elder Lin maintained a skeptical demeanor. Previously, he lamented that Meng Fan was squandering time training in the Azure Sea Tide sword. If only he had encountered me sooner, I could have imparted to him profound and powerful sword techniques. Yet a month's time? This is utterly absurd. Not to mention a month. Even 1 or 2 years would not be an excessive waste for someone of his caliber. Are you jesting with me? Elder Lin took a deep breath, half amused and half bewildered, as he inquired of Meng Fan. Meng Fan promptly replied with utmost seriousness, "Of course not. Previously, I was merely a servant disciple and had no access to such sword techniques. After joining the sword pavilion, I fortuitously met senior sister Lu Yanping in the sword comprehension hall a month ago, and it was from her that I learned the Azure Sea Tide sword. If master doubts my words, you may inquire with senior sister Lu. Fearing Elder Lin's skepticism, Meng Fan brought up Lu Yanping. Elder Lin shook his head, offering a wry smile. What need have I to ask her? If what you say is true, it would demonstrate that your talent and comprehension in the sword arts exceed my expectations. Perhaps you truly can defeat Yi Qinshin in 2 years. However, first, you must prove the veracity of your claims, and that is quite simple. There is no need to consult that little Lu. I shall impart a sword technique to you now. If you can cultivate it to the realm of sword rhythm within 3 months, it will serve as proof that you have not lied. Elder Lin had unconsciously begun to refer to himself as master, a subconscious acknowledgement of Meng Fan's potential. Meng Fan nodded. To cultivate a sword technique to its utmost within 3 months, this was no longer a matter of challenge. To use an analogy, it was akin to asking a high school student to memorize the multiplication table, allowing them 3 days of preparation. Is this not a form of condescension? After a moment, Elder Lin retrieved a sword manual and handed it to Meng Fan. You have 1 hour to familiarize yourself with this manual, after which I shall personally instruct you in this sword technique. Meng Fan accepted the manual, seated himself cross-legged on the ground, and began to peruse it diligently. Elder Lin tossed over a cushion, casually remarking, "The ground is cold." "Thank you, master," Meng Fan replied as he settled onto the cushion and earnestly studied the sword manual. The title, Thunderclap Sword Technique, stirred something within him, as the word thunder elicited a sense of awe. Generally speaking, elemental techniques are quite common, covering the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Others, such as wind and cloud, are also relatively ordinary. However, thunder is altogether extraordinary. Any technique bearing the word thunder is often formidable. Coupled with the fact that this sword technique was presented by Elder Lin, Meng Fan instinctively sensed that this sword art must be exceptionally fearsome. Indeed, upon completing his reading of the manual, a wave of astonishment washed over his heart. The Thunderclap sword technique surpassed all sword techniques he had previously encountered. Even the 7 absolute demon sword seemed to pale in comparison to this Thunderclap sword technique. Perhaps the might of the 7 absolute demon sword surpasses that of the Thunderbolt sword technique. However, it is fraught with significant drawbacks. Once wielded, one risks succumbing to madness, unleashing a murderous rage that is uncontrollable. Master, I have finished reading. After a span of half a stick of incense, Meng Fan addressed Old Lin. Old Lin retorted rather impatiently, "Continue reading, familiarize yourself, commit it to memory." With a hint of helplessness, Meng Fan replied, "I have already memorized it." Were it any other martial arts or literature, Meng Fan would never have been able to commit such extensive text to memory in such a brief period. Yet, when it comes to sword techniques, with the boon of the talent Sword Path Enlightenment enhancing his comprehension, a single reading suffices for him to engrave it in his mind. Anything related to the sword feels as if he is endowed with extraordinary abilities. Old Lin shot him a skeptical glare, feeling that this young man had grown somewhat arrogant. Failing to remain grounded, he could not believe that Meng Fan could memorize such a lengthy sword manual in such a short span. "Very well, recite it to me." Chapter 36, The Pure Yang Thunder Scripture. Old Lin was utterly unconvinced that someone could memorize a sword technique within the time frame of half an incense stick. Yet, to his astonishment, Meng Fan effortlessly recited the entire sword technique without missing a single word. This boy was not behaving like an ordinary person. Old Lin had come to a profound realization regarding this fact. He felt a tinge of embarrassment within, yet his face remained devoid of any such expression. "Indeed, your comprehension is exceptional. I have not misjudged you." He nodded in satisfaction at Meng Fan. Meng Fan smiled, his expression unpretentious. Subsequently, Old Lin rose to personally instruct Meng Fan in the Thunderbolt sword technique. He retrieved a sword from a nearby rack. Meng Fan cast a curious glance, only to discover it was an unremarkable wooden sword. Upon closer inspection, it was merely an ordinary wooden sword. Previously, he had thought the second floor of the sword pavilion was filled exclusively with spiritual swords, devoid of mundane ones. Now he realized he had been mistaken. It turned out there was still a hidden gem in Old Lin's possession. Nevertheless, given Old Lin's prowess, even the most ordinary wooden sword in his hands would be akin to a divine weapon. Before Meng Fan, Old Lin commenced demonstrating the Thunderbolt sword technique. Having already observed and memorized the technique, Meng Fan possessed a certain foundation. Thus, when he watched Old Lin practice, he was not entirely bewildered. Moreover, thanks to his talent in Sword Path Enlightenment, he could instantly grasp the essence of Old Lin's swordplay. The Thunderbolt sword technique comprises merely 3 moves, thunderclap style. lightning flash style, and thunderburst style. As old Lin executed the thunderclap style, Meng Fan could hear a faint rumble of thunder emanating from the seemingly mundane wooden sword. This strike appeared to possess a power capable of stirring the very soul. Those with wavering resolve, when confronted with this sword strike, would likely lose their composure. Standing dazed and unresponsive, unaware of how to defend, evade, or retaliate. The second move, lightning flash style, unleashed the sword with a swiftness akin to a bolt of lightning. Astonishingly rapid. While many may use the word wind to describe speed, when compared to thunder and light, the speed of the wind pales in insignificance. Undoubtedly, Elder Lin has suppressed his prowess to the bare minimum. Otherwise, Meng Fan would have been unable to discern the trajectory of the thunder strike. This technique is not only swift but also fierce, embodying the essence of speed and ferocity to the utmost degree, truly fast, precise, and ruthless. When this sword is unleashed, even when confronted with a practitioner of superior cultivation, the opponent may find themselves unprepared to react. Subsequently, Elder Lin commenced the execution of the final move of the thunder sword technique, the thunder explosion. Upon the execution of this strike, Meng Fan observed that Elder Lin's wooden sword indeed flickered with arcs of lightning. This strike was capable of subtly invoking the might of heavenly thunder, an astonishingly formidable display. To speak plainly, if a practitioner at the third level of Qi refinement, like Meng Fan, were to unleash this thunder explosion with all their might, they could very well obliterate those at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement, provided their opponents were merely practicing unremarkable sword techniques and martial arts. However, should the adversaries possess equally terrifying sword techniques, the scenario would be utterly different. Nevertheless, it must be noted that a practitioner at the third level of Qi refinement could hardly master such a fearsome sword technique. Regrettably, Meng Fan is no ordinary individual. After Elder Lin demonstrated the thunder sword technique, he gazed calmly at Meng Fan and inquired, "What do you think? Have you gleaned any insights?" It must be said, this sword technique is indeed of considerable complexity. Even Meng Fan found it challenging to grasp after just a single viewing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he replied, "Disciple is dull-witted. I humbly ask Master to demonstrate it once more." Elder Lin chuckled inwardly, realizing that even this extraordinary lad encounters moments of difficulty. He proceeded to demonstrate the thunder sword technique once again. Upon the completion of this demonstration, Meng Fan, not waiting for Elder Lin to pose a question, unsheathed the scarlet sword with determination. Thunderclap, thunderstrike. Meng Fan executed these techniques with considerable flair. Although he did not reach Elder Lin's level of mastery, he at least managed to perform them smoothly. However, when it came to the third move, the thunder explosion, Meng Fan faced a setback. The thunder explosion requires an immense amount of true Qi to unleash its terrifying power. With his cultivation at the third level of Qi refinement, Meng Fan found his true Qi insufficient. In the face of this deficiency, he needed to manipulate his true Qi with utmost precision to execute this sword technique. Unfortunately, Meng Fan's command of true Qi was not as refined as his sword techniques. Thus, he was unable to perform the third move, the thunder explosion. He knew that he must diligently practice to master the intricate flow of true Qi required for this technique. Without 2 days and nights of relentless practice, Meng Fan believed he would struggle to achieve it. Disciple feels unworthy of Master's teachings. I am currently unable to execute the third move, the thunder explosion. Meng Fan lamented with a hint of despondency. Little did he know, Elder Lin's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves, akin to a tsunami of magnitude 10. Previously, he had considered Meng Fan a prodigy for being able to master the first move of the thunder sword technique within 3 days. In the past, exceptional disciples of the Shushan sword sect had taken as long as 10 days to perfect the first move. The objective he assigned to Meng Fan was a mere 3 days, which was already a considerable estimation of his potential. Yet, astonishingly, this young man merely practiced the first technique twice and not only mastered it, but also succeeded in executing the second technique. Is there truly such an extraordinary individual in this world? Old Lin, who had witnessed countless prodigies throughout his long life, had never encountered someone like Meng Fan. In fact, he had never even imagined such a possibility. Yet now, such an inconceivable event was transpiring right before his eyes. He couldn't help but recall his own youth. Recalling how long it took him to learn the Thunderbolt sword technique when his master first imparted it to him. Upon reflection, it seemed to take him about half a month. And here was Meng Fan, achieving the same in merely a fleeting moment. One can truly feel the pressure of comparison. Old Lin adjusted his mindset, reminding himself never to measure himself against this young man again, and to accept his exceptional talents with grace. After a brief pause, he composed himself, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. He must not lose his composure in front of his disciple. Indeed, he had performed admirably. Although he had not yet executed the third move, the thunder explosion, achieving this level of proficiency upon first encountering the thunderbolt sword technique was commendable. Old Lin spoke in a tone that aimed for neutrality, yet upon closer listening, a slight tremor was evident in his voice. Your current level is still too low. The thunder explosion requires a significant amount of true energy to perform. Once your cultivation level advances, you will be able to execute it effortlessly. Old Lin endeavored to uphold his image as a mentor while instructing Meng Fan. The disciple understood. Meng Fan replied earnestly. Old Lin continued. While you have made initial progress in the thunderbolt sword technique, mastering it to perfection within 3 months and cultivating its sword rhythm will pose some challenges. You must not take this lightly. I will dedicate myself to my training and will not slack off. Meng Fan responded sincerely once more. He understood that as a disciple, he must embody the demeanor of one, showing ample respect to his master. Old Lin settled back onto the mat, cross-legged, feeling his heart gradually calm. There was no denying it. This young man was simply astonishing. He regulated his heartbeat, slowly regaining composure. Then addressed Meng Fan. The cultivation method you are practicing seems to be the spirit wind profound technique. Am I correct? Indeed, Meng Fan nodded. It was passed down by Brother Luo, correct? While the spirit wind profound technique is commendable, it hardly befits your capabilities. Upon hearing Old Lin's words, a flicker of excitement crossed Meng Fan's face. It appeared that Old Lin was preparing to impart a new technique to him. During his time at the Sword Pavilion, Meng Fan had diligently polished his sword daily and observed various sword techniques in the Sword Comprehension Hall, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. However, he had no means to cultivate advanced techniques. Had it not been for Brother Luo's gift of the spirit wind profound technique, he would have been left with no choice but to select a basic technique from the scripture repository. I originally intended to test you for a while longer before bestowing a technique upon you, but it seems you are indeed worthy of this teaching, Old Lin declared, as a scroll of scripture materialized in his hand, appearing as if from thin air. Evidently, Master Lin possesses a storage artifact. This is quite reasonable. Even Lu Yinping has one, so it is only natural that Master Lin would as well. Envious of the storage artifact? Huh. If you can cultivate the sword rhythm of the thunderous blade technique within 3 months, I shall bestow upon you a storage artifact. Master Lin chuckled as he spoke. To be honest, the more he observed Meng Fan, the more he found him agreeable. Previously, he was aware of Meng Fan's exceptional qualities, but through personal interaction, he comprehended the extent of Meng Fan's brilliance. Truly, this was a fortuitous find. As for Meng Fan, upon hearing Master Lin's words, his heart raced, igniting a fervor within him. A storage artifact. This was indeed a coveted treasure. As a transmigrator, he held a keen interest in such phenomena that defied explanation by science, yet seemed to possess an underlying logic. Thank you, Master, Meng Fan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Do not express your gratitude too soon. You speak as if you have already mastered the sword rhythm of the thunderous blade technique. Master Lin replied, rolling his eyes in jest. If you do not achieve the sword rhythm within 3 months, I shall not grant you the storage artifact. 3 months? I will accomplish it in 3 days. Meng Fan laughed, taking the cultivation manual that Master Lin offered him. Undoubtedly, this technique would surpass the spirit wind profound art, and by a considerable margin. The title of the tome read Pure Yang Transformation of Thunder. Another thunder-related name? This is a cultivation technique of the thunder attribute. Meng Fan felt a surge of excitement. A thunder attribute technique was significantly superior to the 5 elements techniques. Most importantly, as an individual with mixed spiritual roots, he could harmonize with any attribute technique. Mixed and inferior spiritual roots do not carry attributes, while medium and superior roots possess a singular attribute. Cultivating techniques of the same attribute leads to exponentially faster progress. However, the drawback lies in the necessity of selecting appropriate techniques. One might acquire a high-level technique only to find it unsuitable for their cultivation, which is quite vexing. Meng Fan harbored no such concerns. Upon seeing the pure yang transformation of thunder, he was entirely engulfed in joy and exhilaration. Chapter 37. Thunder Attribute True Qi. Wind Attribute True Qi. The thunderous blade technique can only unleash its true power when coupled with the pure yang transformation of thunder. I hadn't intended to present the pure yang transformation of thunder to you so soon, but your performance has been truly commendable. I no longer need to test you further. Master Lin spoke earnestly to Meng Fan, his satisfaction with him evident in his tone. To receive such an extraordinary disciple is undoubtedly a source of immense joy for any master. Thank you, Master. Meng Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Master Lin. His greatest shortcoming lay in the cultivation of techniques and true qi. Master Lin's timely assistance was akin to a lifeline, delivering a precise boost to Meng Fan's aspirations. From this day forth, you must not only cultivate the sword technique, but also elevate your overall cultivation. Regardless of how exceptional your talent and comprehension in swordsmanship may be, your spiritual roots ultimately remain your weakness. To enhance your cultivation level will require a greater investment than others. In the hands of Elder Lin, a jade vial materialized out of thin air, which he presented to Meng Fan. This vial contained spirit-gathering liquid, significantly more potent than the chi-gathering pill, and was the most suitable elixir for enhancing cultivation at the chi refinement stage, one that could not even be purchased at the pill pavilion. Meng Fan accepted the vial with great joy. Becoming Elder Lin's disciple felt like an instant ascent to the heavens. All the various cultivation resources that had previously troubled him were now graciously provided by Elder Lin. Meng Fan silently resolved to assist Elder Lin in defeating that Yi Qinshin. Otherwise, after receiving so many benefits, if he were to fail, he would truly have no face to show to the world. However, Meng Fan was also confident in himself. He believed that in 2 years, he would undergo a remarkable transformation. Elder Lin's repeated generosity had enveloped Meng Fan in a sense of happiness. Yet, Elder Lin continued to bestow more treasures. In his hands, 2 tomes appeared, which he extended towards Meng Fan. In addition to your cultivation techniques and swordsmanship, you are also lacking a body refinement technique. As cultivators, the strength of our physical constitution is of utmost importance. A body refinement technique is indispensable. These 2 tomes were titled Extreme Dominance True Body and Willow Fluff in the Wind, both essential for the path of cultivation. Return and study these techniques. If you have any questions, come to me tomorrow at dawn. By the way, for the spirit gathering liquid, you need only consume 1 drop per day. If you feel that 1 drop is insufficient, you may take an additional drop after the first is exhausted. But no more than 2 drops in a single day and night. Meng Fan bid farewell to Elder Lin and returned to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. To be honest, upon returning to his room, Meng Fan felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, as if he were in a dream. It was akin to having a pie fall from the sky. The more surreal it felt, the more Meng Fan reminded himself to cherish Elder Lin's kindness and to repay it in the future. Meng Fan was a person who valued loyalty, believing in repaying kindness. Naturally, he felt even more compelled to avenge grievances. Today, you have profited immensely, the voice of Hong Chi echoed in Meng Fan's mind. Meng Fan chuckled and remarked, indeed, I have encountered a benefactor. I shall forever remember Elder Lin's grace. In just half a day's time, he had not only acquired a crucial lightning attribute cultivation technique, but had also fortuitously obtained the body refinement technique he had long desired. It was exhilarating. Although he had not been born into privilege, finding a worthy master felt like a second chance at life. Meng Fan began to delve into the Pure Yang Thunder transformation scripture, Extreme Dominance True Body, and Willow Fluff in the Wind techniques. These 3 arts were precisely what he needed. He first commenced his practice of the Pure Yang Thunder transformation scripture, initially intending to convert his previously cultivated wind attribute True Qi into lightning attribute True Qi. Yet, as he practiced, with the enhancement of the sword's essence within him, he unexpectedly cultivated a strand of True Qi from the Pure Yang Thunder transformation scripture. Remarkably, the wind attribute True Qi from his Lingfeng mystical arts did not dissipate. At this moment, 2 strands of True Qi emerged within Meng Fan. A stream of wind attribute True Energy and a stream of thunder attribute True Energy coexist harmoniously. Without conflict, Meng Fan furrowed his brow, wavering in his decision. He could opt to utilize the thunder attribute True Energy to absorb the wind attribute True Energy previously within him. This would bolster the Pure Yang Transformation Thunder Sutra. However, after some contemplation, Meng Fan refrained from doing so, believing that consulting Elder Lin would yield more experienced insights. Thus, he ascended once more to the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion to share his predicament with Elder Lin. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Elder Lin's brow knitted in contemplation as he hesitantly replied, I possess a thunder attribute spiritual root and have only cultivated thunder attribute True Energy. I have not encountered your situation myself. However, I have heard that mixed and inferior spiritual roots can indeed cultivate different attributes of True Energy techniques. Though most individuals tend to specialize in one, the age-old wisdom of not biting off more than one can chew is well understood. And those with mixed or inferior spiritual roots are typically aware of their limitations, avoiding unrealistic aspirations. Elder Lin regarded Meng Fan, his brow slightly furrowed. As for you, despite having a mixed spiritual root, your exceptional qualities in other areas cannot be measured by the standards of an ordinary mixed spiritual root. Therefore, whether you choose to methodically cultivate a single True Energy or venture to forge your own path, with dual true energies, is entirely your decision. I shall not impose my will upon you. Take your time to ponder this. Had Meng Fan been an ordinary mixed spiritual root, Elder Lin would undoubtedly have advised him to pursue the Pure Yang Transformation Thunder Sutra and abandon the Ling Feng Xiangong. Yet, Meng Fan's excellence transcended that of mere mortals, granting him the privilege to carve out his own path. Thus, Elder Lin chose not to interfere with Meng Fan's decision. After departing from the second floor of the Sword Pavilion and returning to his quarters, Meng Fan found himself enveloped in contemplation. However, this indecision did not linger long. He resolved to embrace ambition. He decided to cultivate both the thunder attribute true energy and the wind attribute true energy simultaneously. Furthermore, he would remain open to considering the cultivation of other attribute techniques in the future, as this approach implicitly aligned with the principles of the primordial Dao. The path of the primordial Dao, akin to a sword, encompasses all and integrates everything. In his pursuit of martial techniques, Meng Fan could draw closer to the essence of the primordial Dao. This was a choice he made after careful deliberation, one he would not regret. Subsequently, Meng Fan began to delve into the techniques of extreme dominance, true body, and willows in the wind. He labored over these two techniques until the sun dipped below the horizon, and the Sword Pavilion's doors were closed, at which point he had managed to grasp the basics of both, albeit with difficulty. Body refining techniques and movement arts were not sword techniques. Meng Fan's innate talent for swordsmanship could not aid him in mastering them at a glance, and even achieving a foundational understanding proved to be a formidable challenge. As the Sword Pavilion closed, Meng Fan emerged from his room, slightly embarrassed as he addressed Brother Luo. Brother Luo, I became so engrossed in my training today that I neglected to attend to the affairs of the Sword Pavilion and even forgot to close the door. Typically, Meng Fan was the one to secure the pavilion's entrance, but today, it was Brother Luo who had taken it upon himself to do so. Brother Luo shook his head and replied, "From this day forth, you need not concern yourself with the matters of the Sword Pavilion. Focus solely on your cultivation." "But that cannot be," Meng Fan responded, feeling a touch awkward. Brother Luo patted Meng Fan's shoulder, smiling as he said, "There is no need for embarrassment. Your current task is to cultivate. 2 years hence, you must defeat Yi Qinshin, which has been Old Lin's dream for many years. In Chapter 38, within 3 days. The demon-slaying sword technique. Old Lin has provided me with considerable assistance. His aspirations are now intertwined with my own. Should trivial matters disrupt your training, it would indeed trouble my heart." Meng Fan furrowed his brow. "But no buts. Your responsibility now is not to manage the Sword Pavilion, but to focus on your cultivation." Brother Luo interjected sharply, his expression turning serious. With such clarity, Meng Fan felt it would be ungrateful to continue resisting. Reluctantly, he replied, "All right, Brother Luo. I shall heed your advice, but please allow me to take care of polishing the long swords. Engaging with these swords has bestowed upon me numerous insights into the swordsmanship, greatly benefiting my cultivation." Brother Luo hesitated momentarily, yet upon hearing that it would aid Meng Fan's training, he eventually acquiesced with a nod. Although he found it difficult to comprehend how polishing swords could enhance cultivation, he observed that Meng Fan seemed to experience something extraordinary each time he engaged in this task. With that, Meng Fan immediately set to polishing the swords. He had visited Old Lin that morning at the hour of Chun and returned to his room to study the newly acquired techniques, leaving the long swords unattended until now. He had assigned himself the task of polishing 40 swords daily, as the essence of those swords sufficed for his daily cultivation needs. This particular batch of 40 long swords was unremarkable, devoid of any malevolent aura, and Meng Fan swiftly completed the polishing. Upon returning to his room in the evening, he commenced his training. To his astonishment, he discovered that, under the influence of the sword's essence, he could simultaneously operate both the Spirit Wind Profound technique and the Pure Yang Thunder Transformation scripture. Practicing two techniques concurrently transcended mere multitasking. It was akin to a harmonious duality. Quite extraordinary. However, Meng Fan had long since become accustomed to his own peculiarities, and he considered this a fortunate development. Simultaneously cultivating two techniques, along with a chi gathering pill, a drop of spirit liquid, and the sword's essence. Meng Fan's training speed could truly be likened to a rocket launch. The following day at the hour of Chun, Meng Fan returned to the second level of the Sword Pavilion. Old Lin began addressing his queries regarding cultivation, most of which pertained to the extreme dominance true body and the willow catkin in the wind technique, with a few questions regarding the Pure Yang Thunder Transformation scripture. As for the Thunderbolt sword technique, Meng Fan had not sought Old Lin's guidance on it at all. After cultivating the Pure Yang Thunder Transformation scripture, he had successfully executed the third form of the Thunderbolt sword technique, the Thunderburst style. It would not be long before, with his divine talent in swordsmanship, he could master the essence of the Thunderbolt sword technique. An hour later, Meng Fan departed the second level of the Sword Pavilion and returned to his room to resume his training. In the afternoon, while he was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, he was interrupted. Sister Lu Yinping arrived at the Sword Pavilion specifically to find Meng Fan. Meng Fan had not visited the Sword Enlightenment Hall in quite some time, for the sword techniques practiced by those disciples no longer captivated him. In fact, he had already mastered them all. During this period, Meng Fan had not visited the Wujin Hall, remaining instead in the Sword Pavilion, which meant that Lu Yinping had not seen him for quite some time. Of course, her purpose in seeking him out was not born of longing, but rather necessity. Although Meng Fan possessed striking good looks, Lu Yinping had already set her heart on another, secretly harboring feelings for senior brother Nya. In her eyes, Meng Fan was merely a friend, a companion who was both a mentor and a confidant. Both Meng Fan and Lu Yinping were well aware of this dynamic. However, senior brother Luo was oblivious. He mistakenly believed that the relationship between Lu Yinping and Meng Fan was more than mere friendship, a notion that Meng Fan had tacitly accepted before. Thus, upon seeing Lu Yinping approach Meng Fan, senior brother Luo wasted no time in notifying him, convinced of his potential as a matchmaker. "Why have you come, senior sister Lu?" Meng Fan inquired, surprise etched upon his face as he regarded Lu Yinping in the hall of the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. He understood that she would not visit without reason. Unlike senior brother Luo, who fancied that Lu Yinping had affections for him, Meng Fan sensed that her visit must pertain to something significant. "Meng Shidi, there is a matter on which I require your assistance," Lu Yinping stated. After speaking, she cast a fleeting glance at senior brother Luo, who awkwardly smiled and, suppressing his curiosity, retreated to his quarters. "What is it?" Meng Fan asked, once they were alone. "Naturally, I seek your guidance on sword techniques," Lu Yinping replied. Meng Fan had anticipated this answer, for aside from swordsmanship, there was little else that would prompt her to seek him out. This was the only area in which he could be of assistance to her. "However, your Bihai Chaos Hen sword technique has already reached its pinnacle, having cultivated the essence of the sword. It will be challenging to achieve further advancement in the short term," Meng Fan remarked, a slight frown creasing his brow. Lu Yinping's mastery of the Bihai Chaos Hen sword technique had reached an impasse, even with Meng Fan's continued guidance. Further breakthroughs seemed unlikely. "It is not the Bihai Chaos Hen sword, but the Zhan Yao sword technique," Lu Yinping said with a hint of frustration. "Zhan Yao sword technique?" Meng Fan queried, perplexed, as this was the first time he had heard of such a style. If memory served him correctly, Lu Yinping had not practiced this technique before. During their previous discussions, she had shared all the sword techniques she had been training in, and he did not recall her mentioning the Zhan Yao sword technique. "You did not mention this technique before," Meng Fan pointed out. "Indeed, I had not studied it prior, which is why I have come to you," Lu Yinping replied with a wry smile. "I must master this technique within 3 days." "Master a sword technique in 3 days?" Meng Fan looked at Lu Yinping in astonishment. If it were him striving to perfect a sword technique, accomplishing it within such a time frame would be effortless. For instance, he had mastered the formidable thunderclap sword technique in just 1 day. What is the Zhan Yao sword technique? Why the urgency to master it within 3 days? Meng Fan inquired, perplexed by Lu Yinping's urgency. With a resigned expression, Lu Yinping explained. 3 days from now marks the day for inner disciples to embark on their training excursions. Upon reaching the age of 18, inner disciples eager for external training may enlist to participate. And then, Meng Fan inquired, nodding thoughtfully. "This year, I have just turned 18 and was initially filled with aspirations to venture forth for training. However, I learned today that to embark on this journey, one must master the demon-slaying sword technique. My family, believing the outside world to be perilous, deliberately concealed this information from me to prevent my departure. I was filled with excitement when I went to register, only to discover this distressing news. It infuriated me." Hearing Lu Yinping's words, Meng Fan found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Is that truly the reason? If so, perhaps you should forego the external training and remain at the Shu Mountain Sword sect, where you can cultivate in peace," he remarked casually. He held no particular desire for external training, finding solace in the idea of quietly honing his skills at Shu Mountain and steadily growing stronger. Chapter 39. You have yet to reach your limits. The notion of venturing out to experience life struck Meng Fan as overly sentimental. Certainly, once one's cultivation reached a sufficient level, external training would be warranted. However, at present, Meng Fan believed that quietly cultivating at the Shu Mountain Sword sect was far more advantageous, and he had little inclination to seek external experiences. Yet, Lu Yinping's perspective diverged greatly from Meng Fan's. This young lady had grown up within the Shu Mountain Sword sect, which was her home. Throughout her life, she had scarcely left its confines. Now that she had reached 18, the rare opportunity for external training filled her with longing. She yearned to witness the vibrant world outside. Moreover, her family's deliberate concealment, bordering on deception, left her feeling exceedingly constrained. Every individual harbors a rebellious spirit, and for someone like Lu Yinping, a young lady of privilege, this sentiment was particularly pronounced. The more they act this way, the more determined I am to venture out for training. I am not their pet. I will not allow them to have their way, Lu Yinping declared with indignation. Nevertheless, expecting herself to master the demon-slaying sword technique within 3 days was, without a doubt, an unattainable goal. Thus, she promptly thought of Meng Fan. After all, she had witnessed his remarkable talents more than once, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship. With Meng Fan's assistance, she might indeed have a chance to master the technique within 3 days. Senior Sister Lu, I have never encountered the demon-slaying sword technique myself, Meng Fan replied, his expression one of difficulty. However, before he could finish his thought, Lu Yinping interrupted him. If you can teach me the demon-slaying sword technique within 3 days, I will offer you a flat rate of 100 spirit stones, she stated without hesitation. Wielding her financial prowess, Meng Fan could only manage a resigned smile. Who could withstand such a temptation? Certainly not I. 100 spirit stones meant that he would have to teach Lu Yinping the technique, even if it required 3 sleepless nights. Under normal circumstances, a prodigy with exceptional swordsmanship talent might indeed master a similar technique within 3 days. However, for someone of Lu Yinping's average aptitude, such an achievement seemed implausible. Nevertheless, with Meng Fan's extraordinary guidance, there remained a glimmer of hope. Senior Sister Lu, I must first examine the demon-slaying sword technique. Do you possess the manual? Meng Fan directly addressed Lu Yinping, inquiring with purpose. Of course there is. Lu Yinping nodded affirmatively. In the next moment, a tome appeared in her hands, which she extended towards Meng Fan. He accepted the book and began to peruse its contents. This demon-slaying sword technique actually consists of only one form. It is exceedingly peculiar and possesses an almost esoteric quality, hinting at a method of cultivation. However, as long as it pertains to swordplay, Meng Fan was undeterred. He settled cross-legged, placing the sword technique manual upon his lap, and commenced his meticulous contemplation. Approximately an hour later, Meng Fan opened his eyes. Senior Sister Lu, this demon-slaying sword technique is rather unique. However, I have grasped its essence quite well. Within 3 days, you should be able to master it. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, a look of delight illuminated Lu Yinping's face. I knew you could do it. Meng Fan chuckled inwardly, reflecting that a man must surely succeed in the presence of a woman. Senior Sister Lu, the demon-slaying sword technique lacks fixed postures. It is merely a method of wielding the sword. Theoretically, it bears some resemblance to the legendary art of sword flight, which is a form of sword mastery. Of course, that level of sword flight is far beyond our reach, likely attainable only upon reaching the celestial origin realm. This technique's sword mastery is specifically designed to combat demonic entities, possessing tremendous lethality against them. The elder who conceived this sword technique must have had an intricate understanding of the anatomical structure of demons. Meng Fan spoke passionately, sharing his insights gleaned from the demon-slaying sword technique with Lu Yinping. Moreover, this technique is rather extraordinary when cultivated to its zenith. It should enable one to attain the sword intent of demon slaying, thereby bypassing the stage of sword rhythm. The sword intent of demon slaying is likely the most accessible form of sword intent within the repertoire of the Shushan sword sect. The Shushan sword sect's mandate is to eradicate demons and monsters. To speak of it plainly, beneath the demon locking tower lies a sealed passage to the demon realm, and the masters of the Shushan sword sect must periodically descend to the tower to vanquish demons. Thus, the demon-slaying sword technique can be regarded as a fundamental course for disciples of the Shushan sword sect. It is no wonder that external disciples must master the technique before embarking on their journeys. Enough of this meaningless theoretical discourse. Please teach me the sword technique directly, Lu Yinping exclaimed impatiently. Meng Fan could only smile wryly, skipping over these reflections to impart the essence of the demon-slaying sword technique's sword mastery. Although he had comprehended the technique in an hour, teaching Lu Yinping within the same time frame was evidently unfeasible. Time flowed swiftly, and soon the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the closure of the sword pavilion. Senior brother Luo turned to Lu Yinping and said, Junior Sister Lu, the sword pavilion is closing. You must leave. Even if you wish to accompany Meng Fan, you must return tomorrow. Despite Luo's intentions to play matchmaker, he had to uphold the eviction order at this critical moment. I am not leaving tonight, Lu Yinping replied casually. Upon hearing this, Luo's eyes widened in surprise, and he glanced at Meng Fan with newfound admiration, discreetly giving a thumbs up. He then refrained from further chatter and returned to his own chamber, firmly shutting the door. Meng Fan felt helpless. It was clear that Luo had misunderstood the situation, and this fellow was undoubtedly conjuring up all sorts of inappropriate thoughts in his mind. Sister Lu, the sky has darkened. You should return quickly, lest it harm your reputation. If you wish to learn the sword, you may return tomorrow, Meng Fan said earnestly to Lu Yinping. However, Lu Yinping shook her head defiantly, exclaiming, "Reputation be damned. I fear nothing. We have only 3 days, and I shall forego sleep this night to master the demon-slaying sword technique." Meng Fan, with a sense of helplessness, countered. "But, there is no but. Do you still desire those 100 spirit stones?" Lu Yinping declared resolutely. Very well, Meng Fan capitulated. A sleepless night ensued, with Meng Fan accompanying Lu Yinping in the hall of the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, practicing swordplay until dawn. Lu Yinping practiced, he observed. At the hour of Chun the next day, Meng Fan urged Lu Yinping to continue her practice while he proceeded, as agreed, to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion to seek out Elder Lin. It was a rule established by Elder Lin that Meng Fan would receive an hour of instruction daily at this time, and he could not afford to miss it. The girl downstairs is quite intriguing. She appears to be the granddaughter of Lu Qingyuan from the Alchemy Hall, Elder Lin remarked with a smile. Indeed. Sister Lu is the granddaughter of Elder Lu, Meng Fan affirmed with a nod. If you manage to win her over, you shall never lack for cultivation resources. The Alchemy Hall is undoubtedly the wealthiest branch of the Shushan sword sect, Elder Lin said with a mischievous grin. Meng Fan could only manage a wry smile. Surprised to see this usually serious Elder Lin display such levity, he replied earnestly, "Elder Lin, you misunderstand. Sister Lu and I do not share the relationship you envision. And furthermore, she already has someone special." Elder Lin dismissed his concerns, saying, "What is there to fear? As long as your sword strikes swiftly enough, you can carve through any obstacle. You, my boy, are handsome and possess such remarkable swordsmanship. You could certainly sway anyone's heart." Meng Fan could only smile awkwardly, taken aback by Elder Lin's rather unrestrained attitude. Thus, he decisively chose to steer clear of that topic. After an hour, Meng Fan returned to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. Lu Yinping was still diligently practicing the demon-slaying sword technique. Yet her comprehension of swordsmanship fell considerably short of Meng Fan's. Even after an entire afternoon and night of effort, she remained far from mastering the technique. Meng Fan found it difficult to bear, pondering how someone with Sister Lu's appearance could be so lacking in ability. In truth, even if another core disciple were to take her place, their performance would likely be no better. It is merely that Meng Fan struggled to empathize with the frustrations of those of mediocre talent. "Sister Lu, did I not tell you that when wielding the demon-slaying sword technique, you must be conscious? Your awareness is lacking. You must." Meng Fan's initially patient guidance had devolved into unintentional criticism of Lu Yinping's efforts. Lu Yinping, feeling overwhelmed by Meng Fan's relentless chastisement, suppressed her anger. Had anyone else dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have drawn her sword in retaliation. Yet, reliant on Meng Fan, she could only endure his critiques and humiliation in silence. On the following evening, Lu Yinping remained at the Sword Pavilion, still with Meng Fan. When Brother Luo learned that Meng Fan and Lu Yinping had only practiced swordplay for 2 nights, he regarded Meng Fan with disdain. On this interminably long night, amidst the fleeting moments of time, I found myself solely engrossed in sword practice. Is it a matter of mental inadequacy or physical limitation? If one must train, then short swords should be the focus. At the hour of the Chun, Meng Fan once again ascended to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. Elder Lin gazed at Meng Fan and remarked, "Disciple, although your aptitude for the sword is nothing short of extraordinary, teaching this young girl the demon-slaying sword technique within 3 days presents a formidable challenge. After all, not everyone possesses your remarkable gifts." Meng Fan furrowed his brow, acutely aware of this truth. He had previously underestimated the complexity of the task, or perhaps overestimated the intelligence of others. Little did he expect that Senior Sister Lu could be so unskilled. Even the simplest demon-slaying sword technique was learned at a painfully slow pace, despite his direct guidance. Noticing Meng Fan's frown, Elder Lin continued, "In truth, the challenge of having Lu learn the demon-slaying sword technique in 3 days lies not with her, but with you." Meng Fan, perplexed, inquired, "Disciple is dull-witted and fails to grasp the meaning of your words, Master." Elder Lin replied, "Lu has not mastered the technique for 2 reasons. Her aptitude lacks the extraordinary quality, and more critically, there are issues in your teaching. Your understanding of the demon-slaying sword technique is not yet profound enough. You have not reached its limits." Meng Fan felt that Elder Lin's assertion was somewhat biased. He had merely studied the technique for an hour before mastering it. Confident in his learning and teaching, he felt a surge of defiance. Are you unconvinced? Elder Lin chuckled. Chapter 40. The demon-subduing sword of the divine general, Fei, Peng. Meng Fan fell silent. While he did not openly contest the claim, his silence spoke volumes of his discontent. Wait a moment. Elder Lin's figure flickered and vanished from the second floor of the sword pavilion. After the span of a fragrant stick of incense, he returned, wielding a sword that emanated an aura of immeasurable power. Take a moment to absorb the essence of this sword, and witness what true demon-slaying entails. Elder Lin hurled the sword towards Meng Fan. As he grasped the sword, an immediate transformation overtook him. His mind was flooded with information about this weapon. The sealed demon-subduing sword. The demon-subduing sword, originally known as the Zhaodan Divine Sword, was forged by the heavenly Emperor Fuxi from the essence of the Zhaodan Divine Spring and infused with meteorite iron, later bestowed upon the divine general Fei Peng. After Fei Peng was defeated in the new celestial realm by Chonglu, the sword fell into the mortal realm. The demon-subduing sword possesses the divine power to intimidate demons and is regarded as the treasured artifact of the Shushan sword sect. Staring at the information unfolding in his mind, Meng Fan was utterly astounded. This was a genuine divine sword, once wielded by a celestial general. It was the sacred sword of the Shushan sect. As a disciple of Shushan, Meng Fan had certainly heard whispers of the demon-subduing sword. He could never have dreamed that in his current feeble state, he would be fortunate enough to behold such a legendary weapon. What manner of identity does Elder Lin possess within the Shushan sword sect to wield the demon-subduing sword so casually? It is simply unfathomable. However, the demon-subduing sword did not exhibit any sword aura. Thus Meng Fan was naturally unable to perceive any memories. He recalled the introduction of the demon-subduing sword, the sealed demon-subduing sword. Perhaps it was due to the sword's sealed state that he could not connect with its sword aura or glimpse its memories. Yet, it was reasonable to think that if the sword were in its normal state, Elder Lin would certainly not dare to present it to him. Had the demon-subduing sword not been sealed, he might have been obliterated upon contact. Elder Lin, is this truly the demon-subduing sword? Meng Fan exclaimed in utter astonishment. You are able to recognize the demon-subduing sword? A hint of surprise crossed Elder Lin's face as he regarded Meng Fan with a look of curiosity. The demon-subduing sword is a treasure of the Shushan sword sect. How could you so casually bring it forth? Meng Fan continued in awe. While others may not be permitted to wield it, your master is the current sword elder of the Shushan sword sect. This demon-subduing sword is under my guardianship. Elder Lin replied nonchalantly. Let him boast. A hint of helplessness appeared on Meng Fan's face. However, this was indeed a fortunate circumstance, as he was able to bask in its glory. Had Elder Lin not been the sword elder, he would have never had the opportunity to behold the magnificence of the demon-subduing sword, even if it were sealed. Yet, what kind of position was the sword elder? It certainly sounded impressive, evidently surpassing that of an ordinary elder. Elder Lin continued, the demon-subduing sword has been sealed, so feel free to explore it without fear of any danger. Although it is sealed, the residual intent of slaying demons within it is sufficient for you to comprehend. If it were not sealed, I would not be able to present it to you. That would be detrimental and could even lead to your demise. Meng Fan nodded in understanding of this principle. Nevertheless, even the sealed demon-subduing sword was ample for his contemplation. Master, may I draw the sword? Meng Fan inquired cautiously, his eagerness tempered by trepidation. After all, the reputation of the demon-subduing sword was formidable. Go ahead, it should not pose a problem. Especially with your master here to protect you, Elder Lin chuckled. Truly, this master was exceptionally attentive. With excitement, Meng Fan placed his hand upon the hilt of the demon-subduing sword and then exerted a sudden force. In the next moment, it did not budge. Meng Fan's expression turned awkward. This was quite embarrassing. There was simply no way to draw it. Elder Lin chuckled softly, placing his hand on the sword's sheath and exerting a slight pressure. With a resounding clang, the sword sang as it was drawn from its sheath, and the demon-subduing sword was now firmly in Meng Fan's grasp. Meng Fan's countenance shifted, turning a shade of crimson. Simultaneously, a surge of the sword's essence flooded into his body, not merely flowing, but surging. The weight of this sword essence was astonishing. Yet, at that moment, Meng Fan's focus was entirely on the demon-subduing sword. As the sword was drawn, despite its sealed state, a terrifying aura emanated from the blade. Meng Fan's innate talent for the Sword Dao commenced its fervent operation, voraciously absorbing the surrounding aura. After the passage of a full incense stick's time, the energy emanating from the sword gradually subsided. At this moment, Meng Fan's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. A faint smile graced Elder Lin's face as he remarked, "It appears that you have reaped some rewards?" "Indeed, I have." Meng Fan nodded affirmatively. "Let us see the nature of your gains," Elder Lin suggested. Grasping the demon-suppressing sword, Meng Fan executed a decisive strike. The technique employed was the demon-slaying sword art. Yet the focal point was the emergence of a sword intent seemingly conjured from thin air. Though the demon-slaying sword intent is known to be the most accessible among all sword techniques of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, Meng Fan had only engaged with the art for a mere 2 days before successfully manifesting the sword intent. An extraordinary feat, indeed. Elder Lin stood agape at this spectacle. As an ancient master, he had witnessed countless scenes, yet he was still profoundly astonished by Meng Fan's prowess. In truth, he had presented the demon-suppressing sword to facilitate Meng Fan's comprehension of the demon-slaying sword intent. For this sword was the illustrious divine weapon of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, having vanquished innumerable demon clans, including formidable demon kings and emperors. The sword was imbued with an overwhelming accumulation of demon-slaying sword intent. Undoubtedly, many could glean the demon-slaying sword intent through the utilization of the demon-suppressing sword. However, to achieve such mastery in the span of a single incense stick exceeded Elder Lin's expectations. He was aware of Meng Fan's prodigious comprehension, which had led him to anticipate that Meng Fan would grasp the sword intent within 10 days, a notion already remarkable. Yet, Meng Fan surpassed even that, accomplishing it in a mere incense stick's duration. Nevertheless, Elder Lin had grown accustomed to being astounded by Meng Fan, managing to maintain a placid exterior despite the tumult of surprise within. "Indeed, I bestowed upon you the demon-suppressing sword with the hope that you would comprehend the demon-slaying sword intent, and you have not disappointed your master," Elder Lin said with an air of calm. His demeanor suggested that he had anticipated Meng Fan's performance. However, the quiver at the corner of his eye betrayed his inner excitement. "I am profoundly grateful to Master for granting me the opportunity to witness the sword," Meng Fan said as he reluctantly returned the demon-suppressing sword to Elder Lin. The elder sheathed the sword, for it was not intended for prolonged interaction with Meng Fan. "Now that you have comprehended the demon-slaying sword intent, do you possess newfound insights regarding the demon-slaying sword art?" Elder Lin inquired with an enigmatic expression. "Yes." Meng Fan nodded. "Very well, you may depart. It will be much easier for you to instruct that girl, Lu Yaping." Now, Elder Lin instructed Meng Fan. Chapter 41. Could it be the reincarnation of a celestial sovereign? Having grasped the demon-slaying sword intent, Meng Fan indeed perceived the sword art from an elevated perspective. In truth, if he were afforded the opportunity to slay 2 demon entities at this moment, his understanding would deepen even further. However, the present circumstances did not permit such an undertaking. Upon returning to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, Meng Fan resumed his instruction of Lu Yinping in the sword techniques. He pondered whether allowing Lu Yinping to contemplate the demon-suppressing sword might yield even better results. Though it remained merely a thought. Firstly, it is inconceivable that Elder Lin would bestow the demon-suppression sword upon Lu Yinping for her comprehension. Granting it to Meng Fan is a testament to his favoritism, and Lu Yinping is simply unqualified for such an honor. Additionally, Lu Yinping's lack of acumen renders her incapable of grasping its intricacies, even if she were to be given the sword. It is only through the meticulous guidance of someone like Meng Fan that she might glean any understanding. Ultimately, on the 3rd day, under Meng Fan's tutelage, Lu Yinping successfully mastered the demon-slaying sword technique. She promptly gifted Meng Fan 100 spirit stones and hastily departed from the Sword Pavilion. Today marks the day for outer disciples to venture forth for training, and any delay might result in missing the opportunity altogether. If you wish to embark on this training journey as well, you may register, for your status is akin to that of an outer disciple. And you have already mastered the demon-slaying sword technique. Brother Luo appeared beside Meng Fan, addressing him. This fellow presumed that Meng Fan was reluctant to part with Lu Yinping, hence his remarks. Meng Fan could only shake his head in resignation, unwilling to elaborate. Clutching 100 spirit stones, he exited the Sword Pavilion with enthusiasm, making his way to the Sword God Hall. With 140 spirit stones in his possession, he felt sufficiently affluent to indulge at the Sword God Steel. Even after spending 100 stones, he would still have 40 remaining, ample for his needs. The allure of the Sword God Steel was simply irresistible to Meng Fan. When in possession of over 100 spirit stones, he found it exceedingly difficult to restrain himself from seeking enlightenment at the steel. Upon arriving at the Sword God Hall and surrendering 100 spirit stones, Meng Fan commenced his exploration of the Sword God Steel. Drawing from his previous experience, he approached this endeavor with practiced ease. Furthermore, the hall was rather empty that day. Aside from Meng Fan, no other individual sought enlightenment simultaneously. It was a private affair. Meng Fan sat cross-legged, placing both hands upon the sword god steel, closing his eyes. In the next moment, a torrent of profound truths cascaded into his mind. Just as before, this time he was once again attuned to the primordial sword path. His earlier insights had already provided him with a foundational understanding of the primordial path. With this groundwork established, Meng Fan was confident that this session would yield even greater revelations. The time spent contemplating the sword god steel passed, as always, in a blur. Much like his previous experience, although he was engaged for an hour, it felt as if only a fleeting moment had transpired. Hence, Meng Fan had previously dared to request Elder Lin for an extensive 10 days and nights of contemplation at the sword god steel. Even then, he could not guarantee that he would fully comprehend the primordial sword path within that time frame. The steward of the sword god steel gently patted Meng Fan on the shoulder, inquiring, "An hour has elapsed. Would you like to extend your time?" Meng Fan shook his head. The cost of an additional hour was 100 spirit stones, a burden he could not bear. Exiting the sword god hall, Meng Fan remained immersed in his insights and understanding of the primordial sword path. Despite the brevity of his hour-long contemplation, his comprehension of swordsmanship had undergone a transformative shift. Given the nascent state of his swordsmanship foundation, each moment of enlightenment brought forth a qualitative leap in his abilities. Without further ado, let us address the remarkable prowess of Meng Fan, who has, at this moment, ascended to the level of sword intent with the thunderclap sword technique. With a mere flick of his wrist, he can unleash a strike of sword energy, even without drawing upon the internal vital energy within him. As Meng Fan traverses the path back to the sword pavilion, he unsheaths the Fuxi sword and gestures towards the heavens, releasing a surge of thunderous sword energy that slices through the sky. The sword energy soars like a startled phoenix, accompanied by a faint echo of thunder. Meng Fan nods in satisfaction, recognizing this as a mere fringe benefit from his comprehension of the sword god steel. The assistance it has rendered him extends far beyond this. Upon returning to the sword pavilion, darkness envelopes the sky. Meng Fan retreats to his chamber to commence his cultivation. Over the past 3 days, in pursuit of 100 spirit stones, he has dedicated himself to teaching Lu Yanping the demon-slaying sword technique, causing his own training to fall behind. Reflecting on the previous day's interaction with the demon-slaying sword, he realizes he has absorbed a significant influx of sword essence, which will undoubtedly aid his cultivation immensely. With fervor, he settles cross-legged upon his bed and simultaneously begins to cultivate both the spirit wind profound art and the pure yang thunder transformation scripture. Although he has consumed both qi gathering pills and spirit gathering liquid, their effects appear negligible against the overwhelming presence of sword essence. In the latter half of the night, a formidable aura erupts from Meng Fan's body. He has reached the 4th level of qi refinement. A surge of excitement graces his countenance. The sword essence surging into his body from the demon-slaying sword is indeed astonishing, in but a single night's effort. It has propelled him from the 3rd to the 4th level of qi refinement. Moreover, he senses that less than 1/10 of the sword essence has been consumed, leaving a substantial reserve. If I can fully refine and absorb this sword essence, perhaps my cultivation could ascend to the 9th level of qi refinement. Meng Fan muses with delight. This is a double blessing. The insights gained from the sword god steel have fundamentally transformed his swordsmanship, while the sword essence bestowed by the demon-slaying sword has expedited his mastery of vital energy. The ethereal image of Fuxi emerges from the sword. "Congratulations, Master, on your breakthrough," she declares. Meng Fan replies with a smile. "Fortune smiled upon me, as I absorbed a considerable amount of sword essence from the demon-slaying sword. This truly is a delightful surprise." Fuxi responds, "This is a testament to your exceptional talent, Master. I have yet to witness anyone besides you capable of absorbing sword essence from a weapon. Among the multitude who have interacted with the demon-slaying sword, only you have been granted this opportunity." Unbeknownst to her, Fuxi has begun to evolve into a devoted admirer of Meng Fan. Subconsciously, she has been captivated by his excellence, which has even elevated her respect for him. Previously, she believed that choosing Meng Fan was an act of condescension on her part. Now, she feels that accompanying him is a stroke of fortune, and she even harbors thoughts of being unworthy of him. Alas, when two individuals are together, if one possesses exceptional qualities, the other may inevitably feel a twinge of inferiority. On the following day, at the hour of Chun, Meng Fan arrives at the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion, as usual, to pay his respects to Elder Lin. Elder Lin gazes at him in astonishment, exclaiming with a prolonged tone of surprise, "You rascal, have you truly reached the 4th level of qi refinement?" It is no wonder that Elder Lin is taken aback. Although Elder Lin was aware of Meng Fan's extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, he ultimately recognized that Meng Fan possessed inferior spiritual roots, which would hinder his cultivation progress. However, the reality was that Meng Fan's rate of advancement was nothing short of remarkable, almost astonishingly rapid. This was indeed illogical. Elder Lin distinctly remembered that when Meng Fan first entered the Sword Pavilion, he had not even reached the Qi refining stage, possessing not a single trace of true energy within him. How could he have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement in such a brief period? While he had provided Meng Fan with spirit-gathering liquid, it hardly warranted such an accelerated pace of cultivation. Elder Lin was enveloped in profound perplexity. With a slight smile, Meng Fan addressed Elder Lin. "Master, today surprises extend beyond this. What other surprises could there be?" Elder Lin inquired, astonished as he gazed at Meng Fan. With a swift motion, Meng Fan drew the red sword, Hongqi. He then casually waved it, unleashing a burst of sword energy that surged toward Elder Lin. This was not an act of rebellion against his master, but rather a demonstration of his sword technique. Should Elder Lin be harmed by Meng Fan's swordplay? That would truly be an absurdity. The sword energy was swift, yet it dissipated into nothingness a full yard away from Elder Lin. Despite the energy's disappearance, it posed no threat to Elder Lin, but the elder still stared at Meng Fan, utterly dumbfounded. "Thunderous sword rhythm. Have you truly mastered the thunderous sword rhythm?" Elder Lin's mouth fell agape. It was undeniable that Elder Lin had witnessed much in his lifetime, yet this situation transcended mere familiarity. He found himself at a loss for words to describe it. He had previously stated that if Meng Fan could master the thunderous sword rhythm within 3 months, he would reward him with a storage artifact. He had believed that, given Meng Fan's natural gifts, achieving such mastery in 3 months would be quite challenging. Yet, it had only been 3 days, and Meng Fan had already accomplished it. After a considerable pause, Elder Lin gradually regained his composure. "You rascal, could it be that you are the reincarnation of an immortal?" he mused, questioning the very fabric of reality. Could a person truly be so prodigious? Even the most gifted individuals must have their limits. Surely, this was utterly absurd. Meng Fan chuckled, reveling in the opportunity to showcase his talents before Elder Lin. Knowing that the elder bore him no ill will, the more outstanding he appeared, the more diligently Elder Lin would nurture him, for at least the next 2 years. Elder Lin would undoubtedly spare no effort in his guidance, hoping that Meng Fan would surpass that Yiqin Xin. "Master, you mentioned that if I could master the thunderous sword rhythm within 3 months, I would be rewarded with a storage artifact," Meng Fan boldly proclaimed. Elder Lin shook his head with a wry smile, before producing a small ring and presenting it to Meng Fan. Instantly, Meng Fan's heart surged with excitement as he eagerly accepted the ring. "Is this truly the legendary storage ring?" he exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "Your cultivation level is too low, and you have yet to develop divine sense, so you can only utilize this basic storage ring. This type of ring lacks restrictions. You merely need to infuse it with true energy to make use of it. However, this storage ring can be easily opened by others if it is snatched away, so one must exercise caution." Upon hearing Lin Lao's words, Meng Fan nodded in understanding. It resembles high-grade storage equipment that is secured with a password, typically inaccessible to others. In contrast, the rudimentary storage device he possesses lacks such security, making it susceptible to anyone's intrusion. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from indiscriminately placing valuable items within it. Meng Fan infused his vital energy into the storage ring and sensed its interior, which provided approximately a cubic meter of space. While not vast, it was certainly ample. A typical person would carry only a single pack when venturing out. Yet this storage ring offered significantly more space, even exceeding that of a suitcase. Moreover, it occupies no physical area, making it an indispensable companion for home and travel alike. Most importantly, if he were to sell this item, it could fetch several hundred spirit stones, sufficient for numerous contemplations at the Sword God Monument. Naturally, such an essential item would never be sold by Meng Fan. As for his insights at the Sword God Monument, he could rely on Lin Lao's support. Lin Lao had previously mentioned that after 6 months, should Meng Fan demonstrate satisfactory performance, he would reward him with a day and night of contemplation at the Sword God Monument. Additionally, if he could defeat senior brother Luo within a year, he would earn 10 days and nights of enlightenment at the monument. With a little extra effort, he might even advance the 6-month timeline. Having previously relied on Sister Lu for support, he now found himself dependent on Lin Lao. "Hold on, don't get too carried away. Put away the storage ring. I must ask, how did you manage to master the Thunder Sword rhythm in just 2 days? Such an accomplishment seems utterly impossible, especially considering you were unable to execute the 3rd move of the Thunder Sword technique, the Thunder Blast, with any success before. Even with exceptional talent, it should take considerably longer to achieve mastery of the Thunder Sword rhythm." Lin Lao inquired, visibly perplexed. He had acknowledged Meng Fan's exceptional abilities and endeavored to align his thoughts with Meng Fan's brilliance, perceiving him as a prodigy. Nonetheless, it was inconceivable that Meng Fan could have attained mastery of the Thunder Sword rhythm at this moment. Master, under normal circumstances, I would indeed require more time to master the Thunder Sword rhythm, Meng Fan replied. What unusual circumstances did you encounter? Lin Lao pressed. I taught Sister Lu the demon-slaying sword technique within 3 days, and she rewarded me with 100 spirit stones. As you are aware, Meng Fan recounted. And then? Lin Lao inquired, furrowing his brow. Then, yesterday, I visited the Sword God Hall and contemplated the Sword God Monument for an hour, Meng Fan confessed. He was subtly indicating to Lin Lao the extent of the monument's assistance. Only by making Lin Lao aware of the monument's significant impact on his growth would he be willing to support Meng Fan's pursuit of enlightenment there. The comprehension of the Sword God Steel. Could it truly be of such immense assistance to you? Elder Lin found this hard to believe and was perplexed. He had once sought to experience the Sword God Steel himself, and while he did gain some insights into the path of the sword, they were not nearly as extraordinary as those of Meng Fan. Particularly after several attempts, the benefits diminished significantly, rendering them almost negligible in the end. To achieve the Thunder Sword rhythm from a single understanding of the Sword God Steel, as Meng Fan did, seemed utterly implausible. In truth, what Elder Lin could not fathom was that Meng Fan's attainment of the Thunder Sword rhythm was merely a small bonus. The true harvest he reaped extended far beyond that. Yet, this minor benefit was the most tangible and visible. If he could spend several more hours comprehending the Sword God Steel, it was likely he would directly cultivate the Thunder Sword intent. Master, the enlightenment from the Sword God Steel indeed greatly benefits your disciple, which is why I previously expressed a desire to contemplate it for 10 days and nights, Meng Fan stated earnestly. Elder Lin squinted, pondering deeply. The assistance derived from a single comprehension of the Sword God Steel far surpassed the value of 100 spirit stones. Thus, your endeavor to engage with the Sword God Steel is undoubtedly a sound investment. With that in mind, I shall support you. However, upon hearing Elder Lin's willingness to aid him, Meng Fan felt a surge of excitement. Yet, the subsequent however brought a touch of resignation. Such words can feel quite unfriendly in conversation. However, what does this mean? Meng Fan cautiously inquired, fearing that Elder Lin might pivot to suggest that such support was unnecessary. However, your current mastery of the sword path is already exceptionally advanced. What you require now is to elevate your true energy cultivation, rather than solely focusing on enhancing your swordsmanship. An excessive proficiency in sword techniques, coupled with a low personal realm, creates an imbalance that is not beneficial. Therefore, once your realm ascends to the true martial realm, I shall reward you with a day and night of contemplation at the Sword God Steel. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Meng Fan exhaled in relief. This was a pivot he could accept. Moreover, there was merit in his statement, as Meng Fan recognized that his sword path prowess far surpassed his true energy realm, necessitating a significant enhancement in that regard. Fortunately, having absorbed a substantial amount of the sword essence from the demon-suppressing sword, these energies should ideally propel him into the true martial realm. Previously, Elder Lin had mentioned that if he was satisfied after 6 months, he would reward Meng Fan with a day and night of comprehension at the Sword God Steel. It now appeared that this timeline might be expedited. Meng Fan felt confident that achieving the true martial realm would not require half a year, a belief founded upon the sword essence. Unbeknownst to Elder Lin, Meng Fan possessed this advantageous resource, so the elder devised a method for elevating his disciple's realm. My student, to enhance your realm, mere seclusion and arduous training will yield slow progress. Hence, I have conceived a strategy, Elder Lin addressed Meng Fan, who felt a spark of surprise and delight at the prospect. Old Lin sought to enhance his cultivation speed. Although the method remained enigmatic, it was undoubtedly advantageous. Master, what is this method? Meng Fan inquired. Old Lin gazed at him gravely and uttered 2 words, slay demons. Meng Fan was momentarily taken aback. Slay demons? Does this mean I must personally eradicate the demon race? While slaying demons would indeed bolster his combat experience and practical skills, he pondered how this endeavor related to elevating his true energy realm. Confusion clouded his thoughts. Perceiving the bewilderment etched upon Meng Fan's face, Old Lin chuckled and explained. The demon you are to slay is called the Purple Thunderboar. Its ancestor, the Heavenly Thunderboar, commands the power of lightning and is exceedingly formidable. A flicker of realization sparked within Meng Fan, prompting him to ask, is slaying this Purple Thunderboar linked to the cultivation of the pure yang transformation of Thunder Scripture? Old Lin smiled, his satisfaction evident as he regarded Meng Fan. Not only are you exceptionally perceptive, but you are also quite astute. Indeed, Slaying the purple thunder boar is directly related to the pure yang transformation of thunder scripture. Each purple thunder boar possesses a strand of thunder essence within its being. This thunder essence is remarkably conducive to the cultivation of the pure yang transformation of thunder scripture, far more effective than spirit gathering liquid. By vanquishing the purple thunder boar, you will enhance both your combat prowess and your pure yang transformation of thunder scripture, two objectives accomplished with one action. Upon hearing Old Lin's words, a glimmer of anticipation illuminated Meng Fan's expression. The notion of slaying demons stirred a surge of excitement within him. Fear was an alien concept. If one feared even a boar, what right did they have to pursue immortality? Very well, master. I am ready to slay demons, Meng Fan declared, brimming with eagerness. Old Lin nodded in agreement. Time is of the essence. Return and prepare. At dawn tomorrow, I shall accompany you to confront the purple thunder boar. Upon returning to his chamber, Meng Fan realized there was little to prepare. He assembled 2 sets of clothing, procured some baked goods from the dining hall, and stored them within his spatial ring. Beyond that, all he needed was to bring along his Fuxi Sword. This would mark his first true battle since his arrival in this realm and his inaugural demon-slaying endeavor. As a disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, slaying demons was their sacred duty. Meng Fan had initially thought that his first encounter with a demon was still far off, yet it arrived with surprising swiftness. Nonetheless, one could not speak of danger. There was none to be found. The risk factor was effectively zero, as Old Lin would accompany him, ensuring Meng Fan faced no peril. Old Lin treasured his disciple greatly. That night, Meng Fan addressed his Fuxi Sword. Fuxi, tomorrow you shall make your debut. This marks your first battle under my command. Are you anxious? The ethereal form of Fuxi emerged from the sword, standing before Meng Fan with a look of exasperation. Master, I am merely a sword. What is there to be anxious about? The one who should be concerned is you. Since you achieved the Qi refinement realm, you have been diligently honing your skills. And while your progress has been remarkable, you have yet to experience true combat. Without further ado, you have yet to witness blood. Tomorrow, as you embark on the mission to vanquish demons, do not falter. Meng Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Falter? As long as he wields a sword. Faltering is an impossibility. Coincidentally, he had been progressing rapidly in his training lately and was eager to test his sword skills. Knowledge acquired from books is but shallow. True understanding must be gained through practice. Meng Fan harbored great anticipation for the demon-slaying endeavor. This sentiment was one that others could scarcely comprehend. A passion for the immortal fantasy. Slaying demons and dispelling evil is a profound sentiment. Flying with a sword is also a cherished aspiration. Regrettably, the art of sword flight felt too distant for Meng Fan. He could only indulge in the thrill of slaying demons for now. The following day, at the hour of Chun, Meng Fan eagerly arrived at the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion. Master Lin opened his eyes, glancing at Meng Fan. Are you ready? Meng Fan nodded vigorously. Master, I am prepared. Then let us depart. Master Lin stood up. By the way, Master, where are we heading? Meng Fan inquired curiously. The Xiantian mountain range, Master Lin replied. It seemed that the Shu Mountain Sword sect did not harbor creatures like the Purple Thunder Pig. This journey would take them beyond its borders. Since his arrival in this world, Meng Fan had never left the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Previously, when Lu Yanping expressed a desire to venture out for training, Meng Fan felt little concern, believing that diligent practice within the sect was quite satisfactory. However, knowing he was truly about to leave the Shu Mountain Sword sect to slay demons filled him with exhilaration and anticipation. To the Xiantian mountain range it was. Chapter 43, The Legendary Sword Flight. The Xiantian mountain range? When Master Lin uttered those 4 words, Meng Fan felt a pang of confusion, for he had never heard of such a place. However, Meng Fan was somewhat ignorant, as his knowledge of the world was inherently limited. Under Master Lin's guidance, Meng Fan departed the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Naturally, the mundane affairs of the Sword Pavilion were entrusted to senior brother Luo. After leaving the pavilion, Meng Fan followed Master Lin on foot. Master, can you perform the legendary sword flight? Meng Fan asked eagerly. Indeed, Master Lin replied calmly. Meng Fan could hardly contain his envy. Sword flight was a dream cherished by many. Then why must we walk to the Xiantian mountain range? Cannot we fly with swords? Meng Fan questioned. Master Lin cast a bewildered glance at him. Perplexed, I can fly with a sword, but you cannot. Meng Fan retorted, but Master, you could take me with you. Master Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation, saying, you expect me to carry you while flying? What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? With your current physical strength, if I took you flying, would you not hasten your own demise? Meng Fan felt somewhat helpless. He was acutely aware of his frailty, yet he had not realized it was to such an extent that he could not even be carried. Master, I admit my body is weak, but I can utilize true energy to protect myself. If it is truly necessary, could you endure some burden to shield me? Meng Fan suggested somewhat shamelessly. Master Lin smiled wryly, realizing that this young man was still lost in fanciful dreams, failing to grasp the fundamental truth of the matter. Not everything can be accomplished with the assistance of others. Sometimes, one must attain sufficient strength on their own to succeed. If I were to take you on a flight with my sword, even if I personally shielded you with my vital energy, you would still find it unbearable. While the vital energy can indeed protect you from the onslaught of air currents, the sensation of being torn apart due to high-speed movement is something that cannot be shielded by it. Therefore, young lad, do not aspire to lofty heights. It is the path of solid grounding that truly matters. Master Lin earnestly instructed Meng Fan. Understood, Master, Meng Fan replied sincerely. For 7 consecutive days, the master and disciple traveled. After this period, Meng Fan accompanied Master Lin to the Tianqin mountain range. Gazing upon the vast expanse filled with towering trees, Meng Fan felt an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Disciple, within the Tianqin mountain range, there exists a multitude of monsters, and the deeper you venture, the stronger the beasts become. The purple thunder boar, being a low-level creature, typically resides on the outskirts of the range, so do your utmost to avoid venturing deep into the mountains. Upon hearing Master Lin's words, Meng Fan nodded. His temperament leaned towards caution. Even if pressured to delve deeper into the mountains, he would not comply, let alone seek out perilous explorations. A moment later, Master Lin led Meng Fan to a thicket on the outskirts of the Tianqin mountain range. Pointing ahead at a large purple wild boar, he said to Meng Fan, "This is the purple thunder boar. I have found this first one for you, so you may become acquainted. From here on, it will be up to you to find the rest." The purple thunder boar, being a low-level creature, was not particularly formidable. Typically, disciples at the 7th or 8th level of Qi training could easily slay such a beast. Although Meng Fan was only at the 4th level, having cultivated the thunder sword rhythm, his strength was comparable to that of disciples at the 7th or 8th level. Your task in the Tianqin mountain range is to slay 100 purple thunder boars. You may return to the Shu Mountain Sword sect once you have completed this task. Upon hearing Master Lin's words, Meng Fan nodded without any particular reaction. In truth, Master Lin was correct. His strength was indeed on par with practitioners at the 7th or 8th level, and in terms of explosive power, he might even exceed them. His sole weakness lay in his vital energy, which lacked the endurance of those at the higher levels. However, he did not require endurance. He could rest and replenish his vital energy after each kill. It was not as though he needed to slay all 100 boars in one go. "Master, I understand," Meng Fan said to Master Lin. "Then take care of this purple thunder boar. I shall not intervene. It is all up to you. If you cannot handle even one purple thunder boar, it would greatly disappoint me." Master Lin's expression was stern. Meng Fan drew his Fuxi sword and approached the thicket ahead. This was his first encounter with slaying a monster. Although he had engaged in a few sparring matches with disciples of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, this was his genuine first experience facing a beast. However, confronting a monster was far less burdensome than facing a practitioner, as it alleviated a significant amount of psychological pressure. It was akin to killing a chicken or a dog, which carried far less weight than taking a human life. As the purple thunder boar sensed Meng Fan's approach, it slowly lifted its head. Though monsters are not human, they can sometimes be even more perceptive than people. At this moment, the purple thunder pig acutely sensed Meng Fan's malice. It immediately let out a ferocious roar directed at him. These creatures are not only more perceptive than humans, but often exhibit a decisiveness that is absent in human nature, free from hesitation and the myriad emotions that cloud judgment. As soon as the purple thunder pig detected Meng Fan's ill intent, it charged straight at him with a deafening roar, intent on lethal confrontation without a trace of hesitation. Meng Fan's expression grew grave. This was his first encounter in battle against a supernatural beast, and he knew he had to exert every ounce of effort, leaving no room for complacency. Despite its appearance as merely a pig, the creature's speed was astonishing, rushing towards him like a tempest. Utilizing the willow fluff wind technique, Meng Fan deftly evaded the pig's onslaught. In that fleeting moment of passing, he swung his red silk sword, delivering a swift strike aimed at the creature's neck. The essence of demon slaying surged forth. The thunderous sword technique erupted. The sword light flashed like lightning, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. As the pure yang lightning energy within him erupted, arcs of electricity danced along the blade of his red silk sword, with a decisive downward stroke. The next instant saw the head of the pig roll away, its dark purple blood splattering across the ground. Old Lin had faith that Meng Fan could slay a purple thunder pig, and Meng Fan believed in his own capability to do so as well. Yet, neither had anticipated that he could dispatch the beast in a single stroke. Holding the red silk sword, Meng Fan stood there, somewhat dazed, gazing at the purple thunder pig. Was slaying demons truly this effortless? Admittedly, he had felt a twinge of anxiety beforehand, even fearing potential injury. Although Old Lin's presence assured him of safety from mortal peril, he had expected to sustain some minor wounds. Yet, this purple thunder pig seemed exceedingly weak, hardly more formidable than the pigs raised at home. Easily dispatched with a single thrust. Old Lin, this purple thunder pig appears to be significantly weaker than I had imagined. Meng Fan turned to Old Lin. Confusion evident in his expression. In truth, Old Lin was also taken aback, but he had grown accustomed to internalizing such astonishment, maintaining an impassive demeanor as if the matter were trivial. With an air of calmness, Old Lin remarked, "As my disciple, if you cannot defeat even a purple thunder pig, that would indeed be concerning, for it is merely the lowest tier of supernatural beasts." To be candid, while Meng Fan's ability to slay the pig in a single stroke was somewhat unexpected, upon reflection, it seemed quite logical. Firstly, he had mastered the essence of demon slaying. Secondly, he had perfected the thunderous sword technique and grasped its rhythm. The essence of demon slaying wields a terrifying lethality against such creatures. Although the technique itself is relatively easy to practice, mastering the essence is considerably challenging. Normally, even disciples of the true martial realm would find it difficult to attain the essence of demon slaying. For Meng Fan, at the 4th level of Qi refinement, to possess both the sword rhythm and essence is truly remarkable. Subsequently, Old Lin began instructing Meng Fan on how to extract the thunder essence from within the purple thunder pig, which resided deep within its heart. Once extracted, one must absorb it immediately, otherwise it will dissipate into the ether. Following the teachings of Elder Lin, Meng Fan extracted the thunder essence from the purple thunder pig and absorbed it into his body. The thunder essence, once within the human form, would gradually fade away. Thus it was advisable to commence the refinement process using the Pure Yang Thunder Transformation Sutra without delay. After Meng Fan had successfully extracted the essence, Elder Lin continued to speak. Without hesitation, Meng Fan seated himself on the ground and began to circulate the Pure Yang Thunder Transformation Sutra. Had he been alone, he might have sought a secluded spot before beginning his practice. However, with Elder Lin present, he felt secure in his position. Having someone to rely on bestowed him with a sense of freedom. Approximately half an hour later, Meng Fan rose to his feet, having completely refined the thunder essence. His internal energy had significantly strengthened. He surmised that with the absorption of 3 more essence strands, he would be poised to reach the 5th level of Qi training. Elder Lin, indeed, was a man of great experience, deftly guiding him along the most suitable path for cultivation. "How do you feel?" Elder Lin inquired of Meng Fan. "Master, I feel excellent. With just 3 more strands of thunder essence, I believe I can achieve the 5th level of Qi training," Meng Fan replied, brimming with enthusiasm. "Excellent." Elder Lin nodded in satisfaction. Truth be told, since taking Meng Fan as his disciple, he had found no cause for disappointment. Rather, he was consistently pleased beyond measure. "Now, you must venture forth to find the purple thunder pig. Your journey relies solely on your own efforts," Elder Lin instructed Meng Fan. To facilitate Meng Fan's growth, Elder Lin intentionally concealed himself, rendering himself invisible to his disciple. In this manner, he could provide Meng Fan with the most genuine experience of trial and growth. As Meng Fan traversed the Tianqin mountain range in search of the purple thunder pig, he was aware that while his target was the pig, the region was teeming with various formidable creatures, making it uncertain whether he would encounter his desired prey. Soon enough, he did encounter a creature. Yet it was decidedly not the purple thunder pig. A colossal serpent, comparable in thickness to Meng Fan's calf and nearly 5 meters in length, blocked his path, flicking its forked tongue at him. Chapter 44. The Sword Intent of Slaying Demons. Mountain Splitter. This serpent, though not a python, possessed a similarly daunting physique. Meng Fan did not recognize the species, but its vividly patterned scales indicated that it was a creature not to be trifled with. Despite his desire to avoid confrontation with the serpent, it seemed intent on provoking him. Just as Meng Fan sought to slay the purple thunder pig for its essence, the serpent, too, yearned to devour him. From their respective perspectives, neither party was in the wrong. In the realm of the Tianqin mountain range, where demons reigned supreme and humans seldom tread, the serpent would not pass up the opportunity to satiate its hunger. After all, the flavor of humanity was truly delectable. With a swift motion, the serpent lashed its tail, striking at Meng Fan like a massive whip. A solemn expression crept across Meng Fan's face, for he was uncertain whether the strength of this serpent surpassed or fell short of that of the purple thunder pig. Confronted with the unknown, he resolved to give his utmost. He deftly employed the technique of willow fluff in the wind, evading the serpent's tail with all his might. Fortunately, the tail sweep had a limited attack radius, merely a fan-shaped area, allowing Meng Fan to retreat swiftly and evade the strike. When the massive serpent realized its attack had failed, a chilling glint filled its dark green eyes. It coiled and surged forward with astonishing speed, propelling itself toward Meng Fan. Instinctively, he leapt onto a sturdy branch of a towering tree, narrowly escaping the serpent's assault. To his astonishment, the serpent ascended into the air, launching itself toward him. What this serpent can fly? Meng Fan marveled, having anticipated it would merely slither up the tree to attack. The revelation heightened his wariness of the creature. In the next instant, his red chi sword was drawn. A brilliant flash of sword light erupted, releasing a piercing sword energy aimed at the serpent's head. This was the Demon Slayer's sword intent, thunder explosion technique. Only moments prior, this very strike had cleaved the head of the purple thunder pig. Yet this time, it bore no fruit. The sword energy struck true against the serpent's head, inflicting a superficial wound that barely registered as serious harm. The minor injury sent the serpent into a frenzy, inciting its wrath. In the moment of injury, it instinctively retreated to the ground, a reflexive action. Now enraged, it unleashed a plume of crimson mist from its maw and charged again at Meng Fan. However, he remained unperturbed by the serpent's onslaught, having already gauged its speed and deemed it manageable. Yet, the red mist it exhaled filled him with trepidation, for its nature was unknown, and his instincts warned him of its potential toxicity. Without hesitation, Meng Fan summoned the Lingfeng true chi within him, harmonizing it with the willow fluff in the wind technique, and swiftly vacated the tree, landing several dozen meters away from the serpent. This was the advantage of having simultaneously cultivated both the Lingfeng mysterious art and the pure yang thunder transformation scripture. Had he allowed the thunderous true chi of the pure yang technique to consume and refine the wind attribute chi, focusing solely on the thunder attribute, he would not have been capable of such remarkable speed. The thunder attribute chi, undoubtedly powerful in attack, paled in comparison to the wind attribute chi, which enabled Meng Fan to achieve astonishing swiftness. Recognizing the merits of both, he pondered why he should not indulge in dual cultivation. At that moment, he felt a wave of gratitude for his earlier choices. He even contemplated whether he should explore additional elemental techniques, such as water attributes for accelerated healing, gold attributes to enhance the sharpness of his sword, an ideal match for a sword cultivator, and earth attributes to fortify his physical cultivation, all of which seemed indispensable. As Meng Fan contemplated further, he found a certain logic in his thoughts. If he could devote himself entirely to the path of cultivation, would he not render others utterly helpless? However, this was hardly the time for idle musings. The colossal serpent, witnessing Meng Fan shift his position, furiously redirected its course, charging towards him with unrelenting fury. The intensity of this confrontation promised nothing short of a battle to the death. Meng Fan, with a cold smile, recognized that he was not one to be trifled with. The serpent was doomed. In truth, had he chosen to flee at full speed, he possessed the ability to elude the serpent. Yet, in that moment, Meng Fan's temper flared. Why run? He was determined to vanquish it. As the monstrous snake surged towards him, he once more unleashed a powerful strike with his sword. The blade of demon slaying. The thunderclap sword technique. The mountain splitter sword intent. This strike was imbued with an additional layer of mountain splitter sword intent compared to his previous blow. The technique of mountain splitter was one he had initially learned from the copper mountain sword, a move that encapsulated the essence of cleaving mountains. The sword momentum was a level beyond mere sword intent, and at that time, Meng Fan lacked the capacity to master such a profound concept. Consequently, he could only derive a single sword move, mountain splitter, from it. When he executed the mountain splitter, the lightness of his movements belied the tremendous force he could unleash, amplifying his attack power several-fold. Having meditated upon the sword god steel 2 more times, Meng Fan gleaned insights into the primordial path of the sword. His foundation in swordsmanship had significantly deepened. Thus, at this moment, Meng Fan had elevated mountain splitter to the level of sword intent. Should he meditate upon the sword god steel a few more times, he might even grasp the true sword momentum of mountain splitter. With a swift motion, the sword radiated brilliance as a formidable wave of sword energy erupted from the Hongqi sword. This surge of energy, enhanced by the added mountain splitter sword intent, surpassed the power of his previous strike by more than 3-fold. The very essence of mountain splitter served to augment the might of his technique, rendering it even more ferocious. Meng Fan's strike accurately cleaved into the same spot on the serpent's head, already mangled and raw from prior assaults. Striking that same spot with such overwhelming force resulted in a catastrophic outcome. Its head was cleaved in twain. Yet, Despite this grievous injury, the serpent did not perish. Instead, it frantically retreated, for creatures of its ilk were inherently cowardly, fearing the specter of death. Realizing the imminent threat, it abandoned any thoughts of devouring Meng Fan and sought only to escape with its life. However, Meng Fan had no intention of allowing it to flee. He had declared its demise, and it must comply. When slaying demons, one must ensure complete extermination. With a heart steeled for vengeance, Meng Fan pursued the serpent without mercy. His speed, already superior to that of the serpent, rendered the chase effortless. After a furious onslaught of 8 strikes, the colossal snake was severed into 4 distinct pieces, dead beyond any possibility of revival. Sitting upon the ground, Meng Fan heaved heavily, panting. To be frank, dispatching the serpent had drained him considerably. His internal energy was nearly depleted. This was his vulnerability. The insufficient reservoir of true energy made sustained exertion a challenge. From the shadows, Elder Lin emerged and advised Meng Fan. First, take a moment to recuperate and restore your true energy. He naturally discerned that Meng Fan's vital energy was nearly depleted. Approaching the serpent's carcass, he extracted a serpent's gallbladder and tossed it before Meng Fan. This item is quite valuable. Once you return and present it to the alchemy hall, you should be able to exchange it for 10 spirit stones. If Master Lin had not intervened, Meng Fan would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a precious treasure within the giant serpent. Since Meng Fan had slain the serpent, the gallbladder rightfully belonged to him, and Master Lin had no intention of concealing it. Such a trivial item held no interest for him. Meanwhile, Meng Fan, while recuperating, carefully stored the gallbladder in his storage ring, as he valued the 10 spirit stones it represented. During his recovery, Meng Fan consumed a chi-gathering pill, allowing his vital energy to replenish rapidly. Before long, under the operation of the Pure Yang Transformation Thunder Sutra, his vital energy was fully restored. Observing Meng Fan's recovery, Master Lin voiced his curiosity. When you struck, just now, that swordplay not only demonstrated the demon-slaying sword intent, but seemed to possess another sword intent. Meng Fan had been engaged in combat with the giant serpent, while Master Lin discreetly observed from the shadows. With his discerning eye, Master Lin recognized the intricacies of Meng Fan's swordplay, noting not only the demon-slaying sword intent and the thunder sword technique, but also a third sword intent he had never encountered before, which clearly did not belong to the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Meng Fan casually replied, "Master, this is a sword intent I comprehended from the sword god steel." He refrained from mentioning that it was derived from a sword artifact, as that assertion would be too implausible for Master Lin to accept. To avoid unnecessary complications, Meng Fan attributed this understanding solely to the sword god steel. This explanation was the most rational from Meng Fan's current perspective and would likely be more readily accepted by others. Most importantly, it would enhance Master Lin's perception of the sword god steel's influence on him, thereby encouraging Master Lin to further support his pursuit of insights from the steel. Is that so? I never imagined the sword god steel could have such a profound effect on you, Master Lin remarked, a hint of admiration lacing his voice. Frankly, he found himself somewhat envious of Meng Fan's aptitude. Merely grasping the essence of the sword god steel had already afforded Meng Fan accomplishments that many would never achieve in their lifetime. If only he possessed the same level of comprehension as this young man. Master Lin shook his head in resignation, banishing such fanciful thoughts from his mind. After rejuvenating his vital energy, Meng Fan resumed his pursuit of the purple thunder boar. In truth, hunting the purple thunder boar was hardly a challenge for him, as he had come to understand that his strength allowed him to dispatch them with ease. His primary concern lay in the potential encounters with other monstrous beings within the Tianxin mountain range. For instance, the previous giant serpent was significantly stronger than the purple thunder boar. Surely, within this mountain range, there existed many creatures far more formidable than the serpent. 3 days later, Meng Fan had slain 18 purple thunder boars, and during this time, he had also encountered numerous other creatures, each more diverse than the last. In most instances, when encountering creatures that were not the purple thunder pig, Meng Fan opted to circumvent them entirely. His singular objective was the purple thunder pig, for only within its being resided the essence of thunder, which could aid in his cultivation. Exerting effort to eliminate other creatures would yield no worthwhile return. After assimilating 18 strands of thunder essence, Meng Fan's true energy had ascended to the 6th level of chi refinement. On this particular day, as he diligently searched for the purple thunder pig, a maiden clad in white suddenly appeared before him. "Young master, I have lost my way in these mountains. Could you kindly guide me out?" The girl approached Meng Fan cautiously, her demeanor imbued with a shyness that was palpable. Meng Fan furrowed his brows, surprised by the presence of this girl in such a desolate region. The Tianxin mountain range was scarcely trodden, How could a maiden find herself lost here? An unsettling intuition flickered within him. Was this situation not rather peculiar? Was it possible that this girl was a transformed creature? A wry smile tugged at Meng Fan's lips as he dismissed the notion. A creature capable of such transformation would be a formidable presence. One that could extinguish him with a mere breath, rendering any idle chatter futile. As he studied the girl, he found her cultivation level indiscernible. She was either an ordinary person devoid of any power or an individual whose prowess surpassed his own. Regardless of which, Meng Fan felt a sense of helplessness. In such an eerie locale, encountering a human, regardless of their intentions, would not warrant him to strike down without cause. What if she were indeed a lost, innocent girl? Moreover, he was acutely aware that Elder Lin was likely observing him from the shadows. Thus, no matter his choice, he was confident that he would remain unscathed. Even if the girl were a master of higher cultivation, Elder Lin's presence would ensure that she could not stir any significant trouble. Reassured by this thought, Meng Fan inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to this place?" "Young master, I reside in a nearby mountain village and ventured into the mountains to gather herbs. But I have lost my way and am now ensnared here," the girl replied, her gaze lowered, her voice trembling with trepidation. "Master, draw your sword and slay her." The voice of Hong Chi echoed in Meng Fan's mind. Upon hearing this, Meng Fan acted without hesitation. Drawing the Hong Chi sword and aiming a decisive strike at the white-clad maiden, he chose to place his trust in Hong Chi. The blade descended with unwavering resolve. Yet upon contact, it seemed to cleave through nothingness, as the maiden's form dissipated into thin air. "What is happening?" Meng Fan questioned, his brow furrowing in confusion. Hong Chi's voice resounded once more. "Master, it was an illusion. Look to your left, a few meters away. That white fox has bewitched you." Bewitched. Previously, Hong Chi had informed Meng Fan of its ability to enchant foes. Thus, it came as no surprise that Hong Chi had perceived the enchantment and roused him from its grasp. Had it not been for Hong Chi's warning, he would have truly fallen into its trap today, unaware of the peril that awaited him. Although Elder Lin's presence suggested he would face no mortal danger, the experience was nonetheless a stark reminder of the threats lurking within the shadows. However, in Meng Fan's view, it remained a matter of great shame. Monsters and spirits. With a sharp cry, Meng Fan swung the Hongqi sword once more. The sword of slaying demons. Thunderbolt technique. Willow Kaken movement. The white fox was 10 meters away from Meng Fan, and it was small and delicate, giving the impression of being exceptionally swift. Therefore, Meng Fan did not seek sheer power with this strike, but rather aimed for unparalleled speed. The Thunderbolt technique could be described as the swiftest sword technique among those Meng Fan had mastered. In the next instant, the Hongqi sword struck the white fox, cleaving it in two, blood gushing forth. Meng Fan's expression remained tranquil, devoid of any fluctuation. Having slain numerous demons in recent days, he had grown accustomed to such brutality. This fox possessed an enchanting ability that could induce illusions, yet it was inherently frail. The voice of the Hongqi resonated within Meng Fan's mind. Chapter 46, Sword Control Technique? Sword Driving Technique. Meng Fan nodded slightly, offering no verbal response. Following this encounter, he felt an urgent desire to ascend to the true martial realm. He had recognized his own weakness. His spiritual power was exceedingly feeble, to the point that even such a frail little fox could bewitch him, ensnaring him in illusions. Had his spiritual power been sufficiently robust, he would have easily avoided such a trap. Once a cultivator reaches the true martial realm, they can practice visualization techniques to enhance their spiritual power until they attain divine consciousness. The next step would be the hope of cultivating a sword soul, rendering these malevolent spirits incapable of infringing upon Meng Fan. Then, Elder Lin emerged from the shadows. With a wave of his hand, he gathered some twigs and leaves. Igniting a small fire, he then broke off a branch and extracted a fox heart, skewering it for roasting. Once it was cooked, Elder Lin tossed it directly to Meng Fan. "Eat it." Meng Fan frowned. He had consumed duck hearts, chicken hearts, pig hearts, and even beef hearts, but he had never tasted a fox heart. Sensing Meng Fan's reluctance, Elder Lin explained, "This actually tastes quite good, and more importantly, it is highly nourishing. Much like the purple thunder pig, which contains thunder essence, the heart of this charming fox possesses special properties that can slightly enhance one's spiritual power. Though the increase may be modest, it is better than nothing." Upon hearing this, Meng Fan hesitated no longer and swallowed the fox heart whole. He had just been contemplating his weak spiritual power when an opportunity to bolster it had presented itself. Why not partake? Elder Lin had not deceived him. The taste was indeed pleasant, although it could have benefited from a sprinkle of cumin and chili powder. After consuming it, Meng Fan did not perceive any significant enhancement in his spiritual power. Of course, This could be attributed to his inherent weakness and the fact that he had not practiced visualization techniques, making it difficult to discern any changes. 3 days, 7 days, 10 days, a full month passed, and it was only after a month that Meng Fan accomplished his goal of hunting 100 purple thunder pigs. Simultaneously, he had absorbed 100 strands of thunder essence. As a result, his true chi strength had risen to the 9th level of chi refinement. In fact, he could elevate himself to the true martial realm at any moment, should he so desire. Previously, when he was guiding Lu Yinping, he realized that cultivating a sword technique to the point of sword rhythm would allow one to effortlessly break through to the true martial realm. Meng Fan, at this moment, not only had he comprehended sword rhythm, but he had also mastered multiple sword intents. The prospect of advancing to the true martial realm seemed as simple as a mere flick of the wrist. However, Elder Lin intervened, cautioning him against making such a leap. Your cultivation has escalated too rapidly over the past month. There is a risk of an unstable foundation. You must take your time before breaking through to the true martial realm. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Meng Fan nodded in agreement. In matters of this nature, Elder Lin's experience far surpassed his own, and he had no qualms about heeding his advice. During this period, not only had his true chi cultivation improved significantly, but his combat experience had also expanded considerably. The month of arduous training had indeed been worthwhile. Nevertheless, the notion of an unstable foundation warranted attention, and he must diligently refine his skills. Now, we shall return to the Shu Mountain Sword sect. I possess a method to alleviate the risks associated with your rapid cultivation. 7 days later, Meng Fan accompanied Elder Lin back to the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Upon his return, he felt as though he had undergone a transformation. In just over a month, he had ascended from the 4th level of chi refinement to the 9th level, a truly surreal experience. One could not deny the sheer exhilaration of being under Elder Lin's tutelage. Upon entering the Sword Pavilion, Senior Brother Luo gazed at Meng Fan with wide eyes, his face a portrait of astonishment. He had witnessed the remarkable change in Meng Fan's cultivation. To elevate 5 minor realms in the span of a month seemed utterly absurd. Though he suspected Elder Lin's assistance was a factor, it still felt somewhat unreal, an exaggeration beyond belief. Junior Brother Meng, at this rate, won't you be able to best me in a year? Senior Brother Luo remarked with a wry smile. Meng Fan could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Truth be told, this was an undeniable fact, beyond any shadow of a doubt. After a month of disarray, you should rest well tonight. Come find me tomorrow at dawn. Elder Lin instructed Meng Fan. Having spent a month in the Tianqin mountain range, Meng Fan often resembled a wild man, a description that was certainly fitting. Upon returning, he first indulged in a thorough bath, followed by a proper meal at the dining hall. That evening, back in his chamber, Meng Fan refrained from practicing, fearing that he might uncontrollably break through to the true martial realm. He firmly believed that Elder Lin's caution against such a leap was justified. Moreover, he himself sensed that his rapid progress might harbor potential pitfalls. Elder Lin had mentioned a method to help mitigate these risks. Yet he was left wondering what that method might be. That night, Meng Fan lay peacefully in bed, enjoying a restful sleep. At dawn the following day, he arrived early at the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, eager to learn about Elder Lin's proposed method for addressing his cultivation concerns. Master, you previously mentioned that my rapid increase in true chi poses a risk of an unstable foundation, and that you have a means to eliminate this risk. What exactly is that method? Meng Fan inquired impatiently. Elder Lin chuckled and replied, You, my boy, truly lack the ability to contain your excitement. Meng Fan sheepishly smiled, displaying an exceedingly bashful demeanor, though, of course, it was all an act. Due to the rapid enhancement of one's true energy, the ability to master it may increasingly spiral out of control, presenting the peril of an unstable foundation. To mitigate this risk is quite straightforward. One merely needs to bolster their mastery over true energy. My esteemed teacher possesses a sword technique that is perfectly suited to your current predicament. Upon hearing the Elder Lin's words, Meng Fan eagerly inquired, What sword technique? The sword manipulation technique, Lin Lao replied succinctly. Sword manipulation technique. Meng Fan had heard of the sword control technique, but this was indeed unfamiliar to him. Noticing the perplexity etched on Meng Fan's face, Elder Lin chuckled softly and remarked, Previously, you inquired about the topic of flying with a sword. Flying with a sword is a branch of the sword control technique and represents one of its most profound aspects, requiring substantial cultivation to master. The sword manipulation technique can be regarded as a simplified version of the sword control technique. Should you refine the sword manipulation technique to its utmost limit, your subsequent practice of the sword control technique will yield remarkable results with minimal effort, flowing naturally into success. Most importantly, This sword manipulation technique is ideally suited for enhancing your mastery over true energy at this moment. Thus, Elder Lin commenced imparting the sword manipulation technique to Meng Fan. In truth, while Elder Lin had extolled the virtues of the sword manipulation technique and the sword control technique, the former was fundamentally quite simple. It involved utilizing true energy to manipulate a long sword from a distance. It sounded impressive, yet in reality, it was rather trivial. For instance, if Meng Fan wielded the long sword with his hand and executed a strike, it would possess a power level of 10. However, if he employed the sword manipulation technique to control the long sword with true energy, the resulting strike might only yield a power level of 1, or at most 2. The practical combat efficacy was virtually non-existent, merely a display of fanciful prowess. Chapter 47. A Gentleman's Revenge. Not late, even after 10 years yet. Meng Fan required this fanciful approach to enhance his control over true energy. Thus, he approached the study of the sword manipulation technique with utmost seriousness. While instructing Meng Fan, Elder Lin stated, "Once you can simultaneously control 10 long swords without excessive flamboyance in your movements, merely having them hover in the air, you will demonstrate that your control over true energy is sound, enabling you to readily advance to the true martial realm." Meng Fan nodded, dedicating himself to the study of the sword manipulation technique. He generally grasped sword techniques with remarkable ease. However, upon first mastering the sword manipulation technique, Meng Fan could only control a single long sword. By evening, he had progressed to controlling 2 long swords. The following day, he began to manage 3 long swords. However, as the number of controlled long swords increased, so did the complexity of the task. In the span of a day and night, Meng Fan succeeded in controlling 3 long swords. Yet, after 2 days, he could only manage 4. It took 5 days for him to control 5 long swords. A full month elapsed before he met Elder Lin's requirement, managing to control 10 long swords simultaneously. However, he could only barely keep them hovering before him. The idea of commanding these long swords to attack was clearly fanciful and devoid of any real offensive capability. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Having fulfilled the esteemed Elder Lin's requirements and obtained his consent, that very night, Meng Fan embarked upon the journey of transcending to the true martial realm. The outcome was as anticipated, and Meng Fan successfully reached this new pinnacle. Upon breaking through to the true martial realm, his spirits soared with exhilaration. In truth, the pace of his advancement was not particularly swift, at least not in Meng Fan's estimation. However, with Elder Lin's guidance, he achieved this breakthrough without tapping into the vast reservoir of sword essence acquired from the demon-suppressing sword. Instead, he relied upon the lightning essence from the purple thunder pig. Thus, a considerable amount of sword essence remains stored within him, and if all goes as anticipated, depleting this essence could propel Meng Fan's cultivation to the 3rd or even 4th tier of the true martial realm. Congratulations, Master, on finally achieving the true martial realm. The ethereal figure of Hong Qi emerged from the Hong Qi sword in his room, her face radiant with delight, seemingly more thrilled than Meng Fan himself. Indeed, this was true. Within the entire Shu Mountain Sword sect, she could be considered the first to recognize Meng Fan's prodigious talent. She had chosen to place her bets on him early on, and the results had proven her wisdom. Given Meng Fan's aptitude and performance, avenging her would undoubtedly be an uncomplicated task in the future. After all, it was merely the true martial realm. The journey ahead was still long. Meng Fan smiled, feeling a rush of excitement within, yet maintaining a calm demeanor without any semblance of arrogance. Truth be told, for a mixed spiritual route to ascend from an unremarkable state to the true martial realm in such a short span of time was indeed worthy of being chronicled in history. Rest assured, I remember my promise to avenge you. However, who exactly is your adversary, and what is their current level of cultivation? Meng Fan inquired of Hong Qi. Previously, he had refrained from asking this question, feeling it was a distant concern, and as a Qi refinement realm practitioner, such inquiries would seem rather unconvincing, perhaps even comical. Now, having attained the true martial realm, he had already showcased his extraordinary talent before Hong Qi, rendering his question less absurd and somewhat persuasive. Hong Qi fell momentarily silent. Even after more than 30 years had passed, recalling her nemesis caused her body to tremble slightly. It was evident that the shadow cast by that individual was formidable. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. My enemy resides in the sword-bowing villa, having been its master for many years. As for their level of cultivation, I only know that over 20 years ago, they had already attained the core formation realm. In Meng Fan's view, the core formation realm was not particularly formidable. It was a height he could aspire to. However, considering the 20 years that had elapsed since that time, Who could say what realm his adversary had now reached? Perhaps they had already attained the nascent soul stage, becoming a significant figure in the world. I must admit, I have not heard of this sword-bowing villa before, Meng Fan remarked, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Hong Qi nodded and remarked, the sword-offering villa is, in fact, a sword-forging establishment. Most of the individuals within the villa are swordsmiths, with some also dabbling in sword cultivation. In the grand scheme of the world, the sword-offering villa hardly qualifies as a top-tier force. In comparison to the Shushan sword sect, it falls immensely short. Meng Fan nodded, committing the name of the villa to memory. He did not take the matter lightly, for many formidable experts did not emerge from renowned sections. Countless masters had risen from obscurity. What is his name? Meng Fan continued to inquire of Hong Qi. Yi Qingxian, Hong Qi spat through gritted teeth. My father's own brother. My dear uncle, huh? Upon hearing this, Meng Fan fell silent. He had not previously heard Hong Qi mention such matters. To be frank, he could never have imagined that Hong Qi's adversary was her own uncle. What manner of person could be so callous as to use their own niece as a sacrifice for a sword? Perhaps such a being could no longer be deemed human, but rather a devil. Meng Fan felt a pang of sympathy for Hong Qi. One must admit, being harmed by a stranger is far better than being betrayed by family. Years ago, Yi Qingxian sought to forge a spiritual sword, undertaking numerous experiments, all of which ended in failure. Eventually, consumed by obsession, he thought of the blood refinement technique. This technique requires one's own blood as a catalyst and the heart's blood of a relative as the material for successful forging. Yi Qingxian was reluctant to draw upon the heart's blood of his own children and thus turned to his niece. Despite being merely his niece, the blood bond remained profound. Ultimately, he succeeded. In truth, I suspect that had he failed at that time, he might have resorted to using his daughter as heart's blood, for he had completely transformed into a devil. Hearing Hong Qi's words, Meng Fan lapsed into silence. The abyss is vacant, and devils walk among us. This Yi Qingxian certainly no longer deserves to be called human. After a moment, Meng Fan gently caressed Hong Qi's sword and said earnestly, I shall remember the name Yi Qingxian from the sword-offering villa. Within 10 years, he shall undoubtedly meet his demise. Lacking knowledge of Yi Qingxuan's exact capabilities, Meng Fan refrained from making grandiose claims. Yet, the 10-year time frame was ample. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for more than a decade. Chapter 48. The three artifacts on the Three Sovereigns platform the following day, at the hour of Chun. Meng Fan arrived at the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, as usual. Elder Lin, upon seeing Meng Fan who had attained the true martial realm, was not the least bit surprised. He had already learned the previous day that Meng Fan's sword manipulation technique had reached the capability of controlling 10 swords simultaneously. Thus, Meng Fan's overnight breakthrough to the true martial realm was entirely within his expectations. Having taken merely a month to master the control of 10 swords, Elder Lin had grown accustomed to such feats. In the past, whenever he assigned tasks to Meng Fan, he would subconsciously impose a deadline. Yet, time and again, Meng Fan would shatter that deadline, repeatedly astonishing him. Now, Elder Lin has become accustomed to it. No matter how outrageous Meng Fan's actions are, he finds them entirely normal and is no longer astonished. This time, his lack of surprise is genuine, unlike before when it was feigned. Very well, at this pace, perhaps you will indeed be capable of defeating Yi Qingxian in 2 years. Elder Lin gazed at Meng Fan with immense satisfaction. Meng Fan smiled and replied to Elder Lin, Master, it is not perhaps, it is certain. A mere practitioner of the celestial origin realm, with nearly 2 years to prepare, Meng Fan truly regards him with disdain. To be honest, he feels somewhat inflated with confidence. However, he cannot help it. He possesses the qualifications for such arrogance. You are just entering the true martial realm. Elder Lin advised Meng Fan, from now on, I will refrain from hastening your progress. Focus on stabilizing your cultivation and familiarize yourself with the true martial realm. Elder Lin would not arrange another intensive training session like the one in the Tianqin Mountains for Meng Fan in the near future. Yet, unbeknownst to Elder Lin, Meng Fan can swiftly advance to the 3rd or 4th layer of the true martial realm without his assistance. This is due to the vast reservoir of sword essence he has stored within him, untouched and unspent. Master, what should I primarily focus on improving next? Meng Fan inquired. Elder Lin, clearly prepared for this question, smiled and said, Are you feigning ignorance? Upon reaching the true martial realm, in what area do you believe you should concentrate your efforts? Meng Fan was indeed feigning ignorance, for upon entering the true martial realm, he would be able to practice the visualization technique. However, he had no such technique, even if he visited the scripture pavilion. He would only acquire the most rudimentary visualization technique, which Meng Fan found unsatisfactory. Today, he sought Elder Lin with the intent of obtaining a superior visualization technique. Of course, there was no need for Meng Fan to ponder this himself. Elder Lin had already prepared in advance. Master, I wish to learn the visualization technique, Meng Fan stated directly, no longer beating around the bush. You, my boy, possess astonishing insight. Practicing a common visualization technique would be a waste of your innate talent, Elder Lin remarked, casting a hopeful glance at Meng Fan. Eagerly, Meng Fan responded, Indeed, Master. If I were to seek the visualization technique on my own, I would only find the most basic one, which is why I came to implore you for guidance. Elder Lin shook his head. In truth, the visualization technique I have mastered is not suited for you. Or rather, it does not befit your potential. With your insight, there are better choices available. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Meng Fan's heart leaped with excitement. Could it be that Elder Lin intends to help him find a visualization technique even more formidable than the one he himself practices? Given Elder Lin's strength and status, the visualization technique he employs must undoubtedly be exceptionally powerful. The prospect of discovering a superior technique stirred Meng Fan's enthusiasm. Master, what should I do? Meng Fan asked eagerly. Elder Lin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly rose and walked out of the sword pavilion. Follow me. Meng Fan obediently followed Elder Lin as they left the sword pavilion. Moments later, they arrived at a divine hall. The temple, though nameless, is suffused with an aura of grandeur, vastness, and infinity. The majesty of this sanctuary rivals that of the demon-locked tower, which is renowned as one of the most extraordinary edifices in the Shu Sword sect. Yet, there is an elusive feeling that this temple might even surpass the tower in its significance. Meng Fan had never known that such a mysterious place existed within the Shu Sword sect. Elder Lin led Meng Fan to the front of the temple, his expression grave, his gaze imbued with reverence and faith. Master, what is this place? Meng Fan inquired of Elder Lin. Silence. Elder Lin responded sharply, turning to Meng Fan. Complying. Meng Fan closed his mouth and refrained from further conversation. Clearly, this location held immense sanctity within the Shu Sword sect. Wait here for me, and do not move. Elder Lin instructed Meng Fan before approaching the entrance alone. At the temple's grand door sat an elderly man napping on the ground, appearing remarkably unremarkable. However, one could easily deduce that this elder was an extraordinarily formidable presence. Otherwise, he would not be stationed here. Elder Lin conversed with the old man for an extended period, and eventually, Meng Fan observed Elder Lin seemingly handing the elder something, to which the elder nodded in satisfaction. Elder Lin then returned and said to Meng Fan, Come inside. Following Elder Lin into the temple, as they passed the old man, the elder flashed a smile at Meng Fan, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. This left a deep impression on Meng Fan, as most elderly individuals tend to have yellowed teeth, often missing one or two. In contrast, this elder not only had a complete set of teeth, but also remarkably white ones, a rarity indeed. Upon entering the grand hall, Meng Fan's expression transformed into one of astonishment. The enormous chamber contained only a high platform, devoid of any other ornamentation. Upon the platform lay three revered objects, a sword, a cauldron, and a piece of jade. A surge of realization swept through Meng Fan as he began to formulate a hypothesis. If the demon-locked tower was a forbidden ground of the Shu Sword sect, then this place could undoubtedly be deemed its sacred site. Elder Lin addressed Meng Fan. This is the Sanhuang Terrace. Sanhuang Terrace? Meng Fan echoed, recognizing that the items venerated here were none other than the legendary three sacred artifacts, the Fuxi Sword, the Shinnon Cauldron, and the Nuwa Jade. Stunned, Meng Fan exclaimed, Master, is this truly the three sacred artifacts? Elder Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is. Despite his prior suspicions, the confirmation from Elder Lin sent waves of disbelief crashing through Meng Fan's mind. He had never dreamed that Elder Lin would bring him to witness these legendary artifacts. It is said that disciples of the Shu Sword sect have all heard tales of the three sacred artifacts, yet few have ever laid eyes upon their true forms. Meng Fan could hardly fathom that he had been granted such an honor so swiftly, as he had merely sought to glean a minor advantage, only to find himself presented with an entire expanse of opportunity. Chapter 49. The Divine Radiance of the Fuxi Sword Master. What is this? Meng Fan inquired, somewhat bewildered. At that moment, he was genuinely perplexed, uncertain of Lin Lao's intentions in bringing him to this place. His expression was laden with confusion. Lin Lao, with a grave demeanor, responded, Do you not desire to cultivate the visualization technique? The most formidable visualization methods of the Shu Sword sect are right here. Meng Fan furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend. Lin Lao continued to elucidate. The Fuxi Sword allows one to visualize Fuxi. The Shinnon Cauldron enables the visualization of Shinnon. and the Nuwa Jade facilitates the visualization of Nuwa. What form of visualization could possibly rival the contemplation of these three sovereigns? Meng Fan was taken aback, astonished by Lin Lao's grand perspective. The notion of visualizing the three sovereigns through the three sacred artifacts was indeed remarkable. Indeed, what form of visualization could surpass that of these sovereigns? However, he knew this would be an exceedingly arduous task. Even he had failed to visualize the three sovereigns in his youth. Yet, Lin Lao expressed unwavering confidence in him, which left Meng Fan feeling somewhat intimidated. He had relied on his innate talent for the sword path of divine understanding to exhibit unparalleled insight, but this insight was specific to the sword path. The visualization of the three sovereigns appeared to have little connection to swordsmanship. The Shinnon Cauldron and Nuwa Jade seemed utterly beyond his reach. While the Fuxi Sword offered a glimmer of hope, as it was, after all, a sword, tenuously linking to his abilities. The three sacred artifacts are so powerful that they cannot be sealed, hence you will never have the opportunity to directly interact with them. You must maintain at least a 10-meter distance, otherwise, your body may suffer harm. Therefore, you can only attempt to perceive and visualize these artifacts from afar. However, do not feel pressured. It is entirely normal if you cannot grasp or visualize them. I am merely guiding you to try. Hearing Lin Lao's words, Meng Fan felt a slight relief. To be honest, he harbored little confidence in himself. His recent extraordinary performances had led Lin Lao to unconditionally trust him. But he recognized this as a mere illusion. Meng Fan was indeed exceptional, but only in specific areas. He was not omnipotent. Very well, master. I shall give it a try. Meng Fan took a deep breath. Regardless, since Lin Lao had created this opportunity for him, he was determined to exert his utmost effort. For Meng Fan, this was an unexpected chance. If he succeeded, it would be marvelous, but even in failure, he stood to lose nothing. After all, it was a free opportunity. Wholeheartedly immerse yourself in the visualization. I shall remain here to protect you. Do not worry about any distractions, Lin Lao said, assuming a serious posture as he sat cross-legged. Meng Fan nodded and began to approach the three sovereigns platform. Lin Lao's words rang true. As Meng Fan drew within approximately 10 meters of the platform, he sensed an overwhelming pressure. With each step closer, he felt increasingly burdened. Thus, he halted at that position, focusing intently on the Fuxi Sword. He directly relinquished the Shinnon Ding and the Nuwa Jade, understanding that he could glean nothing from these two artifacts. Thus, he decided not to squander any more time. Only the Fuxi Sword remained, offering a glimmer of hope. Meng Fan's gaze was fixed upon the Fuxi Sword, while Elder Lin's attention was solely on Meng Fan. At this moment, he would not allow anyone to disturb Meng Fan, for he was at one of the most pivotal junctures of his life. This was far more significant than hunting the purple thunder pig to absorb its lightning essence for cultivation. Meng Fan stared unblinkingly at the Fuxi Sword, yearning to derive some insights from it. However, merely gazing at it yielded no revelations. Perhaps if he could touch the Fuxi Sword, something extraordinary might transpire. But he could only observe from a distance of 10 meters. It was a frustrating predicament. Meng Fan furrowed his brows, pondering what to do. It appeared that he would glean nothing, thus wasting Elder Lin's painstaking efforts. He sighed helplessly within, just as Meng Fan prepared to abandon his pursuit. A sudden burst of red light emanated from the Fuxi Sword at his side. The red beam surged directly toward the Fuxi Sword, and shortly thereafter, a divine light overflowed from the Fuxi Sword as well. In the next moment, the red light dissipated. Fuxi, are you all right? Meng Fan inquired with a furrowed brow, his concern evident. Do not worry, master. I merely expended some vitality. A few days of rest will suffice, replied Fuxi's voice within Meng Fan's mind. Why did you provoke the Fuxi Sword? Because Elder Lin is present, there is no danger. I merely wish to explore any other opportunities for you, master. Very well, clearly. Fuxi had sensed Meng Fan's earlier helplessness and sought to create some commotion in hopes of uncovering a different chance. Meng Fan held little expectation for Fuxi's actions. After all, it is not easy for a blind cat to stumble upon a dead mouse. Yet, the outcome left Meng Fan wide-eyed. As the divine light overflowed from the Fuxi Sword, his innate talent, sword path enlightenment, began to activate. What constitutes a supreme talent? This ability to seize fleeting moments is truly remarkable. That divine light, under the influence of Meng Fan's sword path enlightenment, gradually began to move toward him. Ultimately, the light was absorbed into Meng Fan's body, as if it were forcefully drawn within. Elder Lin, standing nearby, widened his eyes in astonishment, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. This young man had indeed not disappointed him. He had once again created a miracle. After witnessing Meng Fan achieve the impossible time and again, Elder Lin now regarded it with a sense of normalcy, devoid of the initial shock. It felt almost as if this were a matter of course. How absurd. Throughout the history of the Shushan sword sect, the number of individuals who could perceive the three sovereigns from the three artifacts could be counted on one hand. Indeed, one could hardly fill all 5 fingers. Without further ado, regarding the inaugural gathering of the Shushan sword sect, it is noteworthy that no living individual, be it disciple or master, has achieved such a feat. However, I may have rejoiced too soon, Lin murmured to himself. At present, only a divine light from the Fuxi sword has been absorbed by Meng Fan, which does not necessarily imply that he has attained any profound understanding. Nevertheless, it is a promising omen. Hope abounds. Lin ceased to scrutinize Meng Fan and shifted his gaze to the surroundings, brimming with vigilance. He feared that at such a critical moment, some oblivious entity might intrude upon Meng Fan's focus. Such occurrences, though absurd and trivial, are regrettably not uncommon in history. Hence, he would not permit such a disruption. Meanwhile, as the divine light emanating from the Fuxi sword surged into Meng Fan's being, he closed his eyes. At this juncture, there was no need to behold the Fuxi sword with his physical eyes. Chapter 50. The Visualization of the Emperor Xia. As the divine light was refined through the sword path, the image of the Fuxi sword materialized in Meng Fan's mind. Thus, there was no necessity to gaze at the Fuxi sword on the Sanhuang platform with mere sight. Moments later, the Fuxi sword in his mind gradually transformed into the figure of a being with a human head and a serpent body, Fuxi, one of the 3 sovereigns. This was indeed the visage of Fuxi. Meng Fan immediately began to earnestly imprint this image of Fuxi within his mind, aspiring to engrave it deeply. The technique of visualization, in essence, involves contemplating powerful existences, preferably deities. Only through such visualization can one enhance their spiritual prowess. Fuxi, being one of the 3 sovereigns of humanity, is far superior to ordinary deities. The opportunity to visualize the Emperor Xia is undoubtedly a tremendous fortune for Meng Fan. Lin's efforts were not in vain. This chance was immensely significant for Meng Fan, who appeared to truly grasp it. An hour passed, 2 hours, 3 hours. After a full day and night, Meng Fan suddenly radiated an astonishing divine light. Simultaneously, the image of the Emperor Xia was fully visualized in his mind. He had succeeded. Meng Fan named this technique the visualization of the Emperor Xia, allowing him to contemplate the Emperor day and night, enhancing his spiritual power until he could cultivate divine consciousness, or even attain primordial spirit. Meng Fan opened his eyes and rose to his feet. From his eyes, 2 beams of divine light shot forth. Having just completed the visualization of the Emperor Xia, he was yet unable to fully control it, and this was an inadvertent manifestation. At this moment, Lin was also immensely excited. Meng Fan's reaction led him to harbor a subtle suspicion. Had he succeeded? Meng Fan nodded at Lin and expressed, "Thank you, Master, for granting me this opportunity. I have visualized the Emperor Xia." There was nothing to conceal from Lin. Without him, Meng Fan would never have had such an opportunity. Moreover, given the clarity of the situation, even if he wished to hide it, he could not. Fortunately, Lin would not jeopardize his own disciple. It is well, it is well. Lin was overwhelmed with joy. Even the corners of his mouth quivered slightly as he spoke. For someone of his composure, such a display of emotion was exceedingly rare. Previously, Meng Fan's astonishing feats had merely left Master Lin in a state of silent astonishment, maintaining a facade of calmness. However, this time, Master Lin could no longer disguise his emotions. For what Meng Fan had accomplished at this moment was an achievement that no one in the entire Shushan sword sect had attained. Only a handful of individuals in history had managed to achieve this feat. Master Lin felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "Master," Lin waved his hand, interrupting Meng Fan's words. "We shall discuss this later." Meng Fan nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the sword pavilion, Master Lin was still in a state of excitement, unable to calm himself. When he first accepted Meng Fan as his disciple, he believed that Meng Fan would bring him glory. Now it appeared that in the future, it might be he who would bask in Meng Fan's brilliance. It seemed that the entire Shushan sword sect might also benefit from Meng Fan's future achievements. In the history of the Shushan sword sect, those few who had envisioned the 3 emperors later became the pillars of Shushan, formidable beings nearly unmatched in the world. "Master, although I have envisioned the Shi Emperor, I am uncertain about the path that lies ahead," Meng Fan confessed, a look of confusion crossing his face. "The path of envisioning is one you must navigate alone. As your master, I cannot assist you. Offering superficial guidance could mislead you." Master Lin replied, somewhat helplessly. There were no records pertaining to the vision of the 3 emperors within the Shushan sword sect, for their power was so immense that it could not be captured in written form. Not only paper, but even the hides of divine beasts could not withstand the essence of the 3 emperors' visions. Once ink touched the surface, it would be obliterated. Only the 3 sacred artifacts of Shushan could bear the weight of the 3 emperors. Thus, Meng Fan's path of envisioning would have to be explored through his own diligent study, independent of others. However, you may study other methods of envisioning. They might prove beneficial, allowing you to draw parallels and attain a deeper understanding, Master Lin advised Meng Fan. But Master, I have no other methods of envisioning. I must trouble you to bestow upon me the knowledge of a vision for my study, Meng Fan boldly stated. Enhancing his understanding of the Shi Emperor through the study of other envisioning methods was indeed a prudent choice. Yet, ordinary methods would be of little significance for advanced techniques. He could only turn to Master Lin. As Lin's disciple, Meng Fan never hesitated to seize every opportunity for enlightenment. Seeking wisdom from his master was not a matter of shame, for he intended to repay Master Lin's kindness in the future. However, to Meng Fan's surprise, Master Lin did not merely offer him a chance to learn. He bestowed upon him an entire treasure trove. When you became my disciple, you mentioned 2 ideas. One was to spend 10 days and nights in the Scripture Pavilion, and the other was to contemplate at the Sword God Steel for the same duration. The latter will have to wait until you defeat Xiao Luzi, at which point I shall reward you with 10 days and nights. However, it seems that victory will not be far off. While I cannot grant you the 10 days and nights at the Sword God Steel just yet, I can provide you with the opportunity to study in the Scripture Pavilion now. For Meng Fan, Old Lin was genuinely overly satisfied. He had even set aside his pride to take Meng Fan to the Divine Temple's San Huang platform. What significance did the Scripture Pavilion hold? I have already spoken with Old Wang of the Scripture Pavilion. Starting tomorrow, with my token, you may freely access the first 4 floors of the pavilion, and you are permitted to peruse all the scrolls. The 5th floor is currently off limits, and given your present realm, there would be little purpose in visiting it anyway. In due time, I will find another opportunity for you to explore the 5th floor. Upon hearing Old Lin's words, Meng Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. Spending 10 days in the Scripture Pavilion, while perhaps not as impactful as 10 days of enlightenment at the Sword God Steel, was still a tremendous boon for him. The only regret was the inability to access the 5th floor. Like the Sword Pavilion, the Scripture Pavilion also boasts 5 levels, and without a doubt, the 5th floor is the most crucial, containing the most advanced scrolls. Nevertheless, even without access to the 5th floor, Meng Fan felt immensely content with the prospect of studying the first 4 floors for 10 days and nights. This was an extraordinary surprise. Thank you, Master. Meng Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a deep bow. You are my disciple, my only direct disciple. Nurturing you is only right, Old Lin replied with a smile. Lacking children of his own, he had gradually come to regard Meng Fan as a grandson. While Xiao Luo was also a disciple of Old Lin, he appeared older than Old Lin himself, making it impossible for Old Lin to perceive him with the same fondness he held for a grandson. It truly was a matter of appearances. Chapter 51. The gates of the Scripture Pavilion opened for you the next day. Meng Fan arrived at the Scripture Pavilion, holding Old Lin's token. Old Lin had mentioned that he had already spoken with Old Wang at the pavilion, so with this token in hand, he should be able to navigate the pavilion without hindrance, provided he did not venture to the 5th floor. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Upon presenting the token at the entrance, Meng Fan was left to explore the pavilion without oversight. He immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge, spending an entire day on the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion. Contemplating the Sword God Steel was, after all, an engagement with the insights of others. However, in the Scripture Pavilion, Meng Fan was focused on studying and developing his own understanding. The Scripture Pavilion of the Shushan sword sect housed countless sword techniques. Yet Meng Fan did not intend to learn any of them verbatim. Instead, he aimed to analyze these techniques and create his own interpretation. The 10,000 swords returned to the origin. This notion had long been in his mind, and especially under the encompassing embrace of the primordial Dao, Meng Fan's decision was bound to yield exceptional results. For ordinary disciples, a day might yield only a few sword techniques studied. However, leveraging the unique advantage of his divine connection to the sword path, Meng Fan could grasp almost every technique with just a cursory examination. He did not need to master these techniques. A mere impression was sufficient. The key was to apply knowledge creatively. By day's end, Meng Fan had thoroughly examined over 100 sword techniques. In a corner of the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, an elder had been observing Meng Fan since his entrance into the Scripture Pavilion. This elder was Old Wang, whose status within the pavilion was equivalent to that of Old Lin in the Sword Pavilion. He and Elder Lin have been close friends for many years. Recently, Elder Lin has been boasting daily about his excellent disciple in front of him. Thus, Meng Fan's curiosity led him to the Sutra repository, eager to discover what kind of disciple had caused the old man to be so elated. However, After observing Meng Fan for an entire day, he found himself somewhat disappointed. The young lad spent the whole day perusing sword techniques, yet he merely skimmed through them haphazardly, lacking any depth of understanding. This superficial approach rendered his exploration meaningless. A sheer waste of time. Was the young man merely here to glance at the names of these sword techniques? Elder Lin, who had never humbled himself before him, had willingly yielded this opportunity for the lad to enter the sutra repository. Yet, the youth seemed to take this chance for granted, igniting a flicker of displeasure within Old Wang. Feeling a surge of irritation, Old Wang approached Meng Fan directly, casting a cold gaze upon him. "What is the purpose of your aimless flipping through these sword techniques?" he inquired sternly. Meng Fan looked up, momentarily taken aback, as he had not sensed anyone approaching. "Senior, I am diligently studying and researching these sword techniques, not just flipping through them randomly," he replied earnestly. The elder exuded an impressive demeanor. Unlike the paper tiger that was senior brother Luo, Meng Fan felt it imperative to show him respect. "Studying? If you are indeed studying, then do so properly. What can you learn by skimming through books at such a frenetic pace? Have you even remembered a single character? Do you understand that your master invested considerable effort to secure your opportunity to explore the sutra repository? Your waste of time and half-heartedness is a true disservice to his good intentions." Upon hearing the elder's irate words, Meng Fan realized that this was Old Wang, the very person Elder Lin had mentioned. "Elder Wang, please do not be angry," Meng Fan said with a resigned smile. "Angry? Why should I be? You are not my disciple," Old Wang replied disdainfully, eyeing Meng Fan. Meng Fan chuckled softly, understanding the source of Old Wang's frustration. If there were to be blame, it would only be for his own exceptional abilities. "Elder Wang, do you believe that I am not diligently studying these sword techniques and merely wasting time? Otherwise, what do you propose?" Old Wang challenged. "Why not let me test your knowledge? The sword techniques on this shelf are those you have just perused. Choose anyone at random." Still stubborn as a mule, Old Wang scoffed as he casually selected a volume from the shelf. "The Golden Yuan Sword Technique. I ask you, what do you know of this Golden Yuan Sword Technique?" Moments later, Old Wang stood dumbfounded, staring at Meng Fan as if he were a marvel. He had presented over a dozen sword techniques for Meng Fan to contemplate, yet the young man managed to retain a clear impression of each one. The most astonishing aspect was that as they discussed these techniques, the conversation grew more profound, as though Meng Fan had thoroughly assimilated the essence of each sword technique with merely a single reading. Such a feat seemed utterly impossible. Yet, if it were just one sword technique, Old Wang might have attributed it to coincidence, perhaps assuming Meng Fan had previously practiced it. The mastery of numerous sword techniques over such a short span can only serve to attest to this lad's extraordinary talent, a veritable prodigy. No wonder that old fellow Lin Bianyun appeared so exuberant when discussing this disciple. If I were fortunate enough to possess a disciple of such caliber, my pride would surely reach the heavens. Alas, I am but a moment too late. Even now, Old Wang finds himself pondering whether there exists a means to claim Meng Fan as his own disciple. After much contemplation, he ultimately concedes defeat, for he cannot surpass Lin Bianyun. Were he capable of doing so, he would shamelessly seize the opportunity without hesitation. "The sutra repository is now closed. You may return." Old Wang suddenly addressed Meng Fan. Meng Fan gazed at Old Wang, astonished. "Master said I could study the scriptures here for 10 days and nights. Does that mean I can also stay during the night? 10 days and nights without rest? How can one maintain the vigor to study under such conditions? From today onward, you may visit the sutra repository at your leisure, with no restrictions of 10 days and nights. Even if you wish to stay for a month, I shall not send you away. Return and rest. Only after you have rejuvenated can you truly engage with the texts." Old Wang's words left Meng Fan in a state of bewilderment. He had initially considered it a tremendous fortune to study at the sutra repository for 10 days and nights, only to find himself granted boundless access. The doors of the repository would now be thrown wide open for him. Staring in disbelief at Old Wang, he mused on the capriciousness of the old man. Yet how delightful it was. Once he regained his composure, Meng Fan eagerly expressed his gratitude to Old Wang. "Thank you, Old Wang." After a moment, Old Wang watched as Meng Fan departed the sutra repository, a soft sigh escaping his lips. How he wished he had encountered this prodigious talent sooner, before Lin Bianyun could lay claim to him. Though Meng Fan was not his disciple, Old Wang felt a genuine affection for such talent. The sutra repository should indeed be fully accessible to a gifted individual like Meng Fan, for he was destined to become a pillar of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. It would be a grave misfortune if such a talent were to falter due to restrictions on studying the scriptures, a true embarrassment for the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Chapter 52. The first move sword comes upon returning to his quarters in the Sword Pavilion. Meng Fan lay upon his bed, feeling an almost surreal sense of reality. Recently, he had been excessively favored by Lady Luck. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Meng Fan recalled a saying, "A person's fortune in life is finite. Should one exhaust their good fortune too early, only misfortune would remain." He shook his head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts from his mind. Then, sitting cross-legged, he commenced his cultivation. Regardless of fortune or misfortune, personal effort was essential. At present, Meng Fan found himself exceptionally busy with his training. The Lingfeng Xinggong, Pure Yang Thunder Technique, and the Shi Huang Visualization Method. He must attend to all three without neglecting any. After reaching the true martial realm, the previously stored qi-gathering pills and spirit liquid had diminished in efficacy. These elixirs were primarily suited for those in the qi refinement stage. Although the true martial realm remains accessible, its efficacy has significantly diminished. Fortunately, Meng Fan still possesses a considerable reservoir of the source of the sword, derived from the demon-slaying sword, which is of exceptionally high quality. This wealth of resources is sufficient for him to swiftly cultivate to the third or fourth layer of the true martial realm. As for what lies beyond, that can be addressed in due course. Reflecting on the sword's source, Meng Fan's only regret is that he has not yet encountered the Fuxi Sword. If he could siphon the source of the sword from the Fuxi Sword, no, that would be impossible. He would have already met his demise. The idea of the Fuxi Sword must not even be entertained. However, within the Shushan sword sect, there are still numerous other exquisite swords. Most of these fine blades reside in the Sword Pavilion. A smile graced Meng Fan's face. The Sword Pavilion, after all, is his domain. He can now freely access the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, and Elder Lin would surely not impede his exploration of the swords there. In truth, he does not lack the source of the sword. Moreover, above the second floor lies the third, and above that the fourth and the fifth. With a hopeful vision of the future, Meng Fan spent a sleepless night immersed in silent cultivation. On the following day at dawn, he arrived at the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, as usual, to pay his respects to Elder Lin. "I thought you would be holed up in the Scripture Pavilion for 10 days and nights. I did not expect you to return last night," Elder Lin remarked to Meng Fan. In fact, Elder Lin was somewhat astonished upon sensing Meng Fan's return the previous night, for he had believed Meng Fan would be engrossed in the scriptures rather than resting. However, out of respect for his master, he refrained from inquiring further. Now that Meng Fan had approached him, he took the opportunity to voice his curiosity. Meng Fan smiled and said, "Master, I have good news to share." "What good news?" Elder Lin's brow furrowed. Meng Fan returned Elder Lin's token to him. Elder Lin's frown deepened. "Elder Wang informed me that I may now enter the Scripture Pavilion at my leisure, without the previous limitation of 10 days and nights. As long as I wish. The doors of the Scripture Pavilion will remain open for me." Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Elder Lin's brow knitted into a tight frown. Offering undue favors often conceals ulterior motives. I find it hard to believe that old Wang possesses such benevolence. Nevertheless, he would not obstruct Meng Fan from seizing an opportunity. "In that case, focus on your studies in the Scripture Pavilion, and do not concern yourself with other matters," Elder Lin instructed Meng Fan. He could surmise old Wang's intentions, but with his presence, such thoughts were futile. In the days that followed, Meng Fan spent his days in the Scripture Pavilion studying and returned to the Sword Pavilion at night to cultivate. After half a month, he successfully broke through to the second layer of the true martial realm. Under ordinary circumstances, such rapid advancement would be inconceivable. This remarkable progress is entirely attributed to the vast reservoir of sword source within him. As for Elder Lin, he was no longer surprised by Meng Fan's extraordinary feats. Having grown accustomed to Meng Fan's various prodigious displays, a half-month breakthrough to a minor realm seemed trivial in comparison. At this moment, Meng Fan had immersed himself in the Scripture Pavilion for half a month, poring over at least 1,000 sword manuals. Moreover, he has also engaged with the visualization technique, making a modest enhancement to the Shi Huang visualization method. It cannot be said that the improvement is remarkable, but it at least sustains his current spiritual cultivation. This Shi Huang visualization method is certainly not a jest. Its efficacy is indeed extraordinary. At the second level of the Zhenwu realm, Meng Fan's mental prowess far surpasses that of others by an immeasurable degree. Yet, these accomplishments are not his greatest gains from the past half-month. The pinnacle of Meng Fan's progress is that he has finally conceived his envisioned sword technique and has crafted its inaugural form. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. First form, sword comes. This first form not only amalgamates the thousands of sword techniques he has observed, but also subtly intertwines the essence of the primordial sword path. Meng Fan takes immense pride in the creation of this sword. Not to mention, even the thunder sword technique, which Elder Lin holds in high regard, pales in comparison to sword comes. Most importantly, this sword is a product of Meng Fan's own creation. Years hence, this event will be chronicled in the annals of the Shu Sword sect. Regrettably, no one has yet witnessed the splendor of sword combs. Meng Fan remains humble and composed, continuing to study diligently in the scripture pavilion. After all, 10,000 swords returning to the origin in his vision extends far beyond a mere single sword technique. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Fan has spent over 20 days observing scriptures in the scripture pavilion. One day, he encountered a familiar face, his childhood companion, Li Shuiro, with whom he had shared a deep bond, emerging from the same mountain village. Meng Fan, what are you doing here? Exclaimed Li Shuiro, her face lighting up with surprise as she spotted him while searching for books in the scripture pavilion. Meng Fan turned and smiled back at her. Shuiro, it's been a while. The last time he saw Li Shuiro was over 2 months ago during the sect's grand competition, though she had not noticed him then. In contrast, it had been 3 months since Li Shuiro had last seen Meng Fan. She rushed to him, excitement brimming in her voice. Meng Fan, I came to your dormitory to find you, but you were gone. I even heard that you were eliminated from the servant-disciple assessment and had left the Shu Sword sect, which left me heartbroken for quite some time. She had genuinely believed Meng Fan had departed from the sect, making her elation at seeing him all the more intense. Meng Fan chuckled softly. I have not left the Shu Sword sect. I am currently serving as a sword-guarding disciple in the sword pavilion. At the same time, Meng Fan noticed a young man a short distance behind Li Shuiro, his expression dark and brooding. Qianlechi, the son of Elder Qian. It is worth mentioning that his entry into the sword pavilion was indeed due to this fellow's influence, though his intentions at that time were far from benevolent. Meng Fan was aware of Qianlechi's pursuit of Li Shuiro. Initially, he had paid it no mind, believing that Li Shuiro should have the freedom to choose whom she loves. Whether she had feelings for Qianlechi was her own matter. However, the situation had changed. This Qianlechi had previously sought to harm him, and Meng Fan was not one to repay malice with kindness. He would inevitably seek retribution against Qianlechi. Brother Meng Fan, have you truly attained the true martial realm? Li Shuiro gazed at Meng Fan, her expression one of utter disbelief. How could this be? In just over 3 short months, he had effortlessly transcended the barriers of both the Qi refining and true martial stages. The last time they met, Meng Fan had not even reached the Qi refining realm. Previously, Li Shuiro had utilized some of her own resources to assist Meng Fan in his cultivation. However, his innate talent had been exceedingly poor, preventing him from breaking through to the Qi refining stage and manifesting even a single strand of true Qi. As time passed, she had gradually lost hope in his progress. Yet now, after only a few months apart, he stood before her as a practitioner of the second layer of the true martial realm. This was simply absurd. Such a transformation left Li Shuiro astounded. A senior from the Sword Pavilion has taken great care of me and accepted me as a personal disciple, Meng Fan casually explained, intending to attribute his achievements to Elder Lin. Otherwise, the explanation would be far too convoluted. How wonderful! Li Shuiro exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Witnessing Meng Fan's ascension to the second layer of the true martial realm filled her with genuine joy. Despite their time apart, the bond they had forged since childhood would not easily dissipate. Meng Fan regarded her as a sister, and she, in turn, cherished him as an older brother. However, upon arriving at the Shu Sword sect, the pressures of her circumstances compelled her to devote herself to rigorous training, leaving little room for daily companionship with Meng Fan. During the times she could not find him, she had secretly shed tears on several occasions. Now, seeing him unexpectedly appear and experience such a remarkable surge in power, her heart brimmed with happiness. Brother Meng Fan, you mentioned you are now a sword keeper disciple at the Sword Pavilion? Li Shuiro inquired once more. Indeed, Meng Fan nodded. Then I shall frequently visit you at the Sword Pavilion. You must not vanish again, Li Shuiro declared earnestly. Meng Fan chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Rest assured, I will remain at the Sword Pavilion. I won't leave. Not far away. Qianlechi seethed with rage as he observed Meng Fan affectionately tousling Li Shuiro's hair. Did everyone at the Shu Sword sect not know he was pursuing her? This boy was blatantly provoking him by touching Li Shuiro right in front of him. In truth, Qianlechi was entirely mistaken. Meng Fan had never regarded him as a threat. Brother Meng Fan, I was unable to find you before. Why didn't you come looking for me? Li Shuiro's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Well, your place is the female dormitory. How could I just stroll in? Meng Fan replied, a touch of awkwardness in his voice. To be honest, even after his transmigration, while he was aware he had a sister at the Shu Sword sect, he felt no emotional connection, either psychologically or physiologically. Although he had inherited Meng Fan's memories, fully embracing his emotions proved impossible. Thus, in his idle moments, He lacked the motivation to seek out Li Shuero, especially as his current consciousness remained firmly rooted in his earthly identity. Nonetheless, due to the memories he had inherited, Li Shuero was not a stranger to him. When they met face to face, he felt a sense of familiarity and a flicker of affection deep within. Regardless, in Meng Fan's eyes, Li Shuero is now a familiar acquaintance. You just find me annoying. Li Shuero shot a glare at Meng Fan. How could that be? Meng Fan replied, his words contradicting his true feelings. Not far behind, Qian Luqi watched in exasperation as Meng Fan and Li Shuero flirted in his presence. His heart racing with anger. This guy was usually Li Shuero's shadow, following her everywhere like a lovesick fool, utterly obsessive. Although he harbored feelings for Li Shuero, she held no affection for him at all. In fact, to her, he was among the most detestable individuals. After all, no one enjoys being incessantly followed. Even if the pursuit seems harmless, it is still quite bothersome. Oh, right, Elder Yang is still waiting for me to fetch the book. I must hurry back to her. Li Shuero exclaimed, smacking her forehead in frustration. Meng Fan Gij, I'll visit you at the Sword Pavilion later. Meng Fan nodded, saying, I'll be at the Scripture Pavilion during the day and only return to the Sword Pavilion at night. Then I'll come to the Scripture Pavilion to find you. Li Shuero replied with a smile. After she collected the book she needed, she bid farewell to Meng Fan. He watched her retreating figure, shaking his head helplessly. If possible, he wished she would refrain from disturbing him while he read. However, he hesitated to voice such thoughts, fearing they might hurt her feelings. After Li Shuero departed, Qian Luqi, this persistent shadow, did not follow her this time, but instead approached Meng Fan directly. Is there something you need? Meng Fan, who had just picked up the scroll, set it down again and regarded Qian Luqi coldly. He had no intention of showing him any kindness. You should keep your distance from Sister Shuero, Qian Luqi said darkly to Meng Fan. Why? Meng Fan raised his gaze, his expression impassive as he met Qian Luqi's eyes. There is no reason, you simply need to comply. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just throwing you out of the Sword Pavilion. Had I known you were so ungrateful, I would have dealt with you long ago. Meng Fan's brow furrowed slightly, perplexed by Qian Luqi's audacity in front of him. After all, he was now at the second level of true martial. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Li Shuero could discern that he was at the second level of true martial. But Qian Luqi might not be able to perceive his true level. This guy was far inferior to Li Shuero. Meng Fan began to understand that. Having cultivated the Shi Huang visualization technique, his mental prowess exceeded that of ordinary individuals, surpassing Qian Luqi. He had previously learned that Qian Luqi was at the fourth level of true martial. Thus, it was highly likely that a practitioner at the fourth level of true martial could not see through his capabilities. This Qian Luqi was nothing but a fool. If Qian Luqi could recognize that Meng Fan was at the second level of true martial and grasp that Meng Fan had ascended through both the Qi refinement and true martial realms in such a short time, he would certainly not look down upon Meng Fan with such arrogance. In a sense, ignorance is as much of a liability as incompetence. Thus, Meng Fan coldly regarded Qian Luqi, disdain evident in his tone as he uttered, Are you finished? Qian Luqi returned the icy gaze, responding, I am finished. Now be gone. Chapter 54. Is fighting beyond one's level difficult? As long as one has hands upon hearing those 5 words. Qian Luqi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Meng Fan. How dare this mere servant disciple know? This sword guardian disciple of the Sword Pavilion speak to him in such a manner? Was this a death wish? You seek death. Qian Luqi seethed with fury. He had indeed underestimated Meng Fan's cultivation, mistakenly believing him to be yet another servant disciple who had not even reached the Qi refinement stage. How could such a worthless disciple dare to provoke him? How could he command him to leave? Was this not an invitation to death? Although the Shushan sword sect forbade disciples from slaughtering one another, Qian Luqi's status afforded him ample means to eliminate Meng Fan, at least the Meng Fan he believed him to be. In his rage, Qian Luqi disregarded the sanctity of the Scripture Pavilion, raising his hand to slap Meng Fan. However, the Scripture Pavilion was not a venue for his reckless behavior. To dare strike within its confines was truly a mark of insanity. In the next moment, before Qian Luqi's hand could make contact with Meng Fan, he was abruptly launched into the air, soaring several meters before landing outside the main entrance of the Scripture Pavilion. The assailant was a man unfamiliar to Meng Fan, seemingly one of the attendants managing the first floor of the pavilion. This middle-aged man, whom Meng Fan had previously noted for his taciturn nature, was addressed as Senior Brother Jin by those who frequented the pavilion. His standing within the Scripture Pavilion was likely comparable to that of Senior Brother Luo in the Sword Pavilion. Disciples like Qian Luqi were hardly worthy of such personal intervention from him. Just as one might expect that Senior Brother Luo would handle any disturbances in the Sword Pavilion without troubling Elder Lin, The same applied here. Unless, of course, the troublemaker was exceptionally strong. After casting Qianlechi from the scripture pavilion, Senior Brother Jean merely glanced at Meng Fan, offering no words before returning to his post. Observing Senior Brother Jin's position, Meng Fan felt a flicker of realization. Senior Brother Jean was roughly 10 meters away, while Qianlechi had been merely 1 meter from him. In the instant Qianlechi had launched his attack, Senior Brother Jean had arrived in a heartbeat, effortlessly propelling Qianlechi away. This speed was astonishing. Undoubtedly, Senior Brother Jean surpassed Senior Brother Luo in prowess, and Senior Brother Luo was at the 8th level of the true martial realm. Meng Fan could not help but scrutinize Senior Brother Jean further, contemplating the possibility that he might be a practitioner of the heavenly origin realm. Shaking his head, he dismissed these chaotic thoughts from his mind. The realm of Senior Brother Jean had no bearing on him. Moreover, even if Senior Brother Jean had not intervened, Meng Fan possessed the confidence to personally throw Qianlechi out. For Meng Fan at this moment, engaging in battles beyond his level was truly trivial. Was it truly difficult for a practitioner at the 2nd level of the true martial realm to contend with one at the 4th level? As long as one had hands, it was entirely feasible. With that, Meng Fan resumed his exploration of various sword scriptures. Although he had already conceived the first form of the 10,000 swords returning to one technique, known as a sword coming, he felt it was still lacking in perfection. It was not the entirety of 10,000 swords returning to one that was insufficient, but rather the sword coming itself that required further refinement. Meng Fan was not in a hurry regarding the subsequent sword techniques of 10,000 swords returning to one. What he needed to focus on at present was to perfect the sword coming to an exquisite degree. With the existence of the primordial Dao, every additional sword scripture Meng Fan perused would enhance the sword coming even further. Thus, during these days, he found no weariness in the scripture repository, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to studying the texts. He set a modest goal for himself, to thoroughly review all the sword scriptures on the 1st floor of the repository. In about 2 months, he estimated he would be nearly finished. After all, Meng Fan read swiftly. No, rather, he absorbed sword scriptures with remarkable speed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Meng Fan stepped out of the scripture repository, preparing to return to the sword pavilion. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face outside the repository. Qianlechi, this fellow, was actually waiting for him. After being forcefully ejected by Senior Brother Jean from the repository, he dared not venture back inside to stir trouble and opted instead to wait for Meng Fan to emerge. He simply could not swallow his pride. He had to cause some trouble for Meng Fan. How dare a worthless individual command him to leave? What audacity! If he were to turn and leave without uttering a word, he would despise himself and never forgive his cowardice. Huh, I thought you were a timid turtle, hiding inside. Upon seeing Meng Fan, Qianlechi could hardly contain his eagerness to insult him. His patience had long since worn thin. Were you waiting for me? Meng Fan replied with an impassive expression as he regarded Qianlechi. I am not waiting for you. I am here to teach you a lesson. Qianlechi unsheathed his sword and struck at Meng Fan with a furious blow, filled with murderous intent. Of course, it only appeared to be lethal. In the eyes of onlookers, he lacked the courage to actually kill Meng Fan. Yet, he felt compelled to teach Meng Fan a lesson, at the very least. To leave some mark upon him. His sword aimed not for Meng Fan's heart or neck, but rather for his face. As the sword fell, he had no intention of killing Meng Fan, but sought instead to mar his handsome visage. Such malice was truly reprehensible. Meng Fan was undeniably handsome, a fact that sparked a hint of inferiority in Qianlechi, especially considering Li Shuero's closeness with Meng Fan. Though not unattractive himself, he felt he could not compare to Meng Fan, whose beauty was in a league of its own, leaving Qianlechi feeling overshadowed. Thus, he harbored dark thoughts of ruining Meng Fan's appearance with a single strike. A scar on his face would be a mere triviality, yet it would diminish Meng Fan's allure in Li Shuero's eyes. It was a perfect plan, a double victory. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Meng Fan. Meng Fan coldly observed Qianlechi's sword approach, a seemingly ordinary strike devoid of any sophisticated sword technique. In Qianlechi's perception, Meng Fan was not worthy of his full skill. Even a casual swing of his sword would easily overwhelm him. Faced with Qianlechi's sword, Meng Fan remained utterly still, his expression serene. From Qianlechi's perspective, this stillness suggested that Meng Fan had been rendered speechless by fear, prompting a disdainful smirk to curl upon his lips. Just as the tip of Qianlechi's sword hovered perilously close to Meng Fan's visage, an imminent disfigurement loomed. At that moment, Meng Fan, seemingly paralyzed by terror, slowly extended 2 fingers, positioning them as if they were a sword. To Qianlechi, such a casual strike did not warrant the use of the Hongqi sword by Meng Fan. With a deft flick of his fingers, the command sword come was invoked. Simultaneously, Qian Lechi sensed an enigmatic force surging from his own sword, rushing toward the hand gripping the hilt. His countenance shifted dramatically, and he involuntarily loosened his grip. The sword slipped from his grasp. In the next instant, Qian Lechi's sword found itself in Meng Fan's possession. A flash of light emanated from the blade. With a swift motion, a crimson line appeared across Qian Lechi's face. Another stroke followed, etching a second line, perfectly symmetrical, upon his visage. Chapter 55. You truly play with flair. Meng Fan's discerning eye for swords was remarkably sharp. He immediately recognized that Qian Lechi intended to mar his appearance. The audacity of this individual to threaten his looks ignited a furious wrath within Meng Fan. Although he did not rely on his appearance for sustenance, he still held a deep appreciation for his visage. In his previous life, Meng Fan had been rather ordinary in looks, an unremarkable presence that had caused him considerable hardship. Thus, upon crossing into this realm with a strikingly handsome appearance, he had reveled in it, perhaps a tad too self-satisfied. Now, with someone attempting to ruin his looks, Meng Fan found himself seething with indignation. He decided to return the favor in kind. Invoking sword come, he seized Qian Lechi's sword and, with it, inflicted 2 cuts upon Qian Lechi's own face. Due to Meng Fan's mild obsession with symmetry, after marring one side of Qian Lechi's face, he ensured the other side received equal treatment. Qian Lechi clutched his face, releasing a heart-wrenching wail of agony. The pain was twofold, a physical torment coupled with an emotional anguish. He was acutely aware that he had been disfigured, a fate that exacerbated his already unremarkable features. This suffering was so profound that it overshadowed any astonishment he might have felt regarding Meng Fan's prowess. Waste. Meng Fan disdainfully hurled Qian Lechi's sword to the ground, uttering those 2 words with contempt. Without casting a glance back at Qian Lechi, he departed. Had they not been outside the scripture pavilion, in a public setting, or in a secluded locale, Meng Fan could not guarantee that he would not have taken Qian Lechi's life. In his past, Meng Fan could scarcely have imagined that he would ever harbor thoughts of ending another's life. After all, he had already tasted blood. During his time in the Tianxin mountain range, he had slain numerous monstrous beings, his hands stained with their blood. Moreover, it was undeniable that as his strength grew, so too did his diminishing reverence for life. Previously, if anyone had harbored intentions to harm Meng Fan, he would have merely contemplated reporting to the sect, hoping for their intervention on his behalf. However, now, should someone wish to take his life, Meng Fan would opt to strike first. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Such a transformation in mindset is inevitable. Moreover, Meng Fan perceives this shift as anything but detrimental. When it comes to Qian Lechi, he no longer harbors the same trepidation as before, for he feels no inferiority in either strength or background. Though Qian Lechi is the son of Elder Qian, Meng Fan is equally a beloved disciple of Elder Lin. In terms of standing, Elder Lin surpasses Elder Qian. Upon returning to the Sword Pavilion, Meng Fan ascended to the 2nd floor to find Elder Lin and conveyed the situation to him. Well done. In the Shu Mountain Sword sect, aside from the sect master and the supreme elder, who dares to bully a disciple of Lin Bianyun? Since that brat Qian Lechi is no match for you, feel free to trample him as you wish. As for that old rascal Qian Gui, should he dare to confront you personally, I shall personally teach him a lesson. Good disciple, we generally do not initiate bullying, but if others dare to oppress us, we shall crush them mercilessly. From Elder Lin's words, Meng Fan discerned a palpable disdain towards Elder Qian. This aligned perfectly with his own suspicions, allowing him to feel a sense of relief. Thank you, master. Meng Fan offered a respectful bow to Elder Lin. Elder Lin waved his hand dismissively, sighing. You are my disciple, there is no need for thanks. However, I do have a question for you. What is it? Meng Fan inquired, puzzled by Elder Lin's tone. I previously assumed you and Luya were a couple, yet now another girl, Liya, has emerged. What on earth are you thinking? While a man with multiple wives is indeed a splendid notion, can you truly manage such a situation? Hearing Elder Lin's words, Meng Fan could not help but smile wryly. He replied helplessly, Master, you're overthinking this. Sister Lu is my friend, and Li Shuero is my sister. Elder Lin sighed and shook his head. You, my boy, are even greedier than I imagined. You certainly have not wasted your good looks. Meng Fan was left bewildered, unable to comprehend Elder Lin's remark. Even as he descended the stairs, he pondered the meaning behind Elder Lin's words. How could he be greedy when he desired none of them? Elder Lin watched Meng Fan's retreating figure, sighing with a bitter smile. Friends are friends, sisters are sisters, elder sisters are elder sisters, lovers are lovers, wives are wives, treasures are treasures, and babies are babies. This lad appears to be living more extravagantly than I did in my youth. Ah, youth is indeed a splendid thing. Elder Lin sighed with a hint of envy. Returning to his room on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, Meng Fan resumed his cultivation. By day he studied, and by night he practiced, a regimen he adhered to unwaveringly. Recently, he had ceased polishing his long sword, as the accumulated essence of the demon-suppressing sword within him was still plentiful and had yet to be fully expended. When the time comes that he has depleted this essence, he shall resume the task of polishing his sword. The following day, Meng Fan arrived at the Sutra Pavilion to continue his study of the sword classics. Around noon, he encountered Li Shuai-Ro once more. "Brother Meng Fan, I've come," Li Shuai-Ro exclaimed with a bright smile, radiating joy. Meng Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered her purpose for coming. "Are you not busy today?" he inquired with a polite smile, subtly implying her apparent idleness. "Not particularly. I have already completed the task assigned to me by Elder Yang ahead of schedule," Li Shuai-Ro replied. This was the second mention of Elder Yang, who seemed to hold a mentor-like role for Li Shuai-Ro, albeit without the formal title of master and disciple. Meng Fan glanced behind her, noting the absence of Qian Luqi. It was evident that the fellow was too intimidated to enter the Sutra Pavilion, though Meng Fan speculated whether he lurked outside. Given that the poor fellow had just suffered disfigurement, his emotional resilience was likely diminished, and he would probably be wallowing in despair in some shadowy corner for a while. After this period of melancholy, he would likely seek revenge. The tasks assigned by the elder must be diligently fulfilled. "What is your current cultivation level?" Meng Fan asked Li Shuai-Ro, curiosity piqued as he could not discern her realm. "I am currently at the 8th level of the true martial realm. Elder Yang hopes that I can break through to the celestial origin realm within 2 months to participate in the core disciple assessment. I find it quite challenging," Li Shuai-Ro admitted, a hint of frustration evident in her voice. The prospect of overcoming the barriers to the 9th level of the true martial realm and the celestial origin realm within 2 months was indeed daunting. Even for someone as talented as her, a prodigy of the younger generation of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Persevere. I believe in your capabilities. Dedicate these 2 months to your training and do not squander your time with me. After you achieve the celestial origin realm, come and share your triumph." Meng Fan encouraged her earnestly. "Brother Meng Fan, do you find me bothersome?" Li Shuai-Ro pouted, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Startled by her words, Meng Fan quickly denied the notion. "How could that be? I have faith that you will succeed. You are the pride of Xingmu village. Such a minor challenge cannot possibly deter you. We are both orphans, relying on no one but ourselves, so we must strive harder than others." He deftly shifted the conversation, subtly motivating Li Shuai-Ro. Though she was a genius, she had a tendency to be easily swayed, a fact Meng Fan was well aware of. As expected, Li Shuai-Ro responded with agreement. "Brother Meng Fan, you are right. We must exert ourselves more than others. No wonder you managed to reach the 2nd level of the true martial realm in such a short time. I shall learn from you and surely attain the celestial origin realm within 2 months. I will devote myself to rigorous training, and upon achieving the celestial origin realm, I will return to share my success with you." Meng Fan nodded in affirmation, his expression filled with encouragement. "Keep at it. You will undoubtedly succeed." After Li Shuai-Ro departed, Meng Fan resumed his perusal of the sword classics. At last, for the next 2 months, no one would disturb him. He could immerse himself in the sea of books and indulge in their depths. However, the following day, a girl appeared before Meng Fan. "Meng Fan, I went to the Sword Pavilion to find you, but senior brother Luo said you were at the Scripture Pavilion. Have you changed your profession?" Moving from the Sword Pavilion to the Scripture Pavilion, it was Lu Yanping, who had just returned from her training outside. Meng Fan helplessly closed the sword manual and addressed Lu Yanping. "Sister Lu, why have you returned? Why? Does your tone suggest that you are not eager for my return?" Lu Yanping glared at him with dissatisfaction. Meng Fan quickly shook his head, saying, "How could that be? You must have misunderstood. It is not merely that I am reluctant for your return. In fact, I am exceedingly disinclined." At this moment, Meng Fan was deeply engrossed in his studies and training, finding their interruptions quite vexing. It was not merely a matter of time disturbance. Rather, it was the abrupt interruption of his immersion in books that disrupted his thoughts and state of mind. Why can't I perceive your cultivation level? Have you been incapacitated?" Lu Yanping looked at Meng Fan with curiosity, somewhat astonished. Previously, she could easily discern his cultivation, but now she found it unfathomable. Naturally, she did not believe that Meng Fan had surpassed her, for that was an impossibility. The only explanation was that his cultivation had been rendered ineffective. "Who harmed you? I shall seek vengeance on your behalf," Lu Yanping exclaimed, filled with anger. Meng Fan had aided her numerous times, and she had long regarded him as a friend. Although she had given him spirit stones each time, spirit stones were not omnipotent, Not all debts of gratitude could be repaid with them. Out of both sentiment and reason, she felt compelled to avenge Meng Fan. Chapter 56. Given too much, truly overwhelmed Meng Fan gazed at Lu Yinping, somewhat speechless. He had anticipated her shock upon witnessing his rapid progress in cultivation, but this manner of astonishment was beyond his expectation. Nevertheless, he quickly grasped Lu Yinping's perspective. Although her thoughts were somewhat absurd, they also seemed somewhat reasonable. He could only explain with resignation, "I have not been incapacitated. My cultivation remains intact. It is simply that you cannot perceive it." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Yinping was bewildered. At that moment, she could not fathom that Meng Fan had surpassed her. Meng Fan, therefore, chose to actively release the aura of his cultivation at the second level of true martial. In the next instant, Lu Yinping's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have reached the true martial realm? How is this possible? The last time we met, you were merely at the third level of qi refinement. How long has it been?" "Just over 2 months. Not 2 years. True martial, second level." Meng Fan casually informed Lu Yinping. "True martial, second level?" At that moment, Lu Yinping also stood at the second level of true martial. After her lengthy training, she had successfully advanced from the first level of true martial to the second. Yet, how could Meng Fan be at the second level of true martial? When she was at the first level of true martial, he was merely at the second level of qi refinement. Now, they were both at the second level of true martial. This was simply preposterous. "Are you joking?" Lu Yinping stared at Meng Fan in disbelief. Meng Fan rolled his eyes. He had already actively released the aura of the second level of true martial, yet Lu Yinping still harbored doubts. In truth, Lu Yinping was not skeptical, but simply found it hard to believe. She had indeed sensed the aura of Meng Fan's true martial realm, but this was simply absurd. How could anyone ascend from the second level of qi refinement to the second level of true martial in merely 2 to 3 months? Impossible. Yet, this implausible event unfolded right before her eyes, compelling her to accept it. After a considerable time, Lu Yinping gradually calmed down and came to terms with the reality. Fortunately, she had previously recognized Meng Fan as a prodigy. Even at the first level of qi refinement, he had been able to guide her, who was at the 9th level. For such a genius, extraordinary occurrences seemed somewhat acceptable. A hint of helplessness crossed Meng Fan's face as he regarded Lu Yinping and asked, "Sister Lu, when did you return? Is there something you need from me?" Lu Yinping rolled her eyes in response. "Can I seek you out without a reason?" However, she did indeed have a matter to discuss with Meng Fan. "I encountered something during my recent training outside," she began, speaking animatedly for quite some time. Meng Fan listened patiently as Lu Yinping recounted her experiences battling demons and monsters. Admittedly, the term battling demons was somewhat flattering. While she had slain a few demonic beasts during her outing, the strongest among them was even weaker than a purple thunder pig. In fact, these so-called demonic beasts were rather rudimentary. It would have been more fitting to refer to them as savage beasts, as they bore little resemblance to true demons. During one incident, as she was vanquishing a beast, another disciple from the Fuxi Sword sect intervened and delivered the final blow, claiming the beast as his spoils. Naturally, Lu Yinping was infuriated by such behavior. However, being a wealthy woman, she did not regard the beast too highly. Still, she could not let it go and confronted the disciple. Unfortunately, the exchange escalated, and what began as a trivial matter led to Lu Yinping being utterly enraged. She immediately drew her sword and engaged the disciple, only to find herself at a disadvantage, suffering a humiliating defeat. To add insult to injury, the disciple continued to hurl verbal abuse at her, even mocking the entire Shu Mountain Sword sect. This incident left a psychological scar from her training journey. Lu Yinping had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Thus, upon returning to the Shu Mountain Sword sect, she sought out Meng Fan, hoping he could teach her sword techniques to enhance her skills for the purpose of exacting revenge on that individual. Meng Fan patiently listened for what felt like an eternity before finally absorbing her grievances. Upon reflection, he found Lu Yinping's concerns akin to those of Li Shuero. Both seemed rather idle. Did such trivial matters truly warrant such deep contemplation? Sister Lu, when venturing out into the world, one might encounter all manner of events. What you described is indeed a form of tempering. I believe there is no need for you to dwell excessively on this matter. Transforming sorrow and indignation into motivation is truly a commendable endeavor. Just as Meng Fan was preparing to deceive Li Shuero in the same manner, Lu Yinping extended a finger and declared, "As long as you can guide me in enhancing my swordsmanship to defeat that scoundrel, I shall reward you with 100 spirit stones." Instantly, Meng Fan found himself at a loss for words, falling silent. Who could withstand such an offer? In truth, Meng Fan's current desire was to immerse himself in the study of the sword classic and refine his own sword techniques, without the distraction of anything else. Yet, it was undeniable that Lu Yinping's generous proposal was too tempting. An offer of 100 spirit stones was irresistible, regardless of how others might react. Meng Fan could not resist. Such was the influence of a wealthy benefactress. How about this? You take me to confront that fellow, and I shall assist you in delivering a beating. It would certainly be more efficient, Meng Fan suggested to Lu Yinping. However, Lu Yinping shook her head, responding, no. I must personally administer the punishment. Otherwise, where would the thrill of revenge lie? Hearing her words, Meng Fan could only offer a helpless smile. Are you aware of the sword techniques practiced by the disciples of the Wuji sword sect? And what of their strength? What is the approximate gap between you and him? Meng Fan inquired. Since he wished to guide Lu Yinping, it was essential to first comprehend her adversary. In truth, Meng Fan held no fondness for the Wuji sword sect. He had once glimpsed a vision through the malevolent aura of a sword. The sect leader, Li Qingyun, had ruthlessly slain his own pregnant wife to master the supreme heartless sword. One death, yet 2 lives lost, his wife and their unborn child. Such a vile man does not deserve to be called human. To be candid, had Meng Fan possessed the strength, he would not hesitate to enact justice upon Li Qingyun. This was not meddling in others' affairs, for Meng Fan had witnessed that memory firsthand, as if he had been present at the scene, watching Li Qingyun commit the atrocity. Thus, it was inevitable for Meng Fan to harbor a slight intent to kill towards Li Qingyun. Consequently, he also felt a general aversion towards the entire Wuji sword sect. The disciple of the Wuji sword sect has crossed blades with me. While he is indeed stronger, he does not possess the ability to completely overpower me. I can still hold my ground against him for a few exchanges. This indicates that his superiority is limited. He could be considered at the 4th level of true martial, perhaps reaching the 5th at most. Of course, cultivation level is not the sole measure of strength. In any case, he is not overwhelmingly stronger than I am, and I still have hope of surpassing him. Upon hearing Lu Yinping's words, Meng Fan had a clearer understanding. Strength is a concept that is often difficult to articulate with precise data. Meng Fan believed that as long as Lu Yinping achieved greater heights in her swordsmanship, she should indeed be capable of defeating that disciple of the Wuji sword sect, while elevating her cultivation level would certainly be a formidable challenge. Improving her sword techniques was something he could assist her with, especially after Lu Yinping departed from the Shushan sword sect for her training. Meng Fan visited the sword god Steel for enlightenment, which led to significant personal growth. Furthermore, during this period, he dedicated himself to studying the sword scriptures in the sutra repository, achieving a profound advancement in his swordsmanship compared to before. Guiding Lu Yinping was, thus, a trivial matter. Sister Lu, it's actually not difficult for you to surpass that disciple of the Wuji sword sect, Meng Fan remarked casually. Oh, do you have a good method? Lu Yinping immediately perked up. The solution is quite simple. You merely need to accomplish one thing. What is it? Attain sword intent. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yinping could not help but roll her eyes dramatically. Isn't that just stating the obvious? I am well aware that if I were to achieve sword intent, I would undoubtedly be able to defeat that disciple of the Wuji sword sect. The crux of the matter is, how could I possibly attain sword intent? Are you joking? I am merely at the 2nd level of true martial realm. There is no one in the entire Shushan sword sect who has reached sword intent at this level. Lu Yinping expressed her disbelief with an exasperated tone. Sister Lu, you are mistaken. Right before you stands someone who has indeed attained sword intent at the 2nd level of true martial realm, Meng Fan stated calmly. Lu Yinping was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Meng Fan was boasting about himself. You can't be serious. How could I possibly compare to you? You are simply a freak, she replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Sister Lu, how about a wager? Meng Fan suggested with a smile. What wager? Lu Yinping scrutinized him with a frown. If I can help you attain sword intent within a month, you owe me 200 spirit stones. Do we have a deal? Meng Fan stated earnestly. Lu Yinping narrowed her eyes, realizing the stakes had been raised. Previously, she agreed to give Meng Fan 100 spirit stones if he could guide her to defeat that disciple of the Wuji sword sect. And now this boy had doubled the price. During her recent training, she had encountered individuals in the jade markets who wouldn't dare to negotiate like this. Deal. Lu Yinping accepted without a moment's hesitation. If Meng Fan truly could help her cultivate sword intent within a month, then the 200 spirit stones would undoubtedly be worth it. To be fair, Lu Yinping had always possessed a grand vision in her eyes. It was not about profit or loss, but rather the value of the endeavor. Now you may return. Come find me tomorrow, Meng Fan instructed Lu Yinping. Why must I wait until tomorrow? Can't we start today? Lu Yinping, always impatient, urged. Why? A wry smile of helplessness appeared on Meng Fan's face. Because I need to first cultivate the sword intent of the blue sea tide tonight. Chapter 57. Guidance. Lu Yinping attains sword intent. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yinping stared at him in disbelief. Since her arrival at the sutra repository, she had been left speechless countless times in such a short span, which made her feel rather naive and inept. However, there was no resisting it. She simply could not hold back. The astonishing display exhibited by Meng Fan was truly beyond comprehension. What had he just uttered? He stated that upon returning tonight, he would first cultivate the essence of the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword. To refine a sword intent, he made it sound as effortless as savoring a chicken leg. Sword intent. Sword intent, indeed. Do you grasp the significance of sword intent? It signifies the mastery of a sword technique to its utmost pinnacle. A level of attainment that is not easily achieved overnight. Could such a feat truly be accomplished in a single evening? Lu Yinping gazed at Meng Fan in utter disbelief, contemplating whether he could behave like a normal person. His actions made the rest of them appear as if they were mere swine. Meng Fan, are you jesting? After a prolonged silence, Lu Yinping eventually regained her composure and managed a wry smile. When have I ever jested with you? Meng Fan replied with the utmost seriousness. Lu Yinping could only shake her head in resignation. It must be acknowledged that Meng Fan had indeed made numerous statements that seemed like mere jokes. Yet, astonishingly, he had succeeded in actualizing them all. With this realization, she felt a sense of relief. If anyone else had made such claims, she would have deemed them insane. Yet, coming from Meng Fan, now that she had calmed down, it struck her as entirely rational. For an extraordinary talent like Meng Fan, to refine a sword intent overnight did not seem overly exaggerated. Indeed, if Meng Fan were not as remarkable, she would not have sought his assistance on multiple occasions. All right, I shall return to find you tomorrow. After Lu Yinping departed, Meng Fan set aside the sword manual. He began to mentally rehearse the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword. In truth, Meng Fan had been acquainted with this sword technique for quite some time, initially, to guide Lu Yinping. It was one of the first techniques he had cultivated into sword rhythm. However, he later lost interest in this technique and neglected to refine it into sword intent. Given Meng Fan's current foundation in swordsmanship, achieving the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword intent was, in fact, a matter of mere ease. In reality, it would not even require an entire night. After Lu Yinping left, Meng Fan immersed himself in sword comprehension at the scripture pavilion. By the time the sun set and he departed the pavilion to return to the sword pavilion, he had indeed already refined the Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword intent. There was no denying that Meng Fan's foundation in swordsmanship was astonishingly profound. Currently, he had even cultivated the thunder sword technique, which Elder Lin had deemed remarkable, into sword intent, let alone the unremarkable Bai Hai Chao Sheng sword. Upon returning to the sword pavilion, Meng Fan continued his nightly practice, relying on the essence of the demon-subduing sword within him, which allowed his cultivation speed to accelerate significantly. He believed it would not be long before he reached the third level of the true martial realm. At that point, the essence of the sword would still be abundant, though he could not guarantee whether it would sustain him to the fourth level. Even if it did not, it mattered little, for the sword pavilion was never lacking in swords. The following day, Meng Fan returned to the scripture pavilion to continue studying the sword manuals. When Lu Yinping arrived at the pavilion, Meng Fan accompanied her as they departed together. Instructing Lu Yinping in swordsmanship within the confines of the scripture pavilion proved to be decidedly impractical. Meng Fan guided Lu Yinping to the training grounds. Your Azure Sea-Tide sword has already cultivated its sword rhythm to an advanced level, thus you have essentially reached an extraordinary pinnacle with it. However, achieving sword intent still eludes you significantly, Meng Fan remarked to Lu Yinping. Lu Yinping chose to disregard Meng Fan's seemingly redundant statement, and, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired about another matter. Have you truly mastered the sword intent of the Azure Sea-Tide sword? Without hesitation, Meng Fan unleashed a manifestation of the Azure Sea-Tide sword intent. Moments later, sensing Meng Fan's silence, Lu Yinping, puzzled, pressed further, "What's wrong? Haven't you succeeded?" With a sense of resignation, Meng Fan dissipated the sword intent. It was akin to playing a lute to a cow. For Lu Yinping was unable to perceive the essence of the sword intent, an insurmountable gap in their abilities. Indeed, I have succeeded. I just demonstrated the Azure Sea-Tide sword intent to you, but regrettably, your current level is too low for you to sense it, Meng Fan candidly chastised Lu Yinping. Lu Yinping, undeterred, replied nonchalantly, "My skills are as they are. Could you refrain from teaching beyond my grasp?" Meng Fan sighed in exasperation. He drew the Hongqi sword and began to demonstrate the Azure Sea-Tide sword technique, meticulously guiding Lu Yinping through the nuances of sword intent. Step by step, he elaborated on the foundational sword moves, the understanding of sword rhythm, and the formation of sword intent, piece by piece. For instance, If the Azure Sea Tide Sword intent were to be rated a 9, Meng Fan deconstructed it into a sequence of ones. He taught her incrementally, as if masticating food before offering it to her. Days turned into weeks. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days. After 20 days, Meng Fan had advanced to the 3rd level of the true martial realm, while Lu Yanping, at last, succeeded in cultivating the Azure Sea Tide Sword intent. True to her affluent nature, she acted decisively. In an instant, she produced 200 spirit stones and handed them to Meng Fan. Without hesitation, he accepted them, placing them into his storage ring. You possess a storage ring too? Lu Yanping gazed at Meng Fan in astonishment. In her recollection, Meng Fan had always been rather impoverished, as evidenced by her repeated ability to leverage spirit stones against him. It was given by Elder Lin. It's merely a low-tier storage ring, Meng Fan casually remarked. Despite being of the lowest grade, it remained a valuable possession that Meng Fan cherished. However, upon hearing this, Lu Yanping dismissed it indifferently, considering it beneath her notice. Thank you. To be honest, I previously couldn't believe I could truly cultivate sword intent. You are indeed a person capable of creating miracles. Lu Yanping expressed her awe towards Meng Fan, genuinely impressed. I am utterly in your debt. Meng Fan smiled and said, although you have attained the Azure Sea Tide Sword intent, I would advise against seeking vengeance on that disciple of the Wujizong just yet. It would be prudent to reach the 3rd level of the true martial realm first, and I sense you are not far from achieving that. All right, I will heed your advice. Lu Yanping replied earnestly. The mastery of the sword intent of the rising tide of the Azure Sea has profoundly influenced her, leading her to believe that she is on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of the true martial realm. This development has exceeded her expectations, particularly as she recently ascended to the 2nd level of the true martial realm only about a month ago. It must be said that the expenditure of those 200 spirit stones was indeed worthwhile. Meng Fan, truly, is her little lucky star. No, he is a great lucky star. Chapter 58. The Sword Debate of Mount Shu. With Lu Yanping having departed, it is unlikely that she will trouble Meng Fan again in the near future. For over 20 days, Meng Fan has dedicated his days to guiding Lu Yanping in the sword intent of the rising tide of the Azure Sea, which has inadvertently hindered his own cultivation. Although he has advanced to the 3rd level of the true martial realm during this period, his progress in other areas has been minimal. In particular, his goal of thoroughly studying the sword classics within the 1st level of the Scripture Pavilion has been significantly delayed. In the days to come, Meng Fan intends to immerse himself in the scriptures, striving to complete the study of the sword classics in the 1st level of the Scripture Pavilion as soon as possible. As for the 200 spirit stones earned from Lu Yanping, Meng Fan has not been in a rush to spend them. These 200 spirit stones could allow for 2 hours of comprehension at the sword god steel. However, Meng Fan no longer feels an urgent desire to seek that experience. Previously, Elder Lin had already granted him the opportunity to comprehend the sword god steel for a full day and night. Yet, Meng Fan chose not to go immediately. He resolved to finish studying the sword classics in the 1st level of the Scripture Pavilion before seeking enlightenment at the sword god steel. This approach would maximize his gains. Thus, Meng Fan continued to diligently immerse himself in the Scripture Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed since he had taken Elder Lin as his master. Half a year truly flies by. At present, Meng Fan has reached the 5th level of the true martial realm. Brother Luo, observing Meng Fan's daily progress, has completely abandoned any expectation from their 1-year agreement. 6 months ago, Meng Fan was at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage, while he himself was at the 8th level of the true martial realm. Today, Meng Fan has ascended to the 5th level, while he remains at the 8th. By the time their year-long period concludes, Brother Luo estimates that he will barely reach the 9th level of the true martial realm, and he doubts he will attain the celestial origin realm. Meanwhile, Meng Fan's cultivation level may very well catch up to his, or even surpass it, reaching the celestial origin realm. Given his disciple's remarkable ability to battle beyond his level, Brother Luo wonders how he could possibly compete. Meng Shidi, you have been entrenched in the Scripture Pavilion for several months now. How long do you intend to remain there? Brother Luo inquired with a hint of exasperation. Meng Fan spends his days in the Scripture Pavilion, only returning to the Sword Pavilion at night, making it seem as though he is a disciple of the Scripture Pavilion rather than the Sword Pavilion. Brother Luo, in about a week, I will complete the sword classics in the 1st level of the Scripture Pavilion, and then I will reduce my visits there, Meng Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Brother Luo was utterly astonished by Meng Fan's ambition. The vastness of the Scripture Pavilion, filled with countless sword classics. And yet Meng Fan is determined to read through them all. The fact that he not only harbors such aspirations, but is also on the brink of achieving them is nothing short of extraordinary. To have a junior disciple like you. I could boast about this for the rest of my life. Brother Luo exclaimed in admiration. Brother Luo, please do not torment me. Meng Fan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. On this day, he arrived at the scripture repository, only to find it unusually empty. Brother Jean, why is there no one in the repository today? Meng Fan inquired with curiosity. Typically, the repository is bustling with activity. Initially, Brother Jean was a man of few words, but that was only with strangers. After becoming acquainted, Meng Fan discovered that Brother Jean was quite talkative, albeit with a hint of social anxiety that made him reluctant to engage with unfamiliar faces. Today is the day of the Shu Mountain Sword Conference. Everyone has gone to witness the spectacle, Brother Jean explained to Meng Fan. The Shu Mountain Sword Conference? Meng Fan raised an eyebrow. He had heard of it before, but had never experienced it firsthand. The event occurs once every 3 years, and 3 years prior. He had just joined the Shu Mountain Sword sect as a mere servant disciple, overwhelmed with chores, far from being qualified to attend such an event. The Shu Mountain Sword Conference is not merely an internal contest of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. It involves a friendly competition among the Kunlun Sword sect, the Wujin Sword sect, and the Shu Mountain Sword sect. The victorious sect hosts the next conference. For instance, if Kunlun emerges victorious this time, the next event will be called the Kunlun Sword Conference. The last conference was won by the Shu Mountain Sword sect. It remains to be seen what the outcome will be this time, Meng Fan mused aloud. This time, it is highly unlikely that our Shu Mountain Sword sect will prevail, Brother Jean remarked. Why? Meng Fan looked at Brother Jean in surprise, puzzled by his apparent defeatism. In the last conference, our sect had Kuang Tianyu. This time, however, we lack his presence, while the Kunlun Sword sect has seen the rise of Jiang Poyu, a formidable talent among the younger generation. Brother Jean spoke with a hint of resignation. From Brother Jin's tone, it was evident he held high hopes for Kunlun to claim victory this time. However, Kuang Tianyu? Meng Fan recalled the renowned name from 3 years ago, when Kuang Tianyu shone as the brightest star of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Yet, it was not long before he seemingly vanished, as if he had fallen from grace. Brother Kuang? I have heard that he met with an unfortunate accident during his training and perished. How lamentable. Meng Fan expressed sorrowfully. He is far from dead. He is living a life of great indulgence, Brother Jean replied, his tone imbued with a peculiar sentiment that surprised Meng Fan. Brother Jean, you mean Brother Kuang is alive? Then why has he not returned to the Shu Mountain Sword sect? Meng Fan asked, already sensing a tantalizing aura of gossip. Because he is enjoying himself too much to return. Brother Jean retorted with a smirk. Strangely enough, the phrase too indulged to return resonated quite fittingly, linking back to the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Meanwhile, there was a palpable sense of intrigue in Brother Jin's voice. Could you enlighten me, Brother Jean? Meng Fan asked with growing curiosity. Kuang Tianyu, utterly captivated by a female disciple of the Wind and Cloud Demon sect, found himself entranced to the point of obsession, ultimately following her back to the very sect that was known for its nefarious reputation. As a distinguished member of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, the indignity of being affiliated with a demon sect was a profound disgrace. At this juncture, Brother Jin's countenance was marred by disdain and mockery, his lips trembling with suppressed ire. Observing Brother Jin's reaction, Meng Fan began to speculate, sighing softly. It appears that Brother Jean once shared a close bond with this Kuang Tianyu. If their relationship were not particularly significant, he would not harbor such vehement frustration even after the passage of years. Does he even deserve it? Brother Jean scoffed. Meng Fan chose to remain silent. Further curiosity would verge on folly. Brother Jean, shall we perhaps attend the Shu Mountain Sword Conference? He suggested, attempting to shift the conversation. I prefer solitude amidst the throngs. You may go alone, Brother Jean replied nonchalantly. This fellow remained consistently averse to social gatherings. Resolved, Meng Fan abandoned the notion of inviting Brother Jean to accompany him, departing the scripture pavilion alone. This year's Shu Mountain Sword Conference, as customary, was restricted to the core disciples of the 3 sections. Only the elite were permitted to participate. Outer and inner disciples, along with elders and stewards, were barred from entry. He mused, Sister Shuero seems to have ascended to the rank of core disciple recently. I wonder if she will partake in this conference. With that thought, he made his way towards the pinnacle of Shushan Mountain. Not long ago, Li Shuero had confidently asserted her intention to break through to the celestial origin realm within 2 months, and she had indeed accomplished it, earning her place among the core disciples. Whether a newly inducted core disciple was required to participate in the conference remained uncertain. However, even if Li Shuero chose not to compete, Meng Fan would certainly not miss the opportunity to witness the Shu Mountain Sword Conference. This event promised not only a display of swordsmanship from the core disciples of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, but also from those of the Kunlun Sword sect and the Wujia Sword sect. Such an opportunity was far more valuable than any time spent perusing texts in the scripture pavilion. The location of the Shushan Sword Conference was atop the celestial platform at the summit of the mountain. Soon, Meng Fan arrived at the peak, drawing near to the vicinity of the celestial platform. Despite its designation as a platform, the area was expansive, aptly described as a square. At that moment, the summit of Shushan was teeming with disciples, creating a veritable sea of bodies. After considerable effort, Meng Fan managed to squeeze into a spot near the celestial platform, ready to observe the sword techniques of the participants. The celestial platform was distinctly divided into 3 sections: Shushan Sword Sect, Wujia Sword Sect, and Kunlun Sword Sect. The core disciples of these 3 sects gathered upon this stage, representing the pinnacle of the younger generation across the realm. In the Shushan Sword Sect section, Meng Fan spotted Li Shuiro. The girl bore an expression of excitement, clearly filled with fighting spirit. Evidently, she intended to participate in the conference. Nevertheless, given her recent elevation to core disciple and her current capabilities, her outcome was likely to be one of mere cannon fodder. To be frank, her participation might be more detrimental than beneficial. Yet, accumulating experience could also serve as a valuable endeavor. Meng Fan learned from those around him that disciples clad in white belonged to the Kunlun Sword Sect, while those in black were from the Wujia Sword Sect. As for the attire of the Shushan Sword Sect, it was traditionally blue. At this moment, on the Tongtian platform, a core disciple from the Shushan Sword Sect was engaged in a contest with a core disciple from the Kunlun Sword Sect. The Shushan disciple wielded the Fenglei Yitzi sword. This particular sword technique was one that Meng Fan had previously encountered in the scripture repository of the Sword Pavilion, giving him some understanding. As he observed the core disciple employing this technique, his comprehension deepened. This was also the reason Meng Fan enjoyed visiting the Sword Enlightenment Hall to watch others practice their swordsmanship. As for the Kunlun disciple, Meng Fan was unfamiliar with the sword technique he employed. However, while watching this individual wield his sword, Meng Fan swiftly discerned the strengths and weaknesses inherent in the opponent's technique. It was effortless for him to identify both the merits and flaws. It is likely that in this world, there is no one else like Meng Fan who can spot the vulnerabilities in another's swordplay after merely watching it once. Moments later, the disciple from the Shushan Sword Sect emerged victorious, while the Kunlun disciple faced defeat. Following this, another disciple from the Wujia Sword Sect stepped onto the stage to challenge the Shushan disciple. This was a form of defending the arena, which was not entirely fair, as those who entered later possessed an advantage. The earlier contestants would inevitably become fatigued. Thus, each sect likely reserved their most elite disciples for the final rounds. This is only logical. The strong are indeed meant to take center stage. Meng Fan, I caught a glimpse of someone who resembled you from afar, and upon closer inspection, it truly was you. A melodious voice chimed beside Meng Fan. Chapter 59. The Taishang Jueqing sword reemerges. Although Meng Fan had been a part of the Shushan Sword Sect for quite some time, he did not have many acquaintances. The moment he heard that voice, he recognized it as Lu Yinping. The Shushan Sword Sect was not large, and its numbers were modest. Moreover, the majority of the auxiliary disciples lacked the qualification to be present at such an event. Therefore, it was not at all exaggerated for Lu Yinping to spot Meng Fan amidst the crowd. Additionally, Meng Fan's distinctive visage certainly stood out among the throngs of people. Senior Sister Lu. Meng Fan turned to greet Lu Yinping. As he had anticipated, Lu Yinping had indeed broken through to the 3rd layer of the true martial realm. The last time they met, both were at the 2nd layer of the true martial realm, and now, merely 2 months later, Lu Yinping had advanced just 2 levels behind him, demonstrating her exceptional talent. Meng Fan, who do you think will triumph in this Shushan Sword Conference? Lu Yinping inquired with a friendly familiarity. In truth, she and Meng Fan had grown quite close. I have heard it is likely to be the Kunlun Sword Sect. Meng Fan replied softly. This statement might provoke the ire of the surrounding disciples from the Shushan Sword Sect, as the sense of sect solidarity was strong among them. It was rather shameful for someone like Meng Fan to elevate the reputation of another sect. Heard? Who did you hear that from? Lu Yinping asked, her brows furrowing in curiosity. Senior Brother Jean from the scripture repository mentioned that there is a formidable disciple from the Kunlun Sword Sect named Jiang Buiyue, who is unparalleled among the younger generation. Meng Fan articulated the perspective of Senior Brother Jean. Is that so? This could pose a problem. Lu Yinping said with a hint of helplessness. What is the issue? The Shushan Sword Conference is merely an exchange among sects. The outcome seems to bear little significance. Meng Fan remarked casually. How can it be insignificant? It is of great importance. I have wagered 1,000 spirit stones on the Shushan Sword Sect's victory. Lu Yinping whispered. 1,000 spirit stones? Meng Fan gazed at Lu Yinping in astonishment. Is this the audacity of a wealthy woman? He would never part with 1,000 spirit stones for a gamble. In fact, he didn't possess 1,000 spirit stones at all. It wasn't a matter of reluctance. Do not fret too much. This was merely a casual remark from senior brother Jean. He spends all his time in the Sutra Pavilion and seldom ventures out for training, so his information may not be entirely accurate, Meng Fan reassured her. Lu Yinping chuckled. Are you attempting to comfort me? What have I to worry about? It's merely 1,000 spirit stones. I can afford to lose. Meng Fan fell silent, realizing he had been overly sentimental. The realm of the affluent was beyond his reach. By the way, you have already reached the third layer of the true martial realm. Have you sought out that disciple from the Fuxi Sword sect to exact your revenge? Meng Fan inquired, glancing at the Fuxi Sword sect section on the Tontian platform. Recalling Lu Yinping's situation, Lu Yinping's expression turned somewhat grim as she awkwardly replied. I just broke through to the third layer of the true martial realm a few days ago and was planning to confront that fellow soon. Fortunately, I haven't yet, or I would have only brought humiliation upon myself. How so? Meng Fan looked at Lu Yinping in surprise. Look at the Fuxi Sword sect's area on the Tontian platform, the second person from the left in the third row. Lu Yinping pointed to a disciple in black from the Fuxi Sword sect on the Tontian platform. He is the one you seek revenge against? Meng Fan remarked jokingly. To his astonishment, Lu Yinping nodded, affirming, you are correct, it is indeed him. Meng Fan raised an eyebrow. Those on the platform were all core disciples of the three sects, starting at the Tianyuan realm. Did you not say he was only slightly stronger than you? Are you certain a Tianyuan realm disciple is only marginally stronger? Meng Fan replied with a wry smile. He must have concealed his true strength. How could I have anticipated that? Lu Yinping expressed her helplessness. Meng Fan shook his head, stating, this is not merely a matter of concealing strength. He wouldn't need to exert full force against you at all. You have a knack for speaking rather harshly, Lu Yinping retorted with an eye roll. What difference does it make if I soften my words? I cannot conjure an extra piece of flesh from it, Meng Fan shrugged, indifferent. While you may not conjure flesh, you can certainly acquire an extra spirit stone. If you simply utter, sister, I was wrong, I shall grant you a spirit stone. Lu Yinping shot him a glare. Sister, I was wrong, Meng Fan declared without hesitation. Even the smallest of mosquito legs are still meat. Calling me sister and admitting error won't cost you anything. Quite obedient. Lu Yinping promptly produced a spirit stone and handed it to Meng Fan, who eagerly accepted it. However, considering the opponent is a core disciple of the Tianyuan realm, it seems your quest for vengeance may be futile in the near term, Meng Fan said sympathetically to Lu Yinping. Although it is said that not every practitioner at the celestial origin realm can condense sword intent, the core disciples of the three major sects are undoubtedly exceptional talents among the younger generation, and it is highly likely that they have already mastered sword intent. Though Lu Yinping has indeed achieved sword intent, she stands no chance against the disciple of the Fuxi Sword sect and would undoubtedly be thoroughly defeated. There's no need for you to mention that, I am well aware. Since that disciple of the Fuxi Sword sect arrived at the Shu Mountain Sword sect, I have already gathered intelligence on him. His name is Lu Feixing, a practitioner at the second level of the celestial origin realm. Upon hearing the mention of the second level of the celestial origin realm, Lu Yinping seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, her spirit noticeably dampened. Meng Fan subtly shook his head. In truth, there was no need for Lu Yinping to investigate further. Regardless of which level of the celestial origin realm one might be, she had no hope. Even a practitioner at the first level could easily overpower her. I have no hope left. What about you? You, a prodigy. Do you think you can defeat him? Lu Yinping suddenly turned to Meng Fan, inquiring. Meng Fan rolled his eyes and replied with a wry smile, sister. I am merely a fifth-level true martial realm practitioner. Are you joking by asking me to contend with someone at the celestial origin realm? However, wait. Did you just say you are already at the fifth level of the true martial realm? Lu Yinping was instantly taken aback. Since she met Meng Fan, her astonishment had almost become her signature expression. Last time we met, you were only at the second level of the true martial realm. It has barely been 3 months. Lu Yinping blinked, not in an attempt to be endearing, but because her shock had left her eyelids uncontrollable. Her expression management had completely unraveled. It's just the 5th level of the true martial realm, not the 5th level of the celestial origin realm. Why are you so excited? Meng Fan remarked nonchalantly. You are truly a prodigy. Lu Yinping was left speechless. Stop talking. Your adversary is about to take the stage, Meng Fan said to Lu Yinping. She lifted her gaze towards the Tontian platform. The disciple of the Fuxi Sword sect, Lu Feixing, had already arrived at the competition arena. Who is this core disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect facing Lu Feixing? Meng Fan did not recognize the core disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect present in the arena. It is brother Yang Yang. I hope he can take revenge for me and give that Lu Feixing a good beating, Lu Yinping said, puffing up her cheeks. There should be hope, Meng Fan casually replied. This brother Yang had just secured a victory, indicating he possesses some strength. Defeating someone at the second level of the celestial origin realm should not be a significant challenge, right? After all, core disciples are at least at the first level of the celestial origin realm. The second level is not particularly formidable among them. However, it is worth noting that the initial participants are probably also at the first or second level of the celestial origin realm. Stronger opponents would not take the stage so early. This is an unspoken rule, as lower-level disciples also need opportunities for honing their skills. If a fifth-level celestial origin practitioner rushes in, even if they win, it would diminish their prestige. What level is this brother Yang at? Meng Fan inquired of Lu Yanping, who, alongside the girl, was far more informed than himself. A few months ago, brother Yang had just become a core disciple, likely at most reaching the second layer of the Tianyuan realm, or perhaps even the first layer. Lu Yanping sighed in resignation. The hope seems rather slim. Meng Fan decisively changed his stance. He had just observed brother Yang's swordsmanship. Although Yang had emerged victorious in the recent match, his mastery of sword techniques was not particularly impressive. It seemed he had devoted more energy to cultivation. Such individuals, while progressing swiftly in their training, do not necessarily possess formidable strength within the same realm. However, the strength of Lu Feixing remained uncertain. Perhaps he was even weaker. As Lu Feixing stepped onto the stage, he immediately engaged Yang in combat. Meng Fan, pay close attention to Lu Feixing's swordsmanship and seek out any flaws. Although I may not be his match now, I will surely avenge myself in the future, Lu Yanping declared, her anger still simmering. Alright, having already observed Yang's swordplay in the previous match, Meng Fan now focused intently on Lu Feixing. The moment Lu Feixing unleashed his sword, Meng Fan was taken aback. What are you dazed for? Pay attention, Lu Yanping urged. Noticing Meng Fan's momentary lapse, Meng Fan forced a smile and regained his focus. Rest assured, I will definitely identify the weaknesses in his swordplay, he replied. His tone layered with complexity. He had indeed been astonished, not because Lu Feixing's technique was particularly powerful, but because it was one he was quite familiar with. Within the entire Wuzhizong, Meng Fan was acquainted with only one sword technique, the Taishang Jueqing sword, which he had seen in the memories of the Black Wind sword. In those recollections, he witnessed the current leader of the Wuzhizong, Li Qingyun, mercilessly slay his own wife and child. His wife had been pregnant at the time. To master the true Taishang Jueqing sword, Li Qingyun had demonstrated a level of cruelty that was truly monstrous. Since witnessing that memory, Meng Fan had contemplated more than once that when he gained strength, he would exact vengeance on Li Qingyun, to honor the memory of that unfortunate wife and her unborn child. Although he had acquired the seeds of the Taishang Jueqing sword technique and its intent from the Black Wind sword's memories, Meng Fan had never considered practicing this technique. He believed it to be an affront to the heavens. Such a sword technique should not exist in this world. At that moment, on the arena of the Tongtian platform, Lu Feixing was wielding the Taishang Jueqing sword. However, his execution of the technique was merely superficial, lacking its true essence. He was still far from genuinely mastering the Taishang Jueqing sword. To truly master it, one must possess the capability to sever emotional ties and renounce all attachments. A daunting task. Unless Lu Feixing could personally kill someone who was the most dear and significant to him, true mastery would remain elusive. Chapter 60. This is the greatest punishment. No ordinary person would have the heart to commit such an act. If Lu Feixing were to succeed in mastering the true Taishang Jueqing sword, it would undoubtedly be a tragic outcome. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds meet with retribution. Meng Fan believed that such deranged individuals could ultimately expect no favorable outcome. Since time immemorial, the world has been divided between the virtuous and the wicked, an unavoidable reality. However, even the majority of malevolent individuals possess a certain moral threshold. Those devoid of any boundaries in their wickedness, in a sense, cease to deserve the title of humanity. After a brief interlude, the contest atop the Tongtian platform concluded, and Yang of the Shushan sword sect faced defeat. Lu Yanping gazed at Meng Fan with a sense of helplessness, sensing that he had been lost in thought throughout the match. In such a state, discovering a flaw in Lu Feixing's sword technique seemed improbable. Nevertheless, she felt no right to reproach Meng Fan, for this was her own affair, not his. Meng Fan, aware of Lu Yanping's thoughts, reassured her, "Fear not, I have discerned the weaknesses in his swordplay. In truth, he has not mastered this technique. Should he persist in its practice, he will inevitably face consequences without any intervention from you." Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yanping's face contorted in confusion. "It seems you are familiar with this sword technique? Have you encountered it before?" Yet this is the technique of the Wajijian sect. How could you have had access to it? Lu Yinping struggled to comprehend. Indeed, I am acquainted with this swordplay, and I am aware that even the leader of the Wajijian sect is currently practicing it, Meng Fan replied. Lu Yinping's brow furrowed at this revelation. The fact that even the sect's leader was training in this technique implied its formidable nature. Furthermore, could it be that Lu Feixing was perhaps a direct disciple of the Wajijian sect's master? If so, it seemed her own strength would struggle to match his, and the disparity would only grow. With these thoughts weighing on her, Lu Yinping felt a wave of resignation. However, her curiosity compelled her to inquire. How do you know this? Meng Fan shook his head nonchalantly. It's nothing significant. I have merely heard whispers of this sword technique, likely recorded in the scripture pavilion. He refrained from being overly specific, as such information could prove detrimental if it were to spread. Lu Yinping, however, did not question his words. Knowing he had spent several months in the scripture pavilion, which housed not only martial arts but also accounts of notable figures and tales, it was not unusual for references to other sects' techniques to appear, although they would be mentioned only briefly without detailed cultivation methods. You mentioned that should Lu Feixing continue practicing this technique, he would face punishment without my intervention. What do you mean by that? Lu Yinping asked, intrigued. Meng Fan paused before responding. To truly master this technique, one must be utterly heartless and devoid of compassion. And the most direct method to achieve this is to personally slay one's dearest loved one. At Meng Fan's words, Lu Yinping fell silent. To kill one's beloved with one's own hands. This was perhaps the gravest punishment one could inflict upon oneself. She regarded Lu Feixing on the Tongtian platform, a cold smile gracing her lips. Those who cultivate such a sword technique, regardless of their ultimate fate, bring their own doom upon themselves. Hearing your words, it seems I truly have no need for vengeance, Lu Yinping said with a resigned shake of her head and a bitter smile. Meng Fan remained silent, as he shared the same sentiment. On the Tongtian platform, after Yang Yang's defeat, the next contender caused Meng Fan to furrow his brow. Noticing Meng Fan's expression, Lu Yinping introduced, "This is senior sister Li Shuero, the most outstanding talent among our new disciples of the Shushan Sword sect. However, she has only recently broken through to the Tianyuan realm and has just become a core disciple. Though she is exceptional, being a newly appointed core disciple means she is relatively weaker at this level. If she wishes to participate in this sword discussion, she should have taken the stage earlier. Now it seems a bit late." As she spoke, Lu Yinping also frowned, feeling that it was unwise for Li Shuero to appear at this moment. Meng Fan glanced at Lu Yinping and shook his head, saying, "No need for introductions. I am quite familiar with her." Lu Yinping scoffed. "You, a taciturn fellow, can hardly know another woman in the Shushan Sword sect aside from me. Moreover, this senior sister Li is a rare gem in our sect, beautiful, gifted, and remarkably skilled. Do not harbor any intentions towards her." At this point, Lu Yinping suddenly paused and tapped her forehead. "Yet, you seem to hold your own quite well. You are just too modest. In fact, you are well matched for senior sister Li." Realization dawned on Lu Yinping, recognizing that in terms of appearance and talent, Meng Fan was more than worthy of Li Shuero. She even harbored a faint thought that perhaps Li Shuero did not deserve Meng Fan. "Well, if you wish to pursue senior sister Li Shuero, I can play matchmaker for you. After all, as a woman, I can approach her more easily than you." Upon hearing Lu Yinping's words, Meng Fan rolled his eyes. "I told you, I am quite familiar with her. Besides, do not make reckless assumptions. Li Shuero is my sister." Lu Yinping's face showed a hint of confusion at Meng Fan's serious tone. She sensed he was not jesting. "Sister? Biological sister? But her surname is Li, while yours is Meng. We hail from the same village. She has called me brother since childhood," Meng Fan casually explained. Lu Yinping was taken aback. "So, you two are childhood sweethearts, growing up together. There is no need for me to play matchmaker. The bond is already established." If Li Shuero's admirers were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly shatter countless hearts. "Put away your wild imaginings. I am her brother, and she is my sister. That is all." Meng Fan shot a glare at Lu Yinping. "Brother and sister? Who are you trying to fool? It sounds more like romantic affection." Lu Yinping's curiosity was ignited. "Look at the competition." Meng Fan interrupted Lu Yinping, dismissing her frivolous thoughts. On the Tongtian platform, Li Shuero had already engaged in battle with Lu Feixing. Theoretically, Li Shuero should not stand a chance against Lu Feixing, as she had just recently ascended to the Tianyuan realm, placing her one realm below Lu Feixing. Yet Meng Fan has always regarded realms with a certain nonchalance. For him, battling beyond one's level is as commonplace as the daily routine. It remains uncertain whether Li Shuero possesses such capabilities. Meng Fan had not previously paid much attention to this sister of his, only aware that she was often surrounded by descriptors such as outstanding. During a prior sect competition, he had witnessed Li Shuiro in action, but could only deem her performance commendable, not particularly dazzling. This time, however, he hopes his sister might deliver a pleasant surprise. Li Shuiro drew her sword almost simultaneously with Lu Feixing, and their speeds appeared evenly matched. To be able to rival a second-level Tianyuan in speed at the first level is, in itself, commendable. Yet, it remains to be seen how she fares in other aspects. Meng Fan continued to observe intently. The sword technique Li Shuiro employed was unfamiliar to him. Although he was nearing completion of the first level of the Sword Pavilion scriptures, there were still the second, third, fourth, and even fifth levels to explore. It is not surprising that he had not encountered the techniques of core disciples before. They likely resided within the second level or higher of the scripture repository. Despite his unfamiliarity with this particular sword technique, it did not hinder Meng Fan from studying and learning it. Before his visit to the repository, he had been honing his skills through practice with others at the Enlightenment Hall, analyzing sword techniques. Li Shuiro's swordplay emphasized speed, each strike executed with remarkable swiftness. It bore a resemblance to the Thunderblade technique's Thunder Flash, yet incorporated numerous variations, making it exceedingly tricky. However, one must acknowledge that in terms of power and lethality, it seemed somewhat lacking. He hoped she possessed a devastating move akin to the Thunder Explosion technique. Otherwise, relying solely on speed and variations to engage in combat would prove challenging for claiming victory. Just as Meng Fan pondered this, he witnessed Li Shuiro unleash a striking radiance with her sword, directly sending Lu Feixing off the stage. Li Shuiro emerged victorious. A soft gasp escaped Meng Fan's lips, his expression marked by surprise. In that fleeting moment, the intensity of her true energy surged dramatically, nearly doubling. Could she have employed some method to stimulate her body and enhance her true energy? However, such techniques often entail side effects, typically reserved for life and death struggles. It seemed unnecessary to resort to such measures in a friendly spar devoid of peril. Despite frequently being misled by him, Li Shuiro was not foolish, surely. Wouldn't he engage in such reckless behavior? Meng Fan furrowed his brow deeply. Well done. At his side, Lu Yanping watched with excitement as Li Shuiro's strike sent Lu Feixing tumbling from the stage, her fists clenched in exhilaration. Senior Sister Li truly embodies the most dazzling disciple among our Shu Mountain Sword sect's new talents. She is indeed formidable. Seeing Lu Feixing's disheveled state filled Lu Yanping with delight. Meng Fan chuckled wryly. Li Shuiro is younger than you. You keep calling her Senior Sister Li. Lu Yanping replied with a sense of propriety. In the presence of excellence, one must acknowledge it. Senior Sister Li's strength far surpasses mine. And as a core disciple, it is only fitting that I refer to her as Senior Sister out of both respect and reason. Now my prowess undoubtedly surpasses yours. So why do you not address me as Senior Brother? Meng Fan inquired with a smile. You are not even a core disciple. Lu Yanping retorted with a roll of her eyes. In truth, she felt a twinge of insecurity when she said this, for Meng Fan indeed possessed considerable strength. However, having grown so familiar with him, she found it difficult to suddenly refer to him as Senior Brother. She had no qualms calling Li Shuiro Senior Sister, as it felt entirely natural. Yet, the prospect of calling Meng Fan Senior Brother left her feeling inexplicably embarrassed, though she could not pinpoint the reason. Chapter 61. Kunlun Sword Sect, Jiang Poyuhi. There will come a day when you willingly call me father. Meng Fan jested casually, purely in jest. To his surprise, Lu Yanping's face flushed inexplicably. At that moment, another disciple from the Kunlun Sword Sect ascended the platform. The Kunlun Sword Sect is, in fact, the most enigmatic among the various sections. Unlike the Shushan Sword Sect or the Wujisword Sect, whose disciples frequently venture forth to hone their skills and vanquish demons, the Kunlun Sword Sect remains aloof from worldly affairs, seldom dispatching disciples for training, preferring instead to dwell in seclusion upon Kunlun Mountain. Thus, Meng Fan held a keen interest in the disciples of the Kunlun Sword Sect. He had already discerned some aspects of Li Shuiro's sword technique, and during this competition, his primary focus would undoubtedly be on the disciple from Kunlun. Moments later, Li Shuiro was defeated. This time, she did not resort to the explosive display of her true energy. It remained unclear whether she chose not to or was unable to do so. Meng Fan intended to seize the opportunity to inquire how Li Shuiro had managed to unleash such intense true energy previously. As for the Kunlun disciple, he merely relied on his superior realm to overpower Li Shuiro and secure victory. His sword technique, frankly, lacked any remarkable qualities. Of course, it is also possible that he had not exerted himself fully. However, the ability to dominate Li Shuiro with true energy indicates that he likely possessed a high level of cultivation, probably at the third tier of the Tianyuan realm. If he had concealed his strength, then his early entrance into the competition would be somewhat unfair, casting a shadow over his honor. Meng Fan continued to observe the matches. Next to ascend was a disciple from the Fuxi Sword sect. The Kunlun disciple who had just defeated Li Shuoro was soon vanquished himself, clearly indicating that he had not been concealing his true strength. He simply lacked the capability. Frankly, this was not a commendable situation. Bullying someone of a lesser realm due to his own higher cultivation, only to be swiftly defeated, is indeed rather shameful. With each successive match, the competitors grew increasingly formidable. Meng Fan attentively examined their sword techniques, quietly studying them. Such an opportunity to witness the diverse swordplay of elite disciples from various sects is truly a rare privilege. After several more matches, the individuals now gracing the stage must surely be the cream of the crop from their respective sections. At the Tianyuan realm level, they are likely to be exceptionally strong presences. Senior Brother Nye has taken the stage, Lu Yinping suddenly exclaimed, her voice ringing out as she enthusiastically patted Meng Fan's arm. Meng Fan rolled his eyes in response. Meng Fan naturally had an impression of Senior Brother Nye, as mentioned by Lu Yinping. Back at the Sword Enlightenment Hall, when that young lad Yi Feng was pursuing Lu Yinping, she had openly expressed her affection for Senior Brother Nye, even urging Yi Feng to keep his distance so as not to mislead Senior Brother Nye. Meng Fan had heard Lu Yinping mention Senior Brother Nye on numerous occasions. This girl was undoubtedly a typical little fan of Senior Brother Nye. Unfortunately, her feelings were unrequited. Senior Brother Nye treated Lu Yinping as if she were invisible, completely indifferent to her. Lu Yinping's affection was truly one-sided, and based on Meng Fan's observations, it barely qualified as such. Her admiration for Senior Brother Nye resembled the fervent infatuation of starry-eyed fans chasing after celebrities, appearing familiar, yet having no real connection. What is Senior Brother Nye's name? Meng Fan inquired of Lu Yinping. Although he frequently heard her mention Senior Brother Nye, he still did not know his name. You don't even know what Senior Brother Nye is called? How ignorant can you be? Lu Yinping looked at Meng Fan with disdain. Meng Fan merely glanced at her with indifference. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she lowered her gaze and muttered, Senior Brother Nye's name is Nye Bing, the Bing of Divine Weapon. I see. The Bing of Little Soldiers, Meng Fan nodded. Not the little soldier, but the divine weapon. Lu Yinping corrected him. Meng Fan chose not to engage further. However, it was undeniable that Nye Bing was quite formidable. He dispatched his opponent with a single strike upon taking the stage, simultaneously unleashing 2 forms of sword intent, which was indeed impressive. The spectators around them murmured in awe. Yet, from Meng Fan's perspective, this was merely a basic operation. He had managed to release 2 sword intents simultaneously, even while still at the chi refinement stage. Senior Brother Nye is truly powerful, Lu Yinping exclaimed excitedly. Meng Fan smiled faintly, refraining from contradiction. To be honest, Nye Bing was indeed strong. Mastering 2 forms of sword intent at the Tianyuan realm and being able to wield them concurrently demonstrated his proficiency. If such prowess did not qualify as strong, then the Shushan sword sect would hardly boast many capable individuals, considering not everyone could be as extraordinary as Meng Fan. One could not set the bar too high. After 3 rounds of competition, Nye Bing was eventually defeated. Each participant evaluated their strength, only stepping onto the stage when they believed themselves superior to their opponents. Thus, defending one's position was inherently challenging, unless one was exceedingly powerful. Yet, therein lies a paradox. Those truly exceptional individuals would not take the stage so soon. Having endured 3 rounds of competition, Nye Bing's performance was already quite remarkable. That Kunlun sword sect fellow was too much. Had he not resorted to a sneak attack, Senior Brother Nye would never have lost. Lu Yinping fumed. Meng Fan shook his head, asserting that in such competitions, the concept of a sneak attack did not apply. All participants faced one another with courtesy before commencing their duel, rather than launching ambushes. It could only be said that Nye Bing was bested by superior skill, and indeed, he lacked a modicum of caution. The Shushan sword debate lasted over 3 hours, concluding only as dusk began to fall. The individual who emerged victorious in the final battle of the Shushan Swordsmanship Conference turned out to be none other than Jiang Buyue of the Kunlun sword sect. Earlier that morning, while Meng Fan was at the Sutra Repository, Senior Brother Jin had mentioned that the likely winner of this year's competition would be Jiang Buyue from the Kunlun sword sect. It was quite surprising that Jin, an introverted individual who rarely ventured beyond his doorstep, possessed such insight into worldly affairs. Impressive indeed. Senior Brother Jin from the Sutra Repository truly has remarkable intuition, Lu Yinping remarked with a hint of resignation. Previously, she had inquired with Meng Fan about which sect would claim victory, and he had relayed Jin's predictions to her. Ultimately, the identity of the winning sect was of little consequence. However, Losing 1,000 spirit stones was indeed unfortunate, Meng Fan sighed. Although the incident did not directly affect him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lu Yinping. 1,000 spirit stones. The thought of losing such an amount was unimaginable for Meng Fan. He would likely be devastated. Indeed, it is quite regrettable, as that accounts for 2 months of my allowance, Lu Yinping expressed with a sorrowful countenance. Upon hearing this, Meng Fan fell silent. 2 months' worth of pocket money. The reality struck him hard, inducing a sense of inferiority. As a child from a working-class family, did he truly have the standing to compete with the offspring of wealthier families? Yet, on another note, Jiang Buiyue was undeniably handsome and extraordinarily talented. It seemed that senior brother Nia was hardly worthy of even holding his shoes. Lu Yinping gazed longingly at Jiang Buiyue of the Kunlun Sword sect, her admiration evident. Meng Fan could even discern 2 little red hearts sparkling in her eyes. What is this? Have you lost interest in senior brother Nia and started to favor this senior brother Jiang? Meng Fan teased. To his astonishment, she unabashedly retorted. When have I ever liked senior brother Nia? Don't spread such rumors, or it might tarnish my reputation in front of senior brother Jiang. Meng Fan stared at Lu Yinping, utterly astonished, and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Truth be told, he found her audacity somewhat commendable. Could there truly be such shameless individuals in the world? And she was a woman. This realization broadened Meng Fan's horizons. Lu Yinping continued to gush. It seems senior brother Jiang is not even 30 yet he has already attained the Dan condensation realm. There doesn't appear to be anyone else in the Shushan sword sect with such extraordinary talent. Meng Fan rolled his eyes and casually countered, actually there are. Lu Yinping was taken aback. Who? How come I didn't know? Quan Tianyu, senior brother Quan, Meng Fan replied, having learned of him from senior brother Jean that morning. You even know about senior brother Quan? Lu Yinping looked at Meng Fan in surprise. Senior brother Quan had been missing for quite some time, back when Meng Fan had either just joined or had not yet joined the Shushan sword sect. Nevertheless, it was not unusual for Meng Fan to have heard of him, given his prodigious talents. What a pity, Lu Yinping sighed, shaking her head. If senior brother Quan were still in the Shushan sword sect, perhaps it wouldn't be Kunlun sword sect stealing the spotlight this time. As the swordsmanship competition concluded, the crowd began to disperse. As a result, the victor of this duel, Jiang Buiyue, suddenly stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, the winner of this Shushan sword competition is I, Jiang Buiyue. However, this is merely a martial contest. I shall set up a platform here for 3 days to engage in a literary duel. Upon hearing Jiang Buiyue's declaration, the crowd erupted in discussions, gazing at him with astonishment. Nevertheless, given his recent triumph in the Shushan competition, many still held him in high regard. What constitutes a literary duel? Someone in the crowd inquired loudly. Jiang Buiyue responded with a voice as thunderous as a storm. A literary duel is simply a contest of swordsmanship. I shall not employ my cultivation, nor shall you. In my opinion, this is the true essence of a sword duel. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yinping instinctively glanced at Meng Fan, feeling that Jiang Buiyue's notion of a literary duel was tailored specifically for him. It seemed perfectly suited for Meng Fan. Meng Fan, would you consider giving it a try? Lu Yinping could not help but ask. He's at the core formation stage, while I am merely at the true martial stage. Am I to subject myself to torment? Meng Fan rolled his eyes, but he stated that there would be no use of cultivation, merely a test of swordsmanship. Your skills are quite formidable. Perhaps you could indeed exchange a few moves with him. As she spoke, Lu Yinping's voice dwindled. Very well, she thought, losing confidence in her own words. You too are beginning to doubt yourself. Chapter 62, The Legendary Cave Heaven, Demon Domain. Indeed, Meng Fan shook his head and remarked. You perceive my swordsmanship as impressive only because you are at the true martial stage. Do you truly believe that practitioners at the core formation stage possess inferior sword techniques? That is also true. Lu Yinping nodded. A wry smile escaped her lips. She felt as though she had fallen under Meng Fan's spell, occasionally elevating his abilities to an unrealistic stature, even believing him to be omnipotent. This is a malady that must be cured, she admonished herself internally. How could one at the true martial stage dare to provoke a core formation practitioner? It was utterly absurd. Yet, to be frank, Jiang Buiyue's proposition was rather ludicrous as well. Was he treating the Shushan sword sect as his own Kunlun sword sect's backyard? Such arrogance displayed a blatant disregard for the Shushan sword sect and its members. Logically, one would expect the elders of the Kunlun sword sect to intervene, leaving no need for the Shushan sword sect to act. However, astonishingly, after Jiang Buiyue made his declaration, not only did the higher-ups of the Kunlun sword sect refrain from intervening, but neither did those of the Shushan sword sect. This was indeed perplexing. Meng Fan furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of Jiang Buiyue's true intentions. A literary duel? prohibiting the use of cultivation and relying solely on swordsmanship for sparring? What significance did this hold? Did he, like Meng Fan, aspire to explore the myriad sword techniques and achieve the unity of all swords? There was a possibility. Studying the sword techniques of others could indeed greatly enhance one's own. However, Meng Fan doubted that Jiang Buiyue could, like himself, glean insights from merely observing a sword technique once. Such a notion seemed scientifically implausible. He himself relied on the advantage of being a transmigrator, endowed with the benefit of Sword Dao transcendence. However, regardless of what Jiang Buiyue intended to do, Meng Fan had no desire to involve himself. The words he exchanged with Lu Yinping moments ago were not spoken with sincerity. In truth, he believed that in a mere contest of swordsmanship, his skills might indeed rival those of Jiang Buiyue, perhaps even offer him a chance of victory. Yet, Meng Fan was not inclined to seek such attention. The crux of the matter lay in the absence of any tangible benefit. One by one, everyone engaged in sparring with Jiang Buiyue, thereby enhancing his prowess. Why should he serve as mere fuel for the fire? Just as Meng Fan was preparing to depart, he heard Jiang Buiyue call out again. Whoever can best me in swordsmanship, I shall wager a Tianxin Dan. Meng Fan had just been contemplating the lack of advantage, and now this opportunity presented itself. However, what was this Tianxin Dan? He had never heard of it before. Yet, the audacity with which Jiang Buiyue proclaimed it suggested that it was an exceedingly rare elixir. Senior Lu, what exactly is this Tianxin Dan? Meng Fan turned to Lu Yinping, hoping for her insight. As the granddaughter of Elder Lu from the Alchemy Hall, she should possess considerable knowledge about such matters. The Tianxin Dan is an exceptionally precious elixir. Once a cultivator reaches the Tianyuan realm, they can begin to cultivate divine consciousness. Yet achieving this is an arduous endeavor. The Tianxin Dan is an aid in the cultivation of divine consciousness. Provided one is not of particularly poor aptitude, consuming this elixir offers a promising chance of success. Upon hearing Lu Yinping's explanation, Meng Fan nodded, grasping the value of this elixir. Although it was primarily intended for cultivators at the Tianyuan level, even those at the Dan condensation stage would find it difficult to obtain, for it was indeed incredibly rare. Jiang Buiyue's offer of the Tianxin Dan would attract not only those at the Tianyuan level, but also those at the Dan condensation stage, who would flock to the challenge. Is participation in this literary contest limited to core disciples? Are inner disciples allowed to join? A voice suddenly called out. The Kunlun Sword Sect and the Wujia Sword Sect were represented by their core disciples, while only the Shushan Sword Sect had inner disciples present. Thus, the questioner was undoubtedly an inner disciple from Shushan. Provided you possess confidence, it matters not your rank or cultivation level. Anyone may engage in this contest with me. Even senior brothers of the divine guidance realm. Should you wish to impart your wisdom, I would welcome it. However, there is no need for seniors beyond the divine guidance realm to descend into the fray. Winning against a junior would hardly add to your prestige, would it? Jiang Buiyue declared. At the hour of Qin tomorrow, I, Jiang Buiyue, will set the stage here, awaiting all. With that, he turned and departed with the members of the Kunlun Sword Sect. Surrounding the Tontian platform, countless Shushan disciples engaged in fervent discussions, all captivated by the novelty of the situation. Many who had previously been bested by Jiang Buiyue believed their swordsmanship rivaled his, if not surpassed it. They reasoned that Jiang Buiyue's victories stemmed solely from his superior cultivation. In a contest of swordsmanship alone, they felt certain they could reclaim their honor the following day. Meng Fan observed the eager disciples, shaking his head in resignation. He had previously observed Jiang Buiyue's swordsmanship, which appeared to be effortlessly executed, a testament to an exceptionally high level of mastery. Moreover, it seemed that Jiang Buiyue had not exerted himself to the fullest. These individuals had endured a thorough defeat today, and it was likely that they would face another tomorrow. Sister Lu, I shall return to the Sword Pavilion now. Meng Fan bid farewell to Lu Yinping. Will you come to watch Jiang Buiyue's literary duel tomorrow? Lu Yinping inquired of Meng Fan. I suppose I will. Meng Fan nodded in agreement. Today, he had witnessed the sword techniques of various core disciples and had gained a wealth of knowledge. Since there would be another competition tomorrow, he certainly would not miss it. This kind of improvement far surpassed the benefits of studying sword scriptures in the scriptures repository. The opportunity was rare, and once missed, it would be gone. Upon returning to the Sword Pavilion, Meng Fan had initially intended to retreat to his room for cultivation. However, after some contemplation, he ascended to the second floor, seeking out Elder Lin. Did you go to observe the sword discussion during the day? Elder Lin greeted Meng Fan with a smile. Did Master also attend? Meng Fan asked, surprised, as he had assumed Elder Lin would not be interested in the younger generation. Indeed, I did. I happened to see you standing amidst the crowd, Elder Lin chuckled. Meng Fan had not spotted Elder Lin on the Tongtian platform, indicating that the elder must have had a special vantage point. for it was not in his nature to jostle among the masses. So, are you interested in trying your hand at tomorrow's literary duel? Elder Lin inquired of Meng Fan. Although Meng Fan appeared to be at a considerable disadvantage compared to Zhang Puyu, Elder Lin was acutely aware of his disciple's remarkable potential. In terms of swordsmanship alone, without the use of cultivation, Meng Fan might indeed possess the capability to contend with Zhang Puyu. Master, I happen to have some questions I wish to discuss with you. Meng Fan addressed Elder Lin. What questions do you have? Are they related to the literary duel? Yes, Master. Although the Kunlun sword sect secured the top position in today's sword discussion, Zhang Puiyu's blatant challenge to host a literary duel seems rather provocative towards our Shushan sword sect. This is our territory. It is not his Kunlun sword sect's private garden. Are we simply going to allow him to act recklessly? The sudden and peculiar nature of this literary duel indeed felt illogical and unreasonable. Elder Lin chuckled softly, patting Meng Fan on the shoulder. Zhang Puiyu is not challenging the Shushan sword sect. In fact, this literary duel was not proposed by him at all. A hint of confusion crossed Meng Fan's face at Elder Lin's words. Master, what do you mean? This bewildering literary duel was not suggested by Zhang Puiyu? Elder Lin explained with a smile. This literary duel was actually conceived collaboratively by the Shushan, Wujia, and Kunlun sects, merely articulated by Zhang Puiyu, the victor of the sword discussion. Meng Fan was astonished by this revelation. Is this akin to organizing a special sword discussion? But what purpose does it serve? Simply competing in swordsmanship, what significance does it hold? Mastery of sword techniques does not necessarily equate to strength. The true strength lies in the harmonious interplay of swordsmanship and cultivation. Meng Fan pondered for a moment and conceived a possibility. Tentatively, he inquired, Master, there are two potential reasons for someone to excel in swordsmanship. 1. They possess extraordinary insight. 2. They are exceptionally diligent and industrious, exerting greater effort and perseverance than others. Is it possible that the three sects intend to employ this selection method to unearth and nurture talent? This was the only explanation Meng Fan could fathom. Old Lin chuckled and replied, There is some correlation, but it is not entirely accurate. Curiously, Meng Fan pressed further. Then what is the purpose? He learned that the three sects simply aim to identify disciples with exceptional swordsmanship, preferably those below the condensation Dan realm. Zhang Puiyu serves as a litmus test to ascertain the swordsmanship level of these disciples. It is likely that no disciple beneath the condensation Dan realm could surpass Zhang Puiyu in swordsmanship. Utilizing Zhang Puiyu as a benchmark is indeed fitting. In fact, following the conclusion of the Shushan Sword Conference, Zhang Puiyu would also visit the Wujia Sword Sect and the Kunlun Sword Sect, employing a similar method to select outstanding disciples from the other two sections. Upon hearing Old Lin's words, Meng Fan keenly detected a crucial point. Master, why do the three sects seek to select disciples with strong swordsmanship below the condensation Dan realm? Old Lin sighed, expressing a hint of resignation. There is a certain place, a task, that necessitates the involvement of these disciples. It appeared that this task was of considerable significance. Meng Fan followed up on Old Lin's statement. The decision to execute a task without selecting disciples of higher cultivation and strength, but rather those with superior swordsmanship, clearly hinted at something peculiar. Indeed, it is not simple. Old Lin nodded in agreement. Master, please do not keep me in suspense. Just clarify it directly, Meng Fan said with a look of exasperation. It matters not. I had intended for you to participate in this task from the outset. Old Lin's expression grew increasingly grave as he looked at Meng Fan with utmost seriousness, beginning to outline the nature of this formidable task. The Shushan Sword Sect, the Wujia Sword Sect, and the Kunlun Sword Sect aim to select a cohort of disciples with remarkable swordsmanship due to a connection with the Demon Realm. Demon Realm? Meng Fan encountered yet another unfamiliar term. Although he had not heard it before, it seemed to pertain to demons or demonic entities. It appeared that he and those with exceptional swordsmanship would be tasked with entering the Demon Realm for some mission. What exactly is the Demon Realm? Meng Fan asked, perplexed. Old Lin explained. The Demon Realm refers to a peculiar space that exists within our world yet is distinct from it, akin to the legendary celestial caves. Meng Fan nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, albeit vaguely. He inquired with uncertainty, is the task you mentioned about sending us into that Demon Realm? But why not choose disciples who possess stronger cultivation and might instead opt for those with superior swordsmanship? Old Lin responded, there must be a reason for this selection, as the Demon Realm is exceedingly enigmatic. Only those below the condensation Dan realm can set foot in this realm. Once one attains the Dan condensation realm, or even stronger existence, they shall be obstructed from entry, unable to pass through. The crux of the matter is that regardless of whether one is at the Qi training realm or the true martial realm, even if one reaches the celestial Yuan realm, Upon entering this realm of demons, their cultivation will be sealed, rendering them incapable of utilizing true energy, akin to an ordinary person. With one's cultivation sealed, the only strength one can rely upon within this demon domain is swordsmanship. This explains why the three major sword sects select disciples with formidable sword skills below the Dan condensation realm. This explanation was already quite thorough, and Meng Fan comprehended it entirely. However, there remained one aspect he could not fathom. Master, why must we venture into that demon domain? What task necessitates our presence there? Meng Fan voiced his final query. Elder Lin, with a grave expression, responded, the reason is simple. To save the common folk from peril, to slay demons, and eradicate evil. The creatures within the demon domain have recently begun to invade our world, mercilessly slaughtering innocents and feasting upon their blood. Whether it be the Shu Mountain Sword Sect, the Wuji Sword Sect, or the Kunlun Sword Sect, all take it upon themselves to vanquish these demons. If those creatures were to cower within the demon domain, we might afford them a chance at survival. However, as they emerge to massacre the populace, how could we possibly stand idly by? Meng Fan nodded in understanding. Given these circumstances, there was indeed just cause for extermination. Sensing the gravity in his master's tone, he inquired, is the objective of this mission to completely cleanse the demon domain of its malevolent inhabitants? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Elder Lin declared with a fierce resolve. However, my disciple, do not be overly anxious. Although our human cultivators will have their powers sealed upon entering the demon domain, the creatures there will also face suppression. With your abilities, you will not encounter peril. That said, remain vigilant. Do not let your guard down. I would not wish for you to fall victim to a blunder of carelessness. Meng Fan nodded, reassured by Elder Lin's words. A visit to the demon domain seemed acceptable. Recently, he had been immersed in the scripture repository, diligently refining his swordsmanship, and found himself somewhat bored. It was indeed time to engage these demons and offer his sword a worthy sacrifice. Master, since I am to partake in this mission, must I also contend with Zhang Buiyue? Initially, Meng Fan had little interest in testing his sword against Zhang Buiyue. Yet, a lack of interest did not equate to fear. Should it be required of him to duel Zhang Buiyue, Meng Fan would not shy away. I am well aware of your capabilities. So whether or not you engage Zhang Buiyue in battle, you shall be selected. However, I am quite curious, having witnessed Zhang Buiyue's competition today. Do you believe you stand a chance of surpassing him in swordsmanship? Instinctively, Elder Lin felt that Meng Fan's swordplay could not possibly rival Zhang Buiyue's. For Zhang Buiyue was not only a cultivator of the Dan condensation realm, but also possessed exceptional sword skills, particularly with the Void Dragon-Slaying Sword, which had nearly reached the pinnacle of mastery. However, this disciple of mine possesses remarkable prowess in swordsmanship, which transcends the mere description of being proficient. It can be aptly characterized as reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Although Elder Lin instinctively felt that Meng Fan's swordplay fell short of Zhang Buiyue's, his disciple repeatedly astonished him, igniting a sense of anticipation within him for Meng Fan's potential. Master, when it comes to swordsmanship, I assure you that I can hold my own against Zhang Buiyue. However, the outcome of a duel can only be discerned through actual combat, Meng Fan declared to Elder Lin. Though Meng Fan harbored great confidence in his swordsmanship, he remained respectful of others. After all, Zhang Buiyue was a formidable presence at the Dan condensation stage, deserving of due reverence. To assert that he could unequivocally best Zhang Buiyue in swordplay would border on arrogance. Yet, there is a high probability that this assertion holds truth. Had Meng Fan never encountered Zhang Buiyue or witnessed his swordplay, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. However, having observed several of Zhang Buiyue's duels at the Tongtian platform, Meng Fan was well acquainted with Zhang Buiyue's techniques. Despite the near perfection of Zhang Buiyue's swordsmanship, Meng Fan believed he could devise strategies to counter it, especially with his innate talent for this sword path enlightenment, which is no trivial matter. Your tone suggests you do not regard Zhang Buiyue with much esteem, Elder Lin chuckled. He did not perceive his disciple's confidence as arrogance, but rather viewed it as a commendable trait. A true man should possess the audacity to stand tall among others. It is not that I dismiss Zhang Buiyue. Rather, I have confidence in my own swordsmanship, Meng Fan replied earnestly. While the average person in such circumstances would merely refer to swordplay, Meng Fan spoke of the sword path, a subtle yet profound distinction. Very well. Regardless of whether you engage in literary contests with Zhang Buiyue, you shall have the opportunity to venture into the demon realm to undertake missions. As for your participation in the literary duel, the choice is yours. Whether you wish to partake or abstain is entirely up to you. Elder Lin refrained from making decisions on Meng Fan's behalf regarding the literary duel, allowing him the freedom to choose. Though the event was grand in scale, the rewards were rather modest. merely a heavenly heart pill, which Elder Lin could easily procure for Meng Fan should he desire one. Upon returning to his chamber on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, Meng Fan commenced his training. He had fully exhausted the essence of swordplay acquired from the demon-slaying sword. Now, he began to polish his long sword once more to reclaim the essence of the sword. Presently, Meng Fan was proactively engaging with the spiritual sword, unlike before when he would deliberately avoid it. With his cultivation at the 5th level of true martial and the enhancement provided by the Shi Huang visualization method, Meng Fan now faced the spiritual sword with little trepidation. Without a doubt, his combat prowess had surpassed that of Brother Luo. Previously, Elder Lin assigned Meng Fan a task to triumph over senior Brother Luo within a year. Should he succeed, he would be rewarded with a day and night of enlightenment at the Sword God Steel. However, merely half a year has elapsed, and Meng Fan believes he is already capable of accomplishing this task. Yet, out of consideration for senior Brother Luo's dignity, Meng Fan has resolved to await a full year before challenging him. Currently, Meng Fan holds the reward of a day and night at the Sword God Steel, which diminishes his urgency to seek enlightenment there. In the latter part of the night, upon exhausting the essence of the sword within him, Meng Fan ceased his cultivation. At present, his training relies entirely on the sword essence. Without it, his progress would languish to a mere crawl, akin to that of a practitioner with inferior spiritual roots. Thus, once the sword essence is depleted, Meng Fan refrains from further cultivation, as it would be a futile expenditure of time. Master, has your sword essence been exhausted? The voice of Hong Qi resonated in Meng Fan's mind. Indeed, you truly understand me now. Hong Qi, ever by Meng Fan's side, attentively observes him at all times. Her understanding of him is unparalleled, to the extent that she can discern his needs even before he expresses them. The cessation of cultivation at this hour is predominantly due to the depletion of sword essence. Are you planning to rest for a while or absorb some sword essence? Hong Qi inquired. Meditative cultivation is, in itself, a form of rest. There is no need for further respite. I shall select a few swords to absorb some essence. Meng Fan casually replied. Hong Qi's initiative to speak was not for the sake of seeking attention, but rather because her assistance was imperative during Meng Fan's selection of swords. The Meng Fan of yore had deliberately shunned spiritual swords, whereas now he actively seeks them. Yet, even in this moment, Meng Fan struggles to distinguish between a spiritual sword and an ordinary one, thus necessitating Hong Qi's intervention. Hong Qi's ethereal form emerged, pointing to a sword and stating, Master, this is a spiritual sword you have not encountered before. Meng Fan nodded and approached to seize the sword. Sword name. Beiming, the instant he made contact. A wave of sword malice surged toward him. Unfazed, Meng Fan had long grown accustomed to such encounters, even finding a strange sense of familiarity in the presence of sword malice. Such knowledge, which instills fear in others, felt akin to a supplement for him. As Meng Fan's path of swordsmanship activated, he began to refine the sword malice within him. Concurrently, a memory surfaced in his mind. This was a phenomenon he had grown so accustomed to that absorbing sword malice became as routine as daily meals. However, the imagery within this particular memory caused a shift in his demeanor. A young girl, silently practicing her swordplay amidst a grove, appeared in his mind. The child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, possessed delicate features, yet bore an expression of chilling coldness, evoking a sense of dissonance. Due to her distinct facial features, she would naturally be more suited to laughter. However, this young girl not only refrained from smiling, but also exuded an aura of cold indifference. It is difficult to fathom why such a young child would harbor such a demeanor. Soon enough, Meng Fan understood the source of this girl's demeanor. She had been captured at a tender age and raised within the confines of a killer organization, trained to become an assassin. Given such a life and experiences, it was no wonder the girl did not smile. Meng Fan's change in expression was not merely a response to the girl's plight. He had witnessed numerous memories filled with sorrow and had grown somewhat immune to the suffering of others. His shock stemmed from the illusory realm within these memories. This place was not the Tianyuan Great World. The sky here lacked the blazing, fiery sun. Instead, it bore a purplish-black hue. The dimness that enveloped this realm stood in stark contrast to the brightness of the Tianyuan Great World. A purplish-black sun? What manner of place is this? Meng Fan pondered aloud. As the memories unfolded, he gradually discerned the true nature of this realm. This world, illuminated by a purplish-black sun, was the demon realm. The revelation left Meng Fan astounded. The legendary demon realm, one of the ancient 6 realms, the divine realm, the immortal realm, the human realm, the nether realm, the monster realm, and the demon realm. The Tianyuan Great World belonged to the human realm, which encompassed 3,000 vast worlds, making it the most expansive of the 6 realms. However, despite its size, the human realm was not particularly formidable, as it was populated by countless mortals lacking in combat prowess. To think I could witness the demon realm in such a manner, Meng Fan marveled. Within that memory, the little girl matured into a formidable assassin known by the codename Vying. The denizens of the demon realm were inherently brutal, with a proclivity for violence. Engaging in constant bloodshed, Vying, as an assassin, was particularly cold-blooded and had taken countless lives. One day, she encountered a young man clad in white. Meng Fan was taken aback, for he recognized at first glance that this man was not of the demon race, but rather of the human race. His name was Zhang Baiyuan. Zhang Baiyuan. Meng Fan furrowed his brow, feeling an odd familiarity with the name. However, upon further reflection, he could not place it. Perhaps it was merely an illusion? Then, the expected cliché unfolded. Vying fell in love with Zhang Baiyuan. As a human navigating the treacherous depths of the demon realm, he lived with great caution, akin to a rat in a gutter, hiding and afraid to reveal his true identity. He understood all too well that exposure would spell certain death. By chance, he had stumbled into the demon realm and had been searching for a passage back to the human realm. Finally, after several years, he discovered the route leading back to the human realm. He persuaded Vying to accompany him, asserting that as long as the demon race refrained from malevolence and lived discreetly, there would be a chance for survival. In the realm of demons, the human race faces a perilous existence, where survival is a constant struggle against death. Regrettably, the vicinity of the portal to the human world is heavily guarded by formidable demonic forces, rendering Zhang Baiyuan's desire to enter the passage nearly insurmountable. Ultimately, it was Bei Ming who intervened, diverting the attention of the demon soldiers, thus granting Zhang Baiyuan the opportunity to return to the human realm. However, Bei Ming's fate remained uncertain. The Bei Ming sword accompanied Zhang Baiyuan back to the human world, and through a fortuitous turn of events, found its way into the Sword Pavilion of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. To be candid, Zhang Baiyuan displayed a certain lack of fortitude. While Bei Ming bravely drew the demons away, Zhang Baiyuan chose not to look back and assist Bei Ming, seizing the chance to enter the human passage and return home. Had he pursued Bei Ming, it would have been a betrayal of the life-saving opportunity that Bei Ming had selflessly created. In the context of a battlefield, when a comrade sacrifices for your survival, it is one's duty to strive to live on, honoring their sacrifice. Yet, Zhang Baiyuan and Bei Ming were not mere comrades. They were lovers. In such circumstances, a true man would act in solidarity, embracing life and death together. Nevertheless, Meng Fan did not scorn Zhang Baiyuan. In such a situation, any choice made could hardly be deemed wrong. After all, even the lowly ant strives for survival, let alone a human. Moreover, had Zhang Baiyuan turned back, it might have resulted in Bei Ming's needless sacrifice, a fate that Bei Ming would not have wished for. Chapter 64. Eternal Night, the first wisp of demonic energy. The memory concludes. Meng Fan opened his eyes, unable to suppress his thoughts. If he were in Zhang Baiyuan's position, what choice would he make? Would he accompany Bei Ming to their demise, or return alone to the human realm and cling to life? Although reason dictated that Zhang Baiyuan's decision was not erroneous, Meng Fan still felt that Zhang Baiyuan's future would be akin to a mere existence of survival. If it were him, such a circumstance would never occur. A glimmer of determination flashed in Meng Fan's eyes. Zhang Baiyuan's misstep did not stem from whether he accompanied Bei Ming in their final moments, but rather from his lack of strength. Had he possessed sufficient power, such tragedies could have been averted. With a heart as steadfast as rock, Meng Fan gleaned but one vital lesson from this memory: one must grow stronger. This world belongs to the strong. The weak either perish or scrape by in survival. Taking a deep breath, Meng Fan resolved to set aside these chaotic thoughts. The experiences of Bei Ming and Zhang Baiyuan were not the crux of the memory. What truly mattered was the knowledge Meng Fan acquired regarding the sword techniques and powers of the demon race, most of which were quite common. Except for one technique, the Eternal Night sword technique. This technique is exceedingly peculiar. Once unleashed, it engulfs the enemy's senses, plunging them into a void of darkness and nothingness. In such a state, they are rendered unable to see or feel anything. Under these circumstances, it becomes effortless to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. Particularly in assassination scenarios, the element of surprise makes it exceedingly difficult for the opponent to defend themselves, leaving them vulnerable to decapitation. This sword technique is the most formidable within Bei Ming's assassin organization, with few having been fortunate enough to master it. Only Bei Ming's exceptional prowess warranted the privilege of its instruction. Indeed, this sword technique is remarkably powerful, Meng Fan murmured to himself. With the discerning eye of Meng Fan, who has perused countless sword scriptures in the sutra repository, he finds the technique of Eternal Night exceptionally formidable. It seamlessly integrates the essence of assassination into swordsmanship. The potential is remarkably high, easily allowing cultivation to the realm of sword soul. As Meng Fan unsheaths the Biming sword, an essence of sword origin surges into his body. The moment this essence enters him, his expression abruptly shifts. This is not good. He hastily returns the Biming sword to its stand and promptly sits cross-legged, initiating his breathing techniques. The ethereal figure of Hongqi emerges from the Hongqi sword, her face etched with concern as she gazes at Meng Fan. "Master, what is wrong?" she inquires. She can distinctly sense that Meng Fan's current state is amiss, evidently a result of absorbing the sword origin from the Biming sword. However, Meng Fan has absorbed the essence of sword origin countless times without issue. What could be the cause this time? Meng Fan does not respond to Hongqi. He is fully engaged in confronting the sword origin within him. This particular essence from the Biming sword is unlike any he has absorbed before. Upon entering his body, it transforms into a ferocious and frenzied force, imbued with a potent desire for destruction. All previous sword origins, even that of the demon-subduing sword, exhibited no abnormalities. Yet, curiously, the essence from the Biming sword has presented a problem. What could be the reason? Meng Fan is equally perplexed, his brow furrowed tightly. He attempts to expel this sword origin from his body, but finds himself powerless. Ordinarily, once absorbed, the sword origin resides obediently in the dantian, ready for use in cultivation. Throughout this ordeal, Meng Fan has discovered no means to purge it from within. This realization breeds anxiety within him. The rampaging sword origin threatens to wreak havoc on his body. With no option for expulsion, he is left with no choice but to refine it. Refining and absorbing it to enhance his power is a process he is well acquainted with. Yet this time, neither the spirit wind profound technique nor the pure yang thunder scripture can refine the sword origin. A sense of panic begins to gnaw at Meng Fan. He is truly at his wit's end. For 6 months, he has absorbed sword origins without issue. What has transpired today? What is it about the Biming sword that makes it so unique? The most significant distinction lies in its origin. The Biming sword hails from the demon realm, a weapon not belonging to the human domain. It is a genuine demonic sword. Meng Fan's intuition hints at the underlying reason. His own constitution poses a problem. The sword origin of the Biming sword should only be absorbable and refinable by members of the demon race. Yet now it has infiltrated his body, and he cannot evict it. What is he to do? A sense of urgency envelopes him, and even seeking help becomes futile. The essence of sword origin is profoundly mysterious, imperceptible to others. Even someone of Elder Lin's caliber has never sensed the sword origin. Only one who possesses the sword path enlightenment can uncover the existence of the sword's essence. Additionally, Hongqi, being a sword in itself, is capable of sensing this essence. "Oh, Hongqi." Meng Fan immediately turned to Hongqi and inquired, "Hongqi, I believe there is an issue with the sword essence I have absorbed. Can you sense the sword essence within me? Is there any way you can extract this essence from my body?" Hongqi, equally anxious yet helpless, replied, "Master, I am unable to assist. Even if the sword essence of the Hongqi sword has been absorbed by you, I cannot influence it, let alone that of other swords." With no reliance on Hongqi, Meng Fan resolved to depend solely on himself and began to concentrate fully. How might he connect with the sword essence of the demon clan? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Meng Fan's eyes. The Eternal Night sword technique is a sword art belonging to Biming, originating from the demon realm. However, he realized that what he truly needed was not a sword technique, but rather a cultivation method. Previously, he had encountered various demonic cultivation techniques within Biming's memories. Yet, these techniques were not sword arts, and his sword path enlightenment could not be applied to them, rendering him unable to master them instantly. In the end, Meng Fan recalled the most rudimentary cultivation technique he had first encountered in his childhood, one that was simple and foundational. This technique was designed for beginners, and thus he retained some memories of it. Basic Qi cultivation method. Indeed, that was its name. This method, akin to the guiding Qi technique of Shu Shan, could only cultivate the first thread of true Qi within the body. Once one successfully cultivated this initial thread, the technique would become obsolete, necessitating a transition to other cultivation methods. With no hesitation left, Meng Fan, tormented by the sword essence within him, began practicing the demon clan's basic Qi cultivation method. The essence of the sword inherently accelerates cultivation, thus his practice of this method still bore enhancement effects. After an hour, Meng Fan successfully refined and absorbed this thread of sword essence. Concurrently, a third attribute of true Qi emerged within him, in addition to his wind and lightning attributes. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to simply describe this as demonic qi, as Meng Fan could not precisely identify its attribute. However, the function of this basic qi cultivation method was limited to the cultivation of the first thread of demonic qi, which could not be further strengthened. If Meng Fan wished to enhance the demonic qi within him, he would need to seek out a demon clan cultivation technique. Naturally, he could also choose to disperse this thread of demonic qi or allow it to be consumed by his lightning attribute true qi. After all, the existence of demonic qi within one's body is not a trivial matter, and if discovered by others, it could invite misfortune. Master, how are you faring? The ethereal image of Hongqi appeared before Meng Fan, her expression filled with concern. Do not worry, I am well. Meng Fan reassured her with a smile. Upon concluding his thoughts, Meng Fan lost the desire to continue polishing his longsword. As dawn approached, he retreated to his chamber for a brief respite. Simultaneously, he pondered whether to disperse the wisp of demonic energy within him. Truth be told, this energy, acquired by serendipity, was not easily cultivated by humans under ordinary circumstances. It was a rare opportunity, and if he were to dissipate it, the prospect of cultivating it again in the future would not be a simple endeavor. Unless, of course, he were to chance upon another sword from the demon realm, thereby absorbing the sword's primal essence. However, such swords rarely found their way into the human realm. Within the entire sword pavilion of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, it was likely that only the Biming sword originated from the demon realm. After much deliberation, Meng Fan ultimately decided to retain the wisp of demonic energy rather than disperse it. After all, his primary focus was on the primordial sword path, which emphasizes the inclusivity of all things, allowing for a singular fusion. The demonic energy could naturally be integrated into the primordial. Not only did Meng Fan intend to preserve the demonic energy, but he also planned to seek out a demonic cultivation technique to refine this energy. Since it was a means to enhance his strength, there was no reason to hesitate. He had already perused most of the scriptures on the first floor of the scripture repository, yet found none pertaining to the demonic clan. He wondered if the second floor might yield something. Meng Fan felt somewhat helpless, as a prestigious sect like Shushan was unlikely to house techniques from the demonic clan. Regardless, he had free access to all 4 levels of the scripture repository, and he could explore further when time allowed. Finding something would be fortunate, but if not, there was no need to force it. Opportunities would arise in due course. On the following day, Meng Fan returned to the Tongtian platform at the summit of Shushan. Although he had no intention of engaging in a literary duel with Jiang Buyue, this did not deter him from attending the competition. After all, he would not miss an opportunity to study sword techniques. His previous experience at the Shushan Sword Conference had granted him numerous fresh insights into the sword path, insights that could not be gleaned from the scriptures within the repository. He had even begun to grasp the essence of the second form of his 10,000 swords returning to one. Moreover, the first form, sword comes, had undergone significant refinement. Most importantly, the more he accumulated now, the greater his rewards would be during his next encounter with the sword god Steel. He could immerse himself in comprehension at the sword god Steel for an entire day and night, which was a reward bestowed upon him by Elder Lin. Meng Fan had been holding on to this reward with anticipation. He intended to complete his review of the sword scriptures on the first floor of the scripture repository, amassing sufficient swordsmanship before seeking enlightenment at the sword god Steel. By then, his swordsmanship would experience a remarkable transformation. Today, the summit of Shushan was even more bustling than the previous day. The area surrounding the Tongtian platform was teeming with people, a veritable sea of spectators. Yesterday, only core disciples were permitted to participate in the sword debate, with everyone else merely observing. However, today, regardless of one's realm or status, anyone with confidence in their sword skills could ascend the stage to challenge Jiang Buyue in a literary duel, even when fully aware that one's swordsmanship pales in comparison to that of the opponent. One can still take the opportunity to make an appearance and savor the experience of dueling with a master. After all, for many, the chance to engage with such an extraordinary expert may only arise once in a lifetime. In this literary contest, after all, it is merely a friendly spar, and Jiang Buyue would not harm anyone. When Meng Fan finally managed to squeeze his way to the vicinity of the Tongtian platform, the literary duel had already commenced. Jiang Buyue stood atop the platform, facing a young disciple garbed in the inner sect robes of the Shushan Sword sect. The competition began, and with a single strike, Jiang Buyue forced the Shushan disciple off the stage. Although he did not employ his full cultivation, Jiang Buyue's swordsmanship was still vastly superior to that of the inner disciple, a disparity that was unmistakable. However, the defeat of the inner disciple did little to dampen the enthusiasm of others eager to take the stage. Particularly, seeing that Jiang Buyue merely pushed the disciple back without inflicting any harm, The crowd's fervor only intensified. One by one, inner disciples surged onto the platform, with a few outer disciples foolishly attempting to challenge Zhang Buiyue as well. In the span of merely a single incense stick's burning time, Zhang Buiyue had already bested dozens of Shushan disciples. At this juncture, an elder of the Shushan sword sect could no longer stand idly by. He stepped forward and addressed the Shushan disciples, stating, "Any core disciple of the Shushan sword sect wishing to challenge Zhang Buiyue must first contend with Cheng Feiyu." Cheng Feiyu, having ranked first among the inner disciples in the last assessment, was expected to ascend to core disciple status before the next evaluation. This individual could be considered the gatekeeper among the core disciples, given that numerous inner and even outer disciples were brazenly challenging Zhang Buiyue. The Shushan sword sect felt a sense of humiliation. Thus, it was indeed a wise decision to have Cheng Feiyu act as the gatekeeper. If he could not handle the situation, then none would be deemed worthy to challenge Zhang Buiyue. On the Tongtian platform, Zhang Buiyue bowed respectfully to the elder of the Shushan sword sect in gratitude. After all, he found it quite tedious to engage with so many inexperienced opponents. He did not mind exchanging sword techniques with others, but only under the condition that there would be a genuine exchange, allowing for several moves. Simply defeating opponents in an instant brought him no enjoyment. At his level of mastery, few still derived pleasure from battling against mere automatons. With Cheng Feiyu stepping in as the gatekeeper, Zhang Buiyue indeed found himself relieved. Now, those who dared to challenge him were at least core disciples of the Shushan sword sect. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that one after another, even the core disciples who took the stage still could not best Zhang Buiyue. In fact, none could endure more than 10 moves against him. Meng Fan observed the contest in silence. From his perspective, the absence of cultivation and the sole reliance on sword techniques allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of various sword forms. Meng Fan, why are you here so early? It seems my future husband's charm is indeed quite potent. Lu Yinping had unknowingly squeezed her way to Meng Fan's side. The future husband she spoke of was undoubtedly Zhang Puoyu of the Kunlun sword sect. As for the brother Nie Bing, whom she once held dear in her heart, he had long been forgotten, lost in some obscure corner of her mind. No, perhaps he was not even in a corner anymore. He had been entirely discarded. At this moment, Meng Fan suddenly recalled Yi Feng, the young man who had once pursued Lu Yinping at the Sword Enlightenment Hall. That lad seemed to be the one truly deserving of pity. Does your future husband even know you? Meng Fan remarked bluntly. Since he is indeed my future husband. Of course, he does not know me. Lu Yinping shot back, glaring at Meng Fan. I believe it would be more apt to refer to him as your husband in the next life. You brat, your tongue has grown increasingly sharp. Lu Yinping glared at him, though she was not truly offended, as she understood the impossibility of the situation. She merely indulged in her whimsical musings without any intention of getting to know Zhang Puoyu. Hey, senior brother Cheng Feiyu, why are you up on the Tongtian platform? It seems he has also set up a challenge arena. Lu Yinping inquired with surprise, having just arrived and unaware of the circumstances. Meng Fan casually explained, then added with a smile, why not give it a try? With your swordsmanship, you might have a chance to defeat Cheng Feiyu. Then, you could approach Zhang Puoyu up close. With your grace, after a duel with him, he might very well be smitten at first sight. Lu Yinping shot him a fierce glare. I feel you are insulting me. Senior sister, you ought to be more confident. Indeed, I doubt you would dare. You should be confident. Remove the phrase I feel. Lu Yinping was momentarily taken aback, not grasping his meaning. So should I remove I feel? After a few seconds, she finally understood and exclaimed, you little brat, you're courting death. Meng Fan shrugged nonchalantly. It seems you cannot defeat me. Lu Yinping's chest heaved with indignation. Oh, this is infuriating. Once she calmed down, she actively shifted the topic. Meng Fan, do you think there is anyone among the disciples of the Shushan sword sect who could surpass Zhang Puoyu in swordsmanship? Actually, there are, Meng Fan replied without hesitation. Who? Lu Yinping looked at him with surprise. She believed that among all the disciples of the Shushan sword sect, whether inner disciples or core disciples, none could outmatch Zhang Puoyu in swordsmanship, unless it was the elders who might stand a chance. She even thought that ordinary elders might not be Zhang Puoyu's opponents. While the elders should be capable of overpowering Zhang Puoyu in strength, when it came to swordsmanship, it was indeed a different matter. The sword-guarding disciples of the Sword Pavilion also count as disciples. Meng Fan remarked casually. Lu Yinping rolled her eyes, quickly understanding that Meng Fan was boasting about himself. However, to be fair, she did believe Meng Fan had some hope in terms of swordsmanship. After all, within the entire Shushan sword sect, she had yet to encounter anyone more prodigious than Meng Fan in this regard, especially since Meng Fan had personally guided her on multiple occasions. She indeed held a certain reverence for him. In fact, throughout the entirety of the Shushan sword sect, It seemed that only Lu Yinping and Elder Lin possessed such enigmatic faith in Meng Fan. Any rational individual would dismiss such a ludicrous notion. Yet, even if you were truly capable of defeating Jiang Buiyue, I believe you should refrain from taking the stage, Lu Yinping suddenly whispered to Meng Fan. Meng Fan was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Lu Yinping, who he thought would encourage him to compete. Why? Even if you possessed the strength of the celestial origin realm, defeating Jiang Buiyue would be acceptable to others. However, you are merely at the true martial realm. If you were to actually overcome Jiang Buiyue, that would be an extraordinary feat. Currently, on Mount Shushan, there were not only members of the Shushan Sword Sect, but also individuals from the Wuji Sword Sect and the Kunlun Sword Sect. If you were to display such exceptional prowess, it would inevitably incite jealousy and even invite peril upon yourself. After all, the adage that heaven envies the gifted may be debatable, yet it is certainly natural for people to envy talent. Lu Yinping cautiously articulated her concerns in a hushed tone, audible only to Meng Fan. To be frank, Meng Fan was somewhat astonished. This girl, who typically exhibited a carefree and foolish demeanor, was now being entirely serious, which made him regard her with newfound respect. Indeed, in this world, there are no genuinely foolish individuals, only those who merely appear to be so. Rest assured, I am well aware of my circumstances, Meng Fan replied with a smile. This was also the reason he chose not to participate in this literary contest. After all, while one should not harbor malicious intent, one must also remain vigilant against others. Ultimately, his current cultivation level was still too modest, necessitating a constant state of alertness. Prudence can be considered a vital characteristic shared by many who traverse different realms. After all, an individual living in a time of peace, suddenly thrust into a perilous world of cultivation, would instinctively become cautious. Oh, someone has defeated senior brother Cheng Feiyu, Lu Yinping exclaimed suddenly. Meng Fan looked up, shifting his gaze toward Cheng Feiyu's area, as he had previously focused on Jiang Buiyue. Who is it? Meng Fan inquired of Lu Yinping. The person who triumphed over Cheng Feiyu was surprisingly an inner disciple of the Shushan Sword Sect, his attire unmistakably distinctive. It's junior brother Ying. Lu Yinping furrowed her brow, a look of disbelief on her face. Meng Fan was also somewhat taken aback, for Lu Yinping referred to him as a junior brother rather than a senior brother. This indicated that Ying had become an inner disciple later than Lu Yinping. What was most noteworthy was that Meng Fan clearly observed that Ying's cultivation was only at the first level of the true martial realm, which was considerably inferior to Lu Yinping. In contrast, Cheng Feiyu was a practitioner at the 9th level of the true martial realm. The disparity between an initiate of the true martial realm and one at its pinnacle spanned a staggering 8 minor realms. While the contest concerned swordsmanship rather than cultivation levels, Ying's victory over Cheng Feiyu undoubtedly marked him as an exceptionally gifted individual. His mastery of swordsmanship was truly formidable. What a genius! Regrettably, I failed to pay attention to his techniques earlier, Meng Fan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Chapter 66. Extraordinary Talent. Great Destruction Sword Technique. At that moment, Meng Fan's attention was captivated by Jiang Buiyue, who had just engaged in a swordsmanship contest. To be candid, he instinctively held a degree of disdain for Cheng Feiyu's duel, a sentiment not uncommon among individuals. However, it became apparent that amongst the disciples of both the outer and inner sects, there existed extraordinary talents. In truth, Meng Fan relied on the external aid of sword path enlightenment to achieve such prodigious feats. In contrast, Ying appeared to be a genuine genius, endowed with exceptional insight. Of course, like Meng Fan, Ying likely bore a significant flaw. His spiritual root was not of a high caliber, hindering his cultivation speed. While Meng Fan could enhance his training pace through the essence of the sword, Ying lacked such an advantage. Thus, he remained at the first level of the true martial realm. Nevertheless, his display of understanding in this contest would likely earn him the favor of the sect for future cultivation, promising a bright future ahead. Even if he were to ultimately lose to Jiang Buiyue, his victory over Cheng Feiyu would suffice to demonstrate his exceptional prowess, ensuring that the sect would not overlook this talent. Hence, this literary contest held considerable significance. At times, the advantages of comprehension could rival those of superior spiritual roots. Meng Fan mused. Only Lu Yinping heard Meng Fan's words, and she wholeheartedly agreed. She had witnessed firsthand how a disciple with inferior spiritual roots could rise step by step, catching up to and surpassing her in a remarkably short time. After enduring numerous setbacks from Meng Fan, Lu Yinping even came to believe that the impact of spiritual roots paled in comparison to insight. Of course, this was undoubtedly a biased perspective. Lu Yinping's limited experience, coupled with her own mid-grade spiritual root, did not afford her a true appreciation of the exhilaration brought by high-grade spiritual roots. The advantages of upper-tier and top-tier spiritual roots were simply beyond the reach of mid-tier roots. Meng Fan's focus returned to He Ying. In fact, not only Meng Fan but everyone present was now fixated on He Ying, for he was the first to triumph over Cheng Feiyu, distinguishing himself among the inner sect disciples. Most importantly, he was merely at the first level of the true martial realm. At this juncture, a lower cultivation level only served to underscore his genius. The elders of the Shu Mountain Sword sect regarded He Ying with expressions of satisfaction. After defeating Cheng Feiyu, He Ying approached Jiang Buiyue to issue a challenge. Jiang Buiyue regarded He Ying with a hint of surprise, fully aware that any who could best Cheng Feiyu possessed formidable swordsmanship. At the very least, their accomplishments in swordplay surpassed their cultivation levels. Thus, Jiang Buiyue did not underestimate He Ying due to his status as a first-level true martial disciple. Instead, he scrutinized He Ying with utmost seriousness. Inner sect disciple He Ying seeks guidance from senior brother, He Ying said, bowing respectfully before drawing his sword. Jiang Buiyue returned the gesture and unsheathed his own long sword. If one were to return to a few years past, when they were still at the first layer of the true martial realm, they might find themselves not much superior to He Ying. Regrettably, the passage of time has granted them several additional years of practice, rendering such a disparity rather unjust. Ultimately, while Jiang Puyu holds He Ying in high regard, he cannot shake the underlying belief that He Ying is not his equal. This sentiment is entirely human. One may value another, yet still harbor an indelible pride deep within. Suddenly, the long sword in He Ying's hand emitted a resonant chime. The blade sliced through the air like a flash of lightning, hurtling towards Jiang Puyu with astonishing swiftness. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Poyu's gaze, and he regarded the situation with an increased seriousness. "This He Ying Jr. is remarkably fast," exclaimed Lu Yinping, her astonishment evident. Meng Fan nodded in agreement, his expression also one of surprise at the speed exhibited by He Ying. Not only is He Ying's swordsmanship exceptional, but his physical prowess is also noteworthy. He must have cultivated a body-refining technique of considerable merit. Otherwise, relying solely on swordsmanship, he could not possibly unleash such rapid velocity. Typically, as one's cultivation level rises, their physical body undergoes a tempering and enhancement. However, such improvements are limited. In contrast, the practice of body-refining techniques yields different results. If mastered, a body at the first layer of the true martial realm could rival that of a first-layer celestial origin realm practitioner, or even surpass it. Of course, in theory, the difference between a first-layer true martial body and that of a first-layer celestial origin is not overly vast. After all, a cultivator's battle primarily relies on their true energy and cultivation level, with bodily strength merely serving as an embellishment. Only specialized body cultivators, who have attained an exceptionally high level, can genuinely depend on physical strength in combat. This explains why the Shu Mountain Sword sect selects only those with formidable sword skills for ventures into the demon realm, rather than those with exceptional physical strength. 4. Within the entire Shu Mountain Sword sect, no disciple has truly excelled in body refinement. Take Meng Fan, for instance. Although Elder Lin has bestowed upon him a technique known as Extreme Dominance True Body, its cultivation is exceedingly slow. The Extreme Dominance True Body comprises 9 layers, and Meng Fan remains at the first. Moreover, this technique is not particularly powerful as a body refinement method. The Shu Mountain Sword sect is a sect of sword cultivators, not body refiners, which inevitably limits their accomplishments in physical strength. Achieving even modest success in body refinement is a rare feat, exemplified by He Ying at this moment. It appears that He Ying is employing the Great Annihilation Sword technique, Lu Yinping remarked with surprise. Unlike Meng Fan, who has extensively studied the scriptures, her recognition of He Ying's sword technique stems solely from its renown. Indeed, it is the Great Annihilation Sword technique. Meng Fan confirmed with a nod. He had encountered this formidable technique on the first floor of the scripture repository. While powerful, it is not widely practiced due to a significant flaw inherent within it. This flaw, paradoxically, is also its strength, its overwhelming lethality. Such destructive potential is advantageous, yet it is also a peril, as the technique's violent nature can easily lead practitioners astray. If one does not possess an exceptionally resolute will, the initial attempt at cultivation may very well result in backlash. There exists a significant distinction between those with steadfast determination and those endowed with an unwavering spirit. Thus, many disciples have ventured into the practice of this sword technique, only to abandon it by the following day, having experienced the torment of backlash. The excruciating headache they endured proved too much for them to bear. Yet, it is evident that He Ying has persevered. A true talent has emerged among the inner sect disciples, not only displaying extraordinary comprehension, but also excelling in physical cultivation. With an indomitable will as the most critical asset, Meng Fan murmured to himself, foreseeing that in the future, the Shushan sword sect would undoubtedly reserve a place for He Ying. This is inevitable, for if Meng Fan can discern such a matter, then the discerning eyes within the sect will surely recognize it as well. Consequently, He Ying is bound to receive focused cultivation. While Lu Yinping wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, she still smiled and remarked, "Even so, I believe that this junior brother He Ying pales in comparison to you, junior brother Meng Fan." Meng Fan smiled, neither affirming nor denying her statement. This is indisputable, for after all, he is merely a figure of renown. On the Tongtian platform, He Ying and Zhang Puyu clashed, their swords flashing with ferocity, sword energy surging. Although neither employed their cultivation or true qi, waves of sword energy still erupted forth. Mastering a sword technique to its zenith, reaching the level of sword rhythm, enables one to wield sword energy through their technique. This feat is achievable even by Lu Yinping. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. By the 4th exchange, He Ying unleashed the grand annihilation sword intent, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. A mere first-level disciple of the true martial realm had actually cultivated sword intent. Such a talent is indeed prodigious. Similar exclamations of awe echoed throughout the crowd. Upon hearing these praises, Lu Yinping's expression shifted to one of pride. Back when she was at the 2nd level of the true martial realm, she had already cultivated the Azure Sea Tide sword intent under Meng Fan's guidance. Though slightly inferior to He Ying, by this measure, she could still be considered exceptionally gifted. As He Ying displayed his sword intent, Zhang Puyu too unleashed his own. As a cultivator of the Dan condensation realm, and a peerless genius, how could he not have mastered sword intent? After 5 exchanges, He Ying's long sword slipped from his grasp, resulting in his defeat. This marked the first instance of anyone enduring 5 exchanges against Zhang Puyu. Previously, not even a disciple of the celestial origin realm had managed to last that long. This junior brother He Ying is quite impressive. He has set a new record, Lu Yinping exclaimed in astonishment. Similar discussions unfolded, with everyone expressing their amazement. Meng Fan addressed Lu Yinping, saying, "Although He Ying is indeed remarkable, Zhang Puyu showed him leniency. He likely wished to gauge He Ying's capabilities, and thus did not exert his full strength. In truth, if Zhang Puyu had gone all out, He Ying might not have withstood even a single strike." Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yinping appeared bewildered, casting a surprised glance at Zhang Puyu on the Tongtian platform. Is this fellow a formidable demon? Truly terrifying. She harbored no doubts regarding Meng Fan's assertion, for she was well aware of his prowess in sword techniques. According to your assertion, it seems that none of the disciples of the Shushan sword sect can rival him. I wonder if the elders will be unable to restrain themselves from intervening. Lu Yinping felt a subtle anticipation. They will undoubtedly intervene, Meng Fan replied. This Zhang Puyu is indeed formidable, surpassing the level of a disciple and firmly entering the ranks of the elders. Therefore, it is certain that an elder from the Shushan sword sect will take delight in the hunt and strike at Zhang Puyu. Turning to Meng Fan, Lu Yinping expressed her skepticism. Is it true that you can match such a powerful figure as Zhang Puyu? Meng Fan smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying her query. Previously, he had claimed a 50-50 chance against Zhang Puyu, but having fought him would reveal that this was mere modesty. Were it not for Meng Fan's enlightenment at the sword god steel, even with exceptional talent, he might not stand a chance against Zhang Puyu. However, with his comprehension of the primordial sword path, Meng Fan had long transcended the ordinary realm. Moreover, over the past few days, he had been diligently observing Zhang Puyu's sword techniques. Although Zhang had not exerted his full strength, Meng Fan had thoroughly analyzed his swordplay. At this juncture, if Meng Fan were to take the stage, he could easily overwhelm Zhang Puyu. Yet, deep down, Meng Fan harbored reservations and was reluctant to step forward. In truth, if He Ying were to triumph over Zhang Puyu, it would not bode well either. With both the Kunlun sword sect and the Wujia sword sect watching intently, the situation would inevitably attract unwanted attention, and the news would surely leak. In such circumstances, adversaries of the Shushan sword sect would undoubtedly seek to eliminate He Ying, employing every means to achieve their ends. A direct attack is easily evaded, yet a hidden threat is far more insidious. Even if He Ying remained concealed within the Shushan sword sect, who could ascertain whether there were infiltrators from other sects lurking within? Fortunately, this individual lost. Although he displayed remarkable prowess, it did not reach the level of a prodigy, thus averting undue attention. Had Meng Fan stepped up and defeated Zhang Puyu, the situation would have been entirely different, likely landing him on some notorious list. Was it worth inciting such severe consequences for the sake of fleeting glory? Certainly not. Of course, These could merely be Meng Fan's conjectures, and such events might not truly unfold. Nonetheless, it is wise to exercise caution, for the likelihood of such scenarios is not negligible. Quietly amassing wealth is the path best suited for Meng Fan. He need not showcase his exceptional talents nor require significant resources from the sect for his cultivation. With the support of Elder Lin in the Sword Pavilion, he is already well placed for ascendance. Moreover, he possesses the sword god steel. By the way, Senior Sister Lu, have you truly considered taking the stage to test your sword techniques? Meng Fan inquired of Lu Yinping. I would have no chance of victory. Why would I bother? Lu Yinping displayed remarkable self-awareness. After some contemplation, Meng Fan resolved to share the information he had gleaned from Elder Lin with Lu Yinping. His circle of friends within the Shushan sword sect was limited, and Lu Yinping counted among them. Therefore, he was more than willing to share such intelligence with her. The demon domain? Accessible only to those below the essence formation realm? Your cultivation will be sealed upon entry? Such an intriguing place. Lu Yinping's interest was piqued. Meng Fan chuckled wryly, stating that the crux of the matter was not that, but rather that by showcasing her swordsmanship, Lu Yinping would garner the attention of the sect, leading to enhanced training and greater resources in the future. As for the demon domain, whether to venture there was entirely up to Lu Yinping, as it was undoubtedly a perilous place. Nevertheless, the three great sword sects had previously dispatched individuals to explore that treacherous realm, and the decision to proceed suggested that the dangers were likely manageable. This news was unknown even to my grandfather. I never anticipated that one day you would be more informed than I. Lu Yinping had always played the role of an all-knowing guide before Meng Fan, frequently introducing him to various matters. Little did he expect that the roles would reverse today. Just yesterday, I informed you that Jiang Buiyue from the Kunlun sword sect might achieve final victory, Meng Fan remarked, a hint of defiance in his tone. That was revealed to you by senior brother Jin from the scripture pavilion. Lu Yinping retorted with a dismissive pout. Meng Fan rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging in futile banter. He then observed Lu Yinping making her way towards the celestial platform. Wait. Meng Fan suddenly grasped Lu Yinping's arm. What is the hurry? Wasn't it you who suggested I ascend the stage to test my swordsmanship? Lu Yinping replied. No rush. Let me refine your skills first. Meng Fan began to instruct Lu Yinping, pointing out the flaws and weaknesses in the Cheng Feiyu's sword technique. Moments later, Lu Yinping, brimming with confidence, ascended the celestial platform to face Cheng Feiyu. As an inner sect disciple, her challenge to Cheng Feiyu was not unexpected, for core disciples could directly confront Jiang Buiyue, while challengers like Lu Yinping were predominantly inner sect members, with a few outer sect disciples participating as well. Unsurprisingly, the outer sect disciples were swiftly defeated in a single stroke, devoid of any miracles. Lu Yinping's appearance on stage failed to attract much attention, as she was merely at the second level of the true martial realm, unlikely to pose a challenge to Cheng Feiyu. Talents like Ying were rare gems, and it was improbable for two to emerge simultaneously. Upon her arrival, Cheng Feiyu regarded Lu Yinping with a calm gaze, betraying no emotion. To him, she seemed just another contender destined to be felled by his sword. However, when Lu Yinping unsheathed her sword and lunged towards him, his expression shifted. Sword Qi. The sword Qi of the rising tide of the Azure Sea. It was exceedingly rare for a cultivator at the second level of the true martial realm to refine a sword technique to such an extent that it manifested sword intent and unleashed sword Qi. Many cultivators at the 5th and 6th levels of the true martial realm could not achieve this feat. Thus, this singular aspect captured Cheng Feiyu's attention. Cheng Feiyu retaliated with a sword strike of his own, unleashing a similar wave of sword Qi. Neither combatant utilized their cultivation or true energy, and as their sword Qi surged forth, it instantly drew the gaze of many onlookers. Numerous spectators, familiar with Lu Yinping, were taken aback. This girl, known as the inner sect's first little heiress, had a reputation that preceded her. Yet, no one had anticipated her swordsmanship to be so formidable. Fortunately, with He Ying's precedent, the astonishment was somewhat tempered. Many events leave an indelible mark on one's memory only when they occur for the first time. Subsequent occurrences tend to elicit a sense of familiarity. This principle is aptly illustrated by the saying, there is no second in martial arts. The display of sword energy was merely the prelude. When Lu Yinping unleashed her second sword strike, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. This astonishment rivaled that experienced by He Ying, for Lu Yinping's second strike unveiled a manifestation of sword intent. Achieving sword intent at the second level of the true martial realm is no small feat. The last time such an event transpired was, if memory serves, merely a whiff of incense ago, and it was by someone at the first level of the true martial realm. Nevertheless, the crowd was captivated. At that moment, the duel involving Jiang Buiyue garnered little attention. All eyes were fixated on Lu Yinping. No one could divide their focus. They were wholly engrossed in the swordplay before them. With a timely boost to her skills, Lu Yinping discerned the flaws in Cheng Feiyu's technique and triumphed over him in just 5 moves, earning her the distinction of being the second inner sect disciple qualified to challenge Jiang Buiyue, following Hiying. This outcome took many by surprise. The elders of the Shu Shan sword sect gazed at Lu Yinping in disbelief, particularly one elder who had a favorable relationship with Lu Qingyuan of the Alchemy Hall, who nodded in satisfaction. It was unexpected that old Lu, whose swordsmanship was lacking and who was absorbed in alchemy, would cultivate such an exceptional granddaughter in the art of the sword. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. After her victory over Cheng Feiyu, Lu Yinping approached Jiang Buiyue and performed a respectful bow. Though she frequently referred to him as her future husband, her demeanor was one of familiarity. Yet, standing before him, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. This tension did not stem from an infatuation, but rather from the pressure of his formidable prowess. Merely standing opposite Jiang Buiyue, she sensed an invisible weight bearing down on her. Do not hesitate, strike. Jiang Buiyue instructed Lu Yinping. Taking a deep breath, she unsheathed her sword and launched a fierce attack toward him. Given that he permitted her to strike first, she would not hold back, fully aware of her disadvantage. To feign courtesy by allowing him to initiate would be sheer folly. Understanding that she stood no chance against Jiang Buiyue, she unleashed her most potent strike, the sword intent of the Azure CS Tide. However, in the next instant, her sword flew from her grasp, and she was utterly defeated. Jiang Buiyue executed his movements with fluid grace, drawing and sheathing his sword in one seamless motion, remaining rooted in place with an indifferent gaze fixed upon Lu Yinping. Resigned, Lu Yinping retrieved her sword and descended from the celestial platform. She felt neither disappointment nor frustration, for she had never anticipated victory. The possibility of defeat in a single move had crossed her mind. It was a normal outcome. Returning to Meng Fan's side, her demeanor remained remarkably composed, unscathed by the experience. Meng Fan chuckled. Your future husband certainly strikes with ferocity. Lu Yinping rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore Meng Fan's teasing. This fellow had shown restraint even against Hiying, yet displayed no mercy toward her, a mere girl. TSK. What a true man, Meng Fan remarked, clicking his tongue. Who says women are inferior to men? Why should he show mercy? Lu Yinping shot a fierce glance at Meng Fan. I offer you a piece of advice. Meng Fan suddenly interjected, bewilderingly. What advice? Lu Yinping looked at him in astonishment. Do not allow Jiang Buiyue to become your future husband, for you shall suffer greatly thereafter. I was merely jesting, just speaking casually. Besides, how could he ever regard me? She retorted, puzzled by his sudden remark. Meng Fan leaned closer to Lu Yinping and whispered, when Jiang Buiyue struck at you just now, I detected a flicker of excitement in his gaze. And then, Lu Yinping regarded him curiously, failing to grasp the meaning behind his words. When I observed him engaging with other female disciples, I noted a similar spark of peculiar excitement in his eyes. What are you trying to convey? Do you not understand? This man derives a certain thrill from striking women, indicating a penchant for domestic violence. Any woman who marries him is bound to face abuse, unless she possesses greater strength to counter him. Is that true? Lu Yinping gazed at Meng Fan with skepticism, feeling as though he were envious and slandering others. Believe it or not, it matters not to me, Meng Fan shrugged indifferently. In his past life, he had been a lawyer, encountering numerous domestic violence cases. Many men who favored such brutality shared a gaze akin to that of Jiang Buiyue. Meng Fan regarded Lu Yinping as a friend, hence his candid warning. Well, regardless of your claims, they bear no relevance to me. I was merely jesting before and would never have any genuine involvement with him, Lu Yinping responded nonchalantly. Nevertheless, his words did cause her to temper her remarks about a future husband, for she was acutely aware that she could never best Jiang Buiyue in combat. She had no inclination for masochism. Within the Shu Shan sword sect, no inner disciples remained to take the stage. From the beginning, only Lu Yinping and Hiying, 2 inner disciples, had bested Cheng Feiyu. As for the core disciples, none stood a chance against Jiang Buiyue. Be it yesterday's raw prowess or today's sheer swordplay, Jiang Buiyue had no rivals. Chapter 68. I, too, am a condensing Dan. Kill with heartlessness. Neither the members of the Fuxi Sword sect nor those of the Kunlun sword sect took to the stage. Following this bout, Jiang Buiyue would proceed to the Fuxi Sword sect and Kunlun sword sect to continue the literary contest. Today's competition had been exclusively prepared for the Shu Shan sword sect. The disciples of Shu Shan, both inner and core, had been thoroughly defeated. It was likely time for the stewards to take the stage. Lu Yinping quietly remarked to Meng Fan. Meng Fan nodded, but added, the stewards will not easily take the stage either. After all, if they were to lose, it would be quite embarrassing. Only if they hold absolute confidence in victory would they dare. Surely not, no matter how formidable Jiang Buiyue is. He is merely a core disciple of the Kunlun Sword sect. Our stewards should not be so easily devalued. Do you forget? This competition is solely about swordplay and has no relation to cultivation levels. Many stewards possess high realms, but do not necessarily excel in swordsmanship. That is indeed a valid point. In this discourse of the Shu Mountain, regardless of who emerges victorious, it is a matter of course and does not bring shame. However, should the steward engage and subsequently be defeated, the Shu Mountain Sword sect would indeed suffer a grave loss of dignity. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the stewards to hesitate before stepping onto the stage, as they cannot afford to falter. For some time now, no disciples of the Shu Mountain Sword sect have graced the platform. Jiang Buiyue surveyed his surroundings and boldly proclaimed, "It seems no disciples are prepared to take the stage. I, Jiang Buiyue, lack the talent, yet I wonder which esteemed steward of the Shu Mountain Sword sect might be willing to offer me some guidance." Upon hearing Jiang Buiyue's words, the members of the Shu Mountain Sword sect exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. While it may have been normal for no one to ascend the stage, Jiang Buiyue's unsolicited challenge felt akin to provocation. Should no steward respond, the Shu Mountain Sword sect would indeed suffer further humiliation today. Jiang Buiyue's audacity was irksome to many who cast displeased glances in his direction. Yet, Jiang Buiyue remained impassive, unperturbed by their discontent. Youth is often accompanied by a certain bravado, and he possessed the audacity to back it up. Furthermore, he was not a member of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Offending them bore little consequence, especially as he was soon to depart with the Kunlun Sword sect. Engaging in a friendly duel with a steward of the Shu Mountain Sword sect had been his intention all along. A moment later, a figure adorned in the attire of a Shu Mountain Sword sect steward ascended the platform. Meng Fan, unfamiliar with this individual, was equally ignorant of his cultivation level. However, at this juncture, the specifics of one's realm held little significance. The focus lay primarily on the strength of the swordsmanship displayed. Who is this person? Meng Fan inquired of Lu Yinping. With a smug smile, Lu Yinping thought to herself, "You flaunted a trivial piece of information before me earlier, and now you find yourself seeking my counsel. Address me as senior sister." "Ah, Lu senior sister, who is this individual?" "He is a steward from our Shu Mountain's law enforcement hall. I only know that everyone refers to him as Steward Yang. His full name is beyond my knowledge." Meng Fan nodded, refraining from further inquiries, though curiosity about the steward's swordsmanship lingered. The first steward to ascend the platform surely possessed formidable skill, perhaps even standing as the strongest among the stewards, selected for this very reason. After all, the Shu Mountain Sword sect could not afford to lose. A defeat would bring them great disgrace, potentially leaving them unable to hold their heads high before the Wuji Sword sect and Kunlun Sword sect. Thus, Steward Yang must be exceedingly formidable. Kunlun Sword sect's Jiang Buiyue, I request your guidance, senior brother. Jiang Buiyue bowed respectfully to Steward Yang, though his demeanor appeared courteous. The fervor in his gaze was unmistakable. Should he best the steward of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, he would undoubtedly secure his name in history, becoming the man who brought humiliation to the illustrious Shu Mountain Sword sect. Shu Mountain Sword sect, Yang Yifang. The steward, named Yang Yifang, returned the gesture of respect to Jiang Buiyue. "Please, senior brother," Jiang Buiyue urged Yang Yifang. Yang Yifang remained expressionless, standing still, clearly indicating that he had no intention of making the first move. Jiang Buiyue, though somewhat inflated by the recent contests, was not so arrogant as to dismiss the steward of the Shushan Sword sect. Thus, he unsheathed his sword with intent. The long blade emerged, casting forth a brilliant beam of light, akin to sunlight piercing through a dust-laden room, dazzling to behold. Alongside the unsheathing of his sword was the manifestation of sword momentum, not merely sword intent, but true sword momentum. In the face of the Shushan Sword sect steward, Jiang Buiyue dared not exhibit arrogance. He unleashed his full force, embodying the essence of his mastery. This display was such that even many senior disciples at the Dan condensation stage would struggle to match his prowess. To develop sword momentum shortly after entering the Dan condensation realm marks Jiang Buiyue as an exceptionally rare talent among sword cultivators, one destined to become a significant figure within the Kunlun Sword sect. Yet, before this remarkable Jiang Buiyue, Yang Yifang stood resolutely, his posture unwavering, reminiscent of a steadfast pine. As Jiang Buiyue lunged forward with his sword, Yang Yifang's gaze remained cold and indifferent. He slowly extended two fingers, positioning them like a sword, and pointed distantly at Jiang Buiyue. In an instant, Jiang Buiyue's advance halted, his body trembling uncontrollably. Not only did he cease his forward movement, but he also began to retreat. In the next moment, his hand trembled. The long sword slipped from his grasp, and he was sent sprawling backward onto the ground. Total defeat. Utter humiliation. The spectators surrounding the celestial platform erupted in astonishment. Did Steward Yang truly wield his cultivation? How could he exhibit such terrifying strength? Jiang Poyu, who had already astonished everyone with his sword momentum, something he had never previously displayed, was now vanquished by a mere finger. This was utterly preposterous, beyond belief. If Yang Yifang had not tapped into his cultivation and true energy, how could such a scene have unfolded? Yet, if he indeed triumphed through his cultivation, it would bring disgrace to the Shushan sword sect. Meng Fan, can you comprehend this? What is happening? I can't help but feel that Steward Yang must have utilized his cultivation, Lu Yinping inquired of Meng Fan, her disbelief palpable. The spectacle before her was beyond her understanding, compelling her to seek Meng Fan's insight. Steward Yang, of course, did not resort to his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for the Shushan sword sect. Meng Fan replied with conviction. But if he did not employ his cultivation, how could he merely use 2 fingers to send Jiang Poyu flying? Lu Yinping asked, utterly bewildered. This was no simple defeat. A mere point of a finger had halted Jiang Poyu's momentum, causing him to drop his sword and be propelled backward. Without the enhancement of true energy, this scenario seemed illogical. Because of the sword soul, Meng Fan uttered those 4 words. Sword soul? Lu Yinping suddenly grasped the concept. For sword cultivators, achieving sword intent is already an arduous task, and advancing to sword momentum is even more formidable. As for the sword soul, it is a realm that ordinary individuals can scarcely fathom, attainable only by the most extraordinary prodigies of the sword path. This is truly a rare gem. Indeed, one in a million. Lu Yinping gazed with envy. The concept of sword soul felt too distant for her to even fathom. In truth, she had never even imagined the notion of sword intent. It was likely that she would never have the hope of achieving it in her lifetime. By the way, Meng Fan, have you attained sword intent? Lu Yinping suddenly inquired. No, Meng Fan shook his head. Then how can you claim you can defeat Jiang Poyu? He has mastered sword intent while you have not. What do you intend to use to contend with him? Lu Yinping seized the opportunity to mock Meng Fan. Such opportunities to ridicule him were exceedingly rare, and she was determined to make the most of it. Meng Fan merely smiled, offering no explanation. Although he had not cultivated sword intent, it did not imply he was incapable of defeating Jiang Poyu, who had. The most crucial point was that Meng Fan had refrained from pursuing sword intent, consciously suppressing himself. In truth, he could effortlessly master sword intent with techniques such as the Tide of the Azure Sea or the mountain-splitting sword technique, and even the thunderclap sword technique. With his accumulated understanding of the sword, these were trivial matters. However, the first sword intent he aspired to master was sword comes. This foundational move of the myriad swords returning to their origin was a creation of Meng Fan himself, amalgamating the strengths of various schools and absorbing the essence of countless sword techniques. In Meng Fan's eyes, only the sword intent of sword comes truly merited the term sword intent. Yet, his current foundation was insufficient, for the depth required for the myriad swords to converge was exceedingly profound. Nevertheless, when the time came for Meng Fan to comprehend the sword god steel again, he would undoubtedly grasp the sword intent of sword comes. Once he achieved the sword intent of sword comes, the sword intents of the Azure Sea, mountain splitting, and thunderclap would naturally follow, easily within his reach. On the celestial platform, Jiang Poyu rose, his face etched with seriousness as he regarded Yang Yifang. Others might suspect Yang Yifang had employed his cultivation, but he understood that Yang Yifang had not. It was the pure power of the sword. Meng Fan could discern the sword soul, and he too had perceived it. Thus, he felt his loss was not in vain. For he had long aspired to attain the sword soul, but had yet to find the path. The foundation required to achieve the sword soul was still far beyond his current grasp. However, he believed that with his innate talent, he would eventually attain the sword soul. At the very least, he should be able to cultivate it upon reaching the realm of divination. Jiang Poyu looked at Yang Yifang and proclaimed, "You are indeed formidable. No wonder you are a steward of the Shushan sword sect. I believe you must be among the best of the stewards. When I reach the realm of divination, I shall return to seek your guidance." Yang Yifang calmly met Jiang Poyu's gaze and replied with an air of indifference, "I am also at the Dan condensation stage." Jiang Poyu's intention to return for guidance after achieving the realm of divination stemmed from his inner dissatisfaction. He assumed Yang Yifang was at that level, thus making it only natural for him to be stronger. Once he too reached the realm of divination, he was confident he could triumph over Yang Yifang. Yang Yifang, evidently aware of Jiang Poyu's discontent, plainly stated his own status as being at the Dan condensation stage. This was a strike to the heart. Chapter 69. The scoundrel Jiang Poyu. Jiang Poyu's countenance darkened immediately, For one so exceedingly proud, this was nothing short of humiliation. He could not fathom that Yang Yifang had attained the Dan formation realm, nor could he accept the notion that someone of that realm could surpass him. Yet, he was acutely aware that in such a public setting, Yang Yifang could not be deceiving him. Such a falsehood would be exposed instantaneously. If the other dared to speak, then it must indeed be the truth. A cultivator of the Dan formation realm had actually achieved the sword soul, while he had foolishly dared to provoke him. Jiang Poyu clenched his fists tightly. After a moment, he lifted his head and declared with unwavering determination, if one of the Dan formation realm can achieve the sword soul, then I too shall succeed. Yang Yifang remained expressionless, offering no response, and silently descended the celestial platform. Jiang Poyu's fists remained clenched, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yet he exhibited no sign of discomfort as he vacantly returned to the crowd of the Kunlun sword sect. This literary duel had reached its conclusion. Originally scheduled to last 3 days, it had ended in merely 1. Beneath the celestial platform, Meng Fan shrugged, twisted his neck, and stretched his joints. Let us go. It's over, he said to Lu Yinping. Lu Yinping was still in a state of shock, struggling to regain her composure. With a hint of helplessness, she remarked, "We are all human. Why are there so many geniuses?" Meng Fan nodded in agreement. This elder Yang is indeed a formidable talent. Previously, he had thought that He Ying was an exceptional genius of the Shushan sword sect. However, it seemed he had been woefully ignorant. The Shushan sword sect truly lived up to its reputation as a preeminent sect, with remarkably deep foundations. He was confident that without utilizing his cultivation, he could best Jiang Poyu in swordplay, yet he knew he could not surpass Yang Yifang. There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. Suddenly, Lu Yinping exclaimed, "This elder Yang is quite young and remarkably handsome." Meng Fan rolled his eyes, and then, Lu Yinping replied, "Then I believe he is destined to be my future husband." Her declaration left Meng Fan utterly speechless, prompting him to disregard Lu Yinping entirely. One could easily imagine that had this girl been born on Earth, she would undoubtedly be the fervent fan of some celebrity, utterly devoid of reason. No, not just one celebrity, but many. Her penchant for switching allegiances was astonishingly rapid, akin to a typical fan who shifts their admiration with each new drama. Shaking his head, Meng Fan cast aside these disjointed thoughts and prepared to return to the sword pavilion. To be fair, the past 2 days of observing swordplay had yielded significant progress for him. The accumulation in his swordsmanship was astounding, comparable to a month spent in the scripture pavilion. This exemplifies the difference between written records and real-life practice. A tome may contain hundreds of thousands of words, yet when adapted into a live-action series, it rarely exceeds 40 episodes. The efficiency is indeed remarkable. On his way back to the sword pavilion, Meng Fan passed through a peach orchard. The vastness of Shushan was accentuated by this lovely grove, which was not an exaggeration. Many young male and female disciples cherished this spot for its elegance and romance. Drawn to its beauty, Meng Fan often passed through this peach orchard, as the path from the sword pavilion to the sutra pavilion traversed this very grove. However, he had never lingered here, for his life moved at a brisk pace. Yet today, he found himself pausing amidst the blossoms, captivated by the sight of a figure, Jiang Piyu. Given Jiang Piyu's current prominence, it was only natural for passers-by to cast admiring glances his way. And Meng Fan was no exception. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Jiang Piyu had come to this orchard. Even more intriguing was the presence of a young woman before him, clad in the attire of an inner disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect. This ignited the flames of gossip within him, as all are prone to curiosity, particularly in the face of a public figure like Jiang Piyu. "Jiang Lang, you once promised to take me away from the Shu Mountain Sword sect to join the Kunlun Sword sect. Why have you changed your mind and chosen to abandon me?" The young disciple's countenance was pale, her eyes brimming with tears, exuding a heart-wrenching vulnerability. Yet Jiang Piyu's expression remained icy as he replied, "I am a disciple of the Kunlun Sword sect, and you belong to the Shu Mountain Sword sect. We are simply not of the same path. How can you be so naive? But last night, you did not say such things," she protested, only to be interrupted by Jiang Piyu's cold retort. "Are we not adults? Do you truly believe the pleasantries exchanged were sincere?" The young woman, devoid of color, seemed to lose all vitality, gazing at Jiang Piyu in disbelief. "You deceived me last night. How could you betray me? I entrusted you with my body and my purity. And now you deny everything?" Jiang Piyu frowned, exasperated. "What we shared was mutual. To label it as deception is rather excessive." "Excessive? You dare call me excessive?" She trembled, her fury rendering her speechless. Jiang Piyu, indifferent, chose not to engage further. The young woman, her finger trembling as it pointed at him, cried out in anguish, "Are you trying to drive me to despair? We had known each other for but a day, and you willingly came to my chamber. Now, you feign innocence and pretend to be pure for whom? Jiang Peiyu's response was merciless, his tone starkly cruel. At that moment, he resolved to sever ties swiftly. He had merely sought amusement at the Shu Mountain Sword sect, engaging with a disciple for fleeting pleasure. To end the affair decisively would, in his mind, be a kindness, sparing her from lingering attachments. Jiang Peiyu believed his choice stemmed from benevolence. The young woman, subjected to such humiliation, could find no words in her fury. Despair enveloped her, especially as she noticed the gazes of her fellow disciples from the Shu Mountain Sword sect, all watching her plight, reveling in her embarrassment. This degradation was enough to make her heart stop, her soul tremble. You liar! If you utter another word, I will refuse to endure this humiliation any longer. With a face ashen, devoid of hope, she suddenly pulled the hairpin from her head and lunged it toward her heart. The countenance of many who had observed her shifted dramatically. Meng Fan's heart trembled, his instinct urging him to rush forward and intervene. Yet, he realized the futility of his desire, for the distance between them was insurmountable, rendering any attempt at prevention utterly impossible. However, in an instant, clarity washed over him. Jiang Peiyu stood before the female disciple, and with his capabilities, he could have effortlessly averted her tragic fate. Yet, in the very next moment, the disciple's hairpin pierced her heart, blood gushing forth. She collapsed to the ground, a heart-wrenching blood blossom blooming upon her chest, reminiscent of a crimson spider lily. Meng Fan's brow furrowed, his icy gaze fixated on Jiang Peiyu, a frigid disdain emanating from him. Jiang Peiyu possessed the unequivocal ability to thwart the disciple's suicide. Yet he chose to remain a mere spectator, deliberately refraining from intervening. Previously, Meng Fan had sensed that Jiang Peiyu was no virtuous character. His evident thrill during the duel with women suggested a propensity for domestic violence. The reality of his malevolence surpassed Meng Fan's worst suspicions. Regrettably, this situation would ultimately be swept under the rug by Jiang Peiyu. In this world, as well as on Earth, he would face little in the way of repercussions. After all, failing to assist someone in peril does not constitute a crime. The female disciple's suicide could not be directly attributed to Jiang Peiyu's actions. Emotionally speaking, one could argue that he was indeed guilty. His manipulation and deceit had led to her demise. Yet, such deception could not be classified as fraud. Emotional betrayal could only be condemned on moral grounds. Meng Fan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Peiyu, his heart simmering with indignation. Meanwhile, Jiang Peiyu coldly regarded the lifeless body of the disciple, his expression devoid of any remorse, utterly indifferent to the loss he had caused. He appeared to believe that the disciple's death was deserved. This was no longer a matter of compassion or lack thereof. Meng Fan closed his eyes, and after a prolonged moment, he sighed and opened them once more. Jiang Peiyu had vanished, his whereabouts unknown. The disciple's body lay still on the ground. Moments later, an enforcer from the law enforcement hall arrived in the peach grove to retrieve her remains. Meng Fan recognized Yang Yifang, the individual who had recently triumphed over Jiang Peiyu on the Tontian platform. He was one of the enforcers. As he looked at Yang Yifang, a wave of helplessness surged within Meng Fan. He felt his own weakness acutely. Had he possessed Yang Yifang's strength, he might have been able to save the disciple. Even from such a distance. Even if he could not have saved her, in his fury, he could have slain Jiang Peiyu to alleviate his frustration and maintain his composure. Alas, he was too weak. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Peiyu departed, lacking both the ability and the courage to intervene. Oh, he had kept his eyes closed just moments before. How pitiful, how powerless. Meng Fan's fists clenched tightly. To be honest, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of dissatisfaction and anger. Despite his understanding that this matter did not directly involve him, he could not shake the suffocating feeling of frustration. The reason is quite simple. He yearns to eliminate Jiang Peiyu, yet lacks the capability to do so. Throughout his journey, Meng Fan has been prideful, relying on his unparalleled talent in the sword path. To be frank, he has been rather arrogant, often looking down upon others. He firmly believes that given time, he will inevitably ascend to greatness, becoming an invincible force. However, in this moment, Meng Fan is starkly aware of his own inadequacy. His long-held pride was merely a figment of imagined strength, for in reality, he remains quite feeble. The power he possesses at this moment, the cultivation he currently holds, is the true measure of his strength. The strength he envisions and the future he anticipates are nothing but a jest. Not to mention, had Jiang Peiyu chosen to strike, he might already be a lifeless corpse. Chapter 70. Enlightenment at the Sword God Monument. A day and a night, though Jiang Peiyu had no reason to attack him, rendering his assumptions futile. What if he had, in a moment of impulsive folly, provoked Jiang Peiyu? A torrent of thoughts flooded Meng Fan's mind, complex and overwhelming. All of this stems from the stark contrast between Jiang Buiyue's formidable power and his own frailty. After a lengthy pause, Meng Fan composed himself and departed from the peach grove, returning to the sword pavilion. At this moment, his mindset had transformed. Since his arrival in the Shu Mountain Sword sect, it was the first time he felt an urgent desire to grow stronger, or rather, he was acutely aware of the helplessness that accompanies weakness. Previously, Meng Fan had always sailed smoothly, inflated with arrogance while looking down upon others, oblivious to the fact that he himself stood on shaky ground. The following day, at the hour of Chun, Meng Fan ascended to the second floor of the sword pavilion. "Master, I wish to seek enlightenment at the Sword God Monument," he stated directly to Elder Lin. Some time ago, Elder Lin had granted Meng Fan the opportunity to spend a day and a night contemplating the Sword God Monument, an opportunity he had yet to seize. "You previously mentioned you would complete the scriptures on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion before seeking enlightenment at the Sword God Monument. Have you now finished those scriptures?" Elder Lin inquired with a hint of exasperation. Meng Fan hesitated for a moment before replying honestly, "I still have some left. I haven't completed them all." Elder Lin furrowed his brow and asked, "How many more days do you need to finish?" "About 5 days, and I should be able to complete them," Meng Fan responded. "Why the sudden change of heart? Can't you wait those 5 days to seek enlightenment?" Upon hearing Elder Lin's question, Meng Fan fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, he recounted his experiences in the peach grove to Elder Lin. After listening, Elder Lin too fell into silence. Then he addressed Meng Fan. "You believe you are not strong enough, hence your urgency to become stronger? If you were indeed strong, you could have saved that female disciple yesterday, or at least taught Jiang Buiyue a lesson to relieve your frustration." Meng Fan nodded. Though his desire extended beyond merely reprimanding Jiang Buiyue, he wished to vanquish him entirely. Yet, at this juncture, it seemed unnecessary to emphasize that point, as it would only serve to make him appear foolish. In truth, your aspirations are not misplaced. If you possessed sufficient strength, you could have indeed rescued that female disciple, taught Jiang Buiyue a lesson, or even eliminated him. However, your current actions are decidedly misguided. Your heart is in turmoil. The desire to grow stronger is commendable, and you can strive for it with diligence and perseverance. Yet, you must not allow this ambition to disrupt your plans, for such a path will only lead to decline. Not only will you fail to become stronger, but you may also weaken further. Old Master Lin began to counsel Meng Fan, understanding his thoughts, for he too had once been young and impetuous. Nevertheless, understanding does not equate to support. As a teacher, the role encompasses imparting wisdom and resolving doubts, which extends far beyond mere instruction and cultivation. When a disciple errs, it is only natural to point out their mistakes. The lesson imparted by the master is that the disciple must recognize their faults. With his head bowed, Meng Fan acknowledged, "Indeed, my heart is unsettled, and I have become somewhat impatient. This is not a virtue." Although the difference between experiencing the sword god steel now and after comprehensively studying the first level of the Sutra Pavilion in 5 days is negligible, such a mindset is decidedly unworthy. Continue your study at the Sutra Pavilion, and after you have completed the first level in 5 days, I shall take you to the Sword God Hall to comprehend the Sword God Steel, Old Master Lin instructed Meng Fan. "Yes, Master," Meng Fan replied earnestly. He turned to head towards the Sutra Pavilion, but after taking a couple of steps, he turned back to Old Master Lin and inquired, "Master, regarding the mission to the demon domain that you mentioned earlier, when does it commence?" Old Master Lin replied, "Not for at least a month. There is no rush. The Kunlun Sword Sect and the Wujia Sword Sect must also engage in this scholarly competition, which will require some time. In the demon domain, your cultivation will be sealed, so there is no need to hastily seek to enhance your strength. It is far more crucial to refine your swordsmanship." Old Master Lin reiterated his advice. "The disciple understands," Meng Fan responded. He departed from the Sword Pavilion and returned to the Sutra Pavilion to continue his study of the sword scriptures. Old Master Lin's counsel had profoundly helped him recognize his own issues. While Meng Fan was engrossed in his studies, members of the Wujia Sword Sect and Kunlun Sword Sect departed from the Shu Mountain Sword Sect today. As Meng Fan had surmised, the death of that inter-sect female disciple did not affect Jiang Buiyue. He left the Shu Mountain Sword Sect with impunity. The members of the Kunlun Sword Sect stated that they would impose severe penalties on Jiang Buiyue upon their return, but it was evident that these were merely empty words. The young woman had died in vain. Some even whispered in hushed tones, suggesting that the disciple had overreached, aspiring to soar to greatness, and thus met her tragic fate. The most lamentable aspect was that among those gossiping were not only members of the Wujia Sword Sect and Kunlun Sword Sect, but also individuals from the Shu Mountain Sword Sect. There were those who feigned sympathy, claiming that the disciples' emotional resilience was too frail and that sacrificing oneself for another was unwarranted, thereby tarnishing the reputation of their sect. In every corner, there is no shortage of those who indulge in idle gossip. Meng Fan quietly continued his studies in the Sutra Pavilion. The deceased had passed on, and he could not allow her demise to disrupt his own life, especially as they were not well acquainted. 5 days later, he finally completed the study of all the scriptures within the first level of the Sutra Pavilion. He sought out old Master Lin to convey this news. Then, Master Lin personally brought Meng Fan to the Sword God Temple. The old man conversed with the gray-clad elder of the temple for a while before handing him a cloth pouch. The gray-clad elder accepted the pouch with an inscrutable expression and nodded at Master Lin. Upon returning to Meng Fan's side, Master Lin said, "All right. You may now immerse yourself in the comprehension of the Sword God Steel for a day and a night." Meng Fan looked at Master Lin with some surprise and asked, "Master, what did you give him?" The pouch was small and did not appear to contain spirit stones. Master Lin shot Meng Fan a stern look and replied, "What are you so curious about, young one? Time is already ticking. Hurry and enter to comprehend." Meng Fan's inquiry was merely casual. He was not genuinely curious. He promptly made his way toward the Sword God Steel. At that moment, someone was already meditating near the Sword God Steel. Meng Fan paid him no mind, for the steel was vast enough to accommodate 10 individuals simultaneously. He found a suitable spot, sat cross-legged, placed his hands on the steel, and then closed his eyes. Master Lin did not rush to leave, but instead observed Meng Fan's comprehension with great care. Meng Fan regarded the understanding of the Sword God Steel with utmost seriousness, claiming that he could glean profound insights and remarkable gains from it. This piqued Master Lin's curiosity, as he had also once meditated on the Sword God Steel. Although he had gained some understanding, it was far less than what Meng Fan claimed. Thus, he could not help but wish to witness the scene of Meng Fan's comprehension. As time passed, half an hour went by, then an hour. Meng Fan remained motionless before the Sword God Steel, hands pressed against it. There was nothing particularly noteworthy to observe. Master Lin could only manage a wry smile. Indeed, the comprehension of the Sword God Steel was not something one could discern from the outside, and he wondered what he had been anticipating. They would have to wait a day and a night to see what Meng Fan would ultimately gain. The gray-clad elder of the Sword God Temple silently approached Master Lin. With a calm expression, he inquired, "Is this your newly accepted direct disciple? How do you find him?" Master Lin smiled and responded, "What can I discern? I have neither witnessed his training nor seen his swordplay. All I know is that he is a cultivator at the 5th level of the true martial realm." The gray-clad elder replied nonchalantly, "However, I heard you took him to the Three Sovereigns Terrace for visualization. Did it yield any results?" Hearing this, Master Lin wore an enigmatic expression and said, "Guess." A hint of surprise flickered across the gray-clad elder's face as he glanced at Meng Fan, who was engrossed in his meditation on the Sword God Steel. Master Lin's smug demeanor had already revealed the answer. This young man, who appeared rather effeminate, had indeed managed to visualize the 3 sovereigns. With such a level of visualization, there was no doubt that this lad's future accomplishments would be considerable. The only uncertainty lay in the quality of his swordsmanship. After all, they of the Shushan sword sect were all sword cultivators, unlike those Taoist sects that placed greater emphasis on the Dao. However, the gray-clad elder was genuinely curious about why Master Lin would go to such lengths, allowing this young lad to contemplate the Sword God Steel for an entire day and night. The cost of such an experience was indeed substantial. Most individuals merely skim the surface, experiencing something for merely an hour before moving on, as they fail to perceive any deeper significance. That old fellow, Lin Bianyun, surprisingly permits his disciple to contemplate for an entire day and night. This may either indicate his profound affection for the disciple or suggest that the disciple is indeed worthy of such an experience at the Sword God Steel. The gray-clad elder believes the former to be more plausible. After all, Lin Bianyun's expression clearly reveals his deep fondness for this disciple. "In a few years, you will understand." Lin smiled with satisfaction and departed from the Sword God Hall. Observing Meng Fan's comprehension proved fruitless. It would be better to directly inquire of the lad tomorrow. Time flowed like water, and a day and night swiftly passed. Meng Fan immersed himself in the ocean of the primordial sword path, scarcely aware of the passage of time. The insights he gained during this period were immense, beyond verbal description. His mastery of the sword had ascended by more than one tier. Firstly, his self-created sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to one, had reached its zenith with the first move, the sword approaches, perfected to an extraordinary degree. The momentum of the sword approaches had inadvertently been cultivated. As this momentum solidified, Meng Fan found himself thriving in other sword techniques. Whether it was the tide of the Azure Sea or the mountain splitter and thunderstrike techniques, he naturally mastered their respective sword intents. He even gleaned innovative insights into the 7 absolute demon sword and eternal night sword techniques. However, these 2 techniques, one belonging to the demonic path and the other to the demon clan, had not been deeply explored by Meng Fan. Otherwise, he could have cultivated their sword intents as well. Although he harbored the potential to cultivate these 2 sword intents, he felt that he was not yet fully capable of mastering them without risking the descent into madness. Only by achieving spiritual consciousness could he confidently harness these sword intents and avert any ill effects. In essence, the sword path is indeed intertwined with one's cultivation level. For instance, although Meng Fan's foundational prowess in swordsmanship was immensely formidable, surpassing even those of the celestial origin and Dan condensation realms, his lower realm prevented him from fully unleashing this foundation. In fact, with Meng Fan's current foundational prowess in swordsmanship, attaining a sword soul would not be a challenge. His foundation was sufficient for it. However, due to his low realm, merely at the true martial stage, he could not genuinely cultivate a sword soul. To achieve a sword soul, one must refine their spiritual consciousness to an extraordinary level, reaching the stage of solidifying the soul. Only with a soul can one cultivate a sword soul. This is fundamental. It is akin to a person who cannot read or write. How could they possibly compose an article? Currently, Meng Fan had yet to cultivate his spiritual consciousness, let alone his soul. As for the sword soul, he was even further from that goal. Of course, this does not imply that Meng Fan is weak. Rather, it necessitates a gradual and methodical process. He is undoubtedly not weak. Looking across the entire true martial realm of the Shushan sword sect, no, there is no comparison within the true martial realm. Even within the celestial origin realm, there is not a single individual who has cultivated a sword intent. Even within the realm of the condensed Dan, not everyone possesses the aptitude to cultivate the sword intent. Meng Fan's attainment of the sword intent at the true martial realm marks him as a prodigy among prodigies. Just like Yang Yifang, a formidable existence who has cultivated the sword soul at the condensed Dan level, he stands as a paragon of excellence. However, even so, it remains unequivocal that he could not possibly achieve the sword intent at the true martial realm. Without a shadow of a doubt, at this moment, although Meng Fan resides at the 5th layer of the true martial realm, he is undeniably invincible. This is not confined to the Shushan sword sect. When one gazes across the entire world, Meng Fan is indisputably unrivaled. Even at the celestial origin realm, unless one possesses exceptional mastery in the sword arts, those mediocre practitioners are no match for Meng Fan. Awaken, the time has come. A hand patted Meng Fan's shoulder. Meng Fan opened his eyes and glanced at the elder in gray beside him. To be honest, the day and night spent comprehending the sword god steel felt fleeting yet fulfilling, particularly exhilarating. He sensed an immense reservoir of power surging within him. Thank you, esteemed elder. Meng Fan bowed respectfully to the elder in gray before departing from the sword god hall. The elder, however, gazed at Meng Fan's retreating figure, somewhat bewildered. This young man truly immersed himself for an entire day and night without a single moment of awakening. Such a scenario was unprecedented in his decades guarding the sword god hall. Could this young man truly be so extraordinary? If he had indeed been comprehending the sword god steel continuously throughout that time, the magnitude of his gains is beyond the elder's imagination. If this is indeed the case, then this lad may be destined to become the new sword saint of the Shushan sword sect, a new generation, the next era. After all, it has been centuries since the Shushan has produced a sword saint. Perhaps I am overthinking it, the elder mused with a wry smile. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope my thoughts are unfounded. Upon returning to his quarters in the sword pavilion, Meng Fan prepared to tidy up and take a bath. Elder Lin appeared at his door. In the sword pavilion, Elder Lin seldom visited the first floor, preferring to wait for Meng Fan on the second. Yet this time, the elder could no longer restrain himself and descended to Meng Fan's room. It was unavoidable. Meng Fan's indifference left Elder Lin eager to ascertain the young man's condition after an entire day and night of contemplating the sword god steel. However, upon his return, Meng Fan did not come upstairs to report to his master, but instead intended to take a bath. Unable to contain his impatience, Elder Lin decided to take the initiative. Master, Meng Fan greeted Elder Lin with a bow. How do you feel after a day and night of comprehending the sword god steel? Elder Lin inquired nonchalantly. As if unaffected. It feels wonderful, Meng Fan replied. Wonderful? Elder Lin's brow furrowed. Such a description seems rather simplistic. Meng Fan paused for a moment, contemplating his response. He realized that his answer lacked precision. So after a moment of reflection, he continued, I feel exceedingly well. He believed that simply saying well was insufficient to convey the magnitude of his gains. Exceedingly well was more fitting. Elder Lin took a deep breath. Is there any distinction between exceedingly well and wonderful? He could only helplessly inquire. I am not asking how you feel, but rather what tangible gains you have achieved. To enable Meng Fan to contemplate the Sword God Monument for an entire day and night, he had expended no small cost. If the outcome were lackluster and not worth such an investment, then even if Meng Fan were to defeat Xiao Luo 6 months hence, he would not permit him to meditate on the Sword God Monument for 10 days and nights. Meng Fan grasped Lin Lao's intention. Without further ado, he unsheathed the Fuxi Sword and struck down towards Lin Lao. This was not an act of disrespect, but rather a demonstration of his swordsmanship. For he was acutely aware that his blade could not harm Lin Lao in the slightest. Lin Lao's expression remained calm. He understood that his disciple sought to showcase his sword technique. He observed Meng Fan's sword with earnest attention, eager to witness the surprise that the newly enlightened Meng Fan might unveil after a day and night of contemplation on the Sword God Monument. In the next moment, however, his demeanor shifted, losing its tranquility. He extended 2 fingers and effortlessly pinched the Fuxi sword. Given his cultivation level, it was only natural for him to seize Meng Fan's blade. Yet, the true revelation lay in what he perceived from this strike. He discerned the momentum of the Thunder Sword, not merely the intent of the sword, but its very essence. How long had Meng Fan been practicing the Thunder Sword technique? At most, for months, and he had already cultivated the sword momentum? Lin Lao was left speechless, though he was no stranger to the world. He found himself repeatedly astonished by Meng Fan's prowess. Master, are you satisfied with this achievement? Meng Fan smiled, confident that the display of the Thunder Sword momentum would suffice to please Lin Lao. Should he reveal the full might of his technique, it would surely leave Lin Lao utterly astounded. This move, known as Sword Come, was a trump card of Meng Fan's own creation, one he kept concealed even before Lin Lao. To comprehend the Sword God Monument for a day and night, and you have already cultivated sword momentum? Lin Lao's lips quivered in disbelief as he remarked, if I were to grant you 10 more days and nights of contemplation, would you not return with a sword soul? Meng Fan offered an embarrassed smile, humbly replying, that would not be the case. I truly cannot achieve that. Lin Lao exhaled, relieved. If Meng Fan had claimed he could forge a sword soul, he would have found it quite overwhelming. If only I could assist you in cultivating your divine consciousness and subsequently condensing your divine soul before you meditate for 10 days and nights on the Sword God Monument, then you might indeed have a chance at forming a sword soul. Meng Fan stated earnestly. In truth, if one were to successfully condense their divine soul, it would not merely be a possibility, it would be a certainty. Meng Fan understood that humility is a cherished virtue of the Chinese culture, and even in another realm. He felt compelled to uphold this value. Silence enveloped them. Lin Lao remained contemplative for a substantial period. Then, he gazed deeply at Meng Fan, his expression grave as he inquired, are you speaking earnestly? Surprised by Lin Lao's solemn demeanor, Meng Fan realized that what he considered a mere jest was being taken with utmost seriousness, though it contained a kernel of truth. Confronted with such a solemn inquiry from Elder Lin, Meng Fan nodded and replied, in response to Master S' question, it is indeed true. Elder Lin also nodded but remained silent, subsequently retreating to the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion without uttering another word. Meng Fan, puzzled, gazed after Elder Lin, unsure why his master chose to leave without further conversation following that statement. In truth, Elder Lin had been affected by Meng Fan's revelation. However, once back in the Sword Pavilion, he swiftly recovered from his momentary dismay. He realized the profound joy in being challenged by one's own disciple, such a privilege that many would yearn for. Elder Lin did not doubt Meng Fan's words. It was precisely because of this unwavering belief that he felt disheartened. Cultivating one's divine consciousness and solidifying one's soul was not an insurmountable task. Once the requisite realm and cultivation level were attained, success was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. However, achieving a sword soul was an entirely different endeavor. After consolidating one's soul, there existed a glimmer of hope for crafting a sword soul, albeit a hope that was exceedingly rare and fraught with difficulty. Many had labored for a decade, 5 decades, or even a century before successfully forming their sword souls. Yet, Meng Fan claimed that after establishing his divine consciousness, he would only need to meditate at the Sword God Steel for 10 days and nights to forge his sword soul, speaking of it so nonchalantly. Elder Lin reflected on the countless hardships he endured in his youth before finally achieving his own sword soul. Comparisons could be maddening. It seemed the time had come to assist this young man in attaining divine consciousness and a solidified soul sooner rather than later, Elder Lin muttered to himself. The process of achieving divine consciousness was indeed straightforward. One merely needed to reach the Tianyuan realm and consume a Tianxin pill, which would guarantee Meng Fan's success. Elder Lin even speculated that given Meng Fan's extraordinary talent, he might very well attain divine consciousness the instant he reached the Tianyuan realm. If it were not for the limitations imposed by his current realm, one could only wonder how high this young man's potential truly soared. As night fell, Meng Fan commenced his training as usual. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden surge of energy emanated from his being. He had reached the 6th layer of the true martial realm. As was customary, each time Meng Fan broke through a realm, a spectral figure of Hong Qi would emerge from the Hong Qi sword, congratulating him. The excitement she felt for Meng Fan's achievements often surpassed his own. His cultivation speed was indeed remarkable, defying the expectations typically associated with someone of inferior spiritual roots. The power of the sword's essence was simply extraordinary. Initially, Hong Qi chose to accompany Meng Fan because she recognized his ability to absorb the sword's essence. It was precisely for this reason that she firmly believed in his potential for greatness. And indeed, reality had proven her right. The following day, at dawn, Meng Fan arrived at the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, as usual to pay his respects to Elder Lin. Upon seeing Meng Fan, who had now reached the 6th layer of the true martial realm, Elder Lin could not help but exclaim in awe. You hardly resemble someone with inferior spiritual roots. Even superior roots pale in comparison before you, and you could rival those of the highest quality. Previously, during the Qi refining stage, Elder Lin had provided Meng Fan with various elixirs to expedite his cultivation, such as gathering Qi pills and gathering spirit liquids. After reaching the true martial realm, Meng Fan became engrossed in the study of texts within the sutra repository, leading Elder Lin to refrain from providing him with spirit herbs to accelerate his cultivation. Instead, he encouraged Meng Fan to slow his pace and focus primarily on reading the scriptures. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Fan astonishingly ascended to the 6th level of the true martial realm. This was simply outrageous. In truth, it is utterly unreasonable for one with a mixed spiritual root to cultivate at such a rapid rate. However, Elder Lin did not question this phenomenon. Meng Fan had already astonished him too many times, rendering him accustomed to such marvels. Compared to the previous breathtaking surprises, this swift progress seemed trivial. To be candid, Elder Lin occasionally found himself pondering whether Meng Fan was perhaps a reincarnated sword immortal. After all, how could one be so extraordinarily gifted? Under normal circumstances, even the most exceptional individuals should have their limits. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he felt fortunate to have Meng Fan as his disciple. He might one day reap the benefits of this relationship. Not to mention, in the upcoming duel a year and a half later, Meng Fan was sure to triumph over Yi Qinxing. His future happiness would depend on this young man. Approximately a month later, the time would arrive for the 3 sects to jointly enter the demon domain, and Elder Lin urged Meng Fan to prepare himself. I have submitted your name, and you must participate in this mission, he instructed. Meng Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Are you curious why I insist on your participation despite the inherent dangers? Elder Lin inquired. Not at all. Slaying demons and dispelling evil is our duty, Meng Fan replied with resolute conviction. Speaking such formalities in front of your master is rather tedious. Elder Lin retorted, rolling his eyes. Why is that? Meng Fan asked, genuinely intrigued, as Elder Lin had never before actively assigned him tasks. This time, however, he was decidedly enthusiastic. While the demon domain harbored peril, it was also replete with opportunities. When humans entered the domain, their cultivation was sealed, and the demon entities were similarly constrained. Given your swordsmanship and abilities, you should not encounter significant danger within. Thus, you can seize the opportunities it offers. Elder Lin continued. Upon hearing this, Meng Fan was instantly captivated. Master, what opportunities lie within? The demon domain was not merely the territory of demons. It was, in fact, a celestial cave, fortuitously occupied by these creatures. Within this cave, various rare materials and treasures could be found. Moreover, it was said that the domain had unique properties, causing the demons residing there to undergo subtle transformations over time. Once these demons were slain, they would exude a form of spiritual essence. This essence could refine the physical body, augmenting its strength. If you slay more demons and combine this with the extreme dominance true body I have imparted to you, your physical form can achieve remarkable enhancement. Furthermore, those rare materials and treasures are exceedingly precious, far surpassing the elixirs found in the alchemy hall. If fortune smiles upon you, acquiring a few of these treasures could potentially enable you to reach the celestial origin realm with ease. Old Lin spoke eloquently, his words flowing like a river, captivating all who listened. It seemed that had his cultivation not been so exalted, he too would have ventured forth in search of opportunities. His disciple understood. Meng Fan too felt a stir of excitement. Initially, he viewed the venture as merely a task to vanquish demons, unaware that there were substantial gains to be had. Such revelations indeed ignited a newfound motivation within him. As he prepared to enter the realm of demons, his cultivation would be sealed, leaving him reliant on two key aspects. The first was his swordsmanship, an area that required no concern from his master, as his self-taught skills had surpassed the lessons imparted by old Lin. The second aspect was the strength of his physical body. A formidable physique would serve as a tremendous asset in the demon domain, allowing him to navigate challenges with ease. However, the Shu Mountain Sword sect, being predominantly a sword cultivation school, lacked expertise in body cultivation. The extreme dominance true body technique that his master had previously bestowed upon him was already considered a commendable body refinement method within the sect. Thus, there was no need for him to seek out other techniques. He should focus solely on further honing this particular method, striving to make significant progress in the next month. With such preparation, his journey into the demon realm would indeed be foolproof. After speaking, old Lin presented a small jade vial to Meng Fan. "What is this?" Meng Fan inquired, curiosity piqued as he accepted the vial. "This is a body dominance pill, specifically designed to complement body refinement techniques. It is quite rare within the Shu Mountain Sword sect, so use it sparingly," old Lin said, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctance. The Shu Mountain Sword sect, being a quintessential sword cultivation school, often prioritized offensive prowess while neglecting the strength of the physical body. For instance, the sect's alchemy hall rarely produced pills aimed at enhancing physical constitution. While the most rudimentary body tempering pills were commonplace, they bore little efficacy in improving one's physique, serving merely as practice for novice alchemists. Meng Fan had never heard of the body dominance pill and was unaware of its rarity or effects. However, the pained expression on old Lin's face left no doubt that it was exceedingly precious. Thus, he carefully stored it within his storage ring. "Thank you, master," Meng Fan exclaimed, his heart brimming with gratitude. An hour later, Meng Fan departed from the Sword Pavilion and made his way to the scripture repository. Although he had finished perusing the first level of sword scriptures, this did not imply that his visits to the repository were at an end. After all, there were still the second, third, and fourth levels to explore. This time, Meng Fan ascended to the second level of the scripture repository. While the number of sword scriptures on this level was significantly fewer than those on the first, the texts contained within were undeniably of a higher caliber and greater value. Since Elder Wang had stated that the repository was open to him without time constraints, he felt no hesitation in taking full advantage of it. After spending an entire day studying the sword scriptures on the second level, Meng Fan returned to the Sword Pavilion in the evening, ready to practice. Recently, he had decided to dedicate his efforts toward body refinement techniques. After all, in just a month, he would be venturing into the demon realm. Even if he were to elevate his cultivation by 1 or 2 levels, it would offer little assistance. Such advancements would be of no use in the demon domain. However, enhancing his physical constitution was an entirely different matter. Meng Fan retrieved the small jade vial given to him by Elder Lin and counted the 30 little pills contained within. With 1 pill a day, it would suffice for an entire month. He consumed one and began his cultivation of the extreme dominance body. The medicinal effects were absorbed, transforming into unique energies that enhanced his physical form. Although the improvement was not as pronounced as the benefits derived from the sword's essence during cultivation, he could still sense a change. After a month, having absorbed all 30 dominance pills, Meng Fan believed he could elevate his extreme dominance body to the second level. At that point, in terms of physical strength alone, he would surpass even those cultivators at the heavenly origin realm. It must be said, being a disciple of Elder Lin was indeed a privilege. He never had to voice his needs, as Elder Lin would provide for him. Such an exceptional master is hard to find. In the days that followed, Meng Fan devoted his mornings to studying the sword scriptures on the second floor of the scripture repository and returned at night to cultivate the extreme dominance body. He decided to temporarily set aside the cultivation of his true chi for a month, believing that a brief hiatus would not significantly impact his progress. Thus, he became somewhat negligent in polishing his sword to absorb the sword's essence during this time. Half a month later, while perusing books in the repository, Meng Fan encountered Lu Yanping. "Sister Lu, it has been a long time." He greeted her with a smile. Indeed, it had been quite a while since their last meeting at the Mount Shu Sword Conference, which had surpassed half a month. "I have been grounded. So of course you haven't seen me," Lu Yanping replied, her expression one of resignation. It was evident that her recent days had not been pleasant. "What happened?" Meng Fan inquired with curiosity. With a sigh, Lu Yanping expressed her frustration. "During the recent sword conference, when I triumphed over Cheng Feiyu and then faced Jiang Poyu, I showcased my formidable swordsmanship. But then trouble arose. What kind of trouble? Meng Fan pondered, harboring a vague suspicion yet lacking certainty. It was customary for those who exhibited exceptional swordplay during such contests to be selected for missions to the demon realm. Lu Yinping would undoubtedly be among those chosen. Previously, she had mentioned that her family opposed her venturing out, even obstructing her participation in the sect's external training. The journey to the demon realm posed far greater dangers than regular training excursions, and it was likely her family wished to shield her from such perils. Indeed, Lu Yinping confirmed, "You were right. Those who performed outstandingly in the literary contest are chosen for the mission to the demon realm. My grandfather does not want me to go, so he confined me. Only after I promised not to participate in the mission did he lift my confinement. It is simply excessive." Meng Fan chuckled. "Your grandfather is acting in your best interest, considering your safety." This exemplified the disparity between individuals. Elder Lin actively encouraged Meng Fan to seek experiences for his growth, while Lu Yinping's grandfather sought to keep her sheltered like a flower in a greenhouse. In truth, there is no clear distinction between good and bad. One might say that each holds differing perspectives. Is it acceptable to confine me merely because it is deemed beneficial for my well-being? Such an action is fundamentally disrespectful, Lu Yinping exclaimed in exasperation. On this point, Meng Fan found himself in agreement. To confine someone at the slightest provocation is indeed excessive and rather futile. However, upon reflecting that this is a society governed by the principles of cultivation, which is even more daunting than a feudal society, Meng Fan felt a sense of detachment. In reality, it is of little consequence if I do not attend. Should you possess any curiosities, I can enlighten you upon my return, Meng Fan said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 73, The Convergence of 10,000 Swords, The Annihilation of All Directions. Lu Yinping cast a bewildered glance at Meng Fan, grappling with confusion. What do you mean by saying you can inform me upon your return? In the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically, staring at Meng Fan in disbelief. Could it be that you, too, intend to participate in that demonic domain mission? Yet, during the literary duel, you did not even ascend the celestial platform to showcase your swordsmanship. Meng Fan shrugged his shoulders, responding with a hint of helplessness. Old Lin enrolled me. I have been registered. I truly envy you. Lu Yinping gazed at Meng Fan with profound admiration. What is there to envy? It is undeniably perilous. Even I cannot guarantee my safe return, Meng Fan replied with utmost humility. Spare me your modesty. I know you well enough. If even you cannot emerge unscathed, then our Shushan sword sect, along with the Wajijian sect and the Kunlun sword sect, would surely face utter annihilation. Lu Yinping was perhaps the person who understood Meng Fan's prowess best, second only to old Lin. After all, Meng Fan could be considered her mentor. Lu Yinping's eyes sparkled mischievously as a peculiar expression graced her face. What scheming thoughts are you concocting now? Meng Fan inquired, sensing her ill intentions with a hint of exasperation. In truth, I had promised my grandfather not to venture into the demonic domain, but I was merely deceiving him. I had initially planned to sneak away. Now that you are also going, I feel reassured, Lu Yinping said with a grin. Meng Fan furrowed his brow. Was this something he should be privy to? He worried that should Lu Yinping go missing, Elder Lu might seek him out, accusing him of abducting his granddaughter. That burden Meng Fan certainly did not wish to bear. Hold on, what are you planning? I am not interested, so refrain from discussing it further with me, Meng Fan decisively interrupted, cutting off Lu Yinping's impending words. Lu Yinping rolled her eyes. Regardless, once we arrive in the demonic domain, you must protect me. Knowing that Meng Fan was bound for the demonic realm, Lu Yinping, who had been somewhat indecisive, promptly resolved to join him. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Meng Fan retorted, opting to disregard Lu Yinping's comments. Lu Yinping abandoned the topic, having made her decision to slip away from the Shushan sword sect and rendezvous with the main group. Once the die was cast, her grandfather would have little recourse. Such an intriguing place as the demonic domain was not one she could afford to miss. By the way, I have heard that Jiang Poyu is a scoundrel. He was responsible for the death of a female disciple from our Shushan sword sect the day after the literary duel, Lu Yinping suddenly inquired. It can indeed be said that he bears responsibility for her demise. Meng Fan nodded in agreement. On the day I returned from the literary duel, I was confined until yesterday when I learned of this matter. I never expected that Jiang Poyu, who appears so respectable, would secretly be such a despicable character. Were you not previously declaring him to be your future husband? I admit my blindness. Is that sufficient? By the way, what brings you to seek me? Although Lu Yinping has indeed come to me several times, each visit has had a specific purpose and was not merely for reminiscing. Oh, I wish to exchange for a spirit sword. Is the sword pavilion not under your purview? Lu Yinping asserted confidently. What do you mean by the sword pavilion being under my authority? I do not possess such influence. Even if you approach me, The exchange still requires 10 spirit stones. I cannot grant you any favors. Meng Fan replied. Spirit stones? Are you looking down upon me? Lu Yinping fumed, feeling that her status as the wealthiest young lady in the inner sect had been insulted. 10 spirit stones? She would not even bother to pick them up if they fell to the ground or into the water. If they fell to the ground, she might pick them up casually, but she certainly would not act ostentatiously. She was not at that level yet. In the evening, as Meng Fan departed from the scripture pavilion, Lu Yinping followed him to the sword pavilion. In truth, she had made the right choice in seeking Meng Fan. Under normal circumstances, as a mere third-tier disciple of the true martial realm, attempting to tame a spirit sword might result in her being backlashed. Just like the previous visitor, Dugu Ming, who desperately sought a spirit sword. Had it not been for Elder Lin's intervention, he would have perished from the backlash of the spirit sword. Lacking sufficient power to wield a spirit sword can indeed be fatal. Lu Yinping's strength was likely not far off from Dugu Ming's. Even if she were slightly stronger, it would not be by much. Confronted with a ferocious spirit sword, she would find herself equally at risk. However, fortune smiled upon her as she encountered Meng Fan. Upon returning to the sword pavilion, Meng Fan casually selected a spirit sword and tossed it to Lu Yinping. The illusory rain sword. Meng Fan had previously interacted with this sword, having refined and absorbed its sword aura, rendering it relatively safe. Even if Lu Yinping could not tame this sword, she would likely not suffer any harm. Previously, he would have demanded 100 spirit stones from her. Yet now, having become quite familiar, he found it difficult to impose such a fee. As Lu Yinping grasped the illusory rain sword, a peculiar aura surged toward her. An immense sense of intimidation enveloped her entirely. This pressure caused her body to tremble, and she struggled to maintain control. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and, after a moment, drew the illusory rain sword, initiating her sword dance. Out! Meng Fan struck Lu Yinping's shoulder with his palm, sending her flying out of the sword pavilion and landing outside its grand entrance. In such a state, Lu Yinping was on the verge of losing her wits. If she were to practice her swordplay inside the pavilion, she would surely wreak havoc on its first floor. In that case, it would be she who would have to rectify the chaos. Thus, Meng Fan decisively sent Lu Yinping flying outside. With no time to settle scores with Meng Fan, Lu Yinping clutched the illusory rain sword and began to practice the by high tide rising sword technique, progressing from sword moves to rhythm, and ultimately to the very essence of sword intent. Gradually, Lu Yinping's complexion settled into tranquility, and the illusory rain sword in her hand also calmed. She had succeeded. This sword no longer resisted her. Haha, I did it. I possess a spirit sword now. Lu Yinping laughed heartily, drawing the astonished gazes of disciples who happened to pass by. She felt no embarrassment, continuing to laugh unabashedly, overwhelmed with excitement and elation. My grandfather said I was unworthy of a spirit sword, that I could never obtain one. Just wait until I return and slap his face with this sword, huh? This girl was clearly a bit carried away by her pride. Undoubtedly, if her grandfather heard such words, she would be confined for at least another month. All right, enough boasting. If it weren't for the most docile and obedient spirit sword, do you think you could have succeeded? Meng Fan, unable to tolerate Lu Yinping's arrogance, remarked disparagingly. You're talking nonsense. How do you know which sword is the most docile? Why don't you admit you're a sword wielder? Lu Yinping shot Meng Fan a glare. Oh really? I dare you to try switching to another sword. No way, I'm out of energy. Meng Fan was about to retort, but Lu Yinping produced 100 spirit stones and handed them to him. No need for change. Meng Fan accepted the 100 spirit stones with his storage ring and immediately reversed his tone, saying, Sister Lu, your skills are unparalleled. This spirit sword is a perfect match for you. That's more like it. Lu Yinping nodded in satisfaction and took the spirit sword away. As for the long sword she had previously used, it had long been placed on the table in the sword pavilion. Upon returning to the sword pavilion, Meng Fan placed Lu Yinping's long sword in the recycling room. Although the sword was intact, it still needed to be returned to the artifact refining hall for processing before it could rejoin the sword pavilion. Checking the time, he noted that it was already closing time for the sword pavilion. Meng Fan casually closed the main door and returned to his room to continue cultivating the extreme domineering body. Taking one domineering pill each day, Meng Fan found his cultivation of the extreme domineering body fruitful, feeling his physique strengthening with each passing day. Time flowed like water, and the days of restraint passed swiftly. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Meng Fan successfully cultivated the extreme domineering body to the second level. Furthermore, he had finished studying the sword scriptures on the second floor of the scripture repository and had recently ascended to the third floor. During this time, aside from Li Shuero occasionally visiting Meng Fan for conversation, Lu Yinping had mysteriously vanished, leaving him curious about her recent activities. Notably, Li Shuuro was undoubtedly preparing to participate in the demon domain mission, though she had not received direct guidance from Meng Fan like Lu Yinping. Her innate talent had already enabled her to cultivate a form of sword intent. With her exceptional spiritual root and commendable talent, she was destined to become a radiant prodigy. After completing the sword scriptures on the second floor of the scripture repository, along with the foundational sword principles he had absorbed from the sword god monument, Meng Fan successfully developed the second form of his technique, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. He named this form All Directions Annihilation. Just hearing the name, one could tell it was an impressive move. If it weren't formidable, it would be unworthy of such a splendid title. In the present day, Meng Fan has accumulated an astonishing level of swordsmanship. His prowess is equally formidable. However, he has remained somewhat dormant within the confines of the Shushan sword sect, lacking opportunities to showcase his talents. This time, venturing into the demon domain, he is determined to wield his blade and engage in a decisive battle. On this particular day, at the hour of Chun, Meng Fan ascended to the second floor of the sword pavilion and addressed Elder Lin, saying, "Master, I have exhausted my supply of the body enhancement pill." It was evident that he was shamelessly requesting more of the coveted pills. Elder Lin shot a glare at Meng Fan and replied tersely, "Having run out myself, I possess no more. These were remnants from years past, all given to you. Once used, they are gone. Do you think they are common goods? Within the entire Shushan sword sect, it is likely that there are no more body enhancement pills available." Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Meng Fan felt a tinge of regret. To be fair, the effects of the body enhancement pill were indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, the Shushan sword sect, being a sect focused on sword cultivation, does not prioritize body refinement. It cannot be said that it is unimportant. Rather, even if they wish to emphasize it, the foundational resources of the sect dictate otherwise. It is akin to a sect that specializes in blades. The prospect of nurturing a few unparalleled swordsmen from such a background seems implausible. "Master, are there no other effective body refinement items?" he inquired. "If I cannot enhance my physical strength, should I fall in that demon domain? My demise would not be a concern. I fear not death. But I would no longer be able to serve you dutifully. With the bout scheduled over a year from now, should I perish, I would miss the chance to avenge you and bring you glory." Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Elder Lin looked at him with a mixture of exasperation and resignation. This young man, with such audacious boldness, one wonders from whom he learned such shamelessness. It is often said that the crying child receives the milk, and it seems to hold true. If only that little Luo possessed half of Meng Fan's audacity, he would not be in such dire straits now. Reflecting on this, Elder Lin felt a twinge of guilt towards little Luo. Then, he produced a new small jade vial and handed it to Meng Fan. "Master, what is this?" Meng Fan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Undoubtedly, the item that Elder Lin had finally revealed after much pleading was something of great value. Elder Lin sighed, exclaiming, "You rascal, at this rate, I shall be left with nothing. This is Vajra liquid, a potent elixir used by disciples of the Buddhist sect for body refinement. Originally, I intended to reward you with it once your cultivation reached a certain level. However, your audacity is truly remarkable, one of a kind. At this rate, when your cultivation improves, I will have nothing left to bestow upon you." Meng Fan's eyes gleamed at the mention of the Buddhist disciples' body refinement elixir. This was indeed a treasure. It is well known that within the Buddhist sect, there are many who have achieved mastery in body refinement, with various golden-bodied arhats being nearly invincible in physical form. Many body-refining sects tremble before the might of the Buddhist sect. Elder Lin, it seems, has been holding on to valuable items. Meng Fan swiftly stored the Vajra liquid in his storage ring, fearing that Elder Lin might change his mind. Old Lin observed Meng Fan's actions, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, and then admonished, "Remember, take a drop every 3 days. Excessive use is wasteful and may impose a burden on your body." "Understood, Master," Meng Fan replied with a smile. "You truly are quite clever. At this rate, when you ascend to the celestial origin realm, I shall be at a loss regarding what reward to bestow upon you." This was the second time Old Lin had mentioned this, indicating his genuine financial constraints. Meng Fan quickly responded, "Rest assured, Master, in the future, it will be my duty to honor you. Your words are sweet, yet when it comes to offering something, I have yet to see your tongue as soft." Old Lin chuckled bitterly. "By the way, Master, has the mission to the demon domain been finalized? When does it commence?" Meng Fan inquired. "It is tentatively scheduled for 8 days from now. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall gather everyone and proceed to the demon domain then," Old Lin explained. "Weren't the Wuji sword sect and the Kunlun sword sect also set to head to the demon domain?" "The entrance to the demon domain is located in the Ghost Month Valley. At that time, The 3 sects will assemble there. Ah, I see. Subsequently, Meng Fan returned to the 3rd floor of the Sutra Pavilion to study the sword manuals. Given his pace, he would soon complete the 3rd floor. The 4th floor contains even fewer texts, allowing for quicker reading. As for the 5th floor, entry was beyond his reach, so that was not a concern. However, it seemed unlikely that he would finish the 3rd floor's sword manuals before venturing into the demon domain, Meng Fan mused. In fact, during his time in the Sutra Pavilion, Meng Fan had also been attentive to the possibility of discovering any demon clan techniques. After all, he harbored a trace of demonic energy within him, awaiting further cultivation. To his disappointment, he found no texts related to demon clan techniques on the 1st and 2nd floors of the Sutra Pavilion. He had perused a portion of the 3rd floor, but similarly encountered no relevant manuals. He wondered whether the remaining texts on the 3rd floor or those on the 4th might contain demon clan techniques. If not, acquiring such techniques would indeed prove challenging. For a large sect like the Shu Mountain Sword sect to lack such techniques, it would be even more improbable for smaller sects to possess them. Nevertheless, Meng Fan maintained a positive mindset and did not force the issue. If demon clan techniques were available, so be it. If not, he was not overly concerned. It was merely a matter of chance that he had developed a strand of demonic energy within him, which prompted his interest in seeking out demon clan techniques. It was, after all, a secondary consideration. As night fell, Meng Fan returned from the Sutra Pavilion to the Sword Pavilion, resuming his practice of the Supreme Dominance Body. With the addition of the diamond liquid provided by Old Lin, Meng Fan discovered that the effects of his training were significantly superior to that of the dominance pills. Indeed, the finest treasures often reveal themselves later. He pondered what other marvelous items Old Lin might produce once the diamond liquid was depleted. Of course, it was also possible that he might have nothing left to offer. Meng Fan harbored a hope that Old Lin's pockets could be as inexhaustible as those of a certain robotic cat. 8 days swiftly passed. Although the diamond liquid was remarkably effective, the time was too brief. Meng Fan had only consumed 2 drops thus far, and therefore had not yet reached the 3rd layer of the Supreme Dominance Body. If given a month's time, there is indeed hope. Nevertheless, Meng Fan possesses unwavering confidence in himself. Within the demon domain, he should be able to navigate with ease, barring any unforeseen circumstances. After all, as Lu Yinping aptly stated, if Meng Fan cannot emerge alive from the demon domain, it is likely that the entire faction would meet with doom. This, of course, is utterly impossible. On this day, Meng Fan prepared to gather at the Heavenly Sword Square, departing with the main force towards the Ghost Month Valley. To his surprise, Elder Lin also walked out from the Sword Pavilion. Meng Fan exclaimed, "Master, why have you come out as well?" Elder Lin responded with a smile. "Because I am one of the elders leading this expedition." Meng Fan was momentarily taken aback, as this was news he had never been informed of by Elder Lin. A warm surge of emotion welled up within him, deeply touched. Elder Lin rarely left the Sword Pavilion and was even more reluctant to depart from the Shu Mountain Sword sect. The fact that he had come out to lead this expedition was undoubtedly due to Meng Fan himself. "Your safety within the demon domain cannot be guaranteed by me. You must rely on yourself. However, I can assure you that your journey to and from will be absolutely safe." Elder Lin spoke in a calm tone. Meng Fan's teeth clenched, words caught in his throat. He was not one to be overly sentimental, yet at this moment, he found it difficult to bear. The unconditional kindness of others is indeed palpable. "Thank you, Master," Meng Fan finally managed to say, his voice trembling slightly. "Damn this sentimentality. We should set off. There's no need for such pleasantries." He took the lead towards the Heavenly Sword Square, with Meng Fan following closely behind Elder Lin. At the Heavenly Sword Square, Meng Fan spotted a familiar face. Only one, in fact. It was Li Xuero. "Brother Meng Fan, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you for half a day," Li Xuero exclaimed, rushing to Meng Fan with a smile. Having spoken with him previously in the Scripture Pavilion, she was aware that Meng Fan would participate in this expedition to the demon domain. While concern lingered in her heart, she recognized it to be fruitless. So she resolved silently to protect Meng Fan during their time in the demon domain. In their childhood, after their village was destroyed, they had relied solely on one another, with Meng Fan always safeguarding her. Now, the roles were reversed, and she was thrilled at the prospect of being able to protect her brother Meng Fan. "Brother Meng Fan, who is this?" Upon reaching him, Li Xuero finally noticed Elder Lin standing nearby. "This is Elder Lin of the Sword Hiding Pavilion, whom I mentioned to you before, my master," Meng Fan introduced. Li Xuero quickly bowed deeply to Elder Lin, her expression earnest as she said, "Thank you, Elder Lin, for taking my brother Meng Fan as your disciple." She distinctly remembered how despondent and helpless he had felt during his time as a servant disciple. She had even attempted to assist him in his cultivation. but to no avail. She couldn't even help him summon the first trace of true energy within him, and her efforts had only met with failure. However, ever since Meng Fan became Elder Lin's disciple, he soared to unprecedented heights, attaining the realm of true martial. In Li Shuero's eyes, all of this was undoubtedly the result of Elder Lin's guidance. Li Shuero truly regarded Meng Fan as her elder brother, and in her eyes, Old Lin was akin to the reborn parents of Meng Fan. Hence, she naturally felt compelled to pay her respects to Old Lin with utmost reverence. When Old Lin witnessed Li Shuero's grand gesture, he was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly recover and assist her to her feet. He mused to himself about the politeness of the younger generation, pondering if they were all so courteous and respectful of their elders nowadays. Old Lin, ever amiable, gently remarked that such a display was unnecessary. Meng Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, addressed Li Shuero, suggesting that he could surmise the reason for her excitement. In truth, the girl had somewhat misunderstood, for the reason Meng Fan's fortunes had soared was largely due to his own efforts. Of course, a portion of credit could also be ascribed to Old Lin, and that was perfectly reasonable. Brother Meng Fan, you never mentioned that Old Lin was one of the leading elders for this expedition. Had I known earlier, I could have prepared myself, Li Shuero whispered to Meng Fan. What is there to prepare for? Don't be so formal. Besides, I only learned this morning that Old Lin was one of the elders leading the team, Meng Fan replied. He had no inkling that Old Lin intended to orchestrate such a delightful surprise. Once the large group was organized, they began to line up to descend the mountain. Heading towards the Ghost Month Valley, Meng Fan estimated that nearly 100 disciples from the Shushan sect were participating in the Demon Realm mission. While this number was substantial, it could hardly be deemed excessive. Including disciples from the Kunlun Sword sect and the Wujia Sword sect, the total was likely around 300. However, this limitation was unavoidable, as only those below the Dan Condensation realm could enter the Demon Realm, and they also had to be proficient in swordsmanship lest they meet their doom. With such stringent criteria, the selection pool diminished significantly. 300 disciples tasked with clearing an entire domain was indeed an exhilarating prospect. Fortunately, the three sects had previously conducted investigations within the Demon Realm and confirmed that it posed no substantial danger, which facilitated this arrangement. Moreover, despite the formidable name, the term Demon Realm was somewhat misleading. It merely referred to a peculiar space dominated by a host of demonic creatures. The mission for Meng Fan and his companions was to eradicate these beings, which was not as daunting as it might seem. If one were to envision the Demon Realm as a mere forest or mountain range, the task would appear considerably simpler. In essence, there was no fundamental difference. Chapter 75. You care for his granddaughter. He cares for you. The Ghost Month Valley was not far from the Shushan Sword sect, merely 1,000 miles away. However, with over 100 disciples traveling in groups, their pace was understandably slow. It took a full 5 days for them to finally reach the Ghost Month Valley. The journey was tranquil, devoid of any mishaps. With 3 elders from the Shushan Sword sect leading the way, the 100 disciples were not to be trifled with. Each one a master of the sword. Who would dare provoke them? Even a military force numbering in the thousands would find itself overshadowed by this assembly of Shushan disciples, who were capable of slicing through obstacles with ease. Thus, this grand procession from the Shushan Sword sect could confidently traverse any terrain. Upon arriving at the Valley of the Ghost Month, the members of the Wuji Sword sect had already gathered, followed by the arrival of the Kunlun Sword sect the next day. Among the crowd from Kunlun, Meng Fan was surprised to spot Jiang Poyu. However, Jiang Poyu, being a practitioner of the Dan Condensation realm, was restricted from entering the demon domain, which was quite unfortunate. Otherwise, Meng Fan would have relished the opportunity to teach that scoundrel a lesson within the demon domain. To Meng Fan's astonishment, alongside the arrival of the Kunlun Sword sect members, Lu Yinping, the girl he knew, also appeared in the Valley of the Ghost Month. It was evident that she had come with the people from Kunlun. Upon entering the valley, she made a beeline for the crowd of the Shushan Sword sect, scanning her surroundings until she spotted Meng Fan and rushed over. Why are you with the Kunlun Sword sect? Meng Fan questioned, a hint of curiosity in his voice. It was not surprising that she was there, for she had previously mentioned that although her grandfather disapproved of her leaving Shushan for the demon domain, she would secretly depart and meet up with the main force of Shushan. Meng Fan had assumed she would stealthily follow them, yet here she was with Kunlun. Lu Yinping, with a helpless expression, replied with a wry smile, "Don't even mention it. After you all left Shushan, my grandfather kept a close watch on me. It wasn't until the next day that I found an opportunity to slip out, and by then, I couldn't catch up with you. Fortunately, I had heard that the 3 sects would gather in the Valley of the Ghost Month, so I headed straight here. But the valley is so vast that I couldn't find where you were. Luckily, I ran into the Kunlun Sword Sect members and followed them here. Meng Fan let out a rueful smile, thinking Lu Yinping was being rather foolish if she wasn't allowed to leave. She ought to have stayed put and cultivated in peace at the Shushan Sword Sect. Meanwhile, Elder Lin, observing Lu Yinping, remarked, "Young Lady Lu, your name does not appear on the roster for the Demon Domain mission. Sneaking out from your grandfather 1T changed that. You still cannot enter the Demon Domain." As one of the elder leaders accompanying the Shushan disciples, Elder Lin had responsibilities to uphold. Instantly, Lu Yinping replied with pride, "Who says my name isn't on the list? I registered ahead of time." As she spoke, she produced a special token issued for participation in the Demon Domain mission. Upon seeing her token, Elder Lin fell silent. Since she had followed the proper procedures, he deemed it unnecessary to interfere further. Curious, Meng Fan asked. "Didn't you say you were under house arrest and had no chance to register?" Lu Yinping casually replied, "Being under house arrest means I can't go out. But it doesn't mean I can't see anyone. A few more spirit stones given to someone else to register me was all it took." Meng Fan had no objections to that. The principle that money can accomplish much was simple enough for everyone to understand. Elder Lin discreetly pulled Meng Fan aside, clearly wanting to discuss something. "Master, what's the matter?" Meng Fan inquired with curiosity. "Since this young lady Lu intends to enter the Demon Domain, do take care of her while you are there. Ensure she does not meet with misfortune," Elder Lin advised in a low voice. "Master, do you have a connection with Elder Lu?" Meng Fan asked, somewhat astonished. Previously, Lu Yinping had lingered in the Sword Pavilion for quite some time, and Elder Lin often mentioned her, yet he never spoke of any particular camaraderie with Elder Lu. Elder Lin rolled his eyes and remarked, "What camaraderie? That old coot Lu Qingyuan treasures his beloved granddaughter immensely. You should take good care of her in the Demon Domain. I shall return and promptly squeeze him for some benefits. You, my boy, are advancing in your cultivation at an alarming rate. My meager resources may not suffice for your expenditures. Lu Qingyuan, being an elder of the Alchemy Hall, possesses substantial wealth, which is perfectly suited to bolster your endeavors. Moreover, as you look after his granddaughter, it is only fair that he reciprocates, is it not?" Meng Fan could only manage a wry smile and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that even without Elder Lin's urging, he would undoubtedly take care of Lu Yinping in the Demon Domain. After all, she was one of the few friends he had within the Shushan Sword Sect, though, to say one of the few might be somewhat extravagant. Aside from Lu Yinping, he hardly had any friends within the sect. If one were to stretch the definition, perhaps Senior Brother Luo could count as one. Senior Brother Jean might be regarded as half a friend. As for Li Shuero, she was not merely a friend, she was akin to a sister. After conversing with Elder Lin, Meng Fan returned to find Lu Yinping and Li Shuero engrossed in a lively discussion. These two young women, originally strangers, had become good friends through their shared connection with Meng Fan. At noon tomorrow, when the yang energy is at its peak, we shall open the entrance to the Demon Domain. Prepare yourselves well, for you will enter directly, Elder Lin instructed Meng Fan and the others. The other two elders of the Shushan Sword Sect were attentive to all disciples, offering their guidance. Yet Elder Lin focused solely on Meng Fan, showing little interest in anyone else. Even Li Shuero and Lu Yinping, had they not been alongside Meng Fan, would have garnered no inquiry from him. That night, many were restless, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming venture into the Demon Domain. For the majority, this mission was undeniably thrilling. Although many had ventured beyond the sect for training, none had experienced anything of such grand scale. The next day, at noon, several elders from the three factions gathered to initiate the opening of the Demon Domain's entrance. This realm was an enigmatic space, both a part of and separate from the Tianyuan Great World. Moments later, a peculiar gate emanating ripples appeared within the Ghost Moon Valley. Remember, this passage will only remain open for 1 month. Once you enter, ensure you keep track of time. You must return here within a month. The elders from the three factions reiterated this crucial point. They had stressed it countless times before, yet they could not resist emphasizing it once more. This was of utmost importance. Should the passage close, they would be trapped within the Demon Domain. However, even if trapped, it would not pose a grave issue. Opening the passage was not exceedingly difficult, and should anyone become ensnared within, the various factions would dispatch others to search and retrieve them at the agreed time. Chapter 76. Fearless of offending anyone, my master will support you. However, this may lead to complications. It is prudent to avoid such unnecessary troubles. The disciples from the three sects began to enter the luminous portal leading to the Demon Domain one after another. The Shushan Sword Sect was among the last to step through. Just before Meng Fan entered the portal, Elder Lin patted him on the shoulder. Within, feel free to act without fear of offending anyone. Upon your return, I shall stand as your support. I will wait here for a month, and then we shall return together to the Shushan Sword Sect. Upon hearing Elder Lin's words, Meng Fan nodded with a smile and stepped into the portal. He understood the elder's intent. With so many entering the demon domain, the foes they would encounter might not only be the monsters within, but also members from other sects, or even from their own. Having lived for so long, what has Elder Lin not experienced? He is well aware of everything. The elder is essentially granting him the freedom to act in the demon domain, assuring him that should anyone offend him, he is free to retaliate without fear, for his master will protect him upon his return. Elder Lin harbored little concern for Meng Fan's safety, as he was acutely aware of Meng Fan's abilities. Among the disciples of the three sects, it was unlikely that anyone would pose a challenge to him, unless they united against him. But Meng Fan was not foolish. Why would he offend so many at once? Gradually, all the disciples from the three sects had entered the demon domain. Meanwhile, the elders remained stationed at the entrance, showing no sign of departure. They intended to camp at the entrance for a month, ready to eliminate any monsters that might escape from within. As Meng Fan stepped through the portal, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and darkness enveloped his vision. Yet, in an instant, clarity returned. He found himself in a bright valley, its structure reminiscent of the Ghost Moon Valley, though it was evident that he was no longer there. Instinctively, he glanced up at the sky, only to find it devoid of the sun. This place is truly peculiar. Despite the absence of sunlight, it remains so brilliantly illuminated. Lu Yinping remarked instinctively. Clearly, everyone felt compelled to look at the sky upon entering. Without the sun, from where does this light emanate? Li Shuero inquired curiously. Meng Fan shook his head with a wry smile. We are not here to settle down. Why concern ourselves with the ecological environment? After a month, we shall depart, and likely will not return. That is a valid point. Lu Yinping nodded in agreement. Upon entering the portal, the group instinctively divided into three factions. The Shushan Sword Sect formed one, the Wuji Sword Sect another, and the Kunlun Sword Sect the last. This was a natural occurrence, and none were surprised. From the Shushan Sword Sect, a man appearing to be around 30 stepped forward and addressed the assembly. Before we entered the demon domain, the elders stated that during this expedition, everyone should heed my coordination. I hope for your cooperation. The mission of the three sects in the demon domain was to eliminate the monsters residing within. The term cleansing signifies a total annihilation. Thus, it is ill-suited for solitary endeavors, necessitating collective cooperation. The man who stepped forward was Fan Yuan, a core disciple of considerable repute among his peers, which justified the elders' decision to appoint him as the leader for this operation. Prior reconnaissance missions had already been dispatched to investigate the demon territory, revealing the presence of three factions occupying different areas within it. Each faction would contend with one of these powers. While the Shu Mountain Sword Sect's objective lay within a forest located in the southern expanse of the demon domain, our mission is to eradicate all demonic entities residing within this forest. I possess a map of the area, so simply follow my lead. Fan Yuan articulated clearly to the group. At this juncture, no one dared to oppose him, as the elders had established this course of action, rendering any dissent foolish rather than impressive. The three factions then dispersed, each pursuing their distinct goals and destinations. Under Fan Yuan's guidance, the members of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect commenced their journey southward. Sister Lu, are you familiar with Fan Yuan? Meng Fan inquired curiously of Lu Yinping. Lu Yinping shook her head, responding, as an inner disciple, how much can I truly know about the core disciples? You should direct that question to Sister Li. Li Shuero addressed Meng Fan. Brother Meng Fan, he Shixiang ranks among the top 10 core disciples, having achieved the 8th layer of the Tianyuan realm. In 2 years, he will likely break through to the Dan condensation stage. Meng Fan referred to Lu Yinping as Sister Lu, while Lu Yinping called Li Shuero Sister Li. And Li Shuero referred to Meng Fan as brother, creating a harmonious connection among the trio. In the demon territory, cultivation level does not necessarily equate to prowess. What is he Shixiang's skill in swordsmanship? Meng Fan asked Li Shuero. Li Shuero replied, he Shixiang is quite modest and lacks a competitive spirit. During assessments for core disciples, he merely coasts through without revealing any profound sword techniques. Nevertheless, he consistently ranks among the top 10 core disciples. Meng Fan nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that those who are most unassuming often harbor formidable strength. Much like himself, he Shixiang's swordsmanship must be exceptional, otherwise, the elders would not have specifically chosen him to lead in the demon domain. Meng Fan's inquiry was casual. He harbored no ambitions for power, understanding full well that leading in such circumstances could be a thankless task. Discreet prosperity is the true path to success. He recalled Elder Lin's words about the abundance of rare treasures within the demon domain, which he must be vigilant to secure. He desired no authority. Power could be given to whoever wished it, but should any treasures arise, they must fall into his hands alone. The members of the Shu Mountain Sword sect proceeded in groups towards the southern region of the demon territory. The true extent of this domain remains unknown. Yet according to the elders' disclosures, it is not expected to be overly vast. As the crowd followed Fan Yuan, they journeyed for 3 days before finally arriving at their destination, a vibrant forest teeming with life, lush greenery that, at first glance, was utterly refreshing. It was difficult to associate such a place with malevolent creatures. Instead, the minds of the group conjured various delightful imaginings. Yet, the map bore no errors. This was indeed the location where the forces of the demonic entities congregated. Fan Yuan led the group to halt at the forest's edge. According to those who had previously ventured into the demon domain, this forest was primarily inhabited by 2 races of demons, the fox demons and the ox demons. The estimated number was around 300 to 400. These creatures were not particularly formidable, and they were further restrained by this peculiar space, theoretically rendering them no match for us. However, being outnumbered necessitated caution. We must proceed with care. Everyone cautiously entered the forest, with our first wave focusing on assassination to catch them off guard. Chapter 77. They envy my handsome appearance. What Fan Yuan proposed was, in fact, sound. Though everyone possessed confidence, the sheer number of demons warranted a strategy that did not rely on direct confrontation. By emphasizing stealthy strikes, even if each individual could only eliminate 1 demon, we could potentially inflict over 100 losses upon the forest's inhabitants. This would significantly ease the task of clearing them out. Furthermore, typically, the more powerful demons would reside at the heart of the forest, while the weaker ones would linger at the periphery. With careful consideration, each person selected a target, ensuring that the first wave of assassinations would likely proceed without issue. Let us proceed. Meng Fan instructed Lu Yanping and Li Shuero. No one challenged Fan Yuan's decision, as all felt it was prudent. Over 100 disciples of the Shushan sword sect began to disperse, stealthily navigating the area in search of their targets. As they entered the forest, Lu Yanping remarked curiously to Meng Fan, "Meng Fan, is it just my imagination, or do many disciples of the Shushan sword sect seem to harbor some animosity towards you?" Meng Fan rolled his eyes, thinking it was simply because the 2 beautiful girls were always at his side, appearing extremely intimate. With his own handsome visage, could he not expect a tinge of envy? "Perhaps they envy my good looks," Meng Fan replied dismissively. However, such envy was trivial. It was merely human nature. Although others might feel a twinge of discomfort at Meng Fan's presence, it was unlikely that anyone would openly provoke him, let alone resort to violence. "Meng Fan, should we quicken our pace? If we delay, all the demons might be snatched away," Li Shuero urged, noticing Meng Fan's leisurely pace amidst the urgency of others hastening forward, eager to encounter and slay the demons. In comparison, Meng Fan's speed seemed rather slow. Only by defeating the demons and obtaining the demon cores from within could they return to claim their rewards. If we move too slowly, the monsters might be exterminated by others, and we would return empty-handed, which would be quite embarrassing, remarked Li Shuero. Meng Fan cast a surprised glance at his younger sister, not expecting her competitive spirit to shine through. Frankly, he was indifferent to the prospect of rewards upon returning. As for slaying monsters, he was neither overly eager nor reluctant about it. Why rush to kill? He wasn't particularly driven to do so. However, seeing his sister so enthusiastic, he felt a sense of obligation to keep pace. Additionally, with Lu Yanping also displaying a spirited demeanor, Meng Fan relented, saying, "All right then, let us hasten our pace." The expanse of the forest was vast, causing the more than 100 disciples of the Shushan sword sect to spread out naturally upon entering. Of course, those with close relationships still gathered in groups, albeit in smaller teams. Most were in trios or quartets, but many preferred to wander alone. After spending considerable time at the Shushan sword sect, engaged primarily in sleep and cultivation, the disciples had inevitably developed a sense of heroism. Slaying demons and ridding the world of evil stirred their blood. Before long, the trio encountered their first monster, a bull demon. This bull demon stood upright on its hind legs, mimicking human locomotion. Its limbs and bones deviated significantly from those of an ordinary cow, displaying remarkable agility and an almost evolutionary resemblance to humanity. Should it evolve further, it might transform into a minotaur. One could envision that deep within the forest, more powerful bull demons had indeed become minotaurs. "Lu Shiji, you are the weakest among us here. You should go first to test your skills," Meng Fan suggested to Lu Yanping. "What do you mean I am the weakest?" She instinctively retorted, but the words faltered at her lips, swallowed by her lack of confidence to argue. There was no denying it. She simply lacked the grounds to refute his claim. Li Shuero had initially intended to take action, but upon hearing Meng Fan's words, she quickly subdued her eagerness. Meng Fan, albeit not fully understanding his sister, recognized her competitive and combative nature. Lu Yinping unsheathed her illusory rain sword, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while the bull demon remained oblivious to her presence. Azure Tide Rising Sword. This technique was the only swordplay she could truly wield effectively. As for the demon-slaying sword technique, she had yet to cultivate the sword intent. In terms of power, it was inferior to the Azure Tide Rising Sword. Had she mastered the demon-slaying sword intent and combined it with the Azure Tide Rising Sword, her efficacy against these monsters would have been significantly enhanced. Nevertheless, despite her shortcomings, Lu Yinping had indeed attained sword intent, placing her among the upper echelon of the 100-plus Shushan disciples. Confronting such a minor bull demon posed little challenge. With a swift thrust, Lu Yinping pierced the bull demon's neck and then swiftly withdrew her sword, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from the wound. The bull demon bellowed in fury, its forehooves striking out at Lu Yinping. The commotion was considerable. In fact, the forest was rife with such disturbances, sure to attract the attention of the more formidable beasts lurking within. The element of surprise was fleeting. Soon enough, a direct confrontation would be inevitable. Ahead, Lu Yinping's graceful movements allowed her to effortlessly evade the hooves of the bull demon. Sister Lu, how long will you continue this? Put in more effort and sever the demon's head directly, Meng Fan urged her. The bull demon has tough skin and thick flesh. Using this method, you would need to stab it dozens of times to achieve a kill. Decapitation is the most effective and swiftest approach. Lu Yinping took a deep breath. The bull's neck was significantly thicker than that of a human, and instinctively, she felt that simply severing its head would not be an easy task. Sword intent of the rising tide. She swung her sword once more, channeling her sword intent. Though her cultivation was suppressed, and she had no true energy to draw upon, the emergence of her sword intent still imparted a terrifying power to her technique. With that strike, the bull's head was cleanly severed, rolling to the ground as blood gushed forth. Meng Fan couldn't help but smirk. Lu Yinping was indeed using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Oh, so you're just killing a bull? That's a relief. However, Lu Yinping's prowess was indeed somewhat excessive for such a feeble foe. This bull demon was pitifully weak. There was no need for her to employ her sword intent against it. After all, Lu Yinping wielded a spirit sword. Even without invoking her sword intent, she could effortlessly slay this minor bull demon. In their current party, over 100 disciples from the Shushan sword sect were present, some of whom had not yet mastered sword intent and lacked spirit weapons. Such individuals were still capable of dispatching this kind of bull demon. Otherwise, the sect would not have sent them into the demon realm. Nevertheless, Meng Fan refrained from criticizing Lu Yinping too harshly. After all, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. This was not a flaw but rather a virtue, as it ensured against unexpected failures. A touch of caution is indeed a commendable trait. Lu Yinping proceeded to dissect the bull demon, extracting its demon core. With this item, she could return to the Shushan sword sect to receive her rewards. The more cores she possessed, the greater the accolades. Yet, Lu Yinping was not particularly concerned with the rewards. She took the core purely for the sense of achievement it brought her. She envisioned flaunting it before her grandfather, proving her worth and showcasing her accomplishments to those who doubted her capabilities. After acquiring the demon core, Meng Fan approached the carcass of the bull demon, placing his hand upon it to activate the extreme domination true body technique. Elder Lin had previously mentioned that the creatures within the demon realm absorbed unique energies from their surroundings, resulting in a substance known as lingyuan within their bodies after death. This lingyuan could enhance one's body refining techniques. It was precisely for this reason that Meng Fan had eagerly agreed to enter the demon realm. Elder Lin had not deceived him. As he activated the extreme domination true body, he indeed felt a peculiar power being absorbed from the bull demon's corpse. However, the amount of lingyuan was exceedingly scant, and in but a moment, it was fully absorbed by Meng Fan. What are you doing? Lu Yinping inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Li Shuero, standing nearby, also gazed at Meng Fan with intrigue. I am cultivating a body refining technique, and the lingyuan within these demon beasts can enhance my practice, Meng Fan explained. Is that so? Lu Yinping replied with surprise. What a pity. I have never practiced body refining techniques. Li Shuero nodded in agreement, for it was rare for disciples of the Shushan sword sect to engage in body refining practices. The first issue lies within the realm of perception, while the second pertains to the disproportionate investment and returns of cultivating body refinement techniques. With such time and energy at one's disposal, it would be far more beneficial to practice sword techniques or enhance one's cultivation level. Additionally, there is a third, equally significant point. The Shushan sword sect possesses no truly formidable body refinement techniques. Take Elder Lin, for instance, despite being a formidable presence within the Shu Mountain Sword sect. The technique he has gathered, known as the Supreme Dominance Body, cannot be considered particularly powerful. As for others, their prospects are even less promising. As Meng Fan and his companions ventured deeper into the forest, they encountered the corpse of a bull demon, evidently slain by a disciple of the Shu Mountain Sword sect who had passed ahead of them. Meng Fan placed his hand upon the lifeless form of the bull demon, channeling the Supreme Dominance Body technique. However, a moment later, his brow furrowed in disappointment. There was no response. With a resigned gesture, he withdrew his hand and shrugged at Li Shuero and Lu Yinping. "What's wrong?" Lu Yinping inquired. "The bull demon has been dead for too long. Its spiritual essence has dissipated. Only a freshly slain demon can aid me in elevating my body refinement technique," Meng Fan explained. The notion of scavenging had proven futile. He had previously mused that the 400 or 500 demons in this vicinity would undoubtedly assist him in achieving a significant advancement in his body refinement practice. Yet, it appeared he had been overly optimistic. In reality, the bull demon's corpse before him had clearly not been dead for long, but even so, the spiritual essence within had already vanished. Thus, only recently deceased demons could provide the essence for absorption. The hope of capitalizing on the efforts of others was now dashed. Unless fortune smiled upon him, and he chanced upon a freshly slain demon. However, given the vastness of the forest, the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly slim. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands and slay demons himself. Previously drifting along, Meng Fan was suddenly filled with vigor. "It seems we must quicken our pace," he declared to the two women. Naturally, they were eager to comply. Lu Yinping had just developed a taste for the thrill of the hunt, while Li Shuero, yet to make her mark, was even more impatient. The trio pressed onward deeper into the forest, their speed noticeably increased. As they ventured further, it was well understood that the density of demons would only rise. Shortly thereafter, they encountered another bull demon. "This time, I shall take the lead," Li Shuero exclaimed, fearing Meng Fan might overlook her once more. "Very well, you go ahead," Meng Fan replied, offering no objection. Lu Yinping, however, felt a twinge of disappointment, still craving the thrill of the kill. Nevertheless, she refrained from contesting with Li Shuero. Li Shuero drew her long sword, swiftly positioning herself before the bull demon, and with a single decisive strike, severed its head with effortless precision. Without a hint of hesitation, she sliced open the demon's belly and extracted a demon core. "Meng Fan, here, take this," she offered, extending the demon core towards him. Meng Fan smiled gently and shook his head. "I have no use for this, you should keep it. As for the spiritual essence within this demon, since you cannot utilize it, I shall not be polite." With that, he placed his hand upon the bull demon's body, channeling the Supreme Dominance Body technique once more. In merely a matter of seconds, he absorbed the spiritual essence within the bull demon. The extreme dominance true body was drawing ever closer to its third tier. Noticing that Meng Fan had no interest in the demon core, Li Shuero took it upon herself to collect it. "Shuero, the sword you hold now appears to be different from the one you had last time. Where did this spirit sword come from?" Meng Fan inquired with curiosity, observing the long sword in Li Shuero's grasp. Previously, she had not wielded a spirit sword, and during this time, she had not visited the sword pavilion to exchange it, leaving Meng Fan puzzled about the origin of her new weapon. Glancing at the spirit sword in her hand, Li Shuero replied, "Elder Yang was aware of my journey to the demon realm and entrusted me with her Qingwei sword for protection. This Elder Yang, named Yangling, was exceptionally kind to Li Shuero, treating her as if she were a disciple in training. However, when Li Shuero expressed her desire to become her apprentice, she declined, leaving Li Shuero wondering about her motives. Your prowess is more than sufficient to select a sword from the sword pavilion. Upon your return, I shall assist you in choosing a spirit sword that suits you," Meng Fan suggested. Li Shuero regarded him with surprise. Selecting a spirit sword was not a trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could result in a backlash from the sword. She had always felt unprepared for such an endeavor. Lu Yinping eagerly interjected, "Senior sisterly, Meng Fan is truly adept at selecting spirit swords. The sword I possess was chosen with his help." She then regarded Meng Fan with a hint of confusion. "By the way, when I returned home with the spirit sword, my grandfather was utterly astonished. He claimed that with my abilities, it was impossible for me to subdue such a sword. How did you manage it?" Meng Fan casually replied, "After all, I am from the sword pavilion, dealing with spirit swords daily. It is not a difficult task." Lu Yinping pondered this and found it reasonable. Whatever Meng Fan accomplished, she found no cause for surprise. He was indeed a prodigy. Upon hearing Lu Yinping's words, Li Shuero felt a stir of ambition. If Lu Yinping could tame a spirit sword, how could she possibly fail? Perhaps she had previously regarded spirit swords with undue trepidation. This sentiment was not meant to belittle Lu Yanping, for she was inherently weaker. As the three conversed, a girl clad in green suddenly rushed towards them in a flurry. "Help me! Help me! A monster is chasing me! Please, I beg you to save me!" The girl cried, tears streaming down her face, exuding a pitiful aura. Li Xuero and Lu Yanping immediately turned to look behind the girl, spotting a bull demon in pursuit. To save her, they exclaimed in unison, drawing their swords and charging towards the bull demon. Meng Fan followed suit, unsheathing his sword without a moment's hesitation, and unleashed a strike. A surge of sword energy erupted, cleaving the girl in two. Li Xuero and Lu Yanping stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at Meng Fan. "Meng Fan, brother Meng Fan." The two girls were utterly stunned. They had intended to vanquish the bull demon and rescue the girl, only to witness the girl met with a swift demise at Meng Fan's hand. "What are you dawdling for? The bull demon approaches. Prioritize its defeat," Meng Fan urged Li Xuero and Lu Yanping. Though the two girls were utterly astonished and perplexed, they could only suppress their shock in the face of the bull demon and resolve to slay it first. The bull demon was feeble, far inferior to the previous two. Li Xuero and Lu Yanping struck simultaneously, and the demon's head was swiftly severed. In truth, Lu Yanping could have refrained from intervening. Her sword stroke was slightly slower than Li Xuero's, rendering it ineffective. There was little to discuss. Despite their loss of cultivation and true energy, Li Xuero undeniably surpassed Lu Yanping by a considerable margin. "Meng Fan, how could you commit such senseless slaughter?" The two girls turned back, their expressions somewhat dazed. Such indiscriminate killing was a grave taboo within the Shu Mountain Sword sect. Even though this was not Shu Mountain, it still constituted a breach of the sect's rules, a serious offense that would lead to severe punishment upon their return. Both Lu Yanping and Li Xuero's faces grew pale as they contemplated whether to help Meng Fan conceal this incident. However, with over 100 disciples from Shu Mountain having entered this forest, it was impossible to hide the truth. "Stop overthinking, get a grip." Meng Fan rolled his eyes at them. "Am I really the one committing senseless slaughter? Take a closer look. Is this not a case of guilt?" Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Lu Yanping and Li Xuero shifted their gazes from his face to the corpse of the girl. "Where's the girl?" They realized that the spot where the girl's body should have lain was now occupied by an enormous, bucket-sized orange fox. The fox had two tails, clearly indicating its extraordinary nature. The girl they had encountered was not human but a demon, a transformed fox demon. Li Xuero was astounded, staring incredulously at the fox's remains. Lu Yanping, on the other hand, appeared even more distraught, her expression one of existential doubt, rendered speechless by the revelation. A fox could transform into a human form? Indeed. The legends were true. Demons that cultivated to high realms could take on human shapes. Li Xuero's gaze towards Meng Fan held a hint of admiration, reminiscent of her childhood. Since arriving at the Shu Mountain Sword sect, that admiration had waned, as Meng Fan had, in comparison, become a mere shadow of his former self. Li Xuero certainly did not look down upon Meng Fan. However, under the current circumstances, it was unrealistic for her to continue idolizing him. This sentiment was entirely human. Many younger sisters, in their childhood, perceived their brothers as extraordinary, only to discover their shortcomings upon growing up. At this moment, Li Xuero rekindled the feeling of admiration she once held for her brother Meng Fan. Although her own realm and mental acuity surpassed his, she had failed to recognize the girl as a fox demon, while Meng Fan had discerned it at a glance. Truly remarkable. In fact, though Meng Fan's cultivation level was not as high as Li Xuero's, his mental strength was certainly comparable. It was essential to note that he had been practicing the Shi Huang visualization method. Additionally, in terms of perception, Meng Fan was no less capable than Li Xuero. During his earlier days in the Qi refining realm, Elder Lin had taken him to the Tianqin mountain range for training, where he had encountered a fox demon attempting to charm him. With the experience of the previous encounter, Meng Fan was resolute not to repeat the same mistakes. Most importantly, Hong Qi was adept in the art of enchantment. He could instantly discern that the young girl was not human. With Hong Qi present, there was no chance for Meng Fan to falter. This fox demon lacked the ability to transform into human form, a skill reserved for the most formidable of demons. The fox demon was not particularly strong. It had merely ensnared them in an illusion through its charms. In truth, it was a trivial trick, easily seen through with sufficient mental fortitude. Meng Fan briefly introduced the situation to Lu Yanping and Li Xuero. In this forest, the two most prevalent types of demons were fox demons and bull demons, so they were bound to encounter more fox demons ahead. It was prudent for them to be informed and vigilant to avoid falling prey again. Remember, In this forest, aside from the disciples of the Shu Mountain Sword sect, there are no other humans. If you happen upon any peculiar individuals, they are undoubtedly fox demons employing their enchantments. Simply dispatch them. Upon hearing Meng Fan's words, Li Xuero and Lu Yinping nodded in agreement. Li Xuero then voiced her concern. This fox demon is cunning. I wonder if our fellow disciples might also fall victim? Meng Fan casually reassured her. Do not worry. Although the fox demon is skilled in enchantment, its offensive capabilities are weak. Should it attack a Shu Mountain disciple, they will swiftly regain their senses, suffering at most minor injuries. Moreover, have you noticed that this fox demon has two tails? The two girls nodded. Having indeed observed this detail, Meng Fan placed his hand upon the demon's body, beginning to absorb the spiritual essence to cultivate his extreme tyrant true body. After defeating the demon, it was crucial to absorb the spiritual essence quickly, lest it dissipate. Previously, with the two bull demons, he had only absorbed for a mere 10 seconds before their essence was nearly depleted. However, this time, he absorbed for nearly 50 to 60 seconds, close to a minute. He then approached the bull demon to absorb its essence, which once again took only a matter of seconds. Having completed this task, Meng Fan rose and remarked, "A two-tailed fox demon is not a weakling. It likely resides deep within the forest, and it is mere coincidence that we encountered it at the periphery. Normally, Shu Mountain disciples would encounter a one-tailed fox, whose enchantment is not nearly as potent." Upon hearing this, Li Xuero and Lu Yinping felt considerably relieved. It was not a reflection of their weakness that they had been enchanted, but rather the strength of this fox demon. "It seems we are fortunate. We have indeed caught a big fish," Li Xuero exclaimed with excitement. This display made Meng Fan acutely aware of her competitive spirit. Why couldn't she be a bit more gentle, being a girl? With a wry smile, Meng Fan dissected the fox demon, extracting a demon core with his sword and tossing it to Li Xuero. The demon core from the bull demon had been no larger than a fingernail, but this fox demon's core was the size of a thumb, confirming Meng Fan's assertion that this fox demon was indeed of a significantly higher caliber. Li Xuero gazed at the demon core, her brows furrowing, and addressed Meng Fan. "Brother Meng Fan, this is your trophy." Meng Fan shook his head and replied, "I have already claimed my spoils by absorbing the spiritual essence of the demon creature. To take the demon core would be to take advantage of you." However, she insisted, "There are no buts. If I tell you to take it, you must accept it. To refuse would be to show disdain for me as your sister."